In a magical city, within a lavish top-tier villa, Chen gazed into the distance, his heart heavy with concern as he murmured to himself. He was a time traveler. Prior to his journey, he had been one of the survivors of a catastrophic event. Yet he had perished merely 3 years later, falling victim to a royal-level beast tide. Now, it was the second day since Chen's arrival in this world, with merely a month remaining before the global catastrophe struck. At that time, all flora and fauna would undergo grotesque mutations, transforming into terrifying and ferocious aberrations, sweeping across the globe as if the apocalypse had descended. Their intent was to conquer Earth and annihilate humanity entirely. Fortunately, not only did the disaster induce evolution in the plants and animals, but a portion of humanity adorned with tattoos would also awaken. The more fearsome and powerful the tattoos, the more astonishing the powers bestowed upon their bearers. This extraordinary strength could allow one to lift mountains or soar through the skies in an instant. Moreover, those who possessed extraordinary tattoos would, upon awakening their markings, gain unique supernatural abilities, enabling them to confront the beast tide single-handedly without fear of defeat. These awakened tattooed individuals were known as super tattooists. Fortunately, my identity as a time traveler provides me with a significant advantage. Chen mused, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips as he contemplated his current situation. In this new life, he was the heir to the Yi family, the foremost of the 4 great families in the magical city. He not only possessed numerous luxurious properties, but also boasted a fortune amounting to hundreds of billions, truly rivaling nations, akin to a modern-day Jack Ma. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, accompanied by a familiar voice calling from outside. "Chen, may I come in?" This rugged voice immediately pulled Chen from his reverie. "Come in," he replied. As his words faded, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. Tall and robust, clad in a tailored designer's suit, he exuded an air of aristocracy. His mature visage radiated a distinct aura of authority. This man was none other than Chen's father, Tian, the current head of the Yi family. At that moment, Tian furrowed his brow and slowly approached Chen, inquiring, "Chen, are you truly not jesting about what you did yesterday? Why did you suddenly choose to take such actions? Can you enlighten me on the reasons behind it?" Chen had anticipated this line of questioning. After merging with his new memories upon his arrival, he had immediately requisitioned 500 billion, transferring half of the Yi family's assets into his own bank account in preparation for the impending disaster. However, after completing these actions, he had not disclosed any rationale to his family. Thus, as the family head and father, Tian had come to seek clarification. "Father, do you trust me?" Chen suddenly posed a question. Rather than responding directly to Chen's inquiry, he countered with an unexpected query. Upon hearing this, Chen's brow furrowed even deeper, forming a pronounced line of concern. "What do you mean by that, Chen?" Tian asked, visibly perplexed. It was not just Tian who was bewildered. Anyone in conversation would find themselves utterly confounded. Were it not for Chen's intelligence and his recognition as the heir, Tian might have already suspected his son of squandering the family fortune or losing his sanity by summoning 500 billion from the family bank in such tranquil times. Moving half of the family's assets without revealing the purpose would leave anyone in a state of utter bewilderment. "Father, please do not inquire further. Grant me a month, trust me, and I will reveal everything to you then," Chen declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze resolute as he spoke. Seeing his son's earnest demeanor, Tian hesitated for a moment before sighing. "Very well. Chen, I trust you. Whatever you intend to do, I shall support you." He added, "As for the elders of the family, I will help you explain. Just remember to prioritize the family and refrain from acting impulsively." Ultimately, he chose to place his faith in Chen. Yet, it was evident that a hint of worry lingered in his heart. Had Chen not been his son, and had he not felt a sense of guilt over his wife's death during childbirth, Tian might have resorted to more forceful measures, freezing Chen's bank account. After all, 500 billion was no insignificant sum. Mishandling it could jeopardize not only his position as family head, but also lead the Yi family from the pinnacle of the 4 great families to the very bottom, merely surviving as an afterthought. Thus, it was imperative to handle the situation with utmost caution. Understood, Father. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. After receiving his response, Yiling Tian turned to leave the room, needing to address some matters with the family's elders. Once he departed, Yi Chun could not help but reflect. It seems that acquiring this 500 billion is not as simple as it appears. I must hasten to spend it otherwise. If my account is frozen mid-process, it would spell disaster. His concerns were not unfounded. The forthcoming Yi Chun would spend money in a manner far more extravagant than any typical prodigal son. It would not be an exaggeration to say he would treat the money as if it were paper offerings for the deceased. He did not believe the family would simply sit idly by. They would undoubtedly intervene to halt the expenditure of this 500 billion. Thus, he needed to spend it all before they could react. In due course, when the disaster arrived, the entire Yi family would have to thank him for his bold actions today. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun dialed a number, summoning his trusted aide, Wang Chao. Before long, Wang Chao stood at the doorway, standing straight as if in military formation. Elder brother, you summoned me. As Yi Chen's loyal confidant and bodyguard, Wang Chao's combat prowess was beyond doubt. Having been raised within the family's nurturing environment, he was unwaveringly loyal to Yi Chun, along with 108 devoted subordinates, all of whom pledged their allegiance solely to him. Come here, Wang Chao. I have several important matters that require your discreet handling. Yi Chun beckoned him closer. Without delay, Wang Chao adjusted his suit and approached Yi Chun, saying, Elder brother, just give the word. I will see to it with utmost diligence. Even if you require the capture of a certain teacher from the island nation, I can arrange that immediately. Chapter 2. The wealthy daughter of the Jin family, Jin Ting Wat. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Yi Chen's expression darkened instantly. Can you be more serious? When I mentioned secrets, I did not refer to this kind of secretive matter. Enough with the banter. Let us discuss the pressing issues at hand. There are 3 tasks I require you to undertake. First, in my name, procure the elusive tattoo artist, Master Diao, for a sum of 100 million, and have him ink 11 tattoos on me. Second, with a budget of 100 billion, acquire the abandoned underground nuclear missile facility in the northern part of Magic City, and subsequently invest 400 billion to transform it into a refuge. The entire perimeter must be reconstructed with alloy, equipped with a protective electric grid of 100,000 volts, and comprehensive heavy weapon defenses must be taken into account. Regarding energy, solar panels and storage units must be utilized, and do not neglect the food supply. Ensure the establishment of several cultivation areas within. Additionally, create freezing storage rooms to preserve a diverse array of ingredients, sufficient to sustain 100,000 individuals for a span of 5 years. Spare no expense. I expect the entirety of the budget to be utilized. Should you fail to exhaust the 500 billion within 3 days, do not come to see me. If the refuge is not completed within a month, do not show your face to me either. Yi Chen sat in his chair, resting his chin on one hand, articulating his entire plan in one breath. 500 billion in 3 days? If you cannot spend it all, you are not to return? The speaker may have spoken without intent, yet the listener grasped the significance. Wang Chao swallowed hard, his expression reflecting a sense of disbelief at Yi Chen's directives. Could it be that I misheard? How could my elder brother suddenly orchestrate such matters? While it is understandable to invite someone for a tattoo, the subsequent expenditure of 100 billion on an underground nuclear facility, followed by an additional 400 billion to convert it into a refuge, is bewildering. Why the sudden urgency, as if the apocalypse were upon us? Yet, as a devoted subordinate, Dynasty, despite his confusion, refrained from inquiring further. Executing his brother's commands was his foremost duty. Yes, brother. I will promptly gather the men to carry out the task. Dynasty nodded resolutely. Then, before him, Yi Chun transferred 501 billion directly into Dynasty's account. He instructed him to procure materials for the refuge under the guise of 108 Deadpool identities, thereby prolonging the family's discovery of their activities. The extra 1 billion allocated for hiring Master Diao came from Yi Chen's own savings. At that moment, he found himself destitute, unable to extract even a dime from his pockets. Yet, everything felt worth it. Once the catastrophe passed, the wisdom of his actions would become apparent. After issuing his directives, Yi Chun waved his hand, urging Dynasty to enact the plan, while he himself slumped into a chair. It was absurd. Spending 500 billion with a mere gesture was a feat that even Yi Chun, despite having endured a previous calamity, found difficult to comprehend. It felt surreal. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Jin family, one of the four prominent families, a seemingly innocent young woman pondered the intelligence in her hands, deep in thought. What could her brother Chen possibly be planning? He audaciously misappropriated 500 billion. Does he not fear the repercussions from his family? The young lady, named Jin Ting, is the cherished daughter of the Jin family, her status only second to that of her brother, the heir. Her strikingly ample bosom, larger than that of a papaya, could make any man swoon. At the same time, she harbors deep affections for Chen. However, just as she was about to confess her feelings to him, she was imprisoned by the obstinate factions within her family. They ruthlessly tore her away, as they regarded the Yi family as their adversaries, even as mortal enemies. They would never allow Jin Ting to be with Chen. Despite this, she was undeterred and managed to utilize her family's intelligence network to gather all information regarding Chen. In the midst of her contemplation, her door swung open, and a young man clad in splendid attire entered, his face alight with joy. This individual was none other than her brother, Jin Longwei, the very heir she was entangled with. "Ha ha ha, sister, I have come to share a momentous piece of news with you," he exclaimed. "It appears that Chen, in a fit of madness, has misappropriated 500 billion from the family. It seems his position as heir is in jeopardy. Serves him right. Someone like him is utterly unworthy of my little sister." Jin Longwei took a seat beside her bed, launching into a tirade of disparagement against Chen. Reveling in his misfortune, completely oblivious to Jin Ting's increasingly dark expression. "Brother, if you continue to speak ill of Chen, I shall cease to acknowledge you," she retorted. "Leave now. I do not wish to hear any more of this." Jin Ting lifted the small teddy bear from the bedside, her eyes clouded with melancholy, clearly discontented. Observing her state, Jin Longwei shifted his gaze and replied in accordance with her sentiment. "It's my fault, little sister. It is indeed my shortcoming for lacking the right words." He continued, "I still have matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly to converse with you." With that, as his words trailed off, Jin Longwei exited Jin Ting's room. At the moment he stepped outside, his gentle eyes morphed into a fierce glare. Beside him stood a young man, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, exuding the air of a wealthy heir. A glimpse of the tattoos adorning his arms could be seen. He was Li Sheng, the heir of the prestigious Li family. His presence here was to solidify an agreement with the Jin family, intending to forge a marriage alliance aimed at undermining the Yi family. "Brother Jin, it seems you have been met with a closed door," Li Sheng remarked with a sardonic smile. Jin Longwei had initially intended to explain the situation and persuade Jin Ting to marry into the Li family. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was summarily dismissed from the room for speaking ill of Chen. In response, Jin Longwei chuckled heartily, masking his embarrassment, and explained, "Brotherly, while both our families have consented to the union, we have yet to secure my sister's agreement. Thus, this matter cannot be rushed. I require some time to persuade her properly." As it turned out, his words rang true. Upon hearing his response, Li Sheng did not persist in his questioning, as he deemed the matter already settled. A cooked duck, after all, cannot escape its fate. With a sudden shift in topic, Li Sheng recalled another matter. "Jin Xiong, has your family made any preparations regarding the prophecy from a few days ago by Elder Zeng?" he inquired solemnly. This so-called Elder Zeng is a renowned master of prophecy in Huaxia, known for having accurately predicted several significant events, thus possessing an unassailable authority. Just days prior, he had once again proclaimed that the apocalypse would soon befall the world, with the sole means of survival being through tattoos. This prophecy circulated only among the upper echelons of Huaxia and the elite families, remaining unknown to the general populace. In light of such declarations, no one stepped forward to provide clarity, and some even expressed skepticism regarding Elder Zhang's predictions. One might ponder, if the apocalypse were indeed upon us, could an ordinary tattoo truly ensure survival? Such notions seemed utterly preposterous, akin to someone asserting that a 2.5-year training regimen could elevate a player to the status of the first overall pick in the 2019 NBA draft. Chapter 3. 11 Forbidden Tattoos. Upon hearing this, Jin Long caught a glimpse of the tattoo peeking from beneath Li Sheng's sleeves. "It seems your family is unwaveringly convinced of this," he remarked. "Otherwise, why would you have gotten a tattoo yourself, especially considering your aversion to such things?" The Jin family was still deliberating over the prophecy and had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. However, Li Sheng had already adorned himself with tattoos. Although there were only two, they were sufficient to reveal the Li family's stance. Better to wrongly condemn 1,000 than to let one escape. This clearly showed their unwavering belief in Elder Zheng's prophecy. After all, individuals of their stature regarded tattoos much like they would a common plaster, an insignia of ruffians and scoundrels, utterly unworthy of serious attention. Even if inked in inconspicuous places, it remained a profound affront to their dignity. This is what they called being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The Li family had reached their current standing through meticulous planning and cautious deliberation. Since the matter had soured today, it was best to withdraw and revisit the discussion another day. Li Sheng responded curtly, disinterested in pursuing the topic further, for he had perceived the Jian family's hesitance. They were not only indecisive regarding the potential alliance, but also wavering in their belief in Elder Zheng's prophecy. Thus, there was no need for further discourse. As he observed Li Sheng's retreating figure, coupled with his earlier remarks and the glimpses of ink on his arms, Jian Longwei found himself momentarily rooted in place. His brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated a decision that contradicted his ancestral values. He resolved to secretly acquire a tattoo, and he intended to enlist his sister, Jian Ting, to accompany him. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of Yi Chen's villa, a pivotal figure in the tattoo community of Huaxiao was ushered into his office by Wang Chao. This individual was adorned from head to toe with an array of tattoos, beasts, English script, botanical designs, and an assortment of other motifs. The entire figure appeared as a flawless work of art, precisely crafted by the esteemed taboo tattoo artist, Master Jiao, whom Yi Chun had summoned with a lavish expenditure of 100 million. Master Jiao, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the visitor, Yi Chen's face instantly radiated joy, and he approached with warm greetings. This individual was indeed his benefactor, the one upon whom his fortunes rested. Whether he could emerge as the foremost powerhouse after the calamity hinged entirely upon the divine artistry of Master Jiao's skilled hands. Mr. Yi, you have paid a handsome sum for my presence here. Which 11 tattoos shall we commence with? Master Jiao inquired, placing his suitcase down. For someone of his stature in the tattooing realm, as long as the client articulated their desires, he could manifest them without any hesitation, exhibiting an efficiency rivaling that of the cafeteria staff. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen wasted no time. The expression of delight on his face swiftly transformed into one of seriousness. I wish to have 11 taboo tattoos. An eye of heaven on my forehead, a candle dragon on my left neck, and a qiongqi on my right neck. A decapitated celestial being on my chest, and a 9-dragon coffin on my back. A king of hell on the back of my left hand, and Qiyu on the back of my right hand. An awakened Guangong on my left arm, and an Yin-Yang evil monk on my right arm. A Neza stirring the sea on my left leg, and the slaughter god by Qi on my right leg. As Yi Chen's words fell, Master Jiao stood before him, eyes wide as saucers, even breaking into a slight sweat. To be candid, despite his extensive experience in the tattoo industry, even being lauded as a taboo tattoo master, he had never encountered a client with such audacious requests. 11 tattoos, all of them taboo, devoid of any synthetic additives. Moreover, one is more daring than the other in defying industry norms. Mr. Yi, your 11 tattoos. I can certainly ink them. However, I wonder if you can endure it. Master Jiao wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and inquired. Those engaged in the tattooing profession invariably harbor a hint of superstition. Yi Chun, with unwavering resolve, gestured grandly and replied with a smile. No worries, if it becomes unbearable. I shall simply press it down with a coffin lid. What you need to do is to immerse yourself entirely and ensure the successful completion of these 11 tattoos. Witnessing Yi Chen's determination to use a coffin lid as a means of endurance, Master Jiao nodded in agreement, signaling Yi Chen to enter the bedroom, where the tattooing could commence. However, at that moment, Yi Chen abruptly waved his hand, halting Master Jiao, who was about to lift his suitcase. Wait, the essential tattooing materials have yet to arrive. Tattooing Mater the mercenary meticulously placed the items on the table before swiftly exiting the room. At that moment, both Master Jiao and Wang Chao's gazes were intently fixed upon the suitcase. What could possibly lie within? With a sense of intrigue, and upon Yi Chen's nod, Wang Chao cautiously opened the suitcase. Inside lay an oval-shaped transparent vial, within which vibrant crimson blood swirled, evoking an eerie stillness. This was a collection commissioned by Yi Chen, born from a conjecture prior to his traversal, a spur-of-the-moment decision. Mr. Yi, is this the crucial material you mentioned? Master Jiao inquired. his eyes fixed upon the vial of blood, seemingly grasping Yi Chen's intentions. Indeed, Master Jiao, I would be obliged if you could use this blood for my tattoo, Yi Chen stated, his expression unwavering. Upon hearing this, Master Jiao instinctively took 2 steps back, internally exclaiming that Yi Chen resembled a werewolf, possessing an even greater ferocity. As if the prospect of inking 11 taboo tattoos was not enough, he was now contemplating the use of blood, which was evidently that of some creature. After a moment of silence, curiosity got the better of Master Jiao, who pointed at the glass vial and asked, Mr. Yi, may I inquire as to the origin of this blood? What blood? Yi Chen replied, a smirk escaping his lips. You might be startled by the answer. However, adhering to my principle of providing clarity, I shall disclose its source. He then explained that this was not merely the blood of one creature, but rather the blood of 11 different animals, each corresponding to the 11 taboo tattoos adorning his body. The blood is a fusion of 11 creatures: the golden-ringed snake, white tiger, peacock, alligator turtle, azure bull, elk, black bear, wolf, mastiff, wild boar, and orca. Chapter 4. Nothing is insurmountable with money. The blood of 11 animals? My goodness. Mr. Yi, you have truly opened my eyes. Master Jiao swallowed hard, gave Yi Chen a thumbs up, and affirmed his choice. In his eyes, Yi Chen's actions were akin to a young cow masquerading as an electric motor, truly remarkable. In the next moment, Yi Chen and Master Jiao entered the bedroom, equipped with a suitcase and a glass vial of blood, ready to commence the intricate process of engraving 11 forbidden tattoos. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed, and the sky outside had succumbed to night. At last, the bedroom door swung open. Master Jiao emerged, leaning against the wall, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. He appeared utterly drained, as if on the brink of collapse. Master Jiao, how are you? Wang Chao rushed to support him, concern etched across his face. Although the tattooing process posed no mortal danger, the act of engraving with the mixed blood of 11 animals was daunting. Even someone as formidable as Wang Chao could not mask his unease, fearing that Yi Chen might struggle to endure the pain. Fortunately, after catching his breath, the exhausted Master Jiao reassured him not to worry. Adopting the tone of a post-operative physician, he declared, I have fulfilled my duty. I have finally completed the tattoos for Mr. Yi, each one a masterpiece of my lifetime. It is simply breathtaking. Even if presented in a competition, it would undoubtedly seize the top prize. He slumped onto the sofa, incessantly wiping the sweat from his neck with a tissue. Then, with a smug expression, he gazed at Yi Chen, who had risen to stand at the bedroom door without him noticing. At that moment, he was clad only in a pair of briefs, his body adorned with 11 forbidden tattoos, each one meticulously covering him. He resembled a living masterpiece of unparalleled artistry. Under the brilliant light, the 11 forbidden tattoos on Yi Chen's body were perfectly showcased before their eyes. The celestial eye on his forehead appeared vivid and lifelike, with a Shura blood knife faintly etched in the center. The candle dragon's half-open eye adorned his left neck, while the monstrous Qiangqi leapt in midair on the right. His chest bore the headless Xingtian, with his breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth, brandishing a battle axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Glaring fiercely ahead, on his back, the 9-dragon coffin revealed 9 black dragons with gaping mouths, soaring in all directions, as if the coffin lid were on the verge of being opened. The back of his left hand depicted Yin Wang, one hand wielding the judge's pen and the other holding the book of life and death, capturing souls. The back of his right hand displayed Qiyu, brandishing a divine weapon in one hand and a bloodthirsty blade in the other, exuding a terrifying aura. His left arm featured the vigilant Guangong, mouth agape, with the green dragon crescent blade entwined with thunder, as if the spiraling dragon were about to leap into the sky. The right arm presented the dual-faced Yin-Yang monk, embodying both compassion and wrath. One side radiated benevolence as a deity, while the other bore a fearsome visage with fangs like a wrathful demon. His left leg showcased Nezes stirring the seas, gripping a white dragon by the neck, having drawn forth half of its dragon sinew. The right leg of the god of death, Bai Qi, plunged dual blades into a lake of blood, teeming with skeletal remains. Anyone who beheld such tattoos would be left utterly astounded, immobilized in awe. Master Jiao, my sincerest gratitude. You truly live up to your reputation as a taboo tattoo artist. These 11 tattoos are rendered with vivid realism, and I am thoroughly pleased. Yi Chen exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the various still reddened tattoo designs adorning his body, revealing a satisfied smile. unlike Master Diao, whose body was covered in tattoos. While both were replete with designs, the nature of the patterns and their ferocity were strikingly different, indicating a disparity in quality. It was evident that any single tattoo on Yi Chun's body would surpass the entirety of Master Diao's collection. Each one was a top-tier taboo tattoo. Once the calamity commenced, the powers awakened from their tattoos would undergo a monumental transformation. As long as Mr. Yi is satisfied, then I shall take my leave if there are no further matters to discuss. I must return to recuperate for a while. Master Jiao swallowed hard, weary from the exertion, and, grasping his suitcase, prepared to depart. Although the remuneration for this endeavor was a staggering 100 million, it had drained his spirit to the point of exhaustion, far more taxing than a night of relentless activity. Yet, just as he rose, Yi Chen swiftly closed the distance, stepping before Master Diao and grasping his hand, startling the master. With a harmless smile playing on his lips, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Master Diao, there's no need to rush back. You've completed my tattoo, but my bodyguard and the 108 sworn protectors are still awaiting your artistry." "What? Are you jesting?" Master Jiao exclaimed. 108 individuals, plus your bodyguard? Mr. Yi, that is far too many people, Master Jiao demurred, waving his hand. This old one simply lacks the stamina. The prospect of tattooing so many people in rapid succession filled him with dread, and he was determined to avoid such a fate. As he politely declined, Master Jiao summoned all his strength, preparing to break free and flee the villa. However, in the next instant, a pair of heavily tattooed hands appeared before Master Diao's eyes. "Master Diao, rest assured," Yi Chen said, "I won't have you tattooing them endlessly. You'll have a month to complete their tattoos. Moreover, they won't be as extensive as mine, with each person only requiring 2 or 3. As Yi Chen gently pressed the rising Master Diao back into his seat, he spoke with the amiable demeanor of a smiling tiger. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Furthermore, Yi Chen was not refusing to pay, making it difficult for Master Diao to decline outright, despite his reservations. Besides, having boarded the pirate ship, there was no escape. He had no choice but to compromise. After careful deliberation, Master Jiao nodded in reluctant agreement, stating, "Very well. I shall acquiesce to Mr. Yi's request, but the remuneration must be increased. This is a strenuous, continuous task. How can one possibly proceed without adequate compensation?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Additional payment? What difficulty could that pose? As long as he could retain the individual. Offering a bit more money was hardly an issue. "Agreed, Master Diao. I shall ensure that 10 billion is transferred to your account by tomorrow morning. During this time, I kindly ask you to reside at the villa and engrave tattoos for my brethren. I will provide you with details of the designs and the number of tattoos each individual desires by tomorrow," Yi Chen assured, patting him on the shoulder. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Chao, who instantly understood the implication. It was imperative to arrange for Master Diao's accommodation and sustenance during this period. Though this appeared to be the primary concern, in truth, Yi Chen was wary of Master Diao having second thoughts and absconding. It was prudent to establish control beforehand. Without further hesitation, Wang Chao approached Master Diao, cautiously assisting the frail man while lifting his tattooing case with the other hand, and they slowly exited Yi Chen's office. Chapter 5. Prophecy replacing deceit. Once the two had departed, Yi Chen, who had maintained a facade of composure, could no longer contain himself. He collapsed onto the floor, clawing at his body in agony. The pain. It was excruciating. The lingering discomfort from having 11 tattoos etched into his skin felt akin to the torment of flesh being sliced away. Had he known, he would have opted for some anesthetic earlier, especially upon stepping out of the bedroom. "Why should I show off? It pains me to the core." After rolling on the ground for a while, Yi Chen finally felt a significant alleviation of his discomfort. After a considerable wait, he gradually regained his composure, trembling as he leaned against the desk and seated himself in a chair. At this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on the lingering pain within his body. For an urgent matter demanded his immediate attention: money. He needed to transfer 10 billion to Master Diao by tomorrow morning to cover the costs for everyone's tattoo engravings. However, after Yi Chen's extravagant spending spree, his account balance had dwindled to a dismal state, cleaner than his own face. Not only was 10 billion out of reach, but even a mere 10,000 was beyond his grasp. Who would have thought that money would become my current source of distress? Yi Chen chuckled bitterly and shook his head. As the heir to the foremost of the 4 great families, Money had merely been a sequence of numbers to him. Yet, here he was, troubled by the prospect of 10 billion. Fortunately, after a brief moment of contemplation, he conceived a mutually beneficial solution that would not only resolve the financial shortfall but also facilitate the early creation of another super tattoo artist. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and found his father's number in his contacts, dialing it without a second thought. Indeed, he intended to persuade his father to get a tattoo and, in the process, assist him in covering the shortfall of 10 billion. "Hello, Dad. Are you free at the moment? I have something to discuss with you." As soon as the call connected, Chen wasted no time and directly invited him to his office. On the other end of the line, there was merely a non-committal murmur before the call ended. Shortly thereafter, Tian arrived at Chen's office door, clad in casual attire. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Chen clad only in his underwear, prompting him to question whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. "Who are you? How did you end up in Chen's office dressed like that?" Tian inquired with evident confusion. His immediate reaction was to wonder from which obscure corner this individual had emerged, especially to find himself in his son's office. When had their security measures become so lax? It was no surprise that he did not recognize Chen, as Chen's back was turned to him, and his scant attire made it impossible for Tian to associate this peculiar figure with his son. Furthermore, Chen was adorned with 11 tattoos of taboo symbols, rendering him unrecognizable from his silhouette alone. After all, who could have anticipated that in a mere span of 10 hours, his son would transform into a figure reminiscent of a reckless youth riding a motorbike on the streets? Upon hearing these words, Chen, who stood before the desk, slowly turned to reveal his exquisitely crafted visage. It was only when Tian laid eyes on his face that he began to comprehend that the stranger before him was, in fact, his own son. "In truth, he is none other than my son. Chenner, how is it that you have so many tattoos?" Tian stammered, his curiosity piqued. "Father, your timing is impeccable. Come here, I was just about to discuss this matter with you." Chen took the initiative, pulling Tian to the desk and seating him firmly in the chair. Just as he was about to weave his words, Tian, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Son, do you know about the prophecy from Old Zung? It seems you have come to believe in its authenticity." "What Old Zung? What prophecy?" Tian's words left Chen utterly bewildered, as he had no inkling of what was being discussed. Clearly, during the cataclysm of his previous life, there had been no forewarnings whatsoever. Prophecies were non-existent. How could a so-called prophet named Old Zung suddenly emerge? What was the meaning of this? Could it be that his memories were faltering, or perhaps his transmigration had triggered the manifestation of such a figure? Yet, swiftly, with an intellect soaring at 250 points, he sensed a hint of incongruity. He feigned agreement, nodding thoughtfully while inquiring about the matter. In truth, he sought to extract the details of the prophecy's origins. Tian, believing Chen was preparing him, cooperatively laid bare the entire narrative of the prophecy in just a few brief sentences, elucidating the current stance of the Yi family's upper echelons. They remained skeptical and had yet to make a definitive decision. "Father, I believe it is imperative that you express your stance to the family leaders at this juncture. After all, you are the head of the family. If calamity were to truly strike, the Yi family would cease to exist." Chen fixed his profound gaze upon Tian and calmly spoke. The situation had gradually evolved to this point. He no longer felt the need to conceal anything and decided to employ the notion of prophecy to persuade Tian, thereby bringing the Yi family aboard. Chen's words, combined with the shock of his 11 forbidden tattoos, caused Tian to hesitate momentarily. To be honest, he found himself uncertain. Although he genuinely believed in the prophecy of the esteemed Elder Zong, convincing the stubborn elders of the family was no simple task. This posed a significant obstacle. However, as Chen articulated several pivotal truths, Tian experienced a sudden clarity, as if clouds had parted. "Father, why complicate matters? It is merely a tattoo. Having it on your body will not cause any harm. What if the prophecy were to indeed come to pass? Would we not emerge as the ultimate victors? Besides, if you are truly concerned about your status, simply wear a suit to cover the tattoo. Is this such a difficult choice? Indeed, it is just a tattoo. Even if the prophecy were to be incorrect, I would not suffer any loss. What is there to hesitate about?" Upon this reminder, Tian struck his forehead, realizing the clarity of the situation. Subsequently, Chen, seizing the opportunity, urged Wang Chao to invite Master Diao, who had just taken a break, back once more. "What further tattoos must I carve for you, Mr. Yi?" You truly do not allow this old man a moment's respite, Master Jiao remarked, settling into the sofa and sipping his tea, seemingly resigned to his fate aboard this metaphorical pirate ship, with no escape in sight. Chen approached him calmly and explained, Master Jiao, an urgent situation has arisen, and I kindly request you to ink 4 tattoos for my father. On his left arm, etch the black and white impermanence. On the right, inscribe the dual generals of gain and loss. On his chest, depict the black dragon of the heavens, and on his back, the black tiger of the mountains. Though these 4 tattoos may not rival the 11 forbidden tattoos adorning Chen's own body, they undeniably belong to the upper echelon of artistry. After 4 hours had elapsed, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Yiling Tian emerging with his torso bare. It is done, he declared, revealing the 4 tattoos that glimmered with a crimson hue. Chen's smile reappeared as he surveyed the intricate designs. The black dragon on his chest and the black tiger on his back both opened their gaping maws, as if poised for a roar and a battle. The left arm bore the image of black and white impermanence, its wide mouth and long, pointed tongue resembling the yin-yang symbol. The ascending figure of the white impermanence wore a white hat symbolizing fortune, wielding a mourning staff in one hand and a summons in the other. Conversely, the descending black impermanence donned a black hat representing peace in the world, one hand waving a soul-calling banner while the other dragged a soul-fetching lock. The right arm bore the marks of 2 generals, the top adorned with the duality of yin and yang, while the feet stood firmly upon the 8 trigrams, presenting a visage of chilling terror with a blue face and sharp fangs. To the left stood the azure-faced general, wielding a ghostly blade and casting a fierce glare, while the crimson-faced general on the right brandished a dark flag, standing resolute. 4 inky tattoos adorned Yiling Tian's skin, radiating a crimson sheen and intricate texture. One cannot help but commend Master Jiao for his exceptional prowess as a master tattoo artist. His skill in the art of tattooing is truly extraordinary. As the scene shifts to the bedside, Master Jiao, upon completing the intricate carvings, succumbed to utter exhaustion, collapsing into unconsciousness. This time, he was genuinely drained of spirit and vitality. Wang Chao assisted Master Jiao back to his quarters for rest. Once he awakens, notify me, and we shall arrange for your tattoos, Chen instructed. Forcing Master Jiao to continue would likely result in dire consequences. Understood, boss, Wang Chao nodded, summoning a fellow Deadpool brother to assist in carrying the unconscious Master Jiao away. After their departure, Chen rubbed his hands together and approached Yiling Tian with a mischievous grin, inquiring, Father, how do you feel? Are these 4 tattoos striking? Striking? Can they be consumed as sustenance? Yiling Tian retorted. However, I must admit, these 4 tattoos do possess a certain allure. They appear almost lifelike. As the head of the Yi family, he held no interest in the appeal of these tattoos. However, the intricate designs crafted by Master Jiao did elicit a certain degree of admiration from him. Upon hearing this, Chen grinned, revealing his true self at that moment. Since there was acknowledgement, then, Father, it's time to settle the payment. For these 4 tattoos, the craftsmanship fee amounts to 10 billion. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Chen extended his hand, embodying the guise of a merciless businessman. What? 10 billion for 4 tattoos? Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating an IF fruit. This audacious boy dared to swindle his own father? No wonder he was so eager to get tattooed. It seems you had this intention all along. Realizing this, Yiling Tian glared at Chen, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet what could he do? After all, he was his own son. Besides, he had willingly stepped into this trap himself, so he could not blame anyone else. Let this be my concession. You should learn some virtues, instead of relying solely on your father for such schemes. With that, Yiling Tian retrieved his phone and, without hesitation, transferred 10 billion to Chen's account. He chose not to leverage Chen's misappropriation of the family's 500 billion in order to make him pay. Instead, he directly funded him from his own account. For even among brothers, financial matters must be clear and precise. Having completed all these tasks, Yiling Tian donned his attire, imparted a few words of caution to Chen, and then departed the room. The issue concerning the funding for the shelter had been resolved. Next, he would turn his attention to the matters regarding the refuge. 1 month. May it be sufficient. Clad in his pajamas, Chen gazed out at the full moon illuminating the night sky, his spirits considerably lifted. The preparations before the calamity had commenced, and he had now accomplished one of them. The heavy burden that had lingered in his heart had lessened significantly. A night devoid of dreams passed. On the following morning, Chen, dressed in a tailored suit, found himself seated in the back of a Lamborghini, accompanied by the dynasty as they made their way to the abandoned nuclear missile base. This desolate facility spanned an impressive area of 100,000 hectares, resembling an egg embedded deep within the earth, with only a single exit. At this moment, at the exit, a convoy of 8-wheeled trucks was diligently transporting various alloy materials, alongside an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and meats. The one thing conspicuously absent was any living animals. This was due to the impending global catastrophe. Storing live animals would be akin to a catastrophic explosion at the center. "Brother, look," Dynasty remarked. "I have arranged all construction matters for the refuge and have hired double the workforce. It should be completed within a month." He gestured towards the entrance, where the nearly finished high-voltage electric fence and towering walls loomed, sufficient to isolate all forms of life. Yet Chen was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary measure. As the impending catastrophe loomed, it would be imperative to continually fortify their defenses. After all, this initial effort was solely to withstand the first wave of monstrous beings unleashed by the calamity. Relying solely on these shelters, constructed at a staggering expense, to fend off all the aberrant creatures was utterly unrealistic. One must understand that as the disaster unfolds, formidable entities such as Lord-class and Beast King-level monsters would inevitably emerge. And even the Dread Beast Emperors might make their appearance. Thus, they needed to utilize these 100 billion shelters to secure precious time for development. Only in this manner could survival be conceivable. "Well done, Wang Chao," Chen remarked, patting him on the shoulder with a gravity that underscored his words. "However, we must hasten our efforts. The sooner we complete the construction, the sooner I can rest easy." Following the enlightening discourse with Yi Ling Tian the previous night, he had come to understand that Yi Chen's actions were all aimed at preparing for the foretold global disaster. "By the way, elder brother, is the prophecy of the calamity truly a reality?" Wang Chao could not restrain his curiosity. To this, Yi Chen offered little elaboration, simply stating, "Let us focus on completing the shelters first. As for the disaster, you will understand in due time." Soon thereafter, the two men conducted a thorough inspection of the shelter's perimeter, concluding that there were no apparent vulnerabilities, and Yi Chen was quite satisfied with the construction pace. Noticing no significant issues, Yi Chen and Wang Chao climbed into the Rolls-Royce that had brought them, embarking on their journey back to the villa. However, after driving for half an hour and rounding a skyscraper, they were suddenly confronted by a dozen luxurious sports cars parked outside an eccentric tattoo parlor. The street was completely obstructed. "Brother, the road is blocked," he exclaimed. Wang Chao, seated in the driver's seat, pressed the brake and brought the Rolls-Royce to a halt by the roadside. Upon hearing this, Chen, leaning against the back seat, opened his drowsy eyes and gazed through the windshield ahead. At that moment, a group of bodyguards dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses emerged from a dozen sports cars, swiftly dispersing to form a square wall of protection. In the next instant, one of the bodyguards, after confirming that the surroundings were secure, approached the centermost sports car. Bowing slightly, he opened the door. "Young master, Miss Eyre, you may alight now." As the door swung open, a man and a woman emerged from the rear door, adorned in garments that cost hundreds of thousands each, unmistakably the progeny of affluent families. With a mere glance, Chen recognized the two individuals responsible for blocking the road. "Is that Jian Ting? Was she confined by her family? How could she possibly be here with her brother?" Chapter 7. The calm before the catastrophe. At the entrance of a tattoo parlor, Jian Longwei stood with his sister Jian Ting, cautiously surveying the surroundings. This outing for a tattoo was undertaken clandestinely, away from the scrutiny of the family's higher echelons, and accompanied by his sister, who was supposed to be under house arrest. Should they be discovered, reprimands would be inevitable. At that moment, Jian Ting, noticing the tattoo parlor before her, furrowed her brow and asked, "Brother, why have you brought me here? Wasn't it said that I would merely assist you with a task?" Her question was a result of Jian Longwei's design. In order to lure Jian Ting out, Jian Longwei deliberately fabricated a lie. Otherwise, had he mentioned the tattoo in advance, she would have certainly declined. "Sister, well, it's actually me who wants to get a tattoo. And it would be perfect if you could get one or two beautiful designs as well," Jian Longwei awkwardly stated. Such nonsensical reasoning could only emerge from his lips. Upon hearing this, Jian Ting did not inquire why he suddenly wished to get a tattoo. Instead, she coldly replied, "Brother, if you want a tattoo, go ahead. I don't want one. I dislike tattoos. Not getting one This is disastrous. Jian Longwei's hopes were dashed. Just as he was at a loss and prepared to concoct another excuse to continue his deception, a sharp reprimand from a nearby bodyguard caught his attention. "Stop! What are you doing?" A bodyguard, visibly tense, called out as he regarded the two figures approaching. With his warning, the surrounding bodyguards swiftly formed a protective perimeter, enclosing the two siblings in the center. The individuals approaching were none other than Chen and Wang Chao, who had been blocked from advancing. "Jian, do you still remember me?" Chen halted, calling out to the oblivious Jian from a few meters away. The mention of her name sent her heart racing. She was all too familiar with that voice. Through the gaps in the protective wall of bodyguards, she caught a glimpse of Chen's face. Despite the intricate tattoos adorning his neck, she recognized him instantly. "Brother Chen, it truly is you. I have finally found you," Jian exclaimed, her voice brimming with elation. In her world, nothing brought her greater joy than this reunion. As she yearned to break free and rush towards him, Jian Longwei, standing beside her, restrained her with a firm grip. His countenance turned icy as he cautioned, "Sister, mind your decorum. Remember, we absconded surreptitiously, though not a direct reprimand." The veiled threat in his words stifled Jian impulse, leaving her crestfallen and rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed upon Chen. Sensing Jian Longwei's animosity, Chen remained stationary. Instead, he gestured towards the congested street and remarked, "Your vehicles are causing an obstruction. Kindly clear a passage. I have pressing matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Jian Longwei signaled to a nearby bodyguard, who promptly cleared a path for Chen. He had no desire for a confrontation, especially given the animosity between their families and the fact that he had surreptitiously slipped away, bringing along Jian, who was supposed to be confined. Soon after, the three sports cars maneuvered backward, creating a passable lane. Seeing this, Chen nodded in acknowledgement and said, "My gratitude." He then returned to his vehicle. The engine roared to life as Wang Chao slowly guided the Rolls-Royce past Jian and her companion. At that precise moment, gazing at the tattoo parlor, Chen seemed to have recalled something and quickly rolled down the car window. "Jian, if you're considering a tattoo, I suggest you get a ghost princess and a phoenix of rebirth. That would look splendid," he said, flashing a grin. The tattoos of the candle dragon and the qiongqi on his neck seemed to dance along with the rhythm of his skin. At that moment, Jian finally noticed the intricate designs etched onto Chen's body. As the vehicle continued to distance itself, Jian Longwei let out a sigh of relief, glad to have concluded his interaction with Chen. "Sister, it's getting late. We shouldn't stay out too long. If you're not getting a tattoo, then you should wait for me outside." "I'll just be a moment," Jian Longwei advised earnestly. Time waits for no one, and given Jian stubborn nature, once she had made up her mind, there was little he could do to change it. To his surprise, the next moment, Jian lifted the hem of her clothing. Her frosty demeanor transformed into a smile. "Brother, who said I'm not getting one? Let us go inside now. I want a ghost princess and a phoenix of rebirth." Her words left Jian Longwei speechless, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Well, let us head in then," he muttered, astonished that he had been unable to sway her for so long, only to have her acquiesce at Chen's suggestion. Indeed, in the presence of someone she admired, no argument seemed to hold any weight. The calm before the storm was palpable, as tranquility often precedes tumultuous upheaval. Upon returning to the villa, Chen gazed at the tranquil metropolis, acutely aware of the presence of elite families operating in the shadows, and he held faith in the prophecies. He had meticulously devised corresponding strategies. As a time traveler, he had already secured the advantage of favorable circumstances. In terms of preparation, none could rival him. Dynasty. I possess a list of tattoos on my computer. Once Master awakens, I shall present it to him. I have documented each of your tattoos within. Chen calmly stated, gesturing towards the computer on his desk, its screen illuminated. The tattoos on the list were all of the highest caliber, shrouded in taboo, perfectly suited for Dynasty and the 108 Deadpools extracted from his memories of a past life. When calamity strikes, those who awaken their tattoos will undoubtedly stand at the forefront of global super tattooists. Rest assured, elder brother, my comrades, and I will not lag behind. Dynasty nodded in agreement. Soon after, Chen stifled a yawn and waved for Dynasty to take the computer and leave the office. After surveying the refuge, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He needed to retreat to his bedroom for a brief respite. Time flew by swiftly, and the month approached its end. The refuge, which had cost Chen 500 billion, was finally completed, well ahead of the deadline. On the final night before the catastrophe, Chen summoned Dynasty and all the Deadpools. At this moment, Their bodies were adorned with tattoos. Dynasty had engraved 4 premier tattoos, while each of the 108 Deadpools had etched the designs Chen had arranged, each having at least 2. Brothers, it is time to pack your belongings immediately. Notify all family members, as well as your friends and acquaintances, to join me at the shelter. If they choose not to come, do not insist. Time waits for no one. You have a span of 10 hours. We shall depart by vehicle at dawn tomorrow. Chen swiftly conveyed the command. Understood. A chorus of voices responded in unison. With their words echoing in the air, the operation for the disaster relocation officially commenced. Chapter 8. The onset of catastrophe. The awakening of tattoos in the Yi family's conference room. A group of elderly clan elders, their faces etched with wrinkles, relentlessly pressured Yi Ling Tian, who sat before them. A month had passed since Yi Chun had diverted 500 billion, and not a single penny had returned. Even Yi Ling Tian, as the head of the family, could no longer endure the strain. This gathering of clan elders was, in essence, a confrontation aimed squarely at the two of them. Blood relations held little weight when confronted with the matter of finances. Could you grant me a bit more time? Yi Ling Tian implored. I believe Chen Er's diversion of that 500 billion must have a purpose. Perhaps it is in preparation for Elder Zhang's prophecy, a means to secure a sliver of hope for our Yi family. Although he had not inquired about Yi Chen over the past month, he sensed, through their conversation that night and the tattoo carving, that Yi Chen was indeed preparing for the foretold calamity. However, as soon as his words left his lips, they were met with derision from one of the elder clan members. Head of the family, are you attempting to use the prophecy as a fade to conceal Yi Chen's misappropriation and extravagance? Even we old-timers have not voiced our opinions. Yet you expect a descendant to possess such sagacity? Even if he truly believed in the prophecy, where has the 500 billion gone? What countermeasures have been implemented? A series of relentless inquiries left Yi Ling Tian feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to gently rub his forehead in an attempt to alleviate the mounting pressure. It seemed that unless he clarified the whereabouts of the 500 billion today, this insatiable group of elders would not relent. At that moment, a figure clad in a short outfit knocked thrice before pushing the door open and striding in with purpose. He was Zhao Hu, the foremost warrior under the dynasty. Esteemed elders, patriarch, he said coldly, the young master has sent me to inform you to prepare your belongings. At dawn, we shall proceed to the refuge. The striking Qilin tattoo adorning his arm was plainly visible to all. A refuge? Could it be that Yi Chen is indeed preparing for the prophecy with financial resources? One elder mused wistfully. Hearing Zhao Hu's words, the previously frustrated Yi Ling Tian suddenly regained his composure. Elders, what have I told you? Chen is not the type to squander resources frivolously. He is merely considering the family's welfare by discreetly reallocating funds. With a sense of pride, Yi Ling Tian rose to address the assembly, urging them to move towards the refuge without delay. We must act quickly. Perhaps the apocalyptic scenario foretold in the prophecy is imminent. Despite the skepticism of a few elders regarding the prophecy, they could only go along with the tide. After all, the significant events foretold by Elder Zhang have yet to be proven erroneous. Moreover, the raw has already been transformed into the cooked. Yi Chun has successfully constructed the refuge and has even enlisted Deadpool to inform them of the relocation. Continuing to debate serves no purpose. Let us proceed. We shall test the veracity of the prophecy, treating it as a mere change of scenery for our holiday. At this juncture, the elder Yi Xian stepped forward, assuming the role of intermediary, issuing commands to the other elders. With his intervention, even though resentment lingered, the assembly complied without protest. Subsequently, not just them, but the entirety of the Yi family mobilized, igniting a wave akin to a moving exodus. The following morning, at the entrance of the refuge, Yi Chen observed a procession of vehicles filled with Yi family members entering, and he nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, make haste. The cataclysm will commence just past midnight tonight, and a fierce battle awaits us, he proclaimed. The 108 Deadpool agents, tasked with maintaining order, turned in unison, acknowledging him with a resolute, "Yes, brother." At that moment, a Maserati deviated from the convoy, coming to a halt at the side. Soon after, the proud Yi Ling Tian stepped out of the vehicle with an air of nonchalance. Surveying the surroundings, he spotted Yi Chun directing from the entrance. "Chen'er, impressive indeed. You secretly acquired this place and had it constructed to this extent within a month. Father, I hold you in high regard." Yi Ling Tian strode swiftly to Yi Chun, delivering a playful punch to his chest, exclaiming with delight, embodying the visage of a proud mentor. "Heh." Yi Chun smiled broadly and replied, "Father, just you wait, tonight. You shall admire me once more. For no other reason than that. Once the clock strikes midnight, the tattoos will awaken. At that moment, Yiling Tian will comprehend just how extraordinary the 4 tattoos Yi Chun had him carve truly are. Is that so? Then I shall look forward to it. Yiling Tian responded with a bemused smile. Subsequently, the two stood side by side, directing the remaining members of the Yi family as they drove towards the refuge. A rough estimate revealed that there were over 5,000 individuals present. This count included only the family and their vassals, excluding other servants and bodyguards. It was indeed a considerable undertaking. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 11:59 p.m., with only 1 minute remaining before the impending catastrophe. Dynasty, have the brothers prepare. Once the tattoos awaken, maintain a vigilant watch at the entrance. Though our defenses are robust and fortified with electric barriers, we must remain cautious of any other aberrant beasts attempting to breach our sanctuary. Yi Chen spoke slowly. The numerous Deadpool brothers lined up, spreading out in groups of 4 to guard their designated positions, steadfastly protecting the entrance to the refuge. At that moment, even Yiling Tian, glancing at the watch on his wrist, felt his breath quicken with anticipation. They all awaited the arrival of the final moment. Click, click, click. The delicate mechanical hands of the clock advanced, each tick marking the passage of a second. The final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hour hand and the minute hand converged, both pointing to the position of 12. But suddenly, the earth rumbled ominously, akin to an impending earthquake, yet devoid of violent tremors. The earth quaked. The cataclysm commenced. As Yi Chen's voice echoed, the entire sky abruptly transformed to a deep crimson hue, and blood rain began to fall. This marked the second phase of the cataclysm following the earth's rumbling. The heavens wept. The final and third phase entailed the global metamorphosis of flora and fauna, including the awakening of tattoos. As anticipated, in the next moment, Yi Chun, who had been standing still, was enveloped in a blinding crimson glow emanating from 11 forbidden tattoos on his body. Ah! It hurts. The awakening is excruciatingly painful, far more so than the severing of flesh. Wang Chao collapsed onto the ground, his forehead veins bulging, clearly having reached the pinnacle of agony. Amidst their suffering, a cataclysmic transformation swept through all flora and fauna across the globe. Once harmless creatures, their eyes now a fiery crimson, roared with thunderous ferocity, morphing into monstrous beasts. Their sizes swelled dramatically, and an insatiable thirst for blood became the norm. Alarmingly, many of these transformed beings even exhibited a flicker of human-like intelligence. In a particular mountain range, a colossal black dragon, a beast king, soared into the sky, its roar resounding like a deafening thunderclap. With the overwhelming aura of a true beast sovereign, it commanded the myriad creatures of the mountain range. This phenomenon began to unfold in numerous locations worldwide. In urban areas, crocodiles and Tibetan mastiffs, now transformed into fierce beasts, wreaked havoc upon towns, mercilessly slaughtering defenseless civilians. The suddenness of the incident, coupled with the swift transformation of these creatures, left the military unprepared, succumbing to the onslaught of the beasts. Chapter 9. Beastification and Armored Transformation. Help. Help me. Is there anyone who can save me? On the streets of the demon city, a middle-aged man, drenched in blood, leaned against the entrance of a shop. He had been bitten by a canine beast, yet fortune favored him, allowing him to survive. Dragging his battered body, he crawled for several minutes but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, left to cry for help. At that moment, the very canine beast that had attacked him, drawn by the scent of blood, pursued him relentlessly. A low, guttural growl drew ever closer. Suddenly, a canine-like beast leaped into the center of the road, its crimson eyes fixated on the middle-aged man. It advanced toward him step by step, its bloody jaws dripping with saliva. In the next instant, the beast opened its maw wide, and the man seemed to sense that his life was in peril. Despair washed over him as he shut his eyes. However, as seconds ticked by, he felt no pain. Even the beast's roar abruptly ceased. What was happening? The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, only to behold the creature that had threatened him now lying dead, its head cleaved smoothly in two. Nearby stood a woman clad in form-fitting armor, her visage reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. It was Jin Ting, transformed by her awakened tattoo. Clad in the armor of a ghostly warrior and wielding twin blades, she turned to the man and said, "Uncle, do you still have the strength? You must flee at once. I can only assist you to this extent." She had yet to fully comprehend the powers bestowed by her tattoo awakening, and had only vanquished ordinary beasts. Were she to encounter a horde, her capabilities would be insufficient. Moreover, she was merely assisting, unable to ensure the middle-aged man's safety indefinitely. The city was teeming with people. Her solitary strength was evidently inadequate, especially as the Jian family found themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, the Li family had made prior preparations, enabling Jian Ting to seek help. The nuclear base awaited. Not far from here. I hope there is still time. Brother, you must hold on. Wait for me to bring back reinforcements. Jing Ting calculated the distance, exerting all her strength to activate the Ghost Princess battle armor as she rushed towards the nuclear base. The reinforcements she referred to were none other than Yi Chun. Fortunately, Li Sheng, who was sent to their aid, had secretly discovered that Master Jiao had been residing at the Yi family for nearly a month. He learned of the tattoos carved for Yi Chen and his companions, along with the 108 death servants. This revelation led him to place his hopes on Yi Chen, attempting to persuade Jing Ting to seek help. After all, the number of people from the Jing family and the Li family was overwhelming. Even though some had awakened as transcendent tattoo bearers, survival seemed almost impossible. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the shelter, Yi Chen shook his head, groggily rising from the ground. An unparalleled force was accumulating within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. It felt just like in my past life, yet now, my strength surpassed that of my previous existence by 100-fold. Yi Chen caressed his tattoo, feeling the familiar power of the transcendent tattoo through its intricate patterns. It was a forbidden transcendent tattoo uniquely his own, comprising a total of 11 lines the Qiyu battle armor. With a fierce roar, Yi Chen's entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armor, his head adorned with twin horns and fangs bared. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Qiyu depicted in his tattoo. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen shed the Qiyu battle armor and summoned his spirit, exclaiming, "Yama battle armor." The tattoo of Yama on the back of his left hand radiated a menacing glow, and soon, a suit of Yama armor enveloped his form. The air around him abruptly constricted, and the armor exuded an icy chill, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the Qiyu armor, with the sole distinction being that the helm now took on the visage of Yama, allowing for a clear differentiation. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "God of Death battle armor." As the words left his lips, the tattoo of the God of Death by Qi on his right leg coalesced into a formidable force that enveloped his entire being, manifesting as a new suit of God of Death armor. An overwhelming crimson light surged towards the heavens, and even while standing still, the palpable aura of murderous intent sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, as if a true deity of death had emerged. Neza battle armor. The newfound super tattoo power awakened, replacing the previous God of Death super tattoo and transforming into a suit of Neza armor. Brilliant flames blazed fiercely upon the armor. This time, external weapons materialized. The wind and fire wheels beneath his feet spun magnificently, the universe ring hung at his waist, and a red-tasseled spear pointed defiantly towards the sky. The three altars of the sea deities descended upon the realm. Guan Yu battle armor. With a resounding crash, the Neza armor disintegrated, and the super tattoo power of the closed-eyed Guan Yu awakened. Yet again, he donned a suit of armor adorned with external weaponry. However, this time, only one weapon accompanied him, the green dragon crescent blade, its serrated edge glinting with a chilling light. The green dragon coiled upon the back of the blade seemed to transform into a living entity, ready to detach and engage in battle independently. It appeared as though the martial saint himself had graced the battlefield. The battle armor of Xingtian. Almost instinctively, Yi Chen sought to harness the formidable power of the Xingtian tattoo emblazoned upon his chest. However, the moment he uttered those 4 words, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling him backward several meters. Cursed be it. The might of the Xingtian tattoo is far too terrifying. With my current strength, I cannot wield it. He clutched his chest, suddenly awakening to the realization. Subsequently, the 9 Dragons coffin tattoo on his back exhibited a similar reaction, and the instant he attempted to summon its power, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. Alarmed, Yi Chen promptly quelled his urge to utilize it. These 2 forbidden tattoos were beyond his current capabilities. Fortunately, he did not succumb to despair. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the yin-yang evil monk tattoo on his right arm, once again focusing his mind to invoke its power. The evil monk battle armor. With a swift motion, the gold and black amalgamation of the evil monk battle armor adhered to Yi Chen's form at a breathtaking pace. The beads adorning his chest shimmered with light, while the visage manifested by the headpiece was that of a fierce, fanged demonic deity, juxtaposed with the serene countenance of a benevolent Buddha. Boom! The Zhulong battle armor. As this call resonated, a creature, entirely crimson, leapt forth from the tattoo on his left neck. A being with a human face and serpent body, possessing a single eye that gleamed like a gem. Zhulong. The tattoo animated the Zhulong, which then soared into the air before plunging downwards toward Yi Chun, wrapping itself around his waist. As the events unfolded, a brilliant crimson battle armor rapidly enveloped Yi Chun, adorned with a singular eye at the center of the helmet. The intricate patterns were unmistakable. This was the unique manifestation of the beast super pattern from the forbidden tattoos, beastification. This transformation not only clad him in armor, but also summoned a supernatural beast that mirrored the beast pattern, aiding the wearer in combat. The Qiongqi battle armor. The tattoo on his right neck blazed with intensity, revealing a dragon-headed creature with horns, resembling a tiger, and sprouting majestic wings. It soared into the air, emitting a resounding roar that awakened a surge of super pattern power within Yi Chun, manifesting as an armor as dark as ink. The helmet distinctly bore the visage of Qiongqi. Unlike any other armor, the Qiongqi battle armor featured sharp, wing-like appendages on its back, designed for flight. In the skies, the Qiongqi, upon the moment of Yi Chun's transformation, swiftly descended, landing beside him and casting a fierce gaze around. As for the final heavenly eye tattoo, although it did not bestow him with new armor, it endowed him with a terrifyingly powerful Shura blood blade, an unparalleled and forbidden weapon. Chapter 10. The initial trial of the super pattern armor's power. What a marvelous power. Truly magnificent. Clad in the Qiongqi battle armor, Yi Chun felt an additional surge of energy emanating from the 11 tattoos. This was the result of his earlier carving with the blood of 11 different animals. As the tattoos awakened, they inadvertently enhanced his physical form, granting him the benefits of the 11 animal transformations. At this moment, Yi Chun could contend with ordinary supernatural beasts even without relying on the super pattern power. Simultaneously, beside him, Yi Lingtian slowly rose to his feet, subtly invoking the power of the super tattoos. Gradually, dark golden dragon scales adhered to his body, forming a formidable black dragon armor. This is the effect brought forth by the tattoos after the cataclysm. Indeed, the prophecy holds true. The tattoos are the key to survival. As he felt the immense power coursing through him, Yi Lingtian erupted into hearty laughter, convinced that the exorbitant price paid was truly worthwhile. Not only him, but the dynasty, aligned in a singular formation with 108 brothers from the Death Guards, also emerged from the agonizing awakening of their tattoos. Each one harnessed the power of the tattoos, donning the super tattoo armor. What overwhelming strength! I feel as if the heavens could be pierced by my might. The dynasty exhaled sharply and delivered a powerful punch, compressing the air around him into a resonant hum, while the ground beneath him caved in, creating a substantial crater. His body bore 4 premier tattoos, all of which were beastly in nature, specifically Tao Tai, Zhuyan, and Garuda. The armor he wore was condensed from the super tattoo of Garuda, intricately carved on his left arm. Much like Yi Chun's Qiongqi armor, it too was adorned with a pair of wings for flight. Behind him, a beastly manifestation of Garuda hovered in midair, rhythmically flapping its wings and emitting low calls. The remaining 108 Death Guards were similarly endowed. Each of their super tattoo armors was unique, yet all belonged to the pinnacle of power, a testament to Yi Chun's meticulous preparations. Having laid a solid foundation for the first step, the ground suddenly trembled, and a towering dust storm erupted nearby, rising dozens of meters into the air, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing roars. The unsettling sounds echoed. Howls and shrieks filled the air, ominously suggesting an impending threat heading toward their refuge. In response, Yi Chun activated the wings of his Qiongqi battle armor, soaring into the sky with a powerful flap. Following this, he focused his mind and summoned the power of the heavenly eye. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of extraordinary energy erupted from his brow, manifesting through the armor and forming a peculiar blood-red eye in the air. "Let me see what peculiar beasts lie ahead," he declared. As the words left his lips, the eerie blood eye snapped open, casting a hellish red beam into the swirling storm of sand. Almost instantaneously, the hidden creatures within were illuminated as if caught in a revealing light, their forms laid bare. He identified the first-tier beasts: rock leopard, lava lizard, crimson yak, and Rift Horse, along with second-tier beasts, such as the bull-tailed demon wolf. As Yi Chun observed the oncoming horde, he discerned their ranks and names with clarity. Although these creatures were merely first to second tier, for those who had just awakened their powers or possessed relatively feeble extraordinary strength, they posed a challenge akin to grappling with a cactus barehanded. Moreover, the sheer number of these beasts had coalesced into a small-scale beast tide, totaling over 1,000. Brothers, focus your attention. These aberrant beasts seem to be tracking us by scent and are approaching for an attack. They are concealed within the sandstorm. Let us unite to vanquish them. Yi Chen's voice resonated powerfully. He would not let this opportunity to hone his skills and eliminate the aberrant beasts slip away, as it would allow everyone to truly experience the might of their battle armor. Upon hearing his words, the fervor within the hearts of the crowd ignited in an instant, and they assumed their battle stances. The sandstorm surged forth with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was merely 500 meters away from Yi Chun and his companions. At that moment, the aberrant beasts lurking within, even without the aid of Yi Chen's celestial vision, were discernible to the naked eye. Now is the time, brothers, strike. Yi Chen summoned the Shura Bloodblade and bellowed with fury. In the next instant, he activated his Qiongqi battle armor and charged into the throng of aberrant beasts. In a mere encounter, he swiftly dispatched 10 second-tier aberrant beasts, each decapitated with a single stroke, exhibiting a proficiency surpassing that of a butcher. The beastified Qiongqi followed closely behind Yi Chun, equally unwilling to be outdone. And with several fierce bites, it too claimed the lives of 5 second-tier aberrant beasts. This exemplifies the terrifying power of the forbidden super patterns. Slaying lower-tier aberrant beasts is as effortless clad in the Garuda battle armor. The dynasty leaped onto the back of the beastly Garuda, propelling himself forward in pursuit of Yi Chun. He charged into a group of first-tier exotic beasts amidst the swirling sandstorm. As he surged ahead, he called out to his fellow death warriors, "Brothers, the elder brother has taken the lead. We cannot lag behind. Come, let us slay the exotic beasts and eradicate these vile creatures." With their leader's rallying cry, 108 death warriors swiftly activated their super pattern battle armor, launching themselves into the fray against the small horde of exotic beasts. Kill! 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 Within the tempest of sand, the sounds of armor clashing against beasts, the slicing of super pattern weapons, the ferocious roars of the beastly transformations, and the dying cries of the exotic creatures melded together, creating a symphony of slaughter. Before long, the sandstorm subsided, revealing a blood-soaked ground within a 100-meter radius, littered with the dismembered corpses of the exotic beasts. Yi Chun and his comrades, adorned in their super pattern battle armor, stood triumphantly amidst the carnage, showcasing their considerable achievements. Indeed, though it was their inaugural hunt of exotic beasts and they were still acclimating to the distribution of power within the armor, their performance was commendable. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on the one-sided massacre. Originally, these beasts had intent. Moreover, he was accompanied by 108 dead servants, all of whom were elite tattooed awakeners. Chapter 11. Special Tattoos, Layered Armor. Brother, this is hardly satisfying. These aberrant beasts present no challenge. I have yet to slake my thirst for slaughter, Wang Chao declared as he soared on his beastly Garuda, landing before Yi Chun with a flourish. Having just grasped the power of the super tattoo for the first time, he reveled in the thrill of vanquishing the aberrant creatures, his spirit enraptured with exhilaration. In stark contrast to Yi Chen's calm demeanor, shaped by 2 lifetimes of experience. At that moment, Yi Ling Tian, who had also partaken in the carnage, removed his helm and approached Yi Chun. He placed a reassuring hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, saying, "Chener, your bold gamble has indeed paid off." Although no one in our clan had tattoos in advance, with so many dead servants and our trio adorned with top-tier super tattoos, I can confidently assert that the Yi family is poised to reach unprecedented heights, ascending to become the foremost family in China. His vision extended far beyond merely being the pinnacle of the 4 great families in Magic City. As the contemporary patriarch of the Yi clan and an awakened super tattoo wielder, he was determined to leverage the momentum of the impending calamity to propel the Yi family to the apex of power. Furthermore, the notion of the 500 billion in misappropriation had now evaporated from Yi Ling Tian's mind. He was even overcome with an urge to ridicule the short-sighted elders of the clan, who had not only failed to prepare for the prophetic events, but had also pressured him for explanations. Their lack of faith in Yi Chen's potential had nearly plunged the entire Yi family into the abyss. However, now that the calamity had commenced, no one could impede their ascent. Yi Chen answered without hesitation and continued, "What do you think, father? This tattoo was worth the effort, wasn't it? Just wait until you experience the extraordinary surprises of your dual-arm tattoos." Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian furrowed his brow in confusion. Earlier, he had only utilized the Black Dragon battle armor to slay the alien beast, without switching to the dual-arm tattoos. He had observed the tattoos of others, and aside from their ability to transform into beasts or battle armor, they bore little difference from his own. Nevertheless, Yiling Tian decided to heed Yi Chen's words. With focused intent, he activated the black and white impermanence tattoo on his left arm. In an instant, the chilling and snow-white armor of Bai Wuchang enveloped him, fitting snugly against his form. As anticipated, the helm resembled the visage of Bai Wuchang, its fierce and terrifying countenance accompanied by a long, tongue-like piece of armor, vividly bringing forth the image of a ghostly deity. Moreover, this battle armor was accompanied by two weapons, a mournful staff and a decree for capturing souls, both manifesting in their battle armor forms. With a shift of thought, the pitch-black armor of He Wuchang replaced the previous white armor. The helm retained the same appearance of He Wuchang, also accompanied by two external weapons, a soul-calling banner and a soul-retrieving lock, both in their battle armor forms. Under the crimson glow, they appeared especially sinister and terrifying, akin to the embodiment of impermanence walking among mortals, poised to seize the souls of the deceased and escort them to the underworld. Chen, this tattoo of the black and white impermanence seems rather unremarkable aside from the capability to utilize two sets of battle armor, does it not? After harnessing the power of the super tattoo, Yiling Tian scrutinized the black impermanence armor adorning him, endeavoring to discern any unique attributes. Yet he found none. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the armor that could not undergo beastification. Observing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leisurely suggested, "Father, why not attempt to overlap these two sets of armor?" Overlap? The possibility of such a fusion had not crossed Yiling Tian's mind. He promptly activated the black and white impermanence tattoo while simultaneously mobilizing the black and white impermanence armors. The armors fused. A resonating hum echoed as a sudden flash of brilliant white emerged on the previously pitch-black armor, followed by the intertwining of black and white stripes, creating an intricate pattern that radiated with luminescence. Thus, through this process of overlapping fusion, Yiling Tian's armor underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving into a formidable ensemble of black and white. His strength surged, akin to the exponential growth of a binary equation, multiplying beyond measure, distinguishable merely by his aura. It surpassed the armors worn by others, with the sole exception of Yi Chen. After all 11 of Yi Chen's tattoos were, without exception, forbidden tattoos, unparalleled in their might. What an awe-inspiring power! Is this the essence of 1 + 1 equating to 2? The black and white impermanence tattoo indeed holds surprises. Yiling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his son did not deceive him. He had even thought to acquire two distinctive tattoos. It was almost instinctual. He recalled the tattoo of the dual generals on his right arm, which certainly bore resemblance to the tattoos of the black and white impermanence. Not only could one obtain two pieces of armor simultaneously, but they could also be fused to create an entirely new armor with doubled combat power. At that moment, Wang Chao, who had been observing the overlapping armors, shed his own and approached Yiling Tian. His face was instantly adorned with envy. His prominent brows and large eyes captivated. "Master, your armor is truly magnificent," Wang Chao exclaimed, continuing. "Let me give it a try and see what my armor fusion will look like." The next instant, he activated his Tao Tai and Garuda tattoos, the two extraordinary powers converging. In midair, the beastly forms of Garuda and Tao Tai collided. Armor fusion. A loud exclamation revealed his excitement. Yet, mere seconds later, the two emerging armors repelled each other like opposing magnets, emitting crackling noises. The intense sensation of electric jolts and burning pain surged through him, causing excruciating agony that was several times worse than during his awakening. "Ah, what is happening? It hurts so much." Wang Chao contorted his face, howling in distress. Meanwhile, the beastly forms of Garuda and Tao Tai in the air also emitted mournful cries. Roar howl time seemed to slow as events unfolded rapidly. With a flicker of thought, Yi Chen activated the Qiongqi battle armor and delivered a powerful punch to Wang Chao's chest. The impact reverberated. Wang Chao was forced out of his fusion state, collapsing to one knee, gasping for air, appearing somewhat dispirited. "Brother, what on earth is happening? Why can the family head fuse with the battle armor while I encounter such a situation during my fusion?" Wang Chao inquired, confusion etched across his features. It was not only him. Yi Lingtian and the 108 death servants nearby wore equally perplexed expressions. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun shed his battle armor and elucidated, "The two tattoos you possess are of a special kind. The two sets of battle armor summoned are of the same origin, allowing for their synergy. Although your tattoos are also of the highest quality, the battle armor summoned does not share the same origin, which results in mutual repulsion." Chapter 12. Jian Ting seeks aid. Immediate action. As these words were spoken, the crowd instantly grasped the situation. Despite the fact that the tattoos they had carved were of the utmost caliber, they ultimately paled in comparison to the two on Yi Lingtian's arms. This explanation was altogether reasonable. After all, as Yi Chen's father, it was hardly excessive to have a slight advantage in the early stages. Then, Yi Chen shifted his tone and approached Wang Chao, helping him to his feet and offering words of comfort. "Do not worry. The super tattoo power you have awakened is still in the first phase. Once you progress to the second phase and awaken special skills, you will be able to achieve the mutual layering of battle armors." This reassurance invigorated Wang Chao's spirit, akin to a timely rain after a prolonged drought. Having awakened his dynasty became consumed with the pursuit of greater power to safeguard Yi Chun in this post-apocalyptic world, desiring to eliminate any adversaries or impediments in his path. "Elder brother, how do we advance the battle armor to the second stage? Is there a specific component required?" Dynasty inquired. Yi Chen nodded in response, gesturing towards a nearby mutated beast carcass. "The necessary component for developing the battle armor is located there." Intrigued, the group's attention immediately shifted to the direction he indicated. A level 2 mutated beast, a bovine-tailed demonic wolf, lay lifeless. Hovering above the creature's remains was a violet, rhomboid crystal core, radiating a resplendent glow. "This is a mutated beast crystal core," Yi Chen explained, retrieving the purple core. "It can not only be used to nourish mutated super-ed beasts, but also to enhance battle armor by absorbing its energy. The likelihood of a beast core forming after slaying a level 1 to 4 mutated beast is minimal. Only level 5 or higher mutated beasts guarantee a beast core upon death." Yi Chen's adept narration conveyed the impression of a seasoned gamer who had completed the game countless times. It seemed there was no aspect of the cataclysm that eluded his understanding. Subsequently, under Yi Chen's guidance, the group commenced a meticulous examination of the surrounding carcasses of the exotic beasts. "Here's one. Haha, I've discovered one as well. It's a cerulean biastral crystal core. And I procured one here. From the remains of over 1,000 exotic beasts, excluding the one Yi Chen had previously indicated, a mere 3 biastral crystal cores were harvested, all of which were of the first tier. Evidently, the probability of extracting a crystal core from lower-tiered beasts is lamentably meager, akin to the odds of obtaining a King of Glory crystal. Acquiring even a single one necessitates an accumulation of quantity. Crucially, this constitutes only the initial phase of biastral core collection. The augmentation of the battle armor is segmented into 3 distinct stages. The first stage enables armor manifestation, with individuals possessing biastral tattoos gaining an additional form of biastral transformation. The second stage allows for the awakening of unique abilities, while those with 2 or more super tattoos can engage in battle armor overlapping fusion. The third stage permits the materialization of super tattoos, enabling the complete summoning of the tattoo's true form for combat. Each of these stages is further subdivided into 3 tiers, uniformly allocated from 1 to 9. The requisite number of biastral cores escalates with each tier advancement, resembling an unfathomable abyss. This is particularly true for those with superlative super tattoos, whose demand for biastral cores is unimaginably substantial. Alas, so few, a mere 4 in total. It appears we must vanquish higher-tiered exotic beasts to procure a sufficient quantity of biastral cores. Wang Chao surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the 4 beast cores he had harvested, continually clicking his tongue and shaking his head. Yi Chen flashed a smile, just about to offer words of comfort, when a spectral figure darted toward them from a distance. In mere moments, wherever that ethereal presence passed, a lingering shadow remained, reminiscent of a ghost. As the distance closed, everyone finally discerned the identity of the visitor, a battle-armored super tattooist. The unmistakable ghost princess armor could belong to no one else but Jian Ting, who was seeking aid. Chen, at last, I have found you. Upon reaching Chen, Jian Ting, without catching her breath, shed her ghost princess armor and, feeling utterly distressed, embraced him tightly. Tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Observing this scene, Yiling Tian, her father, cleared his throat and whistled, stepping aside, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Wang Chao, displaying remarkable understanding, lowered his head and rubbed his nose, signaling to the other death servants with a glance. He slowly retreated several meters, providing space and time for the two to reminisce, thereby avoiding the role of an unwelcome third wheel. Everything is all right. Everything is all right. You have successfully awakened your tattoo and can adeptly wield your armor. That is quite impressive. Chen gently patted her back, whispering words of solace in her ear. Only he could be so tender. Had it been any other man, he would have likely found himself in an unfortunate predicament. The words of praise resonated warmly in her ears. It then dawned on Jian Ting that her clan was in peril. She promptly released her embrace of Chen, wiping away her tears as she spoke. Brother Chen, please, I implore you to rescue my people. Few within our clan bear the mark of tattoos, and the city teems with monstrous beasts. I have nowhere else to turn but to you. You have foreseen this, and I beg you to aid me and my kin. Without hesitation, Chen gently stroked her head, reassuring her, Fear not, Sister Jian Ting, I shall not stand idly by while others perish. Furthermore, this metropolis is my ancestral home, and I shall not permit these beasts to ravage it unchecked. Such magnanimous words, issuing from his lips, resonated with profound significance. Chen had already resolved to act, for the cataclysm had only just begun, and he could not allow these beasts to gain the upper hand. Should the city suffer excessive devastation and the death toll mount, then his Yi family's ascent to the pinnacle would be rendered meaningless. For whom would they flaunt their triumph if not for the living? Moreover, his sanctuary was situated here. How could he permit these beasts to roam freely under his very nose? Immediately, Chen invoked his super tattoo, donning the Qiongqi battle armor. With a mighty flap of his wings, he mounted the bestial form of his super tattoo beast, Qiongqi, and addressed the assembly, Father. You and the 36 death warriors shall remain here to safeguard the sanctuary's gate. The safety of our clan must be assured. As for the rest of you, accompany me to the city center to rescue those in need and purge the entirety of this metropolis of these monstrous creatures. Chapter 13. Tier 4 Lord-level Aberrant Beast. The violet-winged dragon lion concurrently. In the heart of the magical metropolis, a myriad of exotic beasts, their crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity, mercilessly slaughtered humanity. With a thunderous roar, a tiger-like creature unleashed its fury, devouring a hapless man before it. Suddenly, a glimmering flash descended as a razor-sharp claw cleaved through the creature's hide, severing its head with precision. Following this decisive strike was a man clad in azure battle armor, who calmly wiped his blade clean. Placing a foot upon the carcass of the beast, 150 down, he murmured, a shadow of concern etched upon his youthful features. This bodes ill. The beasts are converging here. Where's the support? The armor fell away, revealing the anxious visage of Li Sheng, the heir of the Li family. As he spoke, numerous figures adorned in battle armor appeared atop nearby skyscrapers, numbering in the thousands, most of whom were kin to Li Sheng, with only a handful being vassals or bodyguards. It was evident that the Li family had prepared diligently for this prophecy, yet their knowledge was limited to tattoos, leaving 95% of them engraved with only mundane designs. The remaining few bore no exceptional markings, rendering their awakened powers insufficient to combat even the first-tier beasts effectively. Young master, we have managed to hold our ground for now, reported a family member clad in wolf-etched armor from several meters away. However, the situation is dire. Our scouts have reported that beasts are beginning to gather around us. It seems we are their target. The wolf beast, having undergone a transformation, was drenched in blood after fierce battles, clearly suffering significant injuries. The power awakened from the low-level tattoos proved insufficient, rendering it incapable of confronting multiple foes simultaneously. Damn it! Li Sheng clenched his fists and slammed them against the ground, exclaiming, with over 1,000 of us, we can barely hold off the aberrant beasts. I shudder to think how many people Chen commands. He hoped Chen would bring along 1,000 or two, which might suffice to shield the other members of the family as they sought refuge. Yet, he remained oblivious to the full scope of the calamity. Merely relying on the 2 words of a prophetic tattoo had not secured any tangible advantage. Li Sheng's mind was consumed with thoughts of how many individuals Yi Chen, who had evidently prepared for the disaster ahead of him, would bring for support. Although he had only discovered that Master Jiao had carved over 100 Death Warrior tattoos, he surmised that many more vassals and kin must have also received tattoos. Thus, his estimate of 1 or 2,000 was merely conservative, after all. A person who had appropriated 500 billion to construct a sanctuary could not possibly have fewer than 100 individuals adorned with tattoos. Suddenly, a streak of purple-white lightning sliced through the ominous sky without warning, captivating everyone's attention. As they looked up, the faint silhouette of an aberrant beast emerged from the clouds, sending a wave of terror surging through the crowd. Such a dreadful aura. The oppressive sensation made it difficult to breathe. The family member who had awakened the wolf-patterned battle armor clutched his chest tightly, gazing at the figure in the clouds. It was as if the very essence of my bloodline was being suppressed, that tremor originating from the depths of my soul. Alas, a formidable creature has arrived. Judging by its appearance, it resembles a king of beasts, Li Sheng remarked, his brow furrowing. The intricate tattoos adorning his arms were the only top-tier designs present, one depicting a lidal dragon, the other a ghostly warrior. Although he was not overwhelmed by the aura of the otherworldly beast, a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Would he be capable of slaying this beast? Moreover, he was uncertain whether any other hidden creatures lurked in the shadows. With the multitude of otherworldly beings converging around him, Li Sheng sensed an impending fierce battle. Yet, in order to safeguard his kin who had not awakened their super tattoos, he could not afford to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and fight with fervor. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the clouds, and arcs of thunder began to radiate, crashing down towards the earth. With a resounding crack, akin to divine retribution, numerous skyscrapers within the city were obliterated in an instant. The suffocating force drew gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Undoubtedly, this was a fourth-tier lord-level otherworldly beast. A beast king capable of wielding the terrifying power of thunder and soaring through the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The echoes of 3 resounding roars reverberated across the heavens as the otherworldly beast gradually materialized from the clouds. With the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, adorned with majestic wings, it was the 4th-tier beast, the purple-winged dragon lion. At the moment the purple-winged dragon lion revealed itself, 5 third-tier advanced beasts, the thunder lions, also made their appearance. Below, the once vacant ground revealed a multitude of Tier 1 and Tier 2 alien beasts, numbering no less than 10,000. It was almost as if a tenth of the alien beasts in the magic capital had congregated here. Heavens! With so many alien beasts, we're finished. There's no way we can win this. In a corner, a super-powered individual clad in ordinary battle armor was already overcome with fear, contemplating retreat. He had originally been an ordinary citizen. When the cataclysm struck, he managed to save his life thanks to the tattoos he had carved while acting as a social media star. After a series of escapes, he arrived at Li Sheng's stronghold and temporarily joined forces to resist the predatory alien beasts. Seeing an inevitable dead end before him, why would he stay and wait for death? Those behind him who needed protection were all members of the Li and Jin families, with whom he had no connection. Get out! Li Sheng roared upon hearing the coward's words. Leave before I change my mind. If I ever see you being hunted by alien beasts again, I won't save you, nor will I take you in again. As soon as he finished speaking, the timid superpowered individual unhesitatingly activated his battle armor and fled through a small street to the side. He was not alone. More than a dozen other superpowered individuals who had temporarily joined also chose to flee at this moment. Even if there was a chance of encountering high-level alien beasts, it was better than waiting for death here. The escape of these dozen or so people enraged the Tier 4 Lord-level alien beast, the purple-winged dragon lion. It has awakened a portion of its intellect, permitting no human to escape from beneath its very eyelids. A fierce, jarring roar of a beast reverberated once more. Yet this growl was distinctly different from the previous one. It was evidently a command to attack. Chapter 14. Stealing home? Surrounded on all sides in the next moment, tens of thousands of monstrous creatures surged forth like an overwhelming tide, their shadowy forms blotting out the sky, accompanied by thunderous howls that heralded the onset of a great battle. The 4th-tier Lord-class beast, the purple-winged dragon lion, led 5 third-tier thunder lions in the air, observing the fray below. At this juncture, the horde of beasts clashed violently with the humans. Die! Roared Li Sheng, clad in ghostly warrior armor and wielding the armored initial ghost severing blade, as he charged to the forefront. In mere moments, he dispatched 3 second-tier beasts. Subsequently, Li Sheng shifted his focus, targeting other beasts, all of which were second-tier. The airborne beasts remained uninvolved. Thus, the primary threats on the ground for the ordinary super pattern practitioners were the second-tier beasts. As a wielder of the pinnacle awakens super pattern, he was bound to bear the standard. Come forth, you wretched creatures, and taste the might of your grandfatherly. Perish. Kill, kill, kill. In a nearby street corner, amidst a pack of first-tier canine beasts, a brilliant white light danced. It was a super pattern practitioner clad in white armor. With each resounding punch, he obliterated the heads of the dozen beasts, leaving them lifeless on the ground. This armored warrior was none other than Li Sheng's younger cousin, Li Xiang. Engraved with an exquisite tattoo, the illustrious priest stands among a select few who possess such remarkable markings. Meanwhile, the ordinary super patterners don their battle armor, engaging fiercely in combat, exerting their utmost strength to slay the monstrous beasts and prevent them from advancing further. Behind them lies their kin, defenseless and devoid of awakened tattoos. Approximately 10 minutes later, a thunderous roar emanates from the formidable fourth-tier beast, the purple-winged lion dragon, causing the horde of beasts to cease their assault and retreat by several meters. The sudden withdrawal perplexes Li Sheng, yet he is relieved to have a moment to catch his breath. In the face of the onslaught from the thousands of beasts, the 1,000 super patterners on his side have emerged unscathed, though their stamina is nearly depleted. Some, having awakened only ordinary tattoos, find their super pattern power waning, forcing them to exit their battle armor and temporarily cease their efforts, rendering them akin to ordinary individuals. They can only withdraw from the battlefield, praying that the remaining warriors can withstand the relentless tide of beasts. Brother, it's quite strange. Why have these beasts suddenly ceased their attacks? Could it be that they are afraid? Li Xiang, clad in white armor, approached Li Sheng, his armor splattered with the blood of the monsters. Around them lay nearly 2,000 beast carcasses, a testament to their hard-fought victory. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng shook his head repeatedly, his gaze fixed on the purple-winged dragon lion in the firmament. Fear? Impossible. These exotic beasts were certainly not experiencing fear. This creature possessed intelligence, and though its intentions remained inscrutable, fear was assuredly not the motive. It was plausible that it sought to await the arrival of other exotic beasts, aiming to exhaust them through a war of attrition. Alternatively, bang! Before the conjecture could be completed, the sound of a building collapsing resounded from their rear, accompanied by a chorus of bestial roars. Dreadful! It dawned on them that this creature had been stalling them to launch a clandestine assault. Their true objective was their kinsfolk. Li Sheng comprehended the situation instantly. Their home was under siege. As he contemplated a return to provide support, the purple-winged dragon lion emitted a battle cry from above. The once halted horde of beasts surged forth once more, like an inexorable tide. A pincer movement. It was undeniable that this fourth-tier lord-class exotic beast possessed the cunning and sagacity of humans. Critically, it also pilfered crystals. This placed Li Sheng and his comrades in a dire predicament, besieged from both flanks and uncertain of how to proceed. In the rear, within a villa, all members of the Jian and Li families watched the encroaching horde of exotic beasts with mounting terror, crying out in desperation. Help! Someone, please save us. I do not wish to perish. I am still a virgin. Observing this scene, the 3 tattooed warriors of Li Jiachao, stationed at their post, activated their standard battle armor to confront the advancing horde of beasts, striving to buy precious time for Li Sheng and his companions to regroup. Unbeknownst to them, Li Sheng and his allies had fallen into a cunning trap, forced to engage the monstrous creatures in fierce combat. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, a man clad in dragon-shaped armor hesitated before the approaching beasts, seemingly embroiled in an internal struggle. Should I advance or retreat? Engaging these beasts would surely lead to my demise. The man, adorned in this exquisite dragon armor, a clear indication of a high-level awakened tattoo, lacked the courage to join the fray. This individual was none other than Jian Ting's elder brother, Jian Longwei. In the next moment, several avian beasts soared through the air, circumventing the blockade of the 3 extraordinary tattooed warriors, and charged towards Jian Longwei. The piercing sound of their swift approach startled him, prompting a desperate cry for help. Help! Someone, please save me. Just as a menacing bird-like beast, with its beak poised to strike, lunged at Jian Longwei. A terrifying blood-red blade descended from the heavens with astonishing speed, cleaving the beast in twain. The remaining avian creatures met a similar fate, dispatched by another razor-sharp blade. As the lifeless bodies fell to the ground, a ghostly afterimage glided through the air before gently landing on the earth. It was Jian Ting, the savior of her brother. "Brother, are you all right?" She stepped forward, supporting the weak-legged Jian Longwei, her voice laced with urgency. The latter waved his hand dismissively, as if he had just survived a calamity, inhaling the fresh air deeply. At that moment, Yi Chun, riding the beastly Qiongqi, appeared suspended in midair. That bloody blade had been his. Without delay, Yi Chun soared through the sky, descending before Jian Longwei, utilizing the wings of his Qiongqi armor. "Ah, Jian brother. Having awakened a supreme tattoo, how is it that you do not dare to slay even a first-tier beast? Are you truly so afraid?" He could not help but tease. Indeed, with his top-tier dragon armor, these beasts posed no threat to him. How could he be afraid? Yet, upon hearing these words, the once arrogant Jian Longwei suddenly became subdued, lowering his head in silence. Noticing this, Yi Chen smiled and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Just as he intended to offer some words of solace, he unexpectedly felt a surprisingly smooth texture beneath his palm. What is this? Filled with curiosity, Yi Chen swiftly turned to face Jian Longwei from behind. The sight before him left him astounded. From the nape of Jian Longwei's neck to his heels, there was nothing but smooth skin, devoid of any armor. Even his posterior was visible. In other words, his dragon armor covered only the front half, leaving the back completely bare. By the heavens! Jian Longwei, what is going on? Why does your armor only cover half of your body? Yi Chen exclaimed, his mouth agape in bewilderment. This peculiar circumstance was one he had never encountered before. Jian Longwei, having shed his battle armor, pointed at the dragon tattoo that adorned half of his chest while scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, you see, I only managed to get halfway through the tattoo, but the pain was unbearable, so I abandoned it, resulting in this incomplete dragon." Chapter 15. The Dynasty's Thunder Griffin. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was momentarily speechless. No wonder he hesitated to confront the otherworldly beasts. It turned out he only possessed half of his armor. A surprise attack from behind would surely spell his doom. At that moment, Jian Longwei seemed to recall something and inquired, "Brother Yi, how many people did you bring? We must quickly support Li Sheng and the others, who are currently holding back the onslaught of the beasts." Without the need for Yi Chun to respond, Jian Ting eagerly interjected, "Brother, there's no need for concern." Yi Chun instructed the others to circumvent and provide assistance from the other side. Upon hearing this, Jian Longwei let out a sigh of relief. That's good. The Li family is tied to us by a single thread. We cannot afford any mishap. Otherwise, in the chaotic aftermath of the disaster, we would be utterly incapable of contending with the Yi family. It must be said, his conscience was deeply flawed. Even at this juncture, he still harbored thoughts of undermining the Yi family, embodying the very essence of a treacherous wolf. Meanwhile, Li Sheng, embroiled in a desperate battle ahead, continued to wield his sword against the beasts despite his waning strength. However, his movements and speed had significantly diminished compared to before. Although he had awakened to a supreme tattoo, the relentless tide of beasts proved to be an insurmountable drain on his stamina. Damn it! The multitude of aberrant beasts is overwhelming, rendering them virtually impossible to vanquish. After dispatching one of these creatures, Li Sheng knelt upon the ground, his formidable weapon, the ghostly blade, embedded in the earth beside him. He gasped for breath, his ghost warrior armor splattered with the congealed blood of various beasts, now hardened like crimson clay. He lifted his gaze slightly to behold the formidable fourth-tier beast, the purple-winged lion, soaring in the sky above. A sense of bitterness enveloped his heart. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere creature. At that moment, the rhythmic clang of heavy armor echoed from behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a battalion of 72 armored death knights, led by Wang Chao, as they arrived at the battlefield where Li Sheng stood. "Fear not, comrades. We have come to provide assistance. Brothers, it is time for us to reap. Let us slay these beasts." Wang Chao, mounted upon a beastly Garuda, radiated an aura of authority in his luminous armor, commanding respect. The 72 death knights strode forward in unison, their armored forms reminiscent of 72 pillars of divine retribution descending upon the earth. "Is this truly all there is?" Li Xiang, adorned in his glorious spirit armor, remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction after slaying another aberrant beast. "I had expected more from Yi Chun. I assumed he would bring along a contingent of 1,000 or 2,000 warriors. At the very least, I anticipated several hundred. Yet, there are fewer than 100 among us. This caused the hopes of many members of the Li family to fade into darkness. Li Xiang's unabashed remarks, transmitted through the battle armor, reached the ears of Wang Chao and his fellow death warriors. "Oh, have you underestimated us?" Wang Chao retorted sharply, fixing his gaze upon Li Xiang below. "Now that catastrophe has descended, strength reigns supreme. I care not for your past identity." With those words, Wang Chao activated his Garuda battle armor and shot forward with a swift whoosh, targeting not the beasts below but the fourth-tier beast, the purple-winged dragon lion, soaring above. "Come down and meet your demise," Wang Chao bellowed. His provocative gaze and voice incited the purple-winged dragon lion to fury. With a thunderous roar, 5 third-tier beasts, the Thunder Lions, flapped their wings and surged toward Wang Chao. One Thunder Lion lunged first, its sharp claws aimed directly at his form, followed closely by 4 others. One of them flapped its wings, conjuring a miniature whirlwind that ensnared Wang Chao within. "Humph, a pack of beasts can coordinate their attacks. You must have been a brood before the catastrophe. Watch as I annihilate your entire family." In the Tempest, the dynasty faced the onslaught of 5 thunder griffins not with trepidation, but with a surge of exhilaration. With a commanding gesture, he activated his battle armor, which instantly ignited in a blaze of fiery brilliance. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed a concentrated punch of compressed air towards the swirling winds surrounding him. In an instant, the tempest that had ensnared him dissipated into the vast sky. In the next moment, the dynasty propelled himself forward with a mere stride, positioning himself before the foremost thunder griffin. "Perish!" he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as he delivered a powerful strike. The clash between his blow and the griffin's 4 razor-sharp claws was not one of equals nor a stalemate. It was an unequivocal display of dominance. Indeed, it was the dynasty who overwhelmed the thunder griffin with sheer force. The full might of his Garuda battle armor shattered the griffin's claws, and with a decisive blow, struck its heart. The heavens trembled from the colossal impact of the battle, instantly drawing the attention of the Li family below. As they gazed upward, they beheld the once mighty thunder griffin, its beak gushing forth torrents of blood, plummeting towards the earth like a fallen aircraft. With a thunderous crash, the dust settled, revealing a crater several meters in diameter carved into the ground, within which lay the lifeless form of the thunder griffin, motionless. What? Without the use of any armored weaponry, he merely unleashed a single punch, effortlessly slaying the otherworldly beast. Is this a jest? Just moments ago, Li Xiang had mocked Wang Chao and the others. But upon witnessing the thunderous griffin in midair being obliterated in an instant, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This was a formidable third-tier beast that had caused him considerable distress. To see it dispatched with such ease by another was nothing short of a paradigm shift in his understanding. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. After annihilating a thunderous griffin with a single blow, Wang Chao did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he redirected his focus towards another thunderous griffin. Simultaneously, the beastified Garuda, undeterred, brandished its fiery wings and engaged in a fierce battle with yet another thunderous griffin. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 4 lifeless forms plummeted to the ground, 2 men and 2 beasts, having effortlessly vanquished 4 thunderous griffins. This astonishing scene indelibly etched itself into the hearts of the Li family, subtly instilling a profound realization. Even among super tattooists, there exists a disparity. Chapter 16. A plea for help. Chen versus the purple-winged dragon lion. What do you think, kid? This is the true pinnacle of super tattoo power, far beyond your paltry attempts. Wang Chao looked down upon him, his nostrils flaring, exuding an air of superiority. He paid no heed to Li Xiang's status as the younger cousin of the Li family's heir, casually referring to him as kid. Although Li Xiang possessed a top-tier tattoo, Wang Chao's tattoo was of an unparalleled caliber, bordering on the realm of forbidden tattoos. Furthermore, the former possesses merely a single super tattoo, whereas the dynasty boasts 4. The source of power alone is quadrupled. How can one possibly compare the two? Simultaneously, the 72 death warriors, propelled by their battle armor, plunged into the throngs of beasts, effortlessly reaping the lives of the aberrations as if they were mere vegetables. The multitude of beasts on the ground, numbering in the tens of thousands, could not impede their relentless slaughter. In just a few short minutes, over 3,000 beasts fell like leaves swept away by an autumn breeze, collapsing in groups. Brothers, let us exert ourselves. Such an abundance of beasts is a rare opportunity we must not squander. Zhao Hu, riding atop a beastly Qilin, called out to his squad members from the rooftop of a 2-story building. As the foremost death warrior under the dynasty's command, He bore 3 exquisite tattoos and led the first team among 27 squads, his prowess unquestionable. His words resonated with the stunned members of the Lee family, who were frozen in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? We are barely managing to defend ourselves, and they are lamenting the insufficiency of beasts to slay? This utterly redefines our understanding. It underscored a crucial truth. The quantity of super-tattooed individuals is of little significance. It is the quality that truly matters. Above, the skyboar witnessed 5 thunderous griffins, while below, a multitude of beasts succumbed to the might of the purple-winged dragon lion, unable to contain his fury any longer. The purple-winged dragon lion unleashed a tremor throughout its wings, opening its gaping maw and roaring as it charged toward Wang Chao. With a thunderous roar, the enraged creature activated its bloodline as a 4th-tier Lord-level beast, instantly entering a state of frenzy. Energy coalesced within its mouth, and then, with a sudden burst, it unleashed a torrent of purple thunder, resembling a spiraling sphere, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, directly aimed at the armored Wang Chao. What a spectacular display! The Lord-level purple-winged dragon lion's intelligence surpassed expectations. It recognized the formidable nature of its opponent and sought to deliver a decisive blow. Wang Chao, however, did not retreat. Instead, he activated the Garuda armor and met the assault head-on. A colossal explosion erupted in the sky, the terrifying shockwave affecting those below, sending everyone staggering back several meters. Some beasts were struck by the scattered purple thunder from the explosion, instantly vanquished on the spot. Coughing, Wang Chao steadied himself, clutching his armor's chest as he coughed a couple of times, clearly having suffered a minor setback. The 4th-tier Lord-level beast was indeed on a different tier from the 3rd-tier beasts in terms of combat prowess. As the smoke cleared, Wang Chao realized that such a beast was comparable to individuals wielding the power of super patterns at the 4th level, even capable of clashing with super pattern fighters in the 2nd phase who possessed overlapping abilities or awakened special skills. Remarkably, Wang Chao, relying solely on his 1st-tier super pattern realm, had managed to withstand the purple-winged dragon lion's furious strike, thanks to his 4 awakened top-tier tattoos. Otherwise, had it been an ordinary individual. Regarding the recent purple lightning, it is likely that it has long since been reduced to mere fragments of skin. How? Seizing the opportunity while you are vulnerable. It must be said that this 4th-tier Lord-level beast possesses an impressive intelligence that sends chills down one's spine, without granting the dynasty a moment's respite. The purple-winged lion king flapped its wings and continued its relentless assault. The remaining beasts below, emboldened by a ferocious roar, launched their own attacks simultaneously. Boss, this situation is rather tricky. The dynasty, not lacking in intelligence, understood that they could not contend with the purple-winged lion and, while urging their battle armor to retreat, called out for assistance from Chen. It appeared that Chen was aware of their disadvantage. He had already positioned himself in the skies above the villa, waiting to support the retreat of the dynasty. With a whoosh and a flap of armored wings, the dynasty swiftly reached Chen's side, observing the pursuing purple-winged lion. He swallowed hard and said, "Boss, this beast is the leader. Its combat prowess is formidable. I was careless earlier and took a hit, sustaining some damage." In truth, there was no need for him to remind Chen. The moment their comrades had arrived to provide support, Chen had already recognized the purple-winged lion in the sky. Yet, he chose to remain silent. On one hand, he wished for the dynasty to experience a slight setback, preventing them from becoming overinflated with power. On the other hand, he aimed for them to engage with the 4th-tier Lord-level beast, thus gaining valuable combat experience. Seeing that his purpose had been fulfilled, Chen no longer felt the need to hold back and prepared to resolve the chaos, ready to bring the battle to a definitive conclusion. "This beast is entrusted to me. You assist the other brethren in dealing with the aberrations below. Those are merely 1st and 2nd-tier creatures, incapable of resisting your onslaught." Chen commanded. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Chao activated his battle armor and retreated several dozen meters, then altered his course, maneuvering around towards the battlefield ahead. Roar the prey has escaped, and the purple-winged dragon lion was enraged. It roared, flapping its wings to conjure 2 bolts of thunderous gales, striking towards Chen in an attempt to eliminate the obstacle before it. Evil monk battle armor. Chen summoned the Yin-Yang evil monk tattoo, replacing the Qiongqi battle armor. Then he pressed his palms together. Waves of divine Buddhist chants reverberated, transforming the very sky into a golden hue. Behind him, the ethereal visage of the immutable king emerged. One side bore ferocious fangs, while the other radiated benevolence. Chen bellowed, as the illusion behind him opened its eyes. releasing a resonant Buddhist sound that stirred the hearts of all. As soon as the sound echoed, the surrounding air abruptly contracted, forming several halos that expanded from small to large, colliding with the approaching thunderous gales. Boom! The two forces negated each other, resulting in a violent explosion in the air. Seizing the moment, Chen swiftly activated his battle armor and surged forth from the billowing smoke of the explosion, wielding two battle armor blades. With a mindset geared towards decapitation, his speed was so formidable that the purple-winged dragon lion could scarcely react, forcing it to resort to emergency measures and immediately shift its dragon head. Though it narrowly evaded a fatal blow, it incurred other costs in the process. With a resounding clang, the clash ensued. The blade struck the dragon horn of the azure-winged lion, successfully severing it. Chapter 17, Resolving the Battle. In the next moment, Chen activated his battle armor, catching the fallen dragon horn of the azure-winged lion, preventing its descent. He chuckled to himself. The dragon horn of a fourth-tier lord-level beast was indeed a prized possession. In the aftermath of the calamity, when stability returned, such materials would be essential for crafting artificial battle armor. He collected it without hesitation, placing the horn, crackling with purple lightning, into the storage space of his armor. This scene unfolded before the azure-winged lion, which was reeling from the pain of its severed horn. The act of taking its horn right before its eyes was a blatant provocation. With a low growl, the azure-winged lion's wound bled profusely. In the next moment, consumed by rage, it entered a frenzied state once more, baring its sharp fangs and lunging at Chen. Its massive jaws could easily swallow him whole. Humph! Do you dare approach again? Today, I shall subdue you. Chen activated his battle armor, merging the 11 distinct powers of his super tattoos within him, which surged into his sinister monk armor. The reason why the taboo tattoos were deemed forbidden was due to their myriad of overpowered abilities. Even as Chen found himself at the first level of super tattoos, he could advance to the second stage of his armor, enabling an alternative overlap of all tattoo powers, coupled with the additional strength gained from the 11 beast blood-carved tattoos. He was now capable of overwhelming this fourth-tier lord-level beast with just his sinister monk armor. In the next moment, Chen sheathed his armored blade and clenched his fists, charging forward. Beast, let us see whether your teeth are sharper than my fists. He approached without flinching. As the jaws of the purple-winged dragon lion closed, he positioned himself beneath its sharp teeth and unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. The force of his blows ground down the tips of its upper fangs, flattening them somewhat. This terrifying strength even forced the dragon lion's half-closed jaws apart. From below, Chen's silhouette against the beast's maw resembled Pangu, the legendary figure who separated heaven and earth. With a sense of impending doom, the purple-winged dragon lion, enduring excruciating pain, flapped its wings and began to roll through the air. Its dragon head swayed violently, attempting to dislodge Chen, who was clinging on as if caught by barbs. If it failed to shake him off, it would be unable to unleash its furious purple lightning attack. Yet, Chen remained steadfast, like a stabilizing anchor, utterly unmoved. Indeed, one could describe him as remarkably composed. I have known your weakness from my past life. Unable to unleash your ultimate move. And with your mouth trapped, how uncomfortable that must be for you. Do not worry, soon you will experience even greater discomfort. Chen let out a cold snort. Then with force, he thrust upward with his fists, swiftly retracted his arms, and propelled himself out of the dragon lion's maw. Under the influence of inertia, the violet-winged lion dragon clamped its jaws together with a ferocious snap, the collision of its upper and lower mandibles shattering several teeth. Before it could even register the pain, Chen executed a swift maneuver, leaping onto the creature's neck. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a series of punches upon the dragoness head, creating a cascade of bloodied wounds. The beast howled in agony, the intense suffering rendering it incapable of unfurling its wings to fly, resulting in a plummet onto the rooftop of a towering edifice. With a thunderous roar, Chen unleashed another flurry of punches. The spectacle resembled the legendary tale of Wu Song slaying a tiger, leaving the onlookers from the Li family below utterly astounded. What a monstrous entity! Is this truly human? I can't help but feel he is more ferocious than the beasts themselves. One of the Li clan members clad in ordinary battle armor mused. The stark contrast was almost suffocating when compared to Chen. They seemed no more than mere fodder for experience points. What was even more infuriating was the sight of another Li family member, pointing at the surrounding 72 death warriors who were vanquishing the otherworldly beasts, exclaiming in disbelief, "Look at these individuals." In such a short span, over 10,000 second-tier beasts have dwindled to merely a few hundred. If Chen is a monster, then his subordinates are equally terrifying. It's utterly humiliating to even consider a comparison. At this moment, the purple-winged dragon lion, battered by countless blows, summoned the last remnants of its strength to prop itself up. Its severed horn was smeared with blood, presenting an image that belied its status as a formidable fourth-tier lord-level beast with a colossal form spanning several meters. Instead, it resembled a tiger on the brink of death, struck down by the hands of a fierce warrior. Gasping for breath, the purple-winged dragon lion sought a moment's respite to regain some vitality. Yet, Chen would not grant it that opportunity. Previously, the beast had seized the chance to hunt the dynasty, and now, with the opportunity to strike while it was down before him, he would not let it slip away. "Beast, perish," Chen declared. "To die by my hand will be your honor." With a surge of focus, the tattoo of an eye on his forehead flared with heat, and a blood-soaked Shura blade materialized in his grasp. The blade, imbued with a palpable intent to kill, emanated a chilling aura as it plunged into the skull of the purple-winged dragon lion. Ultimately, this fourth-tier lord-level beast met its demise at the hands of Chen. In the wake of its death, a purple beast core, crackling with the essence of thunder, emerged from the carcass. A fourth-tier beast core, indeed a valuable find. Chen, filled with elation, accepted the beast core into his possession. At this nascent stage of the calamity, such a fourth-tier lord-level beast core was a prized treasure. With a long sigh of relief, Chen activated the storage space of his battle armor, placing the purple-winged dragon lion's body within. The remains of extraordinary beasts are treasures in their own right. He could not afford to let this opportunity pass. At that very moment, under the relentless onslaught led by Wang Chao, 72 mercenaries successfully vanquished over 10,000 monstrous beasts. The 50-odd floating beast cores were undoubtedly a testament to their hard-won triumph. "Boss, we've taken them all down and amassed quite a number of beast cores. We've struck it rich," Wang Chao exclaimed, revealing a broad grin as he gathered all the cores and approached Chen to report. This assistance not only honed their skills in slaying the beasts, but also yielded a substantial bounty of beast cores, a surefire profit. However, a jealous Li Xiang, after a brief internal struggle, stepped forward to confront Chen and his companion. He gazed at Wang Chao and extended a hand, saying, "Brother, with over 50 beast cores, shouldn't a portion be shared with us? Our Li family has numerous members, and we've certainly slain our fair share of beasts. It's only fair that we do not go unrewarded." Chapter 18. The dominant Chen, Li Xing's resentment. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao furrowed his brow and turned sharply to glare at Li Xiang. "How audacious! You dare to ask me for something? Brother, you ought to weigh your words carefully. Were it not for our support, would you have survived? Would your kin at the rear have endured? According to the rules, these spoils rightfully belong to us." Wang Chao retorted without hesitation. "Want the spoils? Not a chance, unless you can best me. In this cataclysmic world, strength equates to authority." Just as Li Xiang opened his mouth to retort, a pair of hands restrained him, cutting off his attempt to speak further. As he turned around, he recognized the owner of those hands, his cousin, Li Sheng. With a swift motion, he pulled Li Xiang behind him, delivering a fierce glance that signaled him to refrain from further provoking the situation. Then, with a smile, he addressed Chen, saying, "Brother Yi, my younger cousin is youthful and impetuous and has spoken out of turn. I apologize for his earlier words. This beast core rightfully belongs to you. We harbor no objections. We merely hope that you could assist our clan in departing this place shortly." Truly, Li Xing embodied the qualities of a worthy heir of the Li family. He demonstrated an understanding of balance in handling matters, acknowledging the necessity of humility under certain circumstances. His eloquence was indeed commendable, which Chen found quite agreeable. "It's nothing. Merely a small incident," Chen waved dismissively, refraining from commenting on the request to help his clan leave the area. This led Li Sheng to believe that he had acquiesced. Soon after, Li Sheng shed his armor and continued, "Brother Yi, I have heard that you purchased the abandoned nuclear base and transformed it into a refuge. In light of the calamity that has befallen us, with beasts rampant and cities rendered unsafe, I wonder, could my clan and I seek residence in your sanctuary? To seek refuge?" His intentions were rather audacious. Having previously sought to undermine the Yi family, he now shamelessly sought to inhabit the sanctuary that Chen had painstakingly established, and he proposed relocating his entire clan. Such utter shamelessness was truly astonishing. Had it not been for the consideration of Jianting, I would have long sent the Li family to feed the alien beasts. Do you think I would allow you to survive the onslaught of the beast tide? Dream on. My apologies, Li Xing. My brothers and I have come to provide assistance for the sake of Sister Jianting, merely offering a lifeline to your Li family. Once this battle concludes, your fate is of no concern to me. My sole duty is to escort Sister Jianting and her kin to safety. Yi Chen spoke with an impassive demeanor, even addressing her by name instead of a title. Upon hearing this, even the ever-smiling Li Xing's expression darkened instantly, his fury reaching a boiling point. In the wake of the calamity, the entire landscape of Huaxia had been irrevocably altered, and with such formidable power, Yi Chen was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The annulment of the engagement between himself and Jianting was inconsequential. However, what of the Li family's rise amid this chaos? Observing the current situation, it was evident that Yi Chen had them at his mercy, intending for them to manage their own safety and living arrangements. Without further ado, Yi Chen disregarded the speechless members of the Li family and issued his next command to the dynasty. Select 3 teams, comprising 12 death warriors, to accompany me in escorting the Jian family to the refuge. The remainder shall be led by you, organized into teams, and tasked with systematically clearing the magical beasts within the city, employing a fan-shaped formation. I estimate that there will be no 4th-tier Lord-class beasts appearing for the time being, so you should be able to handle them with ease. Having imparted his instructions, he concluded his briefing. Yi Chen activated his battle armor and soared into the sky, not glancing back as he flew towards the villa. The other mercenaries, under the dynasty's directive and following Yi Chen's commands, commenced the eradication of the otherworldly beasts within the city. Brother, Yi Chen is utterly arrogant. What is so remarkable about him? Had I carved such powerful tattoos in advance, I could have dispatched him with a single strike, one grumbled. Damn it, it's infuriating. Not only are we denied refuge, but we were also left with nothing. Li Xiang exited his battle armor, seething as he glared at Yi Chen's retreating figure, spitting onto the ground in disdain. His character had always been that of a privileged youth, yet the cataclysm had instigated a profound transformation, stripping him of his once proud identity. Had this been before the catastrophe, he would have certainly engaged Yi Chen in a fierce argument to assert his superiority. Enough of your complaints. With the cataclysm upon us, we must maintain our composure and strive for survival, Li Xing interjected. We haven't reached a dead end yet. Yi Chen's subordinates are busy clearing the beast from the city. Soon enough, we can relocate our kin near his refuge, ensuring our safety. His mind was sharp, recognizing that the area surrounding the refuge was the second safest place within the entire city, especially with the dynasty and others beginning to cleanse the urban landscape of its monstrous inhabitants. It is highly probable that they intend to construct fortifications outside the city of magic to fend off the lurking beasts. Thus, they still have the opportunity to win over the surviving remnants of humanity, re-establishing their dominance over the majority of the ordinary populace. In fact, Yi Chen indeed harbors such intentions. After all, allowing the beasts to slaughter humans merely for self-preservation is less favorable than expanding their living space, thereby fortifying the sanctuary at the epicenter. Meanwhile, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the villa, followed closely by 12 armored guardians. Brother Yi Chen, you have returned. Have all the beasts been vanquished? Jianting inquired eagerly, stepping forward with concern. Yes, all have been dealt with, Yi Chen affirmed with a nod, continuing, now, let us prepare for evacuation. All members of the Jian family shall accompany me to the sanctuary. I will lead the way and clear a path for you. Without a hint of hesitation, the over 1,000 surviving members of the Jian family, like walking corpses, instinctively formed 2 lines, trailing behind Yi Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, the Li family members immediately expressed their discontent. A well-to-do matron in her 40s stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "What nonsense is this? Only the Jian family members are allowed to leave? What about us? What is to become of the Li family? What can be done? We are left to fend for ourselves," she continued, her voice rising in indignation. "Are we to serve you like beasts, escorting you to safety?" Just as tensions were about to escalate, Li Sheng arrived in the nick of time, silencing the matron's protest with a mere glance. At such a critical juncture, provoking Yi Chen would spell disaster for them. Chapter 19. Meeting at the Huaxia headquarters, the journey proceeded without incident. Under the protection of Yi Chen, all members of the Jian family gradually entered the refuge. The facility was well equipped, boasting a comfortable living environment and an abundance of daily necessities. Additionally, a protective barrier and high walls had been established to fend off monstrous beasts. "Ah, this place is splendid," Yi Chen truly possesses foresight. Having constructed such a refuge in advance, I find myself increasingly admiring him, remarked an elderly clan member with a face etched in wrinkles, unabashedly praising Yi Chen in front of Jian Ting. This left Jian Ting momentarily speechless. It was he who had once advocated for an alliance with the Li family to undermine the Yi family. And it was he who had initiated the confinement and marriage arrangements. Now, his shamelessness was astonishing. At that moment, Jian Longwei, a half-carved dragon, eagerly approached upon hearing the elder's words. Elder, I believe it would be prudent for us to distance ourselves from the Li family. With the impending disaster, Yi Chun's power is truly terrifying. If we align ourselves with him, survival will no longer be a concern, and we can reside in this refuge free of charge. He expressed his opinions, evidently contemplating offering his sister to Yi Chen in exchange for protection. The reason was simple. With merely 70 individuals, Yi Chen had annihilated over 10,000 monstrous beasts. Could the Li family's over 1,000 ordinary super-patterned warriors even compare? Anyone with a modicum of sense would make the right choice. Brother, you are meddling in my affairs again, Jian Ting said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Although she harbored feelings for Yi Chen, she did not wish to be treated as a mere bargaining chip for a marriage alliance. A profound sense of familial bond eludes them. In the following 2 days, the Jin family settled into the refuge, albeit only on the periphery, as the heart of the sanctuary was occupied by the Yi family. During this period, Wang Chao, accompanied by 72 death warriors, meticulously eradicated all the aberrant beasts within the demon city. As Yi Chen had articulated, the creatures they encountered were predominantly of the third tier, easily vanquished by their own prowess. Consequently, the storage within Wang Chao's battle armor accumulated an astonishing total of over 500 beast cores, a testament to the multitude of creatures they had dispatched. Activating his battle armor, he soared to a towering structure in the center of the refuge, 100 meters high, designated as Yi Chen's residence. Brother, all the beast cores are here, he announced. Not a single one more or less, precisely 530. Upon entering the top floor, Wang Chao unceremoniously deposited the beast cores onto the alloy floor with a resounding clang. Over 500 cores coalesced into a small mound, radiating a spectrum of dazzling brilliance. As Yi Chen beheld these cores, a spark of recollection ignited within him. He retrieved the beast core from the slain purple-winged lion and remarked, Wang Chao, distribute these beast cores among the brothers. You must enhance your strength first. I possess these 11 forbidden tattoos, which will suffice for a while. At present, prioritizing the elevation of the Death Warrior's prowess is of utmost importance. I can manage for the time being. Moreover, and most critically, it is at this time in the past life that a tremendous opportunity is poised to emerge, one that far surpasses the value of these beast cores. Within this opportunity lies an item renowned as one of the 10 celestial treasures during the entire period of catastrophe. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Chao, while receiving the 4th-tier beast crystal core, also placed the accumulated beast cores from the ground into the storage space of his battle armor. At that moment, the projection television on the wall, which reported on the calamities occurring across various regions, suddenly flickered to life. Moments later, an entirely new scene unfolded. In the center of the projection, 7 elderly men sat gravely around a round table, and surrounding Yi Chen were 12 floating video frames, their tattoos distinctly visible to the naked eye. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for this abrupt intrusion. We have utilized satellite technology for remote monitoring and have convened you for an emergency meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Ming, the head of the Huaxia headquarters. You may refer to me as Elder Qin. In light of the calamities that have befallen us, with all cities under siege by various beasts, there is an urgent need to establish zones of survival. Our monitoring indicates that the combined strength of the 12 of you is sufficient to ensure the safety of an entire city. Hence, we have summoned you for this discussion, with the intention of inviting you to join the headquarters as captains, responsible for the cities in which you reside. The elderly gentleman, named Qin Ming, spoke at a leisurely pace. Everything unfolded as Yi Chen had anticipated. With the onset of calamity, it was inconceivable that all would remain passive. Figures such as military leaders and high-ranking officials from Huaxiao would undoubtedly devise timely countermeasures. Moreover, in this era, the prophecies of the Venerable Zeng were in play. Thus, it was not surprising that the upper echelons of Huaxiao swiftly located individuals like them, the super tattooists. I have no objections, began a man clad in camouflage, named Wu Jun, a retired military personnel, He was among the 12 super tattooists summoned by the Huaxia headquarters. Undoubtedly, his tattoos were of the highest caliber, perhaps even surpassing 2 marks. As a former soldier, he wholeheartedly endorsed Chen Lao's proposition to protect civilians against the monstrous beasts. The others, while harboring their own private thoughts, did not exhibit significant resistance to the proposal of uniting against the aberrant creatures. However, exceptions existed among them. One individual, a death row inmate named Chen Feng, had previously relished the thrill of killing, having taken the lives of 9 ordinary people. Awaiting execution, he had, through the fortuitous placement of 3 tattoos on both his chest and back years prior, awakened extraordinary powers at the time of the catastrophe, enabling his escape from prison. Gathering those awakened with tattoos within the prison, they commenced their hunt for the monstrous beings plaguing their city, establishing a firm foothold. At this moment, in the lower left corner of the scene, Chen Feng lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a cigar in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, proclaiming, "Hold on, I have a dissenting opinion. Why should I protect the civilians? When I was executed, where were you to save me? Now that you see our strength has burgeoned, you expect me to follow your orders and safeguard these worthless souls? Let me be clear, it's impossible. With the calamity upon us, in my city, I am the sovereign. I shall do as I please, and no one can dictate my actions." Chapter 20. Appointed head of the 12 at headquarters, his words instantly captivated the attention of all present at the meeting. The headquarters leader, known as Elder Chen, furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening. How audacious it was for someone to challenge him at such a pivotal moment, showing utter disregard for their authority. "Chen Feng, is it? Young man, you ought to remember a saying. There is always someone stronger beyond the horizon. Your awakening of formidable super tattoo power is indeed a fortune, but do not let it inflate your ego. Our headquarters possesses considerable strength as well. Do you truly believe that the city where our headquarters resides is the one that has suffered the least in all of Huaxia?" An elderly man seated beside Elder Chen rapped his cane on the floor, snorting in retort. Though his identity remained a mystery, his words inadvertently conveyed 2 crucial pieces of information. Firstly, under the aged prophecy, the headquarters had implemented emergency measures ahead of time, undoubtedly harboring numerous elite super patterners in the shadows. Secondly, the grand city of Beijing, where the headquarters is situated, remarkably suffered minimal losses after the calamity struck, suggesting a substantial number of super patterners. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to mitigate the damage so swiftly. This was a stark contrast to Yi Chen's previous life, where, following the onset of the catastrophe, it took a considerable amount of time for the forces to be organized to combat the aberrant beasts. However, in this reincarnation, such a significant transformation has occurred, prompting Yi Chen to reflect. It seems that my rebirth has indeed altered the trajectory of the disaster. Nevertheless, no matter how much has changed, the undeniable truth remains that I possess 11 forbidden super patterns, and this life is destined for me to stand at the pinnacle. This admonition, if directed at anyone other than Yi Chen, would compel immediate silence and capitulation. Yet, this Chen Feng appeared truly deranged, devoid of any rational thought. He abruptly rose from his seat during the video conference, arrogantly proclaiming, "Old fool, who do you think you are? Do you believe invoking the headquarters intimidates me? Let me tell you, I, Chen Feng, am not easily frightened. Come to me if you dare, and witness as I turn you into a lifeless husk." With that declaration, Chen Feng activated his battle armor and, before the assembled crowd, shattered the screen connecting to the conference, severing the signal in the process. Everyone was rendered speechless, utterly taken aback by the audacity of one named Chen Feng, who dared to publicly confront the head of the headquarters. Meanwhile, Elder Chen, displayed on the screen, clenched his fists, contemplating the threat posed by such an uncontrollable individual. There were but 2 words that resonated in his mind: eradication, for if left unchecked, the potential havoc wreaked could rival that of a beast tide, and neglecting the situation could transform it into a calamity. Yet, he ultimately restrained his fury. Recognizing that discussions regarding the headquarters integration were underway, it was imperative not to sow doubt among the others at this critical juncture. The matter of Chen Feng could be addressed later. If he chose not to join the headquarters, so be it. They would seek another super-patterned individual to assume the leadership role. However, what about you all? Are there any among you who are reluctant to join or harbor alternative thoughts? Elder Chen remained silent for a few moments before calmly speaking, awaiting the responses of the assembly. Wu Jun, of course, needed no prompting. His eyes radiated a commitment that surpassed even that of someone freshly emerged from a foot massage parlor, leading Chen to suspect whether this fellow was perhaps an agent of the headquarters. As for those who had yet to express their stance, including Chen and the departed Chen Feng, only 10 super-patterned individuals remained. After a moment's contemplation, Chen directed his inquiry towards Elder Chen. I wish to ascertain whether, should I assume the role of leader, the city under my jurisdiction would indeed be governed by my decree, encompassing all matters such as finances and the construction of defenses. This query mirrored the concerns of the other super-patterned individuals present. After all, assuming the role of a leader necessitates the protection of civilians within the city, and it is implausible to do so without certain privileges, is it not? Even achieving a perfect score warrants a reward. As the headquarters, one cannot merely resort to platitudes of morality and ethics. You need not concern yourselves with this matter, since you have assumed leadership within your jurisdiction. As long as your actions are not excessively extreme, the remaining decisions are at your discretion. Of course, in the event of unusual circumstances or the emergence of a beast tide, you must heed the directives from headquarters. Correspondingly, should treasures that enhance battle armor or ancient relics surface, headquarters will duly notify you in advance. Old Chen replied cheerfully. From the moment Chen posed this question, he was aware that uniting the group was a certainty, for the terms he offered were undeniably irresistible during this nascent period of calamity. As expected, before Chen could express his stance, the other 10 super pattern users present at the meeting nodded in agreement. I have no objections. I consent to join the headquarters and become the city's leader. I too have no objections. Having been sought out, I shall certainly follow the arrangements of the headquarters. And I. My lifelong dream has been to protect ordinary people. The position of leader is meant for me. Me as well. The responses came in rapid succession, quicker than a motor. It is evident that, had it not been for the alluring conditions set forth by Elder Chen, these individuals would not have chosen to join the headquarters. Naturally, Chen is no fool. After a period of calm contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement to assume the role of leader. Thus, the 12 city leaders of the headquarters were officially confirmed. In the next moment, Elder Chen, projected before them, took his seat, while the bald elder on the far left among the 7 stood up slowly. He then spoke directly, "Congratulations on joining the headquarters as the 12 leaders. Elder Chen has already mentioned that should an opportunity arise, the headquarters will inform you without reservation. According to my prophetic calculations, 3 days hence, a treasure that enhances battle armor will appear at the heart of the Dongling mountain range. You may choose to go at your discretion. However, you must arrange the city's defenses in advance, as this journey may entail danger. You must consider this carefully." Upon hearing this, Chen's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity spoken of by the bald elder was clearly the very place Chen intended to seize. Furthermore, the mention of prophecy was telling. Without a doubt, this bald elder is the legendary figure, Elder Zhang, who predicted the impending calamity. This elder is indeed extraordinary. Even before awakening his extraordinary markings, he could foresee disasters, and now he can deduce the birthplace of opportunities. There must be some secret at play. It appears that the headquarters is far from the mundane facade it presents. There are indeed many hidden talents within. Chapter 21. Gathering at Dongling Mountain Range. The meeting concluded. The projection communication abruptly ceased. It appears that the awakened super-patterners possess considerable strength. In my estimation, the headquarters likely lacks confidence in subduing everyone, resorting instead to placating tactics, exchanging certain conditions for the safety of civilians. Moreover, this strategy facilitates effective management and mobilization. Wang Chao, having listened to the entire exchange, discerned the intricacies involved and nodded in understanding. Taking the opportunity, Chen seated himself and addressed Wang Chao, "Gather the surviving individuals within the city. Have them commence repairs on the damaged areas. From this moment, we shall erect a formidable wall to defend against the monstrous beasts surrounding the outermost perimeter of the city." This was not only a responsibility of the leader, but also a personal initiative, as the shelter lay at the heart of the demon city. The residence of himself and the Yi family must be impregnable. At that moment, Yiling Tian, having concluded some matters within the clan, entered with a broad smile. Noticing the contemplative demeanor of the two, the seasoned Yiling Tian immediately inquired about the situation. Wang Chao eagerly shared the news of Chen's appointment as the leader. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian's smile broadened, and he took a seat beside Chen. Just as he was about to raise a cup of tea in celebration, Chen's arm draped over his shoulder. "Father, I have a favor to ask of you," he said with a slight smile. "What is it, Chen? Speak freely," responded Yiling Tian, clearly delighted. The appointed representative from the Huaxia headquarters has evidently indicated that the status of the Yi family is on the rise, a development he eagerly anticipated. Join me in the Dongling mountain range. With this enigmatic statement, Chen departed the room without waiting for Yi Lingtian's response. 3 days later, in the Dongling mountain range, towering trees and various peaks stood majestically in every direction. A mere glance from above revealed a myriad of exotic beasts, both in pursuit and in flight. At this moment, more than half of the city's leaders occupied individual summits, their eyes keenly fixed on the depths of the mountain range, poised like hungry predators. With over half of the 12 leaders present, it was evident that none wished to miss the opportunity to acquire the coveted treasures that could enhance their battle armor. For individuals of their caliber, it was indeed imperative to engage in competition, striving for greater power. Boss, we have some uninvited guests. Should I instruct the brothers to drive them away? A man adorned with a large gold chain and a centipede scar on his forehead stood on a nearby peak, glaring menacingly at the crowd. Surrounding him were over 100 fierce-looking individuals, each adorned with tattoos, all unmistakably super pattern users. The figure referred to as Big Brother was none other than Chen Feng, who had previously retorted against Elder Qin. At this moment, he leaned against a large stone, a savage grin illuminating his face, reminiscent of a tiger relishing the thrill of the hunt. In the city where Chen Feng resided, nestled closest to the Dongling mountain range, he keenly sensed the arrival of the group of individuals. Lazy, do not be hasty. This assembly has ventured into our territory, and it certainly cannot be merely a coincidence. Let us observe their intentions. Moreover, let us seize the opportunity to eliminate a few, for my battle armor has yet to taste the blood of a super-patterned warrior. This splendid chance must not be squandered. Chen Feng licked his lips in anticipation. At that moment, a sleek, obsidian helicopter descended from the distance, disregarding the cacophony of howls from the myriad of exotic beasts below, and alighted upon a small peak. Another arrival. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled. The more participants there were, the greater the number of super-patterned warriors he could vanquish. Who is this person? Arriving by helicopter without battle armor. What a grand display. Is he here to flaunt his superiority before us? A cold snort escaped the lips of one city official. It is worth noting that those present were leaders of their respective cities, each valuing their own lives immensely. Therefore, when vying for treasures, they typically brought at least 20 super-patterned warriors as their entourage, who would come like Chen, accompanied by just one individual. A profound silence enveloped the scene. As the helicopter steadied itself on the peak, the doors gradually swung open. There appeared Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian, clad in resplendent suits, descending the steps with an air of calm confidence. Yi Chen loosened his tie and gestured to the helicopter pilot, who nodded and steered the aircraft back. Boss, I recognize him. He is the head of that magical metropolis, seemingly named Yi Chen. I saw him at the headquarters meeting the other day. One of the city leaders' confidants remarked, having been the first to identify Yi Chen. His words carried effortlessly on the winds, reaching the ears of others. Yet, the crowd paid little heed. After all, they were all city leaders, their strengths relatively comparable, rendering special attention unnecessary, especially since Yi Chen had only brought along his father, Yi Lingtian, which undoubtedly diminished his threat level. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly innocuous young man bore 11 forbidden tattoos? Approximately half an hour later, the entire Dongling mountain range began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a thundering explosion echoed from deep within the mountains, and a powerful gust nearly toppled everyone present. The tremendous noise sent the beasts within the mountains into a frenzy. Chenner, look, the treasure has emerged, right over there, Yi Lingtian exclaimed, observing the green light erupting from the depths of the mountains, instantly concluding that a treasure had come into existence. The other city leaders also witnessed this spectacle. Charge. Grab the item and leave, do not linger, commanded one city leader, channeling the power of the super patterns to instantly don his battle armor and rush towards the source of the green light. Following closely behind him, over 20 super pattern practitioners activated their armors and pursued. With one departure, another follows. Upon witnessing someone charging ahead, the other city leaders promptly activated their battle armors, eager to contend for the coveted treasure. Chenner, we should also join in. We cannot allow them to seize the prize first, otherwise, our efforts today would be in vain. As Yi Lingtian urged him on, he prepared to join the fray. However, Yi Chen firmly grasped his arm. Gazing at the green light, Yi Chen revealed a meaningful smile and remarked, Father, do you truly believe that green light is the treasure? Watch closely. They are about to face dire consequences. Chapter 22. The Fifth Order Royal Beast. The emerald-scaled serpent king. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying explosion echoed from deep within the mountains. Yet, the chaos was far from over. In the following minute, from the depths of the mountains where the green light emanated, dozens of fireballs erupted forth, resembling meteors plummeting to the ground, engulfing a vast area. The sound of destruction reverberated as the scattered fireballs obliterated extensive swathes of forest and peaks, claiming numerous beasts as casualties. Help! Help! A fleeing ordinary super-patterned warrior was struck by a fireball, his battle armor disintegrating, leaving him to be consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. In the wake of this calamity, the 6 city leaders who had rushed in moments before, along with their subordinates, scrambled to escape in a frantic panic. Damn it! How unfortunate! I thought it was the treasure, but it turns out to be a awakened beast, seemingly the king of this mountain range. Thank goodness I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. Zhou knelt on a mountain peak, gasping for breath, his heart still trembling from the explosive depths of the mountain range. He was the fastest among the city leaders, and naturally, he bore the greatest losses. Enduring the recent fireball onslaught, he lost half of the 20 super-patterned warriors he had brought with him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would likely have sustained several fireball strikes himself. In contrast, the other leaders emerged unscathed, suffering far less than Zhou. Some leaders had not lost a single member of their teams. Observing this, Chen flashed a wicked smile and murmured to himself at the onset of the disaster. Everyone was at the first level of super-patterning. Surviving the assault of the Beast Kings is indeed quite commendable. A Beast King? That green light emanated from a Beast King? Upon hearing Chen's words, Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. To become a Beast King, one must be a 5th-tier royal level. Such creatures possess strength comparable to that of a 5th-level super-patterned warrior, each ruling over its territory, commanding over 100,000. Fortunately, I listened to your advice, Chener. Otherwise, had I followed, I would have either perished or been severely wounded. Lingtian silently rejoiced. At that moment, the green light in the depths of the mountain range dissipated, succeeded by the echoing roars of beasts. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast radiating an emerald light leaped into the air from the depths of the mountains. As the green silhouette materialized, Lingtian discerned the true form of this 5th-tier king-level creature, a gigantic serpent measuring over 300 meters in length. Its head, comparable to that of a heavy-duty truck, bore 2 slender, scaly horns. This formidable being was the king of the emerald-scaled serpents. Indeed, it was this creature. The rumors of my previous life were not unfounded. Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke coldly. After the treasure of his past life was claimed by another, the entire saga of the Dongling mountain range had been widely disseminated. Among the crucial pieces of information was that near this treasure lay a 5th-tier king-level beast, the emerald-scaled serpent king. Moreover, this beast king had attained the pinnacle of the 5th tier, mere moments away from breaking through to the 6th tier and transforming into the emerald-scaled flood dragon king. As he spoke, the emerald-scaled serpent king flicked its tongue, hissing angrily at the intrusion of the group into its territory. With a resounding roar, it unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its mouth, indiscriminately hurtling towards Chen and his companions. Father, we must flee. This emerald-scaled serpent king is not something we can contend with at present. Chen summoned the power of the super pattern from his left neck, activating the Zhu Long battle armor, and leaped down the mountain with Lingtian, while the other city leaders. At the same moment, the battle armor was activated to evade the area attack of the emerald-scaled serpent king. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight? A beast king stands in our way, preventing us from seizing the invaluable treasures that enhance our battle armor. A middle-aged man with a center part, hiding in a deep pit in the ground, spoke fiercely. His name was Feng Kuan, the head of the 12 cities at headquarters. Beside him were 2 other city leaders who had formed an alliance earlier. One was Kai Ji, clad in black and white battle armor, and the other was Liang Yinban, who rode on a beastly Kuanping with a furrowed brow. Brother Kuan, why do I feel like headquarters is digging a pit for us? Otherwise, such a precious treasure would have been secretly taken by them long ago. Why would they allow us to obtain it? Kai Ji sighed and analyzed the situation. If it weren't for the agility of his Morn Sun battle armor during the previous wave of attacks, he would have likely sustained severe injuries. I believe we should withdraw, Liang Yinban suggested, showing signs of retreat. None of our subordinates have suffered losses. There's no need to waste time here. Even if all of us leaders were to join forces, we would still be unable to defeat this beast king. It would be wiser to cut our losses now. His words were quite reasonable, piercing directly to the heart of the matter, prompting Fang Kuan and Kai Ji, his allies, to nod in agreement without a trace of hesitation. Immediately, the three individuals activated their battle armors, leading their subordinates away from the territory of the Beast King, escaping from the opposite side of the Eastern Ridge Mountains. Although three had managed to flee, there remained three resolute leaders who were unwilling to concede defeat. They concealed themselves within their battle armors, biding their time and preparing to evade the scrutiny of the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King, intending to stealthily infiltrate and pilfer the treasured artifact. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, accompanied by Yi Lingtian, propelled their battle armors deeper into the recesses of the mountains. There, they discovered a slender fissure, narrow enough for only one person to pass through. Chenner, there is indeed a crack here. It appears to lead directly into the heart of the mountain, Yi Lingtian exclaimed with delight. This revelation signified that they could infiltrate unnoticed. However, Yi Chen maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from overt excitement regarding his father's jubilation. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In his previous life, the acquisition of this precious artifact had been an extraordinarily peculiar experience. An ordinary super pattern practitioner, under the indiscriminate fireball assault of the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King, had sought refuge in a thicket halfway up the mountainside. By sheer coincidence, he had stepped into something undesirable and tumbled down, ultimately discovering this fissure that traversed the entire mountain range. He had then stealthily infiltrated while the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King was occupied attacking others, seizing the opportunity to claim the treasured artifact. Chapter 23. Yi Chen's Infiltration, the Alliance of Three. Father, let us hasten inside. While the Beast King is out, we can seize the treasure and make our escape. Otherwise, when it returns, it might consume it to advance. Yi Chen deliberately raised his voice, casting a fleeting glance at the woods behind them, a smirk gracing his lips at the thought. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingtian nodded, activating the black dragon armor as he and Yi Chen, clad in the candle dragon armor, surged forward, one after the other into the depths. Once they entered, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the forest behind them, followed by the emergence of a large group of individuals. At the forefront was the bloodthirsty Chen Feng. His meticulously devised plan for slaughter had been abruptly interrupted by the appearance of the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King, yet he inadvertently discovered the purpose of the gathering. He had also been tracking the suspicious movements of Yi Chen and his father, conveniently arriving at this very crevice. Brother, these two are indeed extraordinary. I never anticipated that following them would lead us to a direct path to the treasure. He chuckled maliciously. Clearly, the thoughts of this band of notorious felons echoed one another. To kill and plunder. Lazy, take 10 of your brothers and accompany me inside to eliminate them, seizing the treasure in the process. The rest of you stay here and prepare for any last resort to prevent their escape, Chen Feng commanded, donning his armor while meticulously orchestrating their plan. At this moment, he had descended into a bloodthirsty state, perceiving the entire ordeal as a game of hunting. Yes, brother. The ruthless ruffians echoed in unison. Subsequently, Chen Feng was the first to plunge into the fissure, with Lei Zi and his selected 10 followers closely trailing behind. The remaining members adorned their armors, concealing themselves in the surroundings to thwart any escape attempts by Yi Chen and his father. Meanwhile, directly ahead in the mountains, the remaining 3 city leaders, accompanied by their respective subordinates skilled in the art of super patterns, convened together. Aside from Zhou Yu, the other 2 were Hou Fei, the rather unsightly leader of the coastal city of Dihi, and Xiong Chuan, a muscular behemoth hailing from DL City. Do either of you have any thoughts? Should we confront it head-on or retreat? Share your opinions, Zhou Yu inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Alone, with merely the strength of a first-level super pattern, he recognized that he could never hope to vanquish the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King. To seize the coveted treasure, an alliance with the others was imperative. With a fiery temperament, Xiong Chuan smashed his fist against a nearby tree, exclaiming, "Damn it! What of the Beast King? At the end of the day, it is just another beast. If it dares to impede my acquisition of the treasure, I shall deal with it ruthlessly." It was evident to all that Xiong Chuan was a brute, brawn over brain. In contrast, the rather shifty-looking Hou Fei appeared far more astute. As soon as Xiong Chuan finished his outburst, Hou Fei seized the opportunity to speak, suggesting, "I propose that the 3 of us leaders take the initiative, forming a triangular formation with our subordinates. While we engage it in direct confrontation, we can each send one subordinate to form a trio to retrieve the treasure. What do you think of this plan? Hou Fei's intellect was indeed sharp, as he swiftly devised a plan to restrain the infiltration. I concur, the two responded in unison. Soon, the three men, accompanied by their respective subordinates, dispersed and successfully occupied three strategic positions. Attack! With Hou Fei's commanding shout, a crimson blade of assault surged forth from the thicket beside the azure-scaled Serpent King. Boom! This powerful ranged strike crashed against the serpent's formidable scales, yielding no effect whatsoever, but rather provoking its wrath. Roar! The azure-scaled Serpent King bellowed, its 300-meter-long body sweeping toward Hou Fei's position. The thick, powerful tail, combined with its rock-like scales, obliterated the 100-meter thicket where Hou Fei had concealed himself, transforming it into a barren expanse. Success! It had drawn its attention. Let us relocate. It is now time for them to showcase their prowess. Hou Fei activated his battle armor and, along with over 30 super, swiftly maneuvered to evade. This scene reflected in the Serpent King's irate gaze as it opened its massive jaws, preparing to conjure fireballs. It would not allow these pests to challenge its regal authority. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, each the size of meteors, erupted from its mouth, forcing Hou Fei and his companions to evade relentlessly. At that moment, on the peak to the right of the azure-scaled Serpent King, a fist of flames surged forth, taking advantage of its moment of vulnerability. The impact struck its truck-sized serpent head. With a resounding thud, the fallen serpent turned its gaze towards my grandfather. Beast King, I see you merely as a wily snake, one that will eventually find itself stewed for soup, mocked Xiong Chuan, unrelenting in his provocation. This undoubtedly further enraged the azure-scaled Serpent King. As a fifth-tier royal beast, its intelligence rivaled that of humans, despite its inability to articulate human speech. Naturally, it redirected its serpent head, setting its sights on the reckless human before it. Hissing fiercely, the azure-scaled Serpent King fixed its gaze on Xiong Chuan, who, in a moment of sheer folly, chose not to retreat and execute a tactical withdrawal. Instead, he rallied his fellow transcendent markers to launch an assault right where they stood. Brothers, let's take it down. Leading the charge, Xiong Chuan, along with more than 40 transcendent markers, activated their battle armors and unleashed a barrage of varied attacks, all striking true against the colossal serpent head. Observing this, Hou Fei, who had initially sought refuge, abruptly halted his flight and stood atop a large stone, exasperation evident in his voice. Xiong Chuan, are you out of your mind? Run. Engage it in a diversion. Do not confront it head-on. It was the first time he had encountered such a reckless ally, his frustration nearly causing his heart to burst. It was akin to a team in a game, poised to push for victory, yet one member insisted on attacking the dragon instead. To his surprise, Hou Fei's admonition did not awaken Xiong Chuan's senses. Rather, it inflated his confidence. It's fine. As long as it doesn't unleash fireballs, we can hold our ground evenly and buy some time. Besides, what chaos can this fallen serpent truly stir? Lousy before I could finish my words. The tail of the emerald-scale Serpent King struck fiercely at the midsection of Xiong Chuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle. With a resounding thud, he was propelled like a cannonball, soaring 100 meters away to the slope of a mountain. Unable to recover. Damn it, this snake cough. Xiong Chuan managed to utter a few fragmented words before his vision darkened and he fainted, losing all his earlier bravado. Oh no, our leader has been flung away. We must take cover quickly, for this Beast King's next target is us. The terrified subordinates of Xiong Chuan, neglecting to assess their leader's injuries, immediately activated their battle armor and scattered in all directions, wishing they could sprout additional legs and wings. Chapter 24, Chun Feng vs. Yi Chun, the might of the Candle Dragon battle armor. This time, the enraged emerald-scale Serpent King opened its massive jaws, revealing two sharp, venomous fangs instead of conjuring fireballs. It spewed venom towards the direction where the others were fleeing. This Beast King-level venom was potent enough to dissolve the battle armor of these ordinary super-pattern warriors. Seeing this, Zhou Yu, accompanied by the remaining dozen subordinates, unhesitatingly launched an attack on the emerald-scale Serpent King from the woods below. Aim for its venomous fangs. Do not miss, Zhou Yu instructed his comrades. With the allied teams that had infiltrated deep into the mountains yet to return, he could not afford to let Xiong Chuan's subordinates suffer excessive losses. Otherwise, it would only be left to him and Hou Fei. The act of diversion became increasingly arduous. With the sudden arrival of Zhou Yu, the emerald-scaled Serpent King roared in fury as it lunged towards them. Thus, the group managed to confine the Serpent King outside. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Chen guided Yu Lingtian through a narrow crevice, leading them to the location of the Serpent's Den. Though referred to as a den, it was, in fact, a vast natural cavern, several thousand meters in diameter, adorned with numerous stalactites on the surrounding rocks. Chener, where is that treasured artifact? This cavern is so enormous, yet it appears empty. Yi Lingtian inquired, bewildered. Yi Chen, with a subtle glance over his shoulder, was aware that he was being followed by Chen Feng and his companions. With intention, he had led them here, preparing to present them with a grand surprise. Father, there is no need to search any further. I know precisely where it is. Come, stay close to me, and I shall lead you to retrieve it. He patted Yu Lingtian on the shoulder and activated the Zhulong battle armor to guide the way ahead. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his group stealthily followed in silence, planning to exploit Yi Chen's efforts to locate the treasure, then ambush and eliminate him to seize the coveted item. Before long, the two who were circling the cavern arrived at a cliff radiating with vibrant hues. This appeared to be a smaller serpent's den, approximately 50 meters in size, embellished with a variety of stones that illuminated the surrounding darkness. In the central position, a 10-meter-tall green serpent egg lay quietly, its shell adorned with a myriad of scales that mingled with the brilliance of colorful stones, refracting an unusual hue. The serpent egg? Could it be the legendary treasure that enhances battle armor, the one referred to as Chener? Yi Lingtian exclaimed, gradually grasping the reason behind the previous green glow emanating from deep within the mountains, as well as why the city officials were incensed merely by approaching it. After all, this emerald-scale Serpent King was in the midst of laying eggs, which explained its fury upon sensing intruders. Quickly, father, while the Serpent King is preoccupied, let us swiftly retrieve the egg and escape this place. Chen shouted deliberately, though his movements were agonizingly slow, as if he were reluctant. Indeed, he was biding his time, awaiting the moment when Chen Feng would strike. True to his expectations, as Chen feigned preparation to collect the serpent egg, Chen Feng, concealed in the shadows behind him, leapt forth. Ha! Yi Chen, thank you for leading me to this treasure. Now let me escort you home. The moment his words fell, several figures emerged from the surroundings. Chen Feng's trusted subordinate, Lei Zi, accompanied by 10 formidable, super-patterned warriors. Die! Shouted Lei Zi, clad in battle armor, his iron fist aimed directly at Yi Chen. With remarkable agility, Yi Chen activated the Zhulong battle armor and retaliated with a single punch. The ensuing collision reverberated through the air. In an instant, Lei Zi was sent flying like a cannonball, creating a gaping hole in the stone wall. You insignificant character. Attempting a sneak attack? Perhaps you should consider adding more tattoos. Yi Chen scoffed dismissively. His mocking words caused Chen Feng, who had believed victory was within his grasp, to change his expression in the blink of an eye. Humph, I underestimated you. I shall see how the two of you can contend against our 12. Chen Feng bellowed, activating his battle armor and charging forward. His 3 supreme tattoos, namely the Rakshasa tattoo, the Demon King tattoo, and the Butcher of Demons, were among the finest. At this moment, donning the Demon King battle armor, he was in a frenzied bloodlust, immediately engaging in combat with Yi Chen. The others, seeing this, swiftly joined the fray, including the recently battered Lei Zi. The 12 individuals split into 2 groups to launch an assault on Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian. Impressive. Your strength is comparable to that of my subordinates, ranking at a moderate level, Yi Chen remarked effortlessly, assessing Chen Feng's capabilities. The presence of 3 top-tier supreme tattoos indicated that he possessed the strength akin to that of a city leader, which was indeed commendable. However, to Chen Feng's ears, this was undoubtedly a slight. To be compared to Yi Chen and his subordinates, and relegated to merely a middle tier, was infuriating. You brat. Speaking such grandiose words comes at a price. Prepare to meet your demise. As the Demon King's battle armor failed to suppress Yi Chen, Chen Feng immediately activated the tattoo of the Demon Slayer, transforming into a brutal and ferocious battle armor. A bloodthirsty axe manifested, aimed directly at Yi Chen. Merely a trifling skill. Yi Chen scoffed. With your capabilities, do you dare to kill me? Go reincarnate 18 times before you dare to challenge me again. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful punch, blocking the massive axe. His Zhulong battle armor erupted in crimson light, followed by a resonant dragon's roar echoing throughout the cavern. The beastly form of Zhulong emerged, charging at Chen Feng without warning, its tail sweeping him away several meters. Seizing this moment, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he instantaneously appeared before one of Chen Feng's super tattoo users. With a hum, the Azura Bloodblade was summoned. Die! With a swift motion, the Bloodblade pierced through the entire battle armor of the fierce underling, ending his life on the spot. In mere moments, Chen executed 4 rapid movements, eliminating the remaining super tattoo users surrounding him without leaving a single survivor. It was as if the King of Hell had descended upon the mortal realm. Such terrifying combat prowess rendered the 6 assailants targeting Yi Ling Tian utterly dumbfounded. The leader among them, Lei Zi, was particularly stricken with fear, hastily activating his battle armor to flee towards Chen Feng. Having witnessed the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes suddenly shift towards them. To not flee? Only a fool would stay. The Serpent King, with its azure scales, descended into madness. Upon witnessing this, the remaining 5 individuals unhesitatingly withdrew from the fray, advancing towards Chen Feng. Although they were all hardened criminals from the prison, fierce and merciless, their capacity for violence did not exempt them from the fear of death. Especially now, having regained their freedom and possessing formidable powers, their fear intensified. Boss, what should we do? Yi Chen's strength is terrifying. We may not be able to contain him. Thunder's voice trembled with trepidation, unwilling to meet his demise in such a place. Yet, Chen Feng, filled with indignation, was not one to easily acquiesce. Humph, what is there to fear? We have the advantage in numbers. I will engage him and his companion while you sneak away with the serpent egg. Outside, we have over 100 brothers waiting. Should he dare to pursue, we will ensure he meets a grim fate. With a newfound determination, he swiftly devised a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic butcher armor enveloping Chen Feng instantly transformed into the Rakshasa armor, propelling him towards Yi Chen with great speed. Having previously suffered a setback, he understood he was no match for Yi Chen. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy, utilizing the swift Rakshasa armor to create distractions. Coordinating with the remaining 5 super pattern subordinates to restrain Yi Chen and his companion, thus granting Thunder the advantageous time needed to seize the serpent egg. Yi Chen, do not be so arrogant. The battle has only just begun. Let us exchange a few more blows. As he charged forward, 2 Rakshasa daggers materialized in his hands, and with a surge of power, he lunged fiercely towards Yi Chen's form. With a resounding clang, Yi Chen formed a cross with his arms, using the formidable crimson scales of the Candle Dragon battle armor to deflect the onslaught of the battle spear, not yielding an inch. Just as he prepared to retaliate with a punch, Chen Feng's robust figure vanished like a specter, his very presence concealed. Suddenly, Chen Feng, wielding dual daggers, appeared behind Yi Chen, launching a surprise attack. Chener, be careful. Yi Ling Tian warned in a panic, entangled with 5 subordinates of the super patterners, unable to free himself in time. In a heartbeat, just as the dual daggers were about to pierce Yi Chen's back, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's figure vanished without a trace, akin to the elusive Chen Feng moments earlier. Consequently, Chen Feng's dual dagger assault turned into a farcical endeavor, stabbing only at the emptiness. What? Where did he go? Chen Feng searched frantically, his heart racing with an amplified sense of dread. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from above. Chen Feng, are you looking for me? Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Chen Feng's spine, prompting him to instinctively activate his armor and leap several meters away. Only then did he look up, where he beheld Yi Chen adorned in the Neza battle armor, standing atop the armored wind and fire wheels, brandishing the flame-wreathed red cherry spear, suspended in midair. Lotus blossoms illuminated his figure, accompanied by a colossal phantom of 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling the illustrious Prince Neza. The recent instantaneous evasion was accomplished by his switch to the Neza battle armor, utilizing the external weapon, the wind and fire wheels. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's confidant, Lei Zi, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle to approach the 10-meter-tall emerald snake egg. Gazing greedily at the vibrant egg, Lei Zi licked his lips, already envisioning how it could enhance his battle armor. Collect, he commanded, activating his armor to open the storage space and stowing the snake egg within. At the very moment the egg vanished, the blood-scaled Snake King, ensnared by the triangular tactic beyond the mountains, felt a surge of agitation coursing through its veins. Sensing the dissipating aura of the egg, instantly, its eyes turned crimson, and it let out a furious roar. Unlike before, it was now utterly enraged. With a thunderous bellow, the blood-scaled Snake King unleashed a fireball in a chaotic assault around it, then hastened back towards its lair. What is happening? Has the Serpent King gone mad? Could it be that they have retrieved the treasure and been discovered? Zhou Yu, activating his battle armor, approached Hou Fei, panting heavily. The Serpent King's abnormal reaction must be connected to the trio that had infiltrated. Most likely. I suspect that the Serpent King had made preparations to sense the moment the item was taken. Otherwise, such a furious response would be unfathomable. Hou Fei replied anxiously. If that were the case, it was likely that the three would not survive, and in addition to holding off the enemy for so long, the coveted treasure would slip away. The trio they spoke of had only just arrived at the entrance of the cave. Yet before they could take a single step forward, a cacophony of roars erupted from behind. Run! The leader couldn't hold the Serpent King. We've been discovered. One clever super pattern user, upon hearing the Serpent King's voice, immediately fled, not daring to look back. At that moment, his desire to survive outweighed any ambition for treasure. The other two, exchanging a glance, swiftly mirrored his actions. The best strategy was to retreat. The three activated their super pattern battle armor, dodging as they cautiously accelerated back along the path they had come. Inside the cave, the monstrous roars from outside formed a tempest, nearly unbalancing the group. This is bad. The Serpent King is returning. Chen Feng shouted at Lei Zi. Quick, take the serpent egg and get out. If we linger, we shall perish here. After unleashing a dual thrust attack towards Yi Chun, he and Lei Zi, who had secured the serpent egg, escaped through a narrow opening. What should we do? They've taken the egg, and the Serpent King will be back any moment. Yiling Tian was at a loss. Although they had failed to obtain the treasure, the situation was becoming increasingly precarious as the Beast King returned in a frenzy. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen smiled confidently and said, Father, can't you see? I did not put my heart into it. I intentionally left flaws for them to seize the serpent egg. Deliberate? Yiling Tian furrowed his brow. To enhance the battle armor's treasure, why would one relinquish it to others? Before he could voice his inquiry, the sound of roaring grew ever closer, and the head of the azure-scaled Serpent King came into view. The azure-scaled Serpent King had returned. In the next moment, Yi Chen activated the Candle Dragon battle armor, bringing along Yiling Tian, who was clad in the Black Dragon battle armor, to the original location of the serpent egg. He glanced upward at the iridescent cliff and summoned the power of the super pattern, guiding Yiling Tian beside him to transform their battle armor's forms. Subsequently, the two curled up like pangolins. Yi Chen transformed into a red scale, while Yiling Tian became a black scale. They then slowly floated upwards, firmly adhering to the iridescent cliff, seamlessly merging with it. Their very presence dissipated, rendering them nearly invisible. Chapter 26. The Nine-Colored Celestial Lotus. After a brief moment, the azure-scaled Serpent King returned to its lair. Upon investigation, it found no trace of anyone, only the lingering aura of the serpent egg. Following the trail of bloodline energy, its vertical pupils sharpened as it spotted a gap leading directly to the lair, revealing the remnants of Chen Feng and others' passage. Hiss roar, the azure-scaled Serpent King opened its mouth wide, channeling tremendous energy that gradually coalesced into a colossal fireball. With a whoosh, the fireball soared upwards, piercing through the cave and creating an opening with a diameter of over 100 meters. It then coiled its body and burrowed out of the cave, pursuing the figures fleeing into the mountains through the gap, who were also alerted by the terrifying explosion. Do not stop. Everyone, retreat with me. The treasure is secured, and the Serpent King has gone mad. Hurry. As Chen Feng found an opening, he signaled to his ambushed subordinates, swiftly escaping from the Dongling mountain range. Upon hearing his command, the group immediately activated their battle armors, exerting every ounce of strength, even willing to overdraw their super pattern energy to hasten their escape. For if they were caught by the frenzied Serpent King, they would surely meet a dire fate. Meanwhile, hidden within the colorful cliff, Yi Chun and his father witnessed the Serpent King's fury and the subsequent eruption of fireballs that shattered the mountaintop. After the Serpent King had pursued for a while, Yi Chun activated the Zhu Long battle armor, dispelling its scale form, and leaped down from the cliff. Father, the Serpent King has left. We need not conceal ourselves any longer. Come down, Yi Chun proclaimed with a grin, hands on his hips. Upon hearing this, the cautious Yiling Tian finally released his scale armor form and jumped down with a thud to Yi Chen's side. Chenner, this cliff has quite the secret. It possesses such remarkable properties that the Serpent King could not detect us despite searching intently, Yiling Tian remarked, gazing at the vibrant cliff with astonishment. He then could not resist extending his left hand to touch a scale-like stone embedded in the cliff. With a hum, The blue scale stone resonated faintly with his black dragon battle armor. What is happening here? Before he could turn to inquire further, in the next moment, Chen grinned and explained, "Father, do you remember what I told you before? I intentionally allowed them to take the snake egg because that egg is not the true treasure. The so-called treasure lies within the colorful cliff. I merely used them to provoke the Serpent King, drawing it away." Upon hearing this, Tian suddenly understood. Everything was a scheme orchestrated by Chen. From the moment they entered the crevice, Chen had devised a plan. Deliberately claiming the snake egg was the treasure and allowing it to be taken, while he remained behind, concealing his presence among the vibrant cliffs to seize the ultimate treasure. "I see now. How could those few youngsters possibly restrain you?" Tian chuckled heartily. If it weren't for Chen's deliberate restraint, he would have swiftly donned his battle armor and eliminated Chen Feng on the spot. Now that Chen Feng and his companions had lured away the Bailin Snake King, they could confidently claim the treasure. In the following moment, clad in the Zhulong battle armor, Chen caressed the colorful cliff and resolutely declared, "Come on, father. Let us together channel our battle armor and break through this colorful cliff." Nodding in agreement, Tian summoned all his strength, the beastly black dragon materializing beside him, a sphere of black flames coalescing in his mouth. Meanwhile, Chen called forth the beastly Zhulong. The candle dragon battle armor upon him ignited with fierce flames, swirling and coalescing upon his fist. With a resounding roar, the two combatants and their beasts launched simultaneous assaults. An astonishing wave of energy crashed against the multicolored cliff, causing its scale-like stones to gradually peel away and descend. As the debris fell away, the scenery behind the cliff was fully revealed. A verdant vine, towering over 20 meters, bore a magnificent 9-colored lotus, radiating brilliance while exuding a fragrant aroma. Upon closer inspection, the center of the flower resembled a coiled 5-clawed 9-colored dragon. Indeed, it was the coveted treasure, the third ranked among the 10 celestial materials and earthly treasures, the 9-colored celestial yuan treasure lotus. Chen was captivated, murmuring to himself, "This 9-colored celestial yuan treasure lotus, positioned third among the celestial materials and earthly treasures, was not without reason. It not only enabled super pattern practitioners to elevate to the 9th realm, but also autonomously absorb the energy of heaven and earth for continuous use. Most crucially, should a serpentine beast consume it, it could instantly ascend to the skies and transform into a dragon, rapidly advancing to the 9th tier. It is worth noting that a beast must reach the 6th tier to be called a beast monarch, reigning supreme over its domain, while a 9th tier beast monarch possesses the power to annihilate the world. In Chen's previous life, no 9th tier beast monarch had ever been seen on land. Perhaps only in the vast oceans might such a creature still exist. "Chener, my armor seems to be stirring restlessly. What could this mean?" Clad in the obsidian dragon armor, Tian radiated an intense heat, while the beastly black dragon by his side fixated its gaze upon the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus. In a moment of confusion, he believed there was an anomaly with his armor. Observing his distress, Chen waved his hand and chuckled, "Father, this is perfectly normal. The 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus possesses an immense allure for dragons and serpents. The 7-colored cliff is but a manifestation of the aura it exudes. Our ability to conceal our presence is attributed to the dragon armor we wear." With these two explanations, Tian grasped the situation. It turned out that Chen had initially planned for him to accompany him while leaving Wang Chao to guard, having already devised a corresponding strategy. This included the continuous use of the black dragon armor's advanced patterns once they infiltrated through the crevice. "Chener, quite impressive. Your intellect is reminiscent of my own youth. Albeit a fraction. I am truly gratified." Tian affectionately ruffled his hair, a look of satisfaction on his face, akin to a team that had never won a match in 10 years finally scoring a goal to clinch the Champions League. In the next moment, Chen summoned the Azura Bloodblade, soaring into the air to strike a crosscut at the root of the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus's tendrils. With a resounding impact, the two precise strikes expertly severed the tendrils from the earth without damaging the roots. "Chener, what are you doing?" Tian inquired, puzzled as to why he did not simply pluck the lotus, but instead uprooted it. In response, Chen, while storing it in his spatial pocket, replied with a grin, "Father, the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus has yet to fully bloom. If we were to pluck it away now, we would inevitably lose our standing. The Serpent King is acutely aware of this, which is why it has been patiently waiting for its meal to ripen. Do not inquire how it knows this. In a former life, The one who stumbled upon this exquisite nine-colored heavenly lotus did so prematurely, resulting in a two-tiered drop in its status. Not only did it transform into a seven-colored heavenly lotus, but its efficacy was significantly diminished as well. Chapter 27. Cultivation, collective breakthrough. Having secured the nine-colored heavenly lotus, Chen swiftly switched his candle dragon armor for the winged Qiongqi armor. He then soared from the cave's apex alongside Yilingtian. Let us depart, father. With the treasure in our possession, we must hasten our return to avoid encounters with that serpent king. Chen exhaled deeply, acknowledging that with his current strength at the first level of the super pattern, and armed with 11 forbidden tattoos, he could indeed vanquish the azure-scaled serpent king, albeit at a considerable cost of effort. After weighing the pros and cons, he deemed it prudent to employ a method that was both effortless and straightforward, avoiding provocation altogether. Meanwhile, Lazy, clutching the serpent egg, dodged the incoming fireballs while shouting to his companion Chen, who was ahead. Brother, should we not discard this serpent egg? It is as if it has been outfitted with a tracker, with the serpent king relentlessly pursuing us. I can hardly endure this any longer. Continuously evading the fireballs made him feel as though he were a whack-a-mole, terrified of being struck and meeting an untimely demise. Discard it? After all we have gone through to acquire this treasure, you suggest we abandon it? Hand me the egg. I shall distract this beast. You regroup with the others and await my return in the city. Chen reduced his speed, transferring the serpent egg into the storage space of his battle armor, then swiftly darted in another direction. Meanwhile, the azure-scaled serpent king, in hot pursuit, did not linger for even half a second at the point where the two had dispersed. Charging relentlessly after Chen Feng's fleeing form, it recognized only the egg, disregarding the human. Gradually, as he fled, Chen Feng noticed that the Serpent King's speed was diminishing. This observation led him to a realization. As the egg distanced itself from its nest, the potent bloodline aura it emitted was gradually weakening, rendering the azure-scaled Serpent King unable to track with precision. If he could activate the Rakshasa battle armor and continue evading for a few more hours, once the egg's aura completely dissipated, he would have the opportunity to shake off the Serpent King and return to Daoyuo City. The scene shifted to Chen and Yilingtian, who had successfully arrived in the Demon City and were currently atop the lighthouse of a refuge, marveling at the nine-colored heavenly yuan lotus. The vines, once uprooted, had now been successfully planted in the prepared soil. Brother, is this the treasure that enhances battle armor? The fragrance wafting from it was so enticing that I can hardly resist the urge to take a bite, Wang Chao said, curiously leaning closer, deeply captivated by the aroma emanating from the lotus. The refreshing scent was undoubtedly akin to a culinary temptation before him. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen delivered a light slap to his forehead, jolting him back to reality. What are you thinking? If you take a bite, this treasure will likely lose several tiers of its quality. Go, summon the brethren. Although the nine-colored heavenly lotus has yet to fully mature, its emanating energy can still be harnessed for cultivation. We must not squander time. The sooner we enhance our supernatural powers, the stronger we shall become. With this motivation, Wang Chao felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with a surge of vitality. Yes, elder brother. I shall gather our comrades at once. He hurriedly exited, a crescent moon gleaming at the corner of his eye, to rally his subordinates. The 108 death warriors were tasked with ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens while fortifying the city's defenses against the encroaching beasts. After several days of construction, the walls had begun to take shape. Calling everyone together for a session of cultivation should be timely, as it was unlikely that the beasts would assault the city in the immediate future. Subsequently, Chen instructed a subordinate to go to a room on the mid-level of the lighthouse and informed Jianting to join them. The advantages of enhancing their battle armor should certainly not be overlooked, especially for the woman he cherished. Approximately half an hour later, outside the earthen pit, Chen, Yilingtian, Wang Chao, and Jianting took their positions, seated cross-legged at four corners. The 108 death warriors arranged themselves in an orderly manner, forming a circle around the nine-colored heavenly lotus. All right, everyone listen closely. Close your eyes and channel your supernatural powers to absorb the energy emanating from the nine-colored heavenly lotus. Remember, you must endure the pain. Chen reiterated this instruction several times. Subsequently, once it was confirmed that there were no further inquiries from the assembly, he too began to close his eyes, channeling the energy of the tattoos to sense the atmospheric vibrations. This was the dragon-patterned factor emanating from the nine-colored heavenly yuan lotus. imbued with unimaginable energy. Inhale, exhale, Chen adjusted his breathing rhythm, harnessing the 11 tattoos on his body to absorb the energy particles. The moment these forces came into contact, the previously tranquil tattoos suddenly surged with an intense heat, accompanied by a searing pain akin to burning. Simultaneously, the 11 energies within him merged into a singular force, ascending at a visibly rapid pace. The frenzy of the tattoos, coupled with the influx of energy, caused Chen, seated on the ground, to sweat profusely. Fortunately, the fragrant aura released by the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus allowed him to maintain his focus. Without it, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming sensations. It is worth noting that while others typically engaged in the meticulous practice of activating one tattoo at a time, Chen's extraordinary ability permitted him to absorb energy from all 11 forbidden tattoos simultaneously. The resultant pain from such an exponential increase in efficiency was indeed daunting. On the contrary, the benefits were equally remarkable. Gradually, the 11 black tattoos adorning Chen's body began to transform into a crimson hue, signifying the attainment of the super tattoo's second level. As one progresses from the first to the 9th level, the colors of the super tattoos evolve accordingly, transitioning through black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and white, each corresponding to a specific realm. Upon reaching the 9th level of the super tattoo, the colors of the tattoos have returned to their essence, fading into a white that melds seamlessly with the skin, rendering them virtually imperceptible to the eye. They now appear as indistinguishable from ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken. As time ticks away, the collective breakthroughs and transcendent tattoos yield various accomplishments. Indeed, the 9-colored celestial lotus is as formidable as rumored. In less than half a day's time, I have managed to attain 11 forbidden tattoos while simultaneously advancing to the 2nd level of transcendent tattoos. At this rate, with a few more days of cultivation, I may very well reach the 3rd level of transcendent tattoos, Chen mused to himself. After half a day of rigorous training, he not only acclimated to the relentless, intense pain, but also successfully advanced to the 2nd level of transcendent tattoos. This only solidified his belief in the extraordinary nature of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which not only conserve beast cores, but also enhance efficiency. As night fell, after an entire day of cultivation, everyone slowly opened their eyes, attuning themselves to the changes in their transcendent tattoos. All had achieved breakthroughs, except for Yiling Dian, whose 4 tattoos exceeded the limit and required more energy due to their top-tier status. Only 3 of his transcendent tattoos advanced to the 2nd level. The rest of the group saw their tattoos elevate to the 2nd level of transcendence. Remarkably, several of the death warriors who focused on a single tattoo directly escalated it to the 3rd level, reaching the pinnacle of the 1st stage of battle armor. Furthermore, Jian Ting was not to be outdone. She successfully advanced her 2 tattoos, the Ghost Princess and the Nirvana Phoenix, to the 2nd level of transcendent tattoos. Chapter 28. External Forces, the Celestial Eye Gang? Brother Chen, I have broken through, Jian Ting exclaimed joyfully, hopping about. This lotus truly is a treasure. I had absorbed several beast cores before without any effect. Yet, just by drawing energy near this lotus, I have ascended to the 2nd level of transcendent tattoos. For her, at the onset of the catastrophe, everything appeared so wondrous. During the following period, we should settle down to cultivate diligently, striving to enhance our power of the super patterns. There are indeed many formidable individuals. We cannot afford to lag behind. Chen gently patted her head, offering his counsel. The rest of the group mirrored his sentiment, taking turns to protect the civilians outside the city walls, while simultaneously working in batches to elevate their super pattern abilities. As night fell and dawn broke, Wang hastily ascended to the top of the lighthouse, arriving before Chen, who was admiring the resplendent 9-colored Tianyuan lotus. Brother, something has happened. Something has occurred. There are no beast attacks at the moment. What could possibly be wrong? What has transpired, Wang? This urgency does not align with your usual demeanor. Chen slowly turned around, leisurely settling into a chair and calmly sipping a glass of red wine. Even if the Beast King were to descend, he would remain unperturbed. Brother, a group of super pattern practitioners has suddenly appeared in the northern part of the city. It is unclear whether they are outsiders or locals. They simply materialized, evading our brother's reconnaissance, and have now claimed that territory is their own, forbidding our entry. They even declare themselves as the Heavenly Eye Gang. Were it not for the fear of endangering the civilians, I would have already led our brothers into action. Brother, what do you suggest we do? Wang recounted the situation, This piqued Yi Chen's interest. A band of unknown foreign super pattern practitioners causing mischief? It was needless to speculate. It was undoubtedly the case. Within the confines of Magic City, all super pattern practitioners, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Yi Chun and his companions upon the arrival of the catastrophe, had been behaving themselves. With Yi Chun now appointed as the city's leader, more than half of the supermarkers voluntarily pledged their support against the impending beast tide. They even established a supermarker association. This sudden influx of supermarkers has taken control of the northern district of the city, clearly indicating their foreign origins, unaware of Yi Chen's formidable prowess. How intriguing. Haha. Let us gather some brothers and confront this heavenly-eyed gang. I am eager to see who dares to wreak havoc on my territory. Yi Chen stood up, adjusted his collar, and prepared to deal with these outsiders. Soon, 20 brothers from the Death Guard were summoned by the dynasty. As soon as the personnel were assembled, Yi Chun activated his gluttonous battle armor and leaped from the top of the lighthouse, leading the charge as he soared out of the shelter towards the northern district. The dynasty and the others followed closely behind. This scene caught the attention of the Li family members, who were stationed around the entrance of the shelter, constantly monitoring Yi Chen's movements. A regular supermarker from the Li family quickly activated his battle armor and rushed into a high-rise building. As one of the 4 prominent families in the Magic City, despite suffering substantial losses during the calamity, they still retained considerable resources. This high-rise building was one of the few properties owned by the Li family. Young master, a family member burst into Li Sheng's room, panting heavily. Yi Chun has left the shelter with over 20 subordinates. It seems they are heading towards the northern district. Upon hearing the report, Li Sheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, rose and began to ponder thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he turned to Li Xiang, who stood beside him, and inquired, "Do you have confidence in this matter? Have you overlooked any details?" Yi Chun is quite astute. It was evident that the Tianyin gang in the northern district had a direct connection to their affairs. "Rest assured, brother," Li Xiang replied, patting his chest with a grin that radiated self-assurance. "These supermarkers are all hired mercenaries I lured from other ruined cities. Given the tranquility of our city, do you think they would leave? They will surely become a source of frustration for Yi Chun." It is worth noting that the Tianyin gang comprises a formidable group of supermarkers that have managed to survive in the neighboring ruined cities. With their current occupation of the civilian district in the north, it is likely that Yi Chun dares not unleash his full power, lest the innocent populace suffer as a consequence. Meanwhile, in the northern district of the Demon City, within a lavish villa, 50 individuals adorned with the Tianyin tattoo stood in a row before a man, seemingly awaiting his address. This man was none other than Su Jiang, the leader of the Tianyin gang. Not only did he possess the distinctive Tianyin tattoo, but he also bore 2 other supreme marks of power. How was the harvest today? The civilians did not resist any further, did they? He reclined with his legs crossed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with satisfaction, inhaling deeply as he awaited the responses of the gathered crowd. At the next moment, a prominent figure with protruding teeth rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Brother, today's harvest is quite remarkable. After your intimidation yesterday, all the surviving civilians in the northern part of the city obediently surrendered their money, amounting to a total of 10 million. The funds are all in the card. Please accept it, brother." 10 million. This was merely the sum they had extorted in a single day. If this continues, in 10 days it would reach 100 million, and in a month, 300 million. In this apocalyptic era, possessing power is the key to prosperity. Well done. By the way, regarding the super-tattooed individuals in our territory, those we can recruit, let us do so. Those we cannot, let them be. Our objective is to amass wealth, and there is no need to engage in conflict with them. However, should anyone intentionally seek trouble, come directly to me. Those who dare obstruct my path to riches should not blame me for making them disappear without a trace. Su Jiang's every word and action exuded a ferocity, characteristic of one who would stop at nothing in pursuit of wealth, showing no consideration for the consequences. Just as he was delivering his admonition, at a collapsed 2-story building in the northern part of the city, Yi Chun and his companions had silently infiltrated the premises. "Strange. Brother, why haven't we encountered a single member of the Sky Eye gang on our way here? Could it be that they caught wind of something and fled in advance?" asked Wang Chao, having shed his voracious battle armor. The northern part of the city appeared remarkably serene, with pedestrians oblivious to any irregularities. "It should be fine." Yi Chun waved his hand and said, "For the sake of caution, let us inquire with someone." He then surveyed his surroundings. By sheer coincidence, he caught sight of a middle-aged man dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, engaged in an act of robbery in a secluded corner below. Faintly, he could discern a glimpse of a tattoo peeking from the man's sleeve. This individual was a super tattooist. That's the one. Humph, under my explicit orders. He dares to rob civilians in broad daylight. Even if he is not affiliated with the Eye of Heaven gang, he is surely connected in some way. As he spoke, Chen activated his battle armor, and he and his companions vanished from the rooftop in an instant. At that moment, the super tattooist remained engrossed in his thievery, completely unaware that he had become the target of Chen's attention. Hurry up and transfer the money to my account. Do you see my tattoo? I am a super tattooist. If you hesitate, I might just remove your arm, Zhang Wei threatened, pulling back his sleeve to reveal a fifth of his tattoo design, attempting to intimidate the civilian before him. Against an ordinary civilian, merely displaying a tattoo would suffice to achieve the desired effect. Indeed, the civilian trembled as he fumbled for his phone, stuttering, "Super tattooist, I will transfer it right away, I promise. Please spare me. My family has been in business for 3 generations, and I am the sole heir." Zhang Wei was elated, having unexpectedly targeted the son of a businessman during the robbery. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today. Just as the victim was inputting his bank account details to transfer the money, a pair of delicate, fair hands suddenly descended upon the phone. "Wait a moment, young man," came the voice. "This is the Magic City, where super tattooed individuals and ordinary folk coexist peacefully. What are you transferring money for?" With this proclamation, both Zhang Wei and the victim turned their gazes towards Chen. The civilian, the first to glance back, regarded the 20 impeccably suited men behind Chen and assumed he was merely a wealthy heir trying to assert himself. He promptly interjected, "Brother, this has nothing to do with you. If I transfer the money, everything will be fine, so please do not interfere." He was aware that the assailant was a super tattooed individual, one they could not hope to defeat. Provoking him could cost them their lives. Better to avoid trouble, he thought, fearing that Chen might resolve the situation, especially since Zhang Wei was indeed a super tattooed individual. Numbers would not matter in this confrontation. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, as he instinctively took a step back. He had caught sight of the tattoo adorning Chen's neck. Undoubtedly, Chen was also a super tattooed individual. Moreover, those standing behind him, including Wang Chao, deliberately revealed a glimpse of their own tattoos, striking fear into Zhang Wei's heart. What an astonishing sight! A gathering of super tattooed individuals. How could he possibly proceed? He had certainly kicked a hornet's nest. Suddenly, Zhang Wei appeared to have an epiphany, halting his retreat and summoning his courage to inquire, "Brother, which faction do you belong to? As fellow super tattooists, you must be aware of who governs the northern part of the city. I advise you not to meddle in the affairs of an ordinary person, as it could lead to trouble." "Trouble? I beg your pardon. I, Chen, am precisely here to instigate trouble," he retorted. "You are indeed correct. I have a penchant for meddling and am entirely unafraid of the consequences." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding clang echoed as Chen channeled his super tattoo power, enveloping himself in the Qiongqi battle armor. Behind him, the dynasty activated the Taotai battle armor, standing resolutely alongside over 20 armored death servants, creating a breathtaking tableau. You, don't come any closer. Even if you outnumber us, you must understand that there is a disparity among super tattoos. Mine is the twin dragons playing with a pearl, twin dragons. Don't force my hand," Zhang Wei stammered, swallowing hard as he attempted to mask his inner trepidation with bravado. Chen, however, was all too aware of the truth. If Zhang Wei were indeed a top-tier tattooist, he would have already donned his battle armor, rather than exhibiting such panic. "Twin dragons playing with a pearl?" Chen scoffed, delivering a sharp slap to his face. "I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts. What exactly is your tattoo? Are you still trying to hide? Do you believe I won't dislocate your shoulder?" Under this intimidation, Zhang Wei could no longer put on a brave front. His legs buckled beneath him, revealing the tattoo concealed upon his arm. He pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. I am merely an ordinary tattooed individual. Please spare me. I promise I shall no longer rob civilians." The tattoo was far from the expected dragons playing with pearls. Rather, it depicted 2 shrimp playing with a ball. Upon glimpsing Zhang Wei's unconventional tattoo, Chen couldn't help but laugh. No wonder he had been so keen to conceal it. It turned out that the awakened tattoo was the most pathetic of all. Subsequently, Chen removed his battle armor, waved his hand to allow the robbery victim to depart, and then seized Zhang Wei by the collar, leading him deeper into the alley. I ask you, are you familiar with the Tianyan gang? Yi Chen inquired. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. After the earlier encounter, he understood that Yi Chen was not a killer. Moreover, he was no fool and quickly realized that Yi Chen intended to extract information regarding the Tianyan gang from him. Yes. The Tianyan gang is a group of outsiders who extort protection fees from everyone in the northern part of the city daily. They spare no one, not even us weaker tattooed individuals. Under their pressure, I resorted to robbing civilians. Otherwise, I would be beaten for failing to pay. Zhang Wei simultaneously lamented the misdeeds of the Eye of Heaven gang, while justifying his desperate act of robbing innocent civilians, claiming it was out of sheer necessity. Subsequently, Yi Chen inquired further, learning from Zhang Wei the number of members in the gang, as well as the precise location of their leader's residence. Without delay, Yi Chen commanded, "Let us proceed, Wang Chao. We shall confront the leader of the Eye of Heaven gang." At this moment, Zhang Wei, whose mind was intensely focused, experienced a sudden epiphany akin to Newton being struck by an apple upon hearing Yi Chen's words. "Wang Chao, you are the commander of the Deadpool Legion? Then, you are Yi Chen, the head of our magic city? You should have realized it sooner. With such remarkable battle armor and an entourage of fearsome subordinates. Who else could it be but that formidable figure?" Awakening from his stupor, he promptly resolved to align himself with Yi Chen. It was absurd to have such a colossal ally before him without seizing the opportunity. In an instant, Zhang Wei prostrated himself once more, kneeling before Yi Chen, and beseeched, "Captain Yi, might you permit me to join your ranks? My tattoos are utterly worthless. The Super Tattoo Association has rejected me, and I now resemble little more than a vagabond. Please, have mercy and take me in. I am capable of handling the dirtiest and most arduous tasks." He wept, his lamentations painting a picture of his woeful plight. As an awakened tattoo master, he found himself living a life less fulfilling than that of an ordinary person. The crowd fell silent. Yi Chen shook his head dismissively, ignoring him entirely, and along with Wang Chao and others, propelled his super tattoo battle armor towards the headquarters of the Heavenly Eye gang. As he departed, seemingly lost in thought, he slowly uttered a phrase, "Come to the Jinjiang Villa in 1 hour." Jinjiang Villa, once a haven for the affluent, had transformed into the best refuge in the northern part of the city following the catastrophe. However, upon the arrival of the Heavenly Eye gang, the wealthy residents and several hired ordinary super tattoo masters were all expelled from the premises. In no time, aided by the unparalleled speed of the Qiongqi battle armor, Yi Chen swiftly arrived above the central villa. "Might I request an audience with the leader of the Heavenly Eye gang?" His resonant voice, amplified by the armor's capabilities, echoed through the entire villa area. Inside the villa, Su Jiang lounged on the sofa, leisurely enjoying a cigar while dreaming of wealth. Suddenly, Yi Chen's omnidirectional voice intruded upon his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. "Who dares?" Su Jiang exclaimed, discarding his cigar with a snap, his voice laced with disdain. "Such audacity to come here and provoke. Truly, one must be tired of living." In the next moment, with a loud crash, the living room window shattered. Su Jiang activated his battle armor and soared from the villa into the air, gazing at Yi Chen, who stood before him clad in similar armor. He abruptly inquired, "Boy, what brings you to seek my presence? Dare to disturb the ground under the revered Tai Sui? Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for leaving your life here." Such a cruel disposition certainly aligns with his oppressive treatment of the common folk. At that moment, Wang Chao and 20 death warriors, clad in battle armor, arrived on the scene. Upon arrival, he overheard Su Jiang cursing at Yi Chen and could not resist soaring forward, declaring, "The leader of the Tianyan gang? Bah, still calling yourself a lord? If you have any sense, return the money and scram from the magic city. Perhaps my elder brother might show some leniency and overlook your transgressions. Otherwise, beware, for I shall raise your ancestral tomb." In the realm of insults, Wang Chao had never feared anyone, especially not those audacious enough to curse at Yi Chen, for he would retaliate tenfold. Oh, upon hearing this, Su Jiang instantly grasped the situation. He then snarled menacingly, "So, you've come to disrupt my domain, bringing this many reinforcements? Let me tell you, I am not one to be intimidated. Today, none of you shall escape." As his words echoed, the super pattern power of Su Jiang's battle armor surged outward, coalescing in his hand into a wave of energy. He then shot it into the sky, where it exploded like fireworks. Boom! an arrow piercing the clouds, summoning an army. This was Su Jiang's call to arms, rallying all members of the Tianyin gang from the northern city. Chapter 30. Slaying the leader of the Tianyin gang in the northern city. Outside a certain establishment, a buck-toothed man adorned with the Tianyin tattoo glared fiercely at the shopkeeper, threatening him to prepare tomorrow's protection fee. This man was none other than Su Jiang's trusted aide, Chao Chuang. Suddenly, in the distant sky, a loud bang signaled the emergency summoning of the Heavenly Eye gang. Not good. Our home has been breached. Brothers, forget about the protection money for now. Someone is causing trouble for the boss. Return at the fastest speed possible. Chao Chuang, following the direction of the signal, immediately realized it was emanating from the Jinjiang villa. He quickly rallied his comrades to return for a rescue mission. Meanwhile, above the villa, Su Jiang, who had successfully launched the assembly signal, laughed maniacally, convinced of his impending victory. You brats, there's no escape now. How dare you speak disrespectfully to me? Prepare to meet your doom. If I don't make an example of you, you local super-tattooed thugs will really think I'm soft-hearted, truly unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. Clearly, Su Jiang had mistaken Yi Chun and his group for the northern city rebels opposing his protection fee collection, hence his harsh words. Without waiting for his subordinates, Su Jiang, taking advantage of the distraction, activated his armor and charged at Yi Chun at full speed. As the saying goes, capture the leader first to win the battle. Being the leader of the Heavenly Eye gang, he was naturally versed in military strategy and immediately launched a fierce attack on Yi Chun. In his view, capturing Yi Chun would cause the rest to crumble. But instead of the expected outcome where Yi Chun was blown away, a clear, thunderous sound echoed. And it was Su Jiang who was forcefully repelled. He even recoiled several meters. How could this be? My tattoo is of the highest caliber, and my super tattoo power has reached the second level. How could I be repelled? What kind of armor is he wearing? Su Jiang, gazing at his trembling hands, began to question his existence for the first time. Why was the disparity so immense? Although it was a surprise attack, he had not unleashed his full power. Yet Yi Chun had stood firm and withstood the blow head-on. It should be noted that before arriving in the northern district of the city, he had gathered the Sky Eye gang in the ruins of other cities, slaying alien beasts and obtaining a considerable number of beast cores. He had then absorbed them all, and his super tattoo power had rapidly ascended to the third level. Yet, he was still no match for the person before him. How could such a monstrous super tattoo armor exist? My friend, I still possess a sense of honor. You couldn't even defeat me while I stood still and allowed you to strike. What use are you? You might as well relinquish your position as the Sky Eye gang leader to me, lest you become the laughingstock of your underlings. Yi Chun couldn't resist taunting him. Since advancing to the second level of super tattoo power, his 11 forbidden tattoos had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Subjugating a Sky Eye gang leader was now a trivial matter. At that moment, the scattered members of the Sky Eye gang, propelled by a chorus of accelerating armor, successfully returned. Boss, we're here. Chao Chuang, leading all those who had arrived, surrounded Yi Chun and his companions. At this juncture, he inevitably became arrogant. After all, the troop strength in this impending battle was 50 versus 20, an advantage that was decidedly in their favor. Anyone would be emboldened in such a situation. Hold, Chao Chuang. Su Jiang began, intending to caution his trusted aide, but in a flash, Chao Chuang activated his armor and charged forward. Perish. Chao Chuang conjured iron hammers, his tattoos depicting not only the celestial eye, but also the deity of the three mountains, the illustrious Bingling Gong, known as Huang Tianhua in the tales of investiture of the gods. His legendary octagonal silver hammers, enhanced by the battle armor, amplified their destructive force exponentially. As the twin hammers approached, Yi Chun's lips curled into a faint smile, his countenance hardening as he uttered, such vainglory. It is you who shall meet your end. Yi Chun shed the Qiongqi armor, revealing the Guangong tattoo etched on his right arm. In an instant, the eyes of Guangong blazed with crimson light, and Yi Chun emitted a guttural roar. A cataclysmic force erupted from his tattooed flesh, coalescing into viridescent Guangong armor, exuding an aura of imposing regality. Behind him materialized the spectral figure of the martial saint, his hand gently stroking his beard, a vision of impending doom for any who dared to approach. Infused with the Guangong armor, Yi Chun met Chao Chuang's descending hammers by grasping the blade with both hands and unleashing a sweeping arc. In the wake of the devastating blow, Chao Chuang's hammers were dislodged, and he was sent hurtling backward like a projectile, his armor shattered. He crashed into the ground, leaving a crater 50 meters deep. As the battle armor shattered and fell away piece by piece, it ultimately deactivated, leaving Chao Chuang lying unconscious in the pit. His eyes rolled back and body covered in blood. Chao Chuang. Damn it. The scene that met Su Zhang's eyes filled him with rage. But he was powerless to act, for he was no match for Yi Chen. An unprecedented sense of dread welled up within him as he experienced the threat of death for the first time. This superpowered individual before him was simply too terrifying. No, I must leave before it's too late. With a ruthless resolve, Su Zhang retreated, leaping backward through the air until he had put some distance between himself and Yi Chen. The celestial eye tattoo on his forehead grew increasingly hot, and a terrifying surge of energy emanated from it, manifesting as a violet eye in midair. Oblivion celestial eye. Su Zhang roared as the violet eye opened, unleashing a force capable of obliterating all things. The Oblivion celestial eye, one of the 8 supreme celestial eye tattoos, possessed the power to erase all vitality, transforming everything into monochrome desolation. This was his most formidable attack. With a sharp hiss, the violet energy hurtled toward Yi Chen, instantly draining the life from the surrounding trees, leaving behind withered trunks. Oblivion celestial eye? Not bad, I must concede. However, my Azura celestial eye has assimilated the power of all 8 supreme celestial eye tattoos. You are merely courting disaster. Yi Chen scoffed. In the ensuing moment, a radiant golden light erupted from the celestial eye at the center of his forehead, revealing an eye impaled with a Shura blood blade looming behind him. A palpable wave of murderous intent surged forth, colliding with the violet energy emanating from the Eye of Annihilation. In a fleeting instant, the latter disintegrated. No. Su Zhang cried out in terror as the remaining energy wave, undeterred, struck his left arm with incredible velocity, obliterating it entirely. Boss. The boss's celestial eye has been shattered. How is this conceivable? Moreover, this individual also possesses a celestial eye tattoo, even more potent than the boss's. The underlings exclaimed in dismay, recoiling several paces while audibly gasping for air. Their boss's hitherto infallible celestial eye attack had been shattered by another celestial eye, resulting in the annihilation of one of his arms. I must flee, lest I perish here. While there is life, there is hope. Su Zhang gasped for breath, clutching the wound where his arm had been severed. He then activated his battle armor, even resorting to overdrawing his super power, sacrificing his own potential to augment his speed, solely to escape. This Yi Chen was simply too formidable. Observing this, a confident smile played upon Yi Chen's lips as he declared, attempting to flee. Have you sought the permission of my green dragon crescent blade? Remain where you are. He propelled himself upward, clad in verdant battle armor, wielding the battle armor manifested green dragon crescent blade, and descending upon the fleeing Su Zhang. Crack. The coiling azure dragon upon the blade emitted a low roar, amplifying the force of the strike with its own power. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade descended, carrying the weight of millennia. With 3 vehement roars of refusal, Su Zhang's head was severed by Yi Chen's blade, and he collapsed lifelessly. Chapter 31. Assimilating the Remnants. Chun Feng's survival. The chieftain is dead. The chieftain is dead. The members of the Heavenly Eye Gang, witnessing this scene, were drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively, they activated their battle armor, preparing to flee. But how could Yi Chen allow them to escape? Everyone, halt immediately. Anyone who dares to flee will suffer the same fate as your chief. With swift action, Wang Chao, accompanied by 20 death servants, encircled the Heavenly Eye Gang members, pointing to the headless corpse of Su Zhang below, threatening them. At this moment, Chao Chuang, who had been knocked unconscious by Yi Chen's blow and sent crashing into a pit, groggily rose to his feet, taking in the entire scene. Esteemed sir, please have mercy and spare us. The chief is already dead. Please, let us leave. We promise never to set foot in Demon City again. Chao Chuang's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. With Su Zhang's demise, they were left without a leader and could only kowtow and plead for forgiveness. After all, Yi Chen's strength was evident. If they inadvertently provoked his displeasure, the consequences would be dire. Seeing their second-in-command begging for mercy, the Heavenly Eye Gang members deactivated their battle armor and knelt in unison, hoping that Yi Chen would grant them a chance to live. Spare us, please, we were wrong. We will never exploit civilians again. Great sir, please overlook our transgressions and grant us brothers a path to survival. I am burdened with the care of both the elderly and the young, truly compelled by necessity, all under the coercion of the gang leader. Witnessing this scene, Chen looked down upon them from a position of absolute dominance and declared, "Listen carefully. I offer you two choices. First, return all the money extorted from the common folk, and you may continue to operate in the northern part of the city, reside in your villas. But you must maintain order. As super-tattooed individuals, you are to manage this area well and always heed my commands. The second choice is to leave your heads behind, and then you may depart from the city of demons." He had no intention of letting these members of the Sky Eye Gang go. Such readily available labor should not be wasted. Moreover, their unique Sky Eye tattoos could be of great use if they were brought under his command. "We choose the first option, the first one," Chao Chuang hastily responded. Even a fool would know to choose the first option given by Chen, who would seek death for no reason. The rest of the Sky Eye Gang members also nodded in agreement. As long as they could survive, they were willing to do anything. Seeing this, Chen nodded and said, "Since you agree, I will appoint a new leader for you to manage you properly." Coincidentally, Zhang Wei arrived at the outskirts of the villa at that moment and was promptly appointed by Chen as the new leader of the Sky Eye Gang, tasked with managing the entire northern part of the city. Though his supernatural abilities were lacking, the formidable presence of Chen rendered the members of the Tianyan Gang utterly submissive, not daring to utter a word. It was akin to a fox leveraging the power of a tiger. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family who had been stealthily tracking the situation reported the entire sequence of events to Li Sheng, who awaited news in a towering skyscraper. Upon learning of Chen's slaying of Su Jiang, he shattered a wine glass in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What useless imbeciles! I had thought the Tianyan Gang was formidable, yet their leader was effortlessly dispatched by Chen, and now a bunch of spineless lackeys have surrendered. Had I known, I would not have squandered so much money to covertly facilitate their arrival. Instead of causing trouble for Chen, they have merely become his subordinates. This is a classic case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. Brother, do not be upset. If anyone is to blame, it is Chen for his extraordinary strength, capable of dispatching even the leader of the Tianyan Gang with a single strike. Clearly, if we are to find a way to undermine him from the shadows, we must continue seeking opportunities to target those members of the Yi family without tattoos." Li Xiang consoled him while highlighting the critical point. Since Chen and his associates could not confront directly, they had no choice but to adopt a different approach and ensnare other members of the Yi family. "Indeed, you make a valid point," Li Xiang nodded, his gaze turning fierce as he declared, "Let this be a lesson. Next time, Chen, you shall not have it so easy." In a remote jungle of the Dongling Mountains, Chen Feng cautiously emerged, clutching a snake egg whose aura had completely dissipated. These past few days, the Bai Lin Snake King, having lost its bloodline tracking, had not relinquished its pursuit of returning to its lair. Instead, it had become frenzied, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. At last, he had managed to shake it off. However, all of this had been worthwhile, for the precious snake egg had finally fallen into his hands. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself in relief. These days of hiding and evading not only the relentless chase of the Bai Lin Snake King, but also taking convoluted routes had exhausted him. Yet, the reward was indeed worthy of the effort. After ensuring that the surroundings were devoid of any anomalies, Chen Feng activated his battle armor and set off towards his territory in Ocean City. Before long, propelled by the extraordinary speed of the Luosha battle armor, he safely returned with the snake egg in hand. "Boss, you're back. How did it go? Are you all right? Were you injured?" Upon Chen Feng's return, Lazy approached with a cheeky grin, bombarding him with questions. Had he not entrusted the snake egg to Chen Feng, it was likely that he would have been utterly exhausted and succumbed to the Bai Lin Snake King's attack on the spot. "I'm fine." Chen Feng waved a hand dismissively and said, "That Snake King was exceedingly formidable, were it not for my cleverness in taking convoluted routes to evade it for several days. I would have most likely been dragged out by it." In just a few brief sentences, he conveyed the trials he had endured over the past few days. In the next moment, Chen Feng activated the Rakshasa battle armor and retrieved a serpent egg from the storage space, placing it directly before the assembled crowd. The towering 10-meter-high serpent egg, glistening in a vibrant emerald hue, instantly captivated their attention and stirred their very souls. "Brother, how do we utilize this serpent egg?" "Isn't it said to enhance the armor? Do we need to cook it and consume it?" Lazy inquired first. Having acquired the serpent eggs only temporarily, they were entirely unaware of the proper method of use and could only seek answers from one another. Yet, if they were to later discover that the serpent egg was not a treasure, One could only imagine their reaction upon encountering Yichun. In response to Lei Zi's question, Chen Feng pondered while scrutinizing the shape and scales of the serpent egg. After a considerable time, his eyes sparkled with confidence as he exclaimed, "Ha, Lei Zi, I know how to use the serpent egg." "Huh, boss, how do we use it?" Lei Zi asked, perplexed. In the next instant, Chen Feng grinned broadly, activating the Rakshasa tattoos as the battle armor enveloped his form. With a hum, the dual daggers of the Rakshasa lunged fiercely towards the serpent egg. The scales of the egg, as hard as iron, were pierced by the full force of his strike, creating a substantial breach. Peering inside, they were greeted by the sight of an underdeveloped serpent, a miniature version of the emerald-scaled serpent king, lying within. At the moment the egg shattered, the little serpent's vitality seemed to diminish instantaneously. Observing the diminutive creature, Chen Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction, envisioning an exponential enhancement of his own power. Subsequently, he confidently addressed Lei Zi, instructing, "All of you, please leave. I need to validate my hypothesis." Although somewhat perplexed, Lei Zi and the others complied with Chen Feng's request, exiting the room one by one. Once they had departed, Chen Feng, with anticipation, approached the serpent egg and extracted the small snake within. "Whether I can augment my super texture power hinges on you," he muttered. Divesting himself of his armor, he resorted to a primal method, consuming the snake's flesh bit by bit. With each morsel devoured, Chen Feng's eyes intensified in crimson hue, and he descended into a state of near delirium, resembling a ravenous ghoul. He relentlessly sought to devour the snake entirely. Roar, having ingested the majority of the snake's flesh, he emitted a guttural roar akin to that of a wild beast, his three prominent tattoos becoming increasingly inflamed. In the subsequent moment, three formidable figures materialized behind Chen Feng, their overwhelming murderous intent evoking the image of infernal deities. Demon King Tattoo, Rakshasa Tattoo, and the Demonic Butcher. The phantasms of these three tattoos gradually solidified as Chen Feng persisted in devouring the snake's flesh. Ha ha ha. Eerie laughter permeated the chamber. A terrifying surge of energy erupted within Chen Feng's body, originating from the assimilated snake flesh. Ordinarily, the flesh of xenobeasts is deemed inedible, as it can trigger corporeal self-destruction. However, under the influence of Chen Feng's three tattoos, consuming flesh and blood, he fortuitously averted physical detonation, instead transmuting it into energy for super advancement. Boom ha ha, a breakthrough indeed. Is this the might of super enhancement? Utterly exhilarating. Chen Feng's raven locks danced wildly as his countenance contorted into a fierce visage. Unbeknownst to him, his super power surged to the 4th level after devouring the serpent, with even the three morphing into a golden hue. Now, his sanguinary and homicidal nature was unmistakably unveiled. Buzz Demon Lord Armor. With a vehement roar, ebony armor materialized, its running rampant as it adhered to his form. Behind him stood a formidable 8-armed demon sovereign. Chen Feng, now driving the armor, finally perceived the second stage of its power, and, upon reaching the 4th level of Super Dash, the autonomously awakened a unique skill. At this juncture, the skills of these three paramount automatically surfaced within Chen Feng's mind as he summoned the Demon Lord Armor. Demon Lord, Slaughtering Strike, in a bloodlust combat state. Each kill accrues a layer of slaughter, augmenting power by a factor of 1, up to a maximum of 36 layers. Rakshasa, Annihilating Rakshasa, in the tranquil darkness of night. Enter a berserk state, elevating speed, strength, and stealth by a factor of 5. The Demon Butcher, Abyss Devour, with each ordinary individual or super pattern bearer he slays. He is able to consume a 10th of their essence or super pattern energy, thereby enhancing his own super pattern level. Feeling the awakening of three unique tattoos, Chen Feng erupted into a sinister laughter. These three skills were intricately interconnected. For someone like him, who was accustomed to taking lives, this was akin to gaining wings. Particularly, the Abyss Devour allowed for boundless killing, even elevating his super pattern power, which inevitably sparked a nefarious thought within him. He quickly suppressed his menacing expression, opened the door to his chamber, and summoned his confidant, Lei Zi. "Boss, your super pattern has risen," Lei Zi exclaimed upon observing the golden tattoo. Recognizing that it had reached the 4th tier of super pattern strength, his heart swelled with excitement. If his boss had succeeded in his advancement, surely he would not be neglected. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, placing his hand on Lei Zi's shoulder with a smile. "Lei Zi, you have followed me during your time in prison. Now, I have a task I wish to entrust to you, and I wonder if you would be willing to assist? Assist? Lost in daydreams, Lazy assumed this was a test before Chen Feng helped him enhance his own super pattern power. He pounded his chest confidently and declared, "Boss, what are you saying? As long as you ask, I would not hesitate to traverse mountains of daggers or seas of flames. Even if you commanded me to meet my demise right now, I, Lazy, would harbor no grievances." His impassioned words swelled the heart of the sycophantic Lei, who reveled in the prospect of Chen Feng augmenting his super tattoo. Yet, upon hearing this, Chen Feng cast aside his charade, revealing a sanguinary and merciless intent. "Lei," Chen Feng began, his voice laced with malice. "The favor your leader requested of you is to perish by my hand, becoming a component in the augmentation of my power. Fear not, my confidant, for I shall ensure your demise is devoid of suffering." Chen Feng gazed upon Lei, a chilling smile contorting his features, akin to a famished tiger beholding its prey, unable to restrain its inner frenzy. Thwack! In an instant, before Lei could react, the twin spikes of the battle armor pierced his flesh, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "Brother, why?" Lei questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief, but his waning life force prevented him from completing his query. Thud! Lei's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Succumbing to Chen Feng's treachery, his eyes forever open in death. Subsequently, Chen Feng, ensconced in his overlapping battle armor, unhesitatingly invoked the unique ability of his Demon Butcher tattoo, Abyssal Devourment, extracting 1/10 of Lei's super tattoo power. A trace of sanguinary energy was drawn from Lei's tattoo, coalescing into a mass before merging into Chen Feng's being. Ha ha ha! The sensation of augmenting power through homicide is utterly captivating. I relish it. He grinned, erupting into a manic guffaw. Having devoured the flesh of aberrant beasts, he had fortuitously harnessed the distinctiveness of the 3 tattoos, thereby elevating his strength threefold. His entire being had undergone a metamorphosis, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. The terms malevolent, deranged, and sanguinary are inadequate to depict his current state. His humanity had dissipated, supplanted by an all-consuming obsession with augmenting his power through bloodshed. Subsequently, having savored the initial success, Chen Feng dragged Lei's corpse into the bedroom and, employing the same stratagem, summoned another subordinate. This individual, likewise a hardened criminal from the prison, was corpulent, with a plethora of wrinkles, and bore 2 moderately intricate tattoos. Upon entering, he scratched his head and cautiously inquired, "Boss, is it my turn? Did Brother Lei complete his augmentation so quickly?" He, too, was engrossed in the fantasy of enhancing his super tattoos, oblivious to his impending demise. "Lei has completed his augmentation. Now it is your turn." Chen Feng, suppressing his homicidal urges, gradually enticed the subordinate into the room. As they passed the 10-meter-tall serpent egg, the subordinate glimpsed the bloodstains on the ground. The pungent, acrid odor caused his nerves to tighten. He could discern the blood of aberrant beasts, but it was evident that it was mingled with the scent of human blood. As a hardened criminal who had dispatched numerous individuals, he could not be mistaken. Noticing his hesitation, Chen Feng perceived his suspicions and approached him directly, stating, "Do not be anxious. After I enhanced my super tattoo power, I did not anticipate that the serpent would still be alive. When Thunder was augmenting himself, it awakened and launched a surprise attack, leaving behind this blood, which belongs to Thunder. He is currently in the room tending to his wounds." These 2 explanatory sentences instantly put his mind at ease. Subsequently, the subordinate set aside his anxiety and slowly made his way toward the bedroom. As he walked, a surge of intuition struck him, sensing the imminent danger of death behind him. Upon turning around, Chen Feng's dual daggers had already pierced through his chest, and before he could utter a word, he fell lifelessly to the ground. His super tattoo power was naturally absorbed by Chen Feng through his abyssal devouring skill. Humph. A worthless waste. The energy provided by these 2 tattoos is so minuscule, it truly feels like a squandered opportunity. After absorbing merely 1/10 of the super tattoo power, Chen Feng could not help but voice his disdain for this subordinate. However, if others were to discover that his awakened tattoo skill could kill and devour super tattoo power, they would go to any lengths to form a team to eliminate him. This particular skill is far too formidable. At best, it could annihilate 1 or 2 cities. At worst, it could lead to the downfall of all super tattooists. Should he be allowed to indulge in unbridled slaughter, he would not only lose his sanity and become a murderous tyrant, but also be unable to restrain the surging power within him. Subsequently, Over 100 subordinates were lured in one by one, only to be slain, allowing him to acquire their super tattoo power through his devouring skill. After a while, with crimson eyes ablaze, Chen, sensing the untapped potential of his super texture power, roared with unwavering obsession. Power, I crave power. Slaughter, yes. Merely 100 lives claimed. I must extinguish more. Only by devouring the lifeblood of countless souls can I ascend further. Having decimated his own subordinates, his gaze fell upon the city he once called home. Though scarred and ravaged by the onslaught of alien beasts, millions of ordinary souls still dwelled within, alongside a considerable number of supertexture wielders. In a swift motion, he fused 3 battle armors, amplifying his strength manifold. Like an arrow unleashed, he shattered the glass pane and hurtled into the open. Chen Feng's mind was consumed by a singular, macabre desire to cleanse the Luo city in a river of blood, thereby elevating his supertexture power to new heights. Conversely, in the metropolis of Mo Du, tranquility had been restored. Yi Chun, accompanied by his companions, commenced a period of secluded cultivation near the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and 2 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen's 11 forbidden tattoos bestowed upon him an 11-fold acceleration in his cultivation, propelling his supertexture power to the 3rd tier with astonishing speed. 3 more days drifted by. The supertexture power of Wang Chao and the others successfully ascended to the 3rd tier, while Yulingtian finally achieved a breakthrough with his remaining tattoo. Upon opening their eyes, the group observed Yi Chen still immersed in his cultivation. Choosing not to disturb him, they quietly withdrew from the earthen pool. Only Yi Chen remained, seated beside the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus. Suddenly, as he closed his eyes to absorb the energy particles, he felt the intense heat radiating from his tattoos, indicating that he had achieved a state of energy saturation. During these 5 days, he had experienced a breakthrough, elevating his super tattoo power to the 3rd level, with the color of the tattoo transforming from red to orange. At this moment, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of his super tattoo power. Let me break through. Yi Chen opened his eyes, channeling the pure energy within his body to impact the yellow tattoo. In the next instant, as streams of energy surged forth, his 11 orange forbidden tattoos gradually shifted to yellow. This signified that his super tattoo power had successfully ascended to the 4th level, finally reaching the 2nd phase of his battle armor. The armor overlapped, and the unique super tattoo skills heralded a qualitative transformation in his power. Yi Chen, feeling the novel strength coursing through him, reflected on the moment. With a mere thought, the special skills of the 11 forbidden tattoos manifested in his mind. Shura Heavenly Eye Tattoo, Judgment. When an enemy enters the domain, Shura Judgment is triggered, ensuring a lethal strike. Zhu Long Tattoo, Absolute Domain. The boundaries of the domain dictate reality. Eyes open create daylight, eyes closed evoke night, allowing for the unrestrained manipulation of time and space. Xiongqi Tattoo, Caged Beast. As a descendant of the ancient kings within the domain, it can unconditionally suppress and imprison beast-like tattoos or confine a 5th-tier king-level alien beast. Qiyu Tattoo, Dominion of Beasts, within its domain. It summons 100,000 ethereal beasts to engage in battle. Yama Tattoo, Rebirth of Death, within its own realm. The vitality lost to death returns to its original state, allowing injured cells to recover at a 10-fold increase. Headless Xingtian Tattoo, Blood of Battle. The blood of the war god, in a state of combat, enhances one's strength, defense, and speed by 10 times. 9 Dragons Coffin Tattoo. Yin Yang Evil Monk Tattoo. Haunted by malevolent spirits, the monk from the abyss, transforming into a malevolent spirit, drags the minds of enemies within its domain into a state of torment. Neza's Turmoil in the Sea Tattoo. 3 heads and 6 arms. Manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms from oneself, becoming a 100-meter giant within its own realm. Open-eyed Guangong Tattoo. Righteous Severance. Forcefully disarms all enemies within its domain of their weapons. Godslayer by Qi Tattoo. Divine Slaughter, within its realm. It ensnares the spirits of enemies in a frenzy of merciless slaughter. Chapter 34. Headquarters Gathering. Encircling Chen Feng. Ah, what an extraordinary skill, truly befitting a forbidden tattoo. As Yi Chen, having conducted thorough research, marvels to himself, he is grateful for the ample preparations made prior to the catastrophe. The power of the super tattoo has reached its 4th stage. In addition to the ability to overlap battle armors and awaken special skills, his 2 forbidden tattoos, previously unusable, have also undergone a transformation. The headless Xingtian has revealed its abilities, indicating that under the second phase of the battle armor, it can be activated for use. Gleaming resplendently, a suit of sable armor swiftly enveloped him, its configuration reminiscent of the deity Xingtian, with orbs where the nipples would be and an orifice at the navel. Indeed, it is operational, Chen affirmed with manifest contentment, donning the Xingtian armor. The surge of energy with every gesture surpassed the potency of other tattoos by at least twofold. Small wonder that it was inoperable upon initial awakening. Such formidable power could only be managed in the armor's second phase. Almost instinctively, Chen attempted to activate the 9 Dragons Coffin tattoo, yet despite his exertions, it remained dormant. It seemed probable that the 9 Dragons Coffin tattoo could only be integrated into the armor upon reaching the third phase. Subsequently, Chen regulated his respiration and rose to shut the door of the earthen chamber, proceeding to the outer office. Scarcely had he settled into his chair when the projection screen illuminated autonomously, convening a sudden assembly of the headquarters director, Elder Chen, and the other 6 elders. Including Chen, all 11 city directors were in attendance. Elder Chen, positioned at the center of the screen, commenced with gravity. Esteemed colleagues, an extraordinary circumstance has transpired. Chen Feng of Deluo City has, by some means, ascended to the 4th tier of the super tattoo realm and awakened a peculiar tattoo skill akin to devouring. In the present day, the city of Daluo, following the catastrophic events, has witnessed the obliteration of over 2/3 of its civilian populace, along with the majority of the super pattern practitioners. From an external vantage point, the entire city resembles a desolate hellscape, akin to a purgatory. The headquarters has resolved to dispatch 11 leaders, to Daluo City with the imperative task of eliminating Chen Feng. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. During the initial assembly, Chen Feng had brazenly confronted the 7 elders of headquarters, and now, mere days later, he has not only ascended to the 4th tier of super pattern, but also awakened the most malevolent devouring ability. This revelation has left them astounded for an entire year. Indeed, Chen Feng lives up to his name, a madman, for only a lunatic could exhibit such heartlessness. The civilian population of a city, even when besieged by alien beasts, numbers in the millions, yet he has ruthlessly slain 2/3 of them. It is inconceivable to fathom the depths of his malevolence. Zhou Yu shook his head, vehemently condemning Chen Feng's actions. Not to mention humanity, even the alien beasts could be deemed more benevolent. After all, in an alien assault, there are still survivors. But Chen Feng's actions amount to sheer annihilation. It was not only him. Fang Kuan also stepped forward at this moment, vociferously denouncing, "This fellow is nothing but a scoundrel. On that day, when we ventured to the Dongling Mountain to seize the treasure, I should have altered our course to eliminate him. Otherwise, we would not have encountered such calamity, allowing a great menace to emerge." Such righteous indignation echoed through the assembly. Nature has garnered the nod of approval from a multitude. Had the crowd been aware that on that fateful day, Chen Feng had been lurking in the shadows, intent on annihilating them, they would likely have thought otherwise. Only Chen harbored a semblance of suspicion. The transformation of Chen Feng was probably linked to the snake egg, or perhaps occurred during his pursuit by the Emerald Scale Serpent King, leading to a fortuitous opportunity. After all, the snake egg was intentionally allowed to be taken by him, and in just a few days, such a drastic change had transpired. Beyond this, there seemed to be no other plausible explanation. In light of this, you all must ensure the defense of your respective cities is well organized. Then, proceed immediately to gather in Daluo City. We shall also summon the 12th captain for assistance. Should we successfully eliminate Chen Feng, he will handle the aftermath. Qin Lao stated with measured calmness. Ultimately, this meeting served merely as a formality, aimed at mobilizing personnel to eradicate Chen Feng. With no objections from the assembly, the projection conference concluded abruptly. In the next moment, Chen summoned Wang Chao and others, making a few simple arrangements. The threat posed by Chen Feng was too significant. Should things go awry, entire cities could face utter devastation, leaving not a blade of grass behind. "Boss, should the brothers accompany you?" Wang Chao inquired, concern evident in his voice. Chen Feng has already slain so many. Through his devouring, one wonders what realm he has attained. 12 individuals. Could that lead to unforeseen consequences? His apprehension was not without merit. Although the leaders of the 12 cities possessed numerous top-tier super patterns, facing someone like Chen Feng, who wielded devouring abilities, could prove perilous if not handled with utmost caution. It might even allow him to exploit openings, killing them off one by one to enhance his own power. Therefore, he must be subdued and eliminated instantly, or unforeseen circumstances may arise. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and then demurred, "No. Too many people would be counterproductive. This individual currently poses a significant threat. It's fine for me to go, but if you go, I fear he might target you first, making it even more difficult for me to cope. Now that I've reached Super 4th layer, even if he possesses devouring abilities, he won't be able to harm me. It's also a good opportunity for me to test my newly awakened skills." What he said was genuine. In the event of an unforeseen situation, the other city supervisors would have no obligation to him and could simply flee. If Wang Chao and the others were to go, he couldn't possibly abandon them. Immediately, he went to the window of the lighthouse and leaped out, manipulating his Qiongqi in midair to summon the bestial Qiongqi. With a resounding flap of wings and a savage roar, Qiongqi carried Yi Chen, speeding towards the direction of Deluo City. Meanwhile, the other city supervisors, including the one dispatched from headquarters, were also en route to Deluo City to convene. At the same time, in the heart of Deluo City, Chen Feng floated in midair, the materialized Demon King, Rakshasa, and Devil Butcher behind him, ravenously devouring the blood essence in the air. The entire city was littered with corpses. A few were ordinary super wielders, but the vast majority were civilians, their lifeblood drained completely. The sanguinary odor was so intense it induced nausea. The firmament itself was suffused with a crimson hue, the result of evaporated blood from excessive carnage. Chapter 35. Disregarding the masses, confronting Chen Feng only a scintilla more. A mere scintilla, and I would have transcended into the 5th tier of the super realm. I must persist in the slaughter, continue the carnage. Chen Feng's raven locks billowed wildly as he emitted a ferocious laugh. After days of devouring vital essence, his psyche was utterly lost in an unending spree of slaughter. At present, he was akin to his 3 solidified, his vision solely fixated on homicide, devoid of all else but madness. At this juncture, figures surged from all directions. The 11 overseers, save for Yi Chen, gradually converged upon Deluo City from every quarter. Even the heavens have altered their hue. Good heavens! Just how many souls has this fiend extinguished? A veritable demon he is. Fang Kuan stood atop a dilapidated edifice, unable to restrain his soliloquy. During the preceding headquarters assembly, he had spoken with righteous indignation, vehemently advocating for the denunciation and annihilation of Chen Feng. However, upon arriving at the scene, the acrid stench of blood and the spectacle of carnage instilled in him a sense of trepidation and lingering fear. Beside him, the 10 overseers were all present. Yet, they remained hesitant to advance, for Chen Feng's prowess far surpassed their own. What is to be done, esteemed colleagues? Do any of you possess a viable strategy or assurance? I have only managed to elevate one super to the 3rd tier, while the remainder languish in the 1st tier. Zhou Yu inquired with furrowed brows. His attainment of the 3rd tier for that particular super was solely attributable to the collective accumulation of beast cores gathered by his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. Among them, there are several leaders who, unlike Zhou Yu, do not neglect the advancement of their subordinates. Hence their super pattern power remains at the 2nd level. I, however, have broken through to the 3rd level with 3 super patterns. But this Chen Feng has awakened a special skill, and I think it should be studied meticulously. Otherwise, poor coordination could lead to casualties. By then, Chen Feng's combat power would increase, and we would find it even harder to eliminate him. A man wearing sunglasses and dressed in simple attire spoke slowly from behind the crowd. His name is Qin Tianyi, the 12th leader appointed by the headquarters, the overseer of Daluo City, and the grandson of Elder Qin among the 7 elders. His stepping forward now carries considerable authority. Nodding, everyone gathered around to discuss the plan. At that moment, a loud beast's roar echoed from the distant sky, and a fierce, winged Qiongqi swiftly approached. Riding on its back was none other than Yi Chen, the overseer of Moda City. Yi Chen, he has actually broken through to the 4th level of super patterns, which significantly boosts our chances of winning. Wu Jun, noticing the yellow tattoo pattern on his neck, couldn't help but express his joy. As a retired soldier, he had prepared for the worst since his arrival. But seeing Yi Chen now greatly increased his hope for survival. Thud, the beastly Qiongqi landed. Qin Tian hurriedly approached Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, You have arrived just in time. Everyone is already gathered. We need to discuss our strategy for the attack, aiming for a flawless execution against Chen Feng with minimal casualties. Expecting Yi Chen to comply, he was taken aback when Yi Chen completely disregarded his words. Instead, he solemnly declared, "Everyone, please refrain from intervening for the moment. I have just achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level of super pattern, and I would like to use Chen Feng as a practice target. It is also an opportune moment for me to test the unique skills of my tattoos, and Chen Feng serves as an excellent specimen." "A specimen? What audacity!" exclaimed Zhou Yu, stepping forward. "Yi Chen, this is hardly the time for bravado. Chen Feng is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of super pattern, with an awakened ability related to devouring. How can you possibly contend with him alone?" The notion that Yi Chen could single-handedly defeat Chen Feng was, to him, utterly implausible. Before Zhou Yu could further dissuade him, Yi Chen propelled himself upward, transforming into the beast-like Qiongqi, soaring directly towards the city center where Chen Feng awaited. "Oh dear, this is a grave mistake," Wu Jun lamented, shaking his head. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited was extinguished once more. In his view, Yi Chen's actions not only signified his own demise, but also threatened the lives of everyone present, as Chen Feng was now beyond their reach. The group fell silent. Meanwhile, above the city center, Chen Feng had reached a critical point in his blood-sucking ritual, mere moments away from completion. He would then be able to ascend to the 5th tier of the super. Suddenly, he detected the aura of a living being, rapidly approaching him. It was unmistakably Yi Chen, mounted on Qiongqi. "Ha ha ha, he actually delivers himself to my doorstep. Yi Chen, I failed to eliminate you in the serpent's lair that day. But today you shall become the final catalyst for my breakthrough. Perish." Chen Feng roared skyward, immediately invoking the Demon King tattoo and unleashing the skill-slaughtering slash. He delivered an inexplicable strike towards Yi Chen in midair. He had been in a bloodthirsty, murderous state, having slaughtered millions, accumulating 36 layers of slaughter. The force of this strike was 36 times its normal power, sufficient to obliterate a cluster of skyscrapers, leaving nothing but dust. Upon witnessing this terrifying blow, Yi Chen remained composed, sneering with disdain. "A trifling skill. Watch me dismantle your move. Candle Dragon Tattoo, Absolute Domain." With a resounding shout, Yi Chen executed the special skill of the Candle Dragon Tattoo. Immediately, a crimson domain, extending 1,000 meters from his person, expanded outward. Hum as Chen Feng's slaughtering slash entered Yi Chen's Candle Dragon domain. Time abruptly ceased, and even space was instantly imprisoned. His strike appeared to be frozen, suspended in midair at the moment of entering the domain, unable to proceed. "Impossible. How could my slaughtering slash be restrained?" Enraged and unwilling to accept his defeat, Chen Feng roared in defiance. Not only him, but even Qin Tianyi, hailing from the headquarters, was utterly astonished at this moment. Chen Feng's Demon King tattoo was of the highest caliber. The unique abilities it awakened would invariably clash with those of other tattoos of similar rank. A complete and utter suppression was deemed impossible. Yet, what they witnessed now resembled the dominance of a superior tattoo over an ordinary one. Little did they know, Yi Chen's Zhulong tattoo was a forbidden one, making the subjugation of someone as insignificant as Chen Feng a mere trifle. "As expected, you are still no match for me. Chen Feng, you no longer pique my interest enough to warrant more than a few moves," Yi Chen scoffed derisively. Now that he had entered the 2nd stage of his battle armor and awakened his unique abilities, his power was like a dragon returning to the ocean, unstoppable by any. Chapter 36. Chen Feng's Demise. Elder Qin takes the initiative. Warrior courting death. Chen Feng, incensed, caused the 3 materialized tattoos behind him to roar in unison. In the next instant, the Demon King, Rakshasa, and Demon Butcher plunged into his brow, merging completely with Chen Feng. Instantly, an overwhelming demonic inferno erupted from his body. The power of the 3 super tattoos merged, and the battle armor overlapped, forming a blood demon-like armor. Boom! Chen Feng activated his battle armor, charging towards Yi Chen with unrestrained force, attempting to break through his Zhulong domain. However, the moment he entered the domain, time seemed to freeze once more, and Chen Feng's body was as if impaled in midair. He was unable to advance, unable to even utter a word. "Ha ha ha, Chen Feng, do you perceive the chasm that exists between us? No matter how fervently you struggle, an ant shall ultimately remain an ant. To bolster your courage, I have resolved to bestow upon you another tattoo skill as a parting gift, allowing you to retain some semblance of dignity. Chen chuckled awkwardly. To compel him to unleash two special tattoo skills, Chen Feng could be deemed to have met his end with honor. With a swift stride, he traversed the void. The once formidable distance of 1,000 meters rendered trivial under the influence of the Candle Dragon's domain, akin to an instantaneous teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Chen Feng. Regrettably, at that moment, Chen Feng found himself ensnared within the domain, utterly immobilized. Otherwise, at such a close proximity, he might have delivered a fatal blow to Yi Chun. A sudden surge of crimson light burst forth as the Azura heavenly eye tattoo on his forehead ignited with fervor, emanating a 3-meter domain. The Azura heavenly eye tattoo, judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun activated the skill. In the next instant, a formidable Azura bloodblade, brimming with murderous intent, materialized in Yi Chun's grasp. This time, wielding the Azura bloodblade, he resembled a sovereign of the heavens, casting a condescending gaze upon the immobilized Chen Feng. Death. The solemn decree escaped his lips. The Azura bloodblade radiated an astonishing brilliance, its aura potent enough to the formidable Chen Feng, who had caused numerous leaders considerable distress, was effortlessly vanquished by Yi Chun. The entire encounter unfolded as a complete domination, culminating in a decisive blow that left no room for resistance. This spectacle was, of course, witnessed by a multitude of city leaders observing from a distance. What have I just witnessed? Chen Feng was slain in merely 2 moves? Am I not dreaming? Is Yi Chen's prowess truly that terrifying? Wu Jun stood agape, his expression one of incredulity, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The sensation of being propelled from the depths of despair to the heights of exhilaration was indistinguishable from a dream. Beside him, Zhou Yu swallowed hard, then nudged Xiong Chuan with his elbow, remarking, "Wasn't Yi Chen also present that day in the Dongling Mountains? I recall that he dared not venture deep into the mountains with us. When the Bai Lin Snake King became enraged, he was the first to flee. How has his strength transformed so dramatically? Is it possible he has been feigning his abilities all along, deliberately concealing his true power?" It was hardly surprising that he entertained such thoughts. Had it not been for Yi Chen's desire to discreetly obtain the 9-colored celestial lotus in the Dongling Mountains, he would have revealed the terrifying nature of his forbidden tattoos long ago. Why wait until now? As the onlookers grappled with their astonishment, Qin Tianyi appeared to recall something. He retrieved a golden phone from within his garment and dialed the sole number it contained, meticulously reporting the details of the incident. During this interval, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to plunder all the beast cores and wealth from Chun Feng's storage bag, leaving no trace behind. Upon awakening his devouring ability, Chen Feng's previously collected beast cores became useless, thus they were stored within the space of his battle armor. Unbeknownst to him, this misfortune turned into Yi Chen's fortune. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of the beast cores ranged from the first to the second tier, totaling over 1,000, with more than 50 third-tier cores. The wealth consisted predominantly of gold, amounting to nearly 2 tons. This ill-gotten fortune from slaying a foe undeniably elevated Yi Chen's spirits. After all, ridding the world of a menace could not be without its rewards, right? With a satisfied nod, he secured his possessions and, donning the Qiongqi battle armor, departed without a backward glance. He was aware that the appointed official from headquarters in Daluo City would oversee the aftermath. However, in the midst of this hellish scene, the matter of cleanup was of little consequence to him. Upon returning to the refuge, Yi Chun made his way directly to the top floor of the lighthouse. Just as he settled into his chair, ready to close his eyes for a brief respite, the projection screen activated automatically. Unlike before, this time it was Elder Chen from headquarters, requesting a private conversation. Evidently, his grandson, Qin Tianyi, had reported the slaying of Chen Feng, leading to this unexpected development. "Yi Chun, the events in Daluo City have reached headquarters. Your strength is formidable, which has taken me by surprise. To have advanced to the 4th level of super patterns in such a short time, and to have slain Chen Feng with merely 2 skills. There is no one among the city officials who can rival you, including some of the covert personnel currently nurtured by headquarters." Elder Chen unabashedly praised him, leaving him astonished. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the headquarters overlooked Yi Chun, concealing such formidable power. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun maintained a placid demeanor, slowly settling into his chair, and said, "Elder Chen, your purpose in seeking me out for this conversation cannot merely be to offer praise, can it? If it were merely accolades, You could convene a meeting of city leaders to publicly commend me, thus satisfying your vanity. However, upon my return to the sanctuary, your private audience suggests there is another matter at hand. Elder Chen, your wisdom is as sharp as your strength. It seems I cannot deceive you, he remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. A man of his years, seasoned by decades of experience, felt a sense of being outmatched by Chen. It was better to confront the issue directly. Consequently, Elder Chen abandoned any circumlocution and spoke earnestly. Indeed, there is a rather troublesome matter. The calamity that has befallen us has inflicted devastating blows across the globe, prompting nations to form an alliance for swift assistance. 3 days ago, a sixth-tier royal beast emerged in the Ganges of the Indian subcontinent, commanding over a dozen fifth-tier beasts, not to mention countless lower-tier creatures. So far, 2 cities have been laid to waste, and with manpower scarce in India, they are overwhelmed. The alliance has resolved to provide support from various nations, including our own China. Initially, the headquarters intended for half of the leaders to assist after the completion of the Daluo City mission. However, given your remarkable display of strength in Daluo City, I believe your singular presence will suffice, allowing the others to defend the city. Chapter 37. Negotiating Terms. 200 artificial battle suits. Are you suggesting I go to aid India? It seems you truly regard me as a mere tool to be wielded. The prerogatives of this city's administrator had scarcely been savored when matters arose in quick succession, a fact that resonated within Yi Chen's thoughts. A moment later, he mused that acquiescing so readily would be uncharacteristic. A degree of extraction was imperative. Consequently, he emitted a sigh, feigning helplessness. Elder Chen, he began. My recent endeavor in vanquishing Chen Feng has already depleted a significant portion of my energy. You are aware that the employment of awakened skills is detrimental to one's physical well-being. He paused, sighing once more, feigning a desire to contribute. Chen, having lived for so long, possessed the cunning of an old fox and discerned the underlying meaning of Yi Chen's words. An individual such as Yi Chen, endowed with forbidden tattoos, would scarcely suffer any impairment from the utilization of special abilities. His words were merely a veiled solicitation for compensation. Yi Chen responded. Should you represent the nation of China in providing assistance, the headquarters will bestow upon you a reward of 3,000 Tier 2 beast cores, in addition to 100 ordinary, man-made battle armors. These armors are the latest creation of Elder Zong, accessible even to ordinary individuals, effectively bridging the gap between them and super tattooists. Chen spoke with persuasive confidence, even unveiling the headquarters' most recent achievement, the scarce man-made battle armors. As a testament to their sincerity, upon hearing the term man-made battle armor, Yi Chen's interest was immediately piqued. Such an item had not been conceived until long after his previous life, and even then, it necessitated super tattooists with specific tattoos, rendering the conditions exceedingly stringent. The fact that headquarters had successfully developed them, particularly under the auspices of Elder Zong, suggested that the depths of the organization were not as shallow as they appeared on the surface. I want 200 pieces. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen smiled and raised 2 fingers, his demeanor resolute. He was convinced that 100 pieces were not the entirety. Otherwise, Old Chen would not have made such a quotation. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Old Chen instinctively held his forehead and remarked, I knew you were clever, but you truly are asking for an exorbitant amount. The request for 200 pieces left him somewhat troubled. It is worth noting that the headquarters had assembled a considerable workforce and made various arrangements prior to the catastrophe, resulting in the production of just over 400 pieces in this period. Yi Chen's sudden demand for half of that was quite a challenge. However, upon observing Yi Chen's impatient expression, Old Chen gritted his teeth and declared, All right. Today I shall take the liberty of promising you 200 pieces of artificial battle armor on behalf of the headquarters. In 2 hours, the items will be dispatched by plane. You will then take that flight to assist in the Indofan nation. Be sure to conserve your strength, for we are dealing with a 6th-tier royal beast, which possesses top-tier abilities. We must not underestimate it. Thus, the two reached an agreeable conclusion regarding their collaboration. Though the pleasure was singularly Yi Chen's, Old Chen did not engage in further pleasantries, but hastily terminated the remote conference, likely pondering how to justify the allocation of an additional 100 pieces of artificial battle armor. 2 hours later, a combat aircraft, measuring over 50 meters and as dark as iron, arrived in the clearing outside the refuge. A middle-aged man, donning sunglasses and adorned with the rank of major, descended from the aircraft. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he saluted and introduced himself, saying, "Chief Yi, I am Zhou Jie, dispatched by headquarters to escort the artificial battle armor and beast cores. Once the transfer is complete, I shall accompany you to provide support in the Indofan region." As his words echoed, he pressed a button on the black wristband he wore, and instantly, a 2-meter alloy box and a 10-meter wooden crate were ejected. With a click, the locks sprang open, revealing 200 wristbands of various hues, identical to the one he held. Clearly, this was the artificial battle armor. Within the colossal wooden crate lay 3,000 second-tier beast cores. "Chief Yi, everything is here," Zhou Jie stated, gesturing towards the boxes. "Please verify the contents. If all is in order, we shall prepare for departure." However, Yi Chen did not bother to count them. He had confidence that headquarters would not shortchange them. He then addressed Wang Chao beside him, instructing, "Please store the items. The artificial battle armor should be given to my father for distribution among our kin. Allocate 2,000 beast cores for their energy replenishment, while the remaining 1,000 will be handed over to the Super Patterners Alliance." In just 2 simple sentences, the matter was arranged satisfactorily. The artificial battle armor was naturally reserved for his family, as the dynasty had no use for it. Moreover, with the presence of the 9-colored celestial lotus, they would not even require beast cores. However, the activation and consumption of the artificial battle armor necessitated beast cores for charging. Thus, he allocated 2,000 of them to his kin, while the remainder was designated for the alliance of super patternists in the Demon City. These individuals, though ordinary super patternists, voluntarily engaged in efforts to protect the city, and Yi Chen would not neglect their contributions. With everything in order, Yi Chen, guided by Zhou Jie, ascended the ladder and took his place in the co-pilot seat of the aircraft. Zhou Jie occupied the pilot seat, as it was his duty to operate the fighter jet. With a thunderous roar, the engines ignited, and the aircraft swiftly ascended, vanishing into the clouds. During the flight, Zhou Jie extended an olive branch to Yi Chen, inquiring with enthusiasm, "Director Yi, would you be interested in joining our military? With your prowess, you could easily hold dual positions, and with such duality, your influence would undoubtedly expand significantly. The benefits are plentiful." The notion of joining the military prompted Yi Chen to ponder deeply. To be candid, he had never considered this prospect, for no matter the advancements in weaponry, conventional arms could never utterly conquer high-ranking exotic beasts. At best, they could only delay their advance. And the only adversaries that could be slain were the lower-tier ordinary exotic beasts, which would demand vast quantities of ammunition and, regrettably, the lives of many. To achieve a flawless victory, only the super inscribers can accomplish this. However, this does not imply that the military is of no significance. On the contrary, at higher echelons, the military holds an unassailable position in Huaxia, which benefits Yi Chen in leading his family to the pinnacle of prestige. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen calmly responded, "Please allow me some time to contemplate. For now, support remains paramount. Once we reach our destination, do leave me your contact information. After I have made my decision, I shall call you." Chapter 38. Arrival in Indofran. Super inscribers from various nations. During their conversation, the two had already entered the territory of Indofran. After continuing their flight for a while, they arrived at a military base in close proximity to the Ganges River and successfully landed. Upon arrival at the fighter jet's landing platform, several base officials swiftly approached the cabin door. "Gentlemen, this is the person in charge of our support from Huaxia. His name is Yi Chen," Zhou Jie introduced in fluent Hindi. As the representative for their reception, it was evident that the counterpart held a similar position. Nodding in acknowledgement, a bearded officer stepped forward and said, "Mr. Yi, we express our gratitude for the support from your esteemed nation and for your arrival. Please accompany me into the base, where discussions regarding the offensive strategy are currently underway." The nearby translator promptly reiterated this in Huaxia, and upon hearing these words, Zhou Jie retrieved a pen and paper from the storage compartment of his artificial armor, swiftly jotting down his phone number. He then handed it to Yi Chen, saying, "Mr. Yi, this is my contact number. Should you reach a decision, feel free to call me. I shall not accompany you any longer, for I must return to headquarters to report." Without uttering a word, Yi Chen merely nodded slightly, accepting the note and discreetly placing it into the armor's spatial compartment. Subsequently, he followed the burly officer and others into the base, while Zhou Jie, after watching him enter, piloted his fighter jet back to base. Upon entering the facility, Yi Chun was immediately struck by the opulence of the equipment within. The myriad of turrets, howitzers, and armor-piercing firearms left him in awe, as they were almost armed to the teeth. In stark contrast, his own sanctuary in Huaxiao, prior to the calamity that restricted firearms, was significantly lacking in heavy weaponry. Yet it was sufficient to fend off some lower-tier beasts. Now that this mission had concluded, he resolved to procure some munitions to bring back. It would be a shame to have come all this way without gain. These armaments would be perfectly suited for installation in his sanctuary, and could also be deployed around the periphery of the demon city. As Yi Chun walked, ideas began to form in his mind, and he even envisioned how to implement them, aiming to rectify the inadequacies in the defenses of the demon city. He traversed a long corridor and took an elevator, arriving seamlessly at the control center of the base, where he was then escorted to the conference room. Upon entering, he observed screens scattered throughout, displaying real-time monitoring and playback. While at the center of the room sat 4 men adorned with intricate tattoos. Their distinct appearances and hairstyles suggested they hailed from various nations, clearly representing international supporters. However, the colors of their tattoos, like Yi Chen's, are the distinctive yellow of the Super Tattoo 4. The individuals from these nations are not to be underestimated. It seems that many among them have experienced extraordinary encounters, and their fondness for tattoos surpasses that of the Huaxiao people by a considerable margin. Yi Chen settled into an empty chair, pondering silently. Soon, feeling a sense of boredom, he began to scrutinize the crowd. The 4 individuals, sent as support from various countries, did not voluntarily introduce themselves, but with a mere cursory glance, Yi Chun discerned their identities through their features and details. The man seated at the far left stood under 1.60 meters, sporting a well-groomed beard, with his lips curled disdainfully, projecting an air of discontent. An eye-catching tattoo adorned his arm. Susanoo. There was no need for speculation. He was undoubtedly a super tattoo artist from Sakura country, most likely a member of a specific group, known as Kawani Shitaro. In the center sat a tall and robust man, embodying the quintessential features of a foreign middle-aged individual, characterized by his distinct appearance, bushy beard, and a skull bear tattoo prominently displayed on his chest. It was safe to conclude that he was a super tattoo artist from the Soviet Union, his name ringing familiar, Levsky. To the right were 2 men, the first, with dark skin and a powerful physique, and the second, fair-skinned with striking blonde hair, blue eyes, and long legs. They hailed from the United States and the European Union, respectively, named James and IF. Before long, the contingent of trans dispatched by India, who were to spearhead this operation, entered the conference chamber. Concurrently, 5 soldiers distributed high-tech single earpiece headsets to each of the individuals, including Yi Chun, to facilitate real-time translation across various languages, thereby precluding any impediments to communication. Once everyone had donned their headsets, Bali, the lead trans from India, extracted a blueprint from his vestments, delineating the precise location of the adjacent Ganges River, along with the specific distribution of the Tier 6 Beast Emperor and over a dozen Tier 5 King-class aberrant beasts. Esteemed colleagues, Bali commenced, availing himself of the translation apparatus. Behold the intelligence we have thus far amassed. To effectively mitigate this impending crisis, it is imperative that we initially dismantle its strength. Our military forces shall deploy thermal weaponry, complemented by the assignment of additional trans, to subdue the Tier 1 through Tier 4 aberrant beasts. Our concerted focus shall be directed towards the eradication of these dozen or so Tier 5 beasts. Subsequently, with the Beast Emperor bereft of its claws, we shall be able to encircle and assault it with equanimity. Should we succeed in compelling its retreat into the ocean, we shall secure our safety, thereby marking our endeavor as a resounding triumph. Bali articulated the entirety of the strategy with seamless fluency. India, with its abundant populace, possesses the capacity to manage the lower-tier aberrant beasts through the utilization of thermal weaponry and ordinary trans. However, formidable trans are exceedingly scarce during these nascent stages of the cataclysm, thus necessitating the solicitation of assistance from other nations. The expeditious elimination of the Tier 5 beasts is paramount to any prospect of triumph. Assuredly, I concur, James affirmed, expressing no reservations regarding the proposed plan. The remaining 3 individuals echoed their assent. Only Yi Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this 6th-tier royal beast from the sea? If we cannot slay it, and it returns, I fear that when it comes back, it will seek even fiercer vengeance." At that point, You and the Fan Kingdom may find yourselves in grave peril. The higher-ups of the Fan Kingdom had indeed contemplated his question. However, they were currently besieged by beasts that required immediate attention. Faced with such a formidable beast monarch, they had no choice but to proceed as they were. It was hardly reasonable to expect a few of them, mere fourth-tier practitioners, to engage a sixth-tier royal beast. Noticing Bali's silence, Chen chose not to press further. After all, this was a foreign land, and ultimately, the extent of the damages bore no direct consequence for him. He merely mentioned it in passing. Soon after, Bali cleared his throat and declared, "Very well, if there are no objections, let us make some adjustments. We shall depart shortly, proceeding to the locations marked on the map. Pairs of two will first eliminate the fifth-tier king-level beasts before driving the beast monarch back into the sea." Chapter 39. The sixth-tier royal beast, the octopus monarch. Before long, the group arrived outside the base. Chen, Bali, James, Chuanchi Zyro, and Levski stood ready on the helipad. Not far away, the Fan army had assembled, complete with tanks, fighter jets, and an array of modern weaponry, poised to support the assault on the lower-tier beasts. The throng was a sea of black, comprising no fewer than 50,000 individuals. Additionally, over 3,000 ordinary practitioners of the Fan, primarily at the second tier, had gathered to address the third and fourth-tier beasts. In the next moment, Bali stepped forward 2 paces and raised his voice, proclaiming, "Everyone, follow the designated plan and take your combat positions. Let us embark on our mission to eradicate the aberrant beasts and safeguard our homeland." As the principal leader of this operation, he fervently encouraged his comrades. Yet he alone understood that the success of this defensive battle hinged on their ability to slay the fifth-tier aberrant beasts and the coordination required to drive away the Beast Emperor. With a resonant shout, he urged, "Onward." Chen and the others, comprehending his intent, activated their battle armor and followed closely behind him. Their primary objective was to partition the battlefield, isolating the fifth-tier aberrant beasts, for any delay could result in significant losses to the army in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 6 of them arrived near the Ganges River. Looking down from above, it was evident that both towering buildings and humble shanties had been nearly obliterated by the relentless assaults of the aberrant beasts. "How tragic," one remarked, a hint of sympathy washing over him. However, he mused, the destructive power of these sixth-tier aberrant beasts is truly formidable. Thankfully, our nation has yet to face such calamity. Chuanchi shook his head, exhaling a sigh. Though his words reflected a sense of lamentation, they inadvertently revealed a tinge of schadenfreude, a clear indication of his character. Yet, as they marched side by side, Chen thought to himself, "How ironic it is that you, from your little cherry blossom nation, a mere island surrounded by the sea, dare to mock others. Who knows, perhaps one day a beast emperor from the ocean will land on your shores and turn your fortunate existence into ruin." Upon hearing these words, Bali appeared somewhat displeased and cast a fleeting glance at him without engaging in conversation. For the moment, collaboration took precedence. Quarreling over trivial matters was futile. Suddenly, James spotted a situation ahead and exclaimed, "Everyone, look, that sixth-tier royal beast is just up ahead." The group, drawn by his voice, turned their gazes in the direction he indicated. In the vast expanse of the Ganges, they beheld a colossal creature exceeding 1,000 meters in length. Its azure body extended 8 long tentacles, unmistakably a sixth-tier royal beast, the octopus monarch. Surrounding it were 12 fifth-tier king beasts, encircling in a formation, relentlessly creating towering waves that surged towards the nearby shore. Observing the scene, it was evident that these 12 creatures were all aquatic beings. They were temporarily unable to approach the land, only able to advance sequentially after inundating the city with vast amounts of water. This was also a reason for the relatively slow advancement of these high-tier beasts. The waters of the Ganges, after all, were not as abundant as those closer to the sea. 12 king beasts? With just 6 of us, pairing up, it seems we may struggle to contend with them. Expressed his reservations, frowning as he questioned the feasibility of eliminating all of them within such a limited time frame. After all, he had merely come to provide support and had no desire to jeopardize his life. Not only he, but even the composed Levski could not help but voice his concerns. "The number of foes is thrice ours. If we cannot swiftly eliminate them, the other fifth-tier royal beasts will undoubtedly obstruct our efforts. However, given our current strength, it is utterly impossible to dispatch them in a short span of time, especially with the Beast Emperor nearby, who will not remain passive." I sense that we stand little chance in this battle. The disparity between the two sides is significant. The primary concern lies in the proximity of the 12 royal beasts, tightly surrounding the Beast Emperor. This scenario diverges entirely from our prior expectations at the base, effectively disrupting our strategy. Could it be that the Beast Emperor has sensed something? Is it deliberate to gather the 5th-tier beasts together? Previously, they were scattered, wreaking havoc across cities, and our plan to eliminate them one by one is clearly unfeasible now. Bali gazed at the altered scene, his heart sinking. Observing the army that followed behind and the more than 3,000 super-tattooed warriors prepared to intervene, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that all their efforts were in vain, and retreat was the only option? Yet retreating seems futile under the current circumstances. They appear to possess no chance of victory, only to incur unnecessary losses. At that moment, floating in midair, Chen leisurely inquired, "If I could assist you in vanquishing half of the 5th-tier royal beasts, would you be able to handle the remainder?" What? At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. "Surely, you jest?" Bali hesitated momentarily before tentatively inquiring. Were this to occur with others of the transcendent lineage, he would likely have begun hurling insults. Yet Chen was dispatched from the Celestial Empire for support. Perhaps he possessed some genuine abilities. I perceive him merely as a braggart. The people of the Celestial Empire are perpetually so conceited. We, too, are of the 4th transcendent tier and find ourselves helpless. I cannot believe you could single-handedly vanquish 5 5th-tier beasts, let alone 6. If you succeed, I shall kneel and offer you 3 profound bows. Chuanqi Zilong scoffed derisively, his countenance resembling that of a grotesque caricature, which incited within Chen an overwhelming desire to slap him twice. His insolence was intolerable, especially as he mocked the Celestial Empire. While Uncle might endure, Aunt certainly would not. Thus, Chen pointed at him and declared, "Very well, you have spoken. If I slay 6 5th-tier beasts, you shall kneel and offer me 3 resounding bows, and they must be loud, while you proclaim father with each bow." His temper was fierce, and he had no intention of coddling these dogs from the land of cherry blossoms. "Fine, I accept your challenge. I shall watch with great interest as you perform your little fish-feeding spectacle," Chuanqi Zilong retorted, folding his arms and preparing to witness Chen's impending demise. Buzz! In the next moment, 10 sets of battle armor converged, coalescing into a brand-new, lethal suit of armor. Subsequently, he propelled himself downward at supersonic speed toward the horde of 5th-tier royal beasts, simultaneously unleashing a series of unique skills associated with his tattoos. The tattoo of the Candle Dragon, Absolute Domain, the tattoo of the Cheongqi, Beast Confinement, and the tattoo of Neza's Havoc in the Sea, 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 40, Slaying the 6-headed, 5th-order king-level beast. Buzz the domain instantaneously activated. The Absolute Domain of the Candle Dragon enveloped the colossal form of the Octopus King, rendering it immobile. Immediately thereafter, the second special skill, Beast Confinement, was unleashed. An invisible cage materialized in the blink of an eye, imprisoning a 5th-order king-level beast, the Overlord Shark, within its confines. Simultaneously, the tsunami formation composed of 12 king-level beasts disintegrated on its own, unable to sustain its operation. With merely these 2 tattoo skills, the chaotic situation began to improve dramatically. Great! A thunderous shout erupted as the 3 heads and 6 arms skill was activated. A surging wave of energy emanated from Chen's body, extending to his surface. In the next instant, his physique expanded dramatically, sprouting an additional 2 heads and 4 arms, with battle armor adhering to him. With a steady breath, Chen felt his 100-meter stature and mused, "This skill amplifies my size tremendously, yet my movements appear somewhat sluggish. However, it should make dealing with these 5th-order king-level beasts considerably easier." As his thoughts concluded, below in the Ganges, the Octopus King, trapped at the center, widened its fish-like eyes, continuously expanding its royal domain to resist Chen's Absolute Domain. In a moment of disorientation, the 1,000-meter body of the Octopus King slightly swayed, its 8 colossal tentacles trembling as they sought to break free from the confines of the domain. Observing the situation, Chen understood that with his current realm of super pattern level 4, he could not confine the 6th-tier royal beast for an extended period. He could only swiftly eliminate these 5th-tier beasts. Suddenly, a 5th-tier royal beast, the dark white dragonfish, leapt from the water with a resounding splash. unleashing a terrifying wave of energy towards Chen. With a sharp whoosh, the energy wave struck the chest of Chen, who was encased in 10 overlapping suits of armor, yet it produced not a single ripple. In the distance, suspended in midair, someone exclaimed, "What?" This colossal creature endured an attack from a 5th-tier royal beast without a scratch. Chuanchi Taro gaped in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Particularly astonishing was the unique skill Chen had just demonstrated, which had managed to immobilize the Octopus King. This was the most inconceivable aspect for him. It is important to note that the Octopus King, as a 6th-tier beast, possessed a royal domain, which would typically result in a balanced confrontation against a super pattern level 6 practitioner. Yet, witnessing Chen's absolute suppression was an unprecedented experience for him. Indeed, China is a land of mysteries, and the tattoo skill Chen had just employed was evidently of the highest caliber. Even when comparing the tattoos of all of us, they pale in comparison to his. Levski inhaled sharply, clearly astounded, and simultaneously, apart from Chuanchi Taro, the others harbored a newfound intuition that Chen's previous assertions were undoubtedly true. He truly possesses the ability to slay half of the 5th-tier royal beasts. This implies that Chuanchi Taro is preparing to bow down and acknowledge him as his superior. Returning to the forefront of the battlefield, Chen gazed upon the immaculate armor that adorned his chest, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. With the convergence of his powers and the augmentation from his 3-headed, 6-armed skill, his defensive capabilities reached a terrifying echelon. The attacks from ordinary 5th-tier royal beasts merely tickled him, akin to a gentle caress. Battle blood intensified. Activate. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen unleashed another skill, amplifying his strength, speed, and defense tenfold, compensating for the inherent sluggishness of his 3-headed, 6-armed form. With a resonating hum, 6 formidable weapons materialized in his 6 hands. Apart from the Shuro Bloodblade, the other 5 included the armored Guandao, the green dragon crescent blade, the ring blade, the red tassel spear, and the Chiyu sword. Come forth, you wretches. Embrace your demise. The 3 heads of Chen simultaneously bellowed, their voices resonating like a 360-degree surround sound, shaking the very air and causing even the tranquil sea to rise in tumultuous waves, seemingly stirred by the provocation. 6 5th-tier royal marine beasts, sensing the challenge, responded with low growls, thrashing their tails as they unleashed waves of energy towards him. Unlike their terrestrial counterparts, these creatures of the ocean could only resort to ranged attacks against the suspended figure of Chen. Any close-quarter combat would necessitate his descent into the depths of the sea. With a resounding boom, Chen wielded his weapon, forcefully deflecting the waves of energy that surged towards him. He then accelerated, resembling a missile, his entire being radiating a golden brilliance as he propelled himself swiftly towards the 6 5th-tier beasts. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, the slicing of blades, the crashing of impacts, and the snapping of bones. The echoes signified the abrupt end of the lives of these formidable creatures. With a tenfold amplification of power fueled by battle fervor, the overlapping might of 10 pieces of battle armor, combined with the innate strength of 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen was oblivious to the true extent of the force he had unleashed. However, it was clear that delivering a fatal blow to a 5th-tier beast was now well within his grasp. What? Instantaneous defeat? Did he truly annihilate 6 5th-tier beasts in the blink of an eye? Was this a mere trivial encounter? Taro Chuanchi could hardly contain his disbelief, his native dialect spilling forth in astonishment. What he had anticipated to be a protracted and arduous battle had instead devolved into a swift and effortless hunt, executed with the grace of 6 hands in unison. The others, including Bali, stood frozen, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They felt as though they were mere bystanders in this extraordinary spectacle. Meanwhile, on the Ganges, the realm of the Octopus King had unfurled, allowing its tentacles and body to move, albeit with a lingering stiffness. Compared to its previous state of immobility, its movements were now hindered, slowed to a crawl, requiring several minutes to traverse even an inch. The remaining 6 5th-tier extraordinary beasts, save for one that was ensnared, fled in terror, retreating several hundred meters away from Chen. 6 5th-tier beast cores, truly remarkable treasures. I relish such a guaranteed drop rate. Chen dispelled his 3-headed 6-armed state and swiftly collected the floating beast cores from the 6 extraordinary creatures into the storage space of his battle armor. His task was accomplished, and there was no need to further flaunt his abilities by slaying the remaining fifth-tier beasts. He was not so foolish. Not only did he retract three-headed six-armed, but he also dispelled both absolute domain and beast confinement. Chapter 41. Chuanchi bows and calls father. With the dissolution of the domain, the Octopus King erupted in a furious roar. A dignified sixth-tier beast king was not only bound by this human before it, but also witnessed the slaughter of six fifth-tier royal extraordinary beasts right before its eyes, all while remaining unscathed. Such an affront was intolerable to this highly intelligent creature. In a fit of rage, it swung its 8 colossal tentacles toward Yi Chun's diminutive form, intent on obliterating him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen activated his battle armor and deftly evaded the octopus's strike. Though he had shrunk in size, the Octopus King's disadvantage became evident. Its massive form rendered its attack sluggish, allowing Yi Chen to maneuver with ease. Subsequently, returning to his normal stature, Yi Chen, riding the whirlwind of his battle armor, swiftly rejoined the stunned crowd with an ethereal presence. What do you think, everyone? The six-headed, five-tiered royal beast was effortlessly slain. I have indeed fulfilled my words. Now, Chuanchi, is it not time for you to honor your promise? Kneel down and address me as father. Yi Chen, with his hands tucked away, gazed at Chuanchi with an air of nonchalance, leaving no room for retreat. He was prepared to witness Chuanchi embarrassment. The latter, feeling the sting of his own face from the realization of Yi Chen's formidable strength, found himself caught in a dilemma, as others were present and he could not abandon his pride. To kneel or not to kneel? Observing the situation grow increasingly awkward, Bali stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Brother Yi Chen, why don't we postpone this matter until after we have vanquished the fifth-tier beast and driven the Beast King away? It wouldn't hurt to wait a moment." Wouldn't hurt to wait? No, I am in fact in need of this very moment. Just as the army has arrived, with so many witnesses, you shall kneel and call me father right now. Had it been anyone else, I might have consented to resolve this matter discreetly, but not with you. My disdain for your Sakura nation is simply too great. Should you wish to retract your words? Humph, do not blame me for being unreasonable and taking action. Yi Chen showed no mercy, his demeanor confrontational. He shook his shoulders and advanced step by step toward Chuanchi, as if truly intent on striking. Wait. Chuanchi took a step back, raising his hand. To speak candidly, this retreat was evidently a manifestation of fear towards Yi Chen, whose power was truly terrifying, akin to effortlessly slaughtering fifth-tier beasts as one would slice vegetables. How could one possibly contend with such might? Moreover, it was evident that no one else would dare to intercede on his behalf and provoke Yi Chen's wrath. As anticipated, upon observing Yi Chen's demeanor and actions, Bali, who had previously assumed the role of mediator and host, discreetly touched his nose, feigning ignorance of the unfolding situation. He was not alone in this. The remaining 4 individuals also began to glance around, refraining from uttering a word, resolute in their decision not to involve themselves in the conflict between the two. They were not fools, unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chuanchi's words, Yi Chen did not halt his advance. Rather, the battle armor he donned emanated a crimson aura. It was the domain of the armor. Indeed, Yi Chen was unwilling to coddle him any longer and was prepared to unleash his domain, ready to teach Chuanchi a lesson. With a thud, Chuanchi showed no hesitation, kneeling midair, his voice frantic as he cried out, "Dad! Father! I was wrong! Father! I was truly mistaken." In the midst of his pleas, he did not forget to bow his head, striking it against the air while suspended, repeating the gesture thrice, creating a resonating sound that echoed around him. This spectacle was unabashedly witnessed by the arriving troops and over 3,000 ordinary super-pattern practitioners from Yinfan, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. What was happening here? Wasn't that the master sent from the Sakura nation to aid us? Why has he resorted to kneeling and bowing? It seems that the object of his reverence is from the land of Huaxia. An officer, standing at the forefront and leading numerous soldiers, spoke to his adjutant beside him. Having encountered a few individuals at the base, he was perplexed by the situation. The adjutant, equally bewildered, responded, "Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. This is beyond our purview. We can only hope that nothing untoward occurs, or else all our efforts would be in vain." However, it was evident to any discerning observer that Kawasaki Taro's act of submission stemmed from a palpable fear of Yi Chen and his formidable prowess. Otherwise, how could he endure such public humiliation? At that moment, after kowtowing 3 times, Kawasaki Taro remained with his head bowed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he awaited Yi Chen's pronouncement. He was wagering on the fulfillment of their agreement, hoping Yi Chen would honor his word. "All right, rise now." Yi Chen halted, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, akin to gazing at a mere dog. He secretly wished for Kawasaki Taro to stand his ground. Such an act would grant Yi Chen a legitimate rationale to treat him as a mere wild creature to be vanquished. Unfortunately, Kawasaki Taro ultimately yielded. Upon hearing those words, he gradually lifted his head, the weight of anxiety finally lifting from his heart, and slowly rose to his feet. He instinctively retreated a few steps, positioning himself behind a group of individuals. "Well, since the matter is resolved, let us not squander any more time. We shall proceed according to our plan and eliminate the remaining 5-tiered beasts, driving away the beast sovereign thereafter." Bali stepped forward, gesturing towards the assembled troops and the super-patterned warriors, and declared directly that time was of the essence, and further delays were unacceptable. "There are 6 remaining. We can manage. But the beast sovereign requires the direct involvement of Yi Chen to restrain it. I have articulated the crux of the issue. Now that the beast sovereign has escaped, should they launch an attack, they would undoubtedly find themselves besieged from all sides. They could only rely on Yi Chen's domain." Observing this, Bali turned to Yi Chen, imploring him, "Yi Chen, can you muster more strength to temporarily contain the beast sovereign? We shall handle the remaining 5-tiered beasts. Assist you? That is not out of the question, but I have 2 conditions," Yi Chen declared, raising 2 fingers with calm composure. "First, the cores of the 5-tiered royal beasts that are slain must belong to me. Second, I wish to select a batch of military equipment from your country of Inven, choosing the types and models myself." In principle, the wager just made could be considered as him resolving half of the significant troubles for everyone, thus fulfilling part of the support from the Huashan nation. If they wanted him to exert effort once more, it was only reasonable to offer him some tangible remuneration. Chapter 42. A full-scale assault. Upon hearing Yi Chen's terms, Bali's brows furrowed immediately, displaying a hint of difficulty. The matter of military equipment, however, seemed trivial. However, the 5th-tier beast cores obtained after slaying the extraordinary beasts are indeed valuable treasures. While he personally could forego them, the reactions of the others remained uncertain. "Manager Yi, I have no objections here. Yet, the first condition depends on the opinions of these gentlemen. After all, we are discussing 6 5th-tier royal beast cores. It is prudent to consult them." With a deft change of subject, Bali redirected the matter towards IF and the others, extricating himself from the conversation. Indeed, he had no qualms about it. However, given the circumstances, and having witnessed Yi Chen's formidable prowess, as well as Chuanchi Taro's humble apology, who would dare voice any dissent? "This matter should not be attributed to me. Manager Ye's inquiry pertains to you all, and not to me. Furthermore," he added, "when the beasts perish, you may decide amongst yourselves who shall receive the cores. I do not wish for any of them, as they would serve me no purpose." IF promptly waved his hands in refusal, his practiced gestures revealing 2.5 years of diligent training. He was eager to dissociate himself from any involvement. Observing his words, the others hesitated, offering various excuses to decline the distribution of the beast cores, thereby allowing Yi Chen to claim them all. Meanwhile, Chuanchi Taro, hidden behind the crowd, nodded vigorously in agreement following the earlier incident of bowing. Subsequently, Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Bali, stating, "So, do you have any further issues?" They have none. It was evident that Yi Chen was aware of Bali's underlying intentions. "No issues," the latter gulped and replied. "Since there are no objections, let us commence. As you suggested, I will engage the Beast Emperor, while the rest is entrusted to you. I trust you will not be idle. We must conclude this swiftly, as I am pressed for time." Yi Chen reminded everyone, for he had intended to allocate some time to procure weaponry. As his words fell, he took the initiative, activating his battle armor adorned with 10 layers of intricate tattoos, and set his sights resolutely on the Octopus Emperor. In the Ganges, 6 5th-tier king-level beasts sensed Yi Chen's emanating aura, and the previous scene flashed in their minds, causing them to tremble and retreat. In stark contrast, the Octopus Emperor, having witnessed the slaughter of its subordinates, was consumed by renewed fury. It had allowed Yi Chen to escape moments ago, but this time, it vowed not to let him slip away. Its 8 tentacles lashed out like colossal whips, striking towards Yi Chen with explosive force. Boom bang! As the lethal tentacles approached, ready to strike Chen's form, a resonating hum erupted. The candle dragon tattoo radiated a brilliant red light, and the absolute domain skill unfolded instantaneously, enveloping the tentacles of the octopus emperor within its protective embrace. This familiar scene played out once more. Yet, the octopus emperor seemed prepared. With a fierce roar, it unleashed its concealed royal domain in an instant. A dazzling golden light flashing forth. With a thunderous clash, two realms collided. Yet it appeared that Chen's candle dragon realm was steadily overpowering the royal domain of the octopus emperor. Ah, how astute of you. It seems you've grown wiser. Learning to conceal your realm, Chen remarked with a cold huff, exerting all his strength to suppress the octopus emperor's domain. Given his current prowess at the 4th level of the super pattern, engaging in a direct realm confrontation was already pushing his limits. Roaring in defiance as his realm was subdued, the octopus emperor furiously waved its tentacles, yet they could not penetrate the candle dragon realm. In a fit of rage, its massive, gear-like maw opened wide, unleashing several streams of corrosive, emerald green ink aimed directly at Chen. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded one of the ink blasts, which instead struck a dilapidated building, causing it to sizzle and erode at a visible pace, reducing it to mere powder. Quite the arsenal you possess. Now, allow me to show you this. Chiyu Tattoo, Dominion of Beasts. Chen's eyes narrowed, and as he bellowed, he invoked the special skill of the Chiyu Tattoo. In an instant, accompanied by a cacophony of roars and growls, ethereal silhouettes of myriad beasts materialized, one after another, behind Chen, directly dominating half the sky. The surrounding ruins were also densely filled with the crimson-eyed phantoms of beasts. A roar erupted. Witnessing the multitude of creatures in the sky, the octopus king felt a provocation, its massive form turning a deep shade of red. It resolutely unleashed its royal bloodline power, as if the entire domain had been infused with a catalyst, not only repelling the suppressive influence of the candle dragon's territory, but also allowing several of its tentacles to launch additional attacks. These strikes incessantly targeted the evasive Chen. Noticing this, Chen furrowed his brow and called out to Bali, "What are you all standing there for? Are you merely spectators? Hurry up and take action. This 6th-tier royal beast is preparing. I fear I cannot hold it off for long. Quickly eliminate those 5th-tier beasts to assist me." His voice, though not loud, was particularly piercing, especially as his gaze bore into them, causing their souls to tremble involuntarily. "Here they come. Leader Yi, hold on a moment longer. We shall handle these 5th-tier beasts." In the next instant, Bali was the first to activate the little elephant divine battle armor, a figure with a human body and an elephant head materializing behind him, rushing towards a 5th-tier beast. Following closely was Chuanchi Taro, adorned in the striking Susanoo armor. Meanwhile, Levski, riding a skeletal bear, along with James and Iev, summoned their extraordinary powers to engage in battle. For individuals, accompanied by 6 5th-tier royal beasts, engaged in a fierce battle upon the surface of the Ganges River, their conflict occurring perilously close to Chen and the Octopus King. Simultaneously, the rear battlefield reached a boiling point, as a multitude of 1st to 3rd-tier beasts, emerging from the ruins of the cities, encountered the forces of the Indian army during their advance. The onslaught of firearms effectively impeded their progress. Meanwhile, the 4th-tier Lord-level beasts found themselves restrained in place by over 3,000 ordinary super-pattern warriors from India who executed a wheel battle strategy, successfully slaying several of these formidable creatures. Chapter 43. The joint use of special skills to repel the Beast Emperor with a resounding cry. Take this. Taro Kawanishi, clad in the armor of Susanoo, wielded the heavenly sword, Amatsuke's, in one hand and the 8-span mirror in the other, confronting a 5th-tier beast, the blue-headed Shark King. The armored Amatsuke's collided with the sharp scythe-like teeth of the leaping blue-headed Shark King. In a swift motion, the Shark King lashed out with its powerful tail, aiming to strike Taro Kawanishi from the left. How cunning! Taro Kawanishi observed the incoming attack with a disdainful grunt, raising the 8-span mirror and declaring, "Attack rebound." A thunderous boom echoed as the Shark King's formidable tail, capable of shattering boulders, struck the 8-span mirror. The force was instantly rebounded, propelling the beast away. The teeth that had ensnared the Amatsuke shattered under the tremendous backlash, dislodging several of them. With a splash, the blue-headed Shark King fell into the water, blood seeping from its mouth and staining the surface, inciting its bloodthirsty instincts. The entire body of the shark writhed, succumbing to a furious frenzy. As a fifth-tier royal beast, once it activated its bloodline frenzy, its attack power surged manifold. With a resounding boom, it gathered its energy, drawing upon the surrounding atmospheric pressure to condense a sphere of airwaves in its mouth, which it then unhesitatingly unleashed towards Chuan Chi-Ter. Come forth. Allow me to demonstrate my might. Chuan Chi-Ter once again summoned the armored 8-foot mirror, deflecting the airwave back at its origin. Subsequently, he sheathed the Amano Murakumo sword and drew the 8-foot Magatama, teleporting beside the blue-headed Shark King to deliver a decisive strike. A crisp sound resonated through the air as the blow sent the blue-headed Shark King into a daze, blood gushing forth. Clearly, Chuan Chi-Ter had no intention of sparing it. The tin-grip sword was summoned, its blade imbued with malevolent intent, akin to the wails of tormented spirits. As it pierced the head of the blue-headed Shark King, it relentlessly siphoned away its remaining life force, leading to its swift demise within mere breaths. At last, it was vanquished. Chuan Chi-Ter stood atop the corpse of the blue-headed Shark King, panting heavily. This battle had cost him 4 artifact-level armaments, barely allowing him to slay this 5th-tier royal beast. He was utterly exhausted. In contrast, the other 3, bolstered by their special skills, had also dispatched the remaining 5 5th-tier royal beasts, collectively taking down 5 with only 3 combatants. Certainly, this is also due to their utilization of specialized skills. Chuan Chi-Taro confronted the challenge head-on. Perhaps it was an outlet for his frustration at being unable to defeat Yi Chun. Let us hasten to support Director Yi. If we can work together to drive back the Beast Emperor, victory shall be ours. Bailey, filled with fervor, rallied his companions to assist. As a leading top-tier super pattern master of the Indian and Tibetan nation, he yearned to expel the Beast Emperor, thus sparing his homeland from calamity. No problem, just watch me. Levski grinned, having discovered a profound confidence during the recent slaying of a 5th-tier aberrant beast. Witnessing the Beast Emperor being restrained by Yi Chun further ignited his excitement, compelling him to unleash a few moves for his own gratification. In the next moment, his beast-transformed skeletal bear pounded its chest, its form expanding dramatically to a towering height of 100 meters. The skeletal bear tattoo, special skill, giant attack, enlarged the beast-transformed skeletal bear, granting it an invulnerable physique within its domain, allowing it to engage in relentless battle. This signified that within the confines of this domain, the 100-meter skeletal bear was an indomitable presence, capable of depleting the opponent's entire stamina, a rather advantageous bug skill. Subsequently, under Levski's command, the skeletal bear launched a surprise attack from the side, seizing the tentacles of the Octopus Emperor with each massive paw and shaking its body with vigor. This action left the Octopus King, caught in a realm of conflict, momentarily flustered. The domain, which had previously been evenly matched with Yi Chun, was suddenly suppressed once again. With a roar, the Octopus King unleashed a massive tentacle, shattering the skeletal bear's form. Yet, in the next instant, the skeletal bear restored itself, once more roaring as it seized the Octopus King's tentacle. After much turmoil, it proved to be as indomitable as a cockroach. I'll join in. Leave that tentacle to me. I have a way to restrain 3 of them, James confidently declared, activating the Hellhound tattoo emblazoned on his chest. In that moment, the beastly form of the Hellhound emerged. The Hellhound possessed 3 heads, each bearing a mouth filled with menacing fangs, exuding ferocity. Without hesitation, he unleashed the tattoo's unique skill, Flames of the Underworld. The effect was that within the confines of the domain, the 3 heads released flames that were distinct to the underworld, which, once ignited, could not be extinguished, continuing to burn fiercely, akin to Amaterasu from Naruto. With the activation of the skill, the 3 heads of the Hellhound began to howl. The leftmost head exhaled a chilling white flame, imbued with an eerie coldness. The rightmost head expelled a searing red flame, radiating intense heat, while the central head belched forth a pale blue flame, embodying an extreme sense of infernal cold. 3 distinct flames. With precision, the colossal tentacles of the octopus monarch were struck, igniting a searing pain that reverberated through its very being. The anguished cries of the creature echoed fiercely, as Leaf Chen's domain pressed down upon it, diminishing its strength significantly. Well done. This beast monarch is nearing its limit. Let us all exert ourselves. And I shall apply further pressure, exclaimed Bailey, exuberant and invigorated. He activated the divine insignia of the small elephant, unleashing a special skill to further subdue the octopus monarch. The remaining allies, Chuanchi Taro and IF, joined the fray, and together, the 6 warriors unleashed a relentless barrage upon the 6th-tier aberration. Boom. At last, under the relentless assault, Leaf Chen's domain firmly restrained the octopus monarch, gradually cornering it to the edge of the Ganges, where it converges with the sea. Allow me to deliver the final blow. Leaf Chen grinned, invoking the absolute domain that enveloped the octopus monarch's domain, ensnaring it in a temporal stasis. In the next moment, Leaf Chen activated 3 heads and 6 arms, transforming into a towering giant, and with a mighty leap, delivered a powerful kick to the octopus monarch. With a thunderous crash, the battered creature was sent flying thousands of meters before crashing into the sea, creating a cascade of waves. The octopus monarch was successfully repelled back into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 44. Deception and the Acquisition of Armament Success. Bailey gazed at the vanishing beast monarch, his heart swelling with joy. Having vanquished this 6th-tier royal aberration, they, the people of the Infan Kingdom, had navigated through a formidable crisis. At the very least, the cities surrounding the Ganges were liberated. Meanwhile, a group of ordinary super-pattern practitioners at the rear also managed to slay the majority of the 4th-tier Lord-level alien beasts. After the Beast Emperor's disappearance, the remaining creatures lost their will to fight and began to retreat. The aquatic beasts could withdraw aided by the encroaching water, but the terrestrial beasts found themselves with no avenue of escape, ultimately succumbing to concentrated attacks. It was unlikely that the Beast Emperor would launch another offensive soon. Even if an attack were to occur, it would certainly not be in the near future, granting your country, the Ink Fan, a respite for recuperation. Yi Chen shed his domain, reverting to his normal form, and gestured towards the place where the Beast Emperor had fallen, addressing Bali. The mission had been successfully concluded, and it was time for him to claim what was rightfully his. With a single step into the air, he activated his battle armor and arrived at the location where the 6 5th-tier king-level alien beasts had perished. In front of the others, he unhesitatingly collected the crystallized cores that emerged from the corpses. He then returned to Bali's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, and continued, "Let your ordinary super-pattern practitioners handle the aftermath. Come, accompany me to select some military weaponry. Do not hide any valuable items." As he spoke, Yi Chen tugged at Bali, making their way towards the base by the Ganges River with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, I Fu and the others, witnessing Yi Chen's departure, sighed in relief. His presence had been overwhelmingly intimidating, making it difficult for them to relax. At last, the formidable figure of death has departed. My friends, upon your return to the base, please convey a message to Bali for me. The support mission has been completed, and I have urgent matters to attend to. Any further communications can be directed to our national headquarters. James exhaled in relief, requesting a few to relay his message while he discreetly slipped away. He wished to avoid encountering Yi Chen again, as the psychological impact had left a lasting impression on him. With those parting words, he activated his battle armor and vanished into the horizon, clearly eager to leave. Meanwhile, Chuanchi Taro, witnessing James's departure, echoed similar sentiments, asking the remaining 2 to carry a message for him as well, as he needed to return to Sakura country. In terms of psychological trauma, he bore the brunt of humiliation during this support mission, having been forced to bow and call Yi Chen daddy. With both of them gone, IF sighed in resignation, glancing at Levski and inquired, "Well, brother, are you not going to depart as well? Shall I be the only one left to convey your messages?" He felt an urge to leave too, but without the swift actions of Chuanchi Taro and James, he found himself reluctant to seek an excuse to exit. Observing his hesitation, Levski waved his hand with a smile, reassuring him, "Fear not, I have no pressing matters at the moment. I shall accompany you back to the base to deliver their messages and extend a greeting before returning. It would be rather impolite otherwise." In a moment of mirth, the skeletal bear tattoo on his body pulsated, epitomizing the bold and straightforward essence of the Soviet spirit. The scene shifted to a military base by the Ganges River, where fighter jets were stationed at the launch pads. Yi Chen, with a gleeful expression, tugged at Bali, resembling a thief in the act of a heist as he pulled him into the base. Slow down. There's no need to rush. I assure you, the arms I promised will be delivered without a single item missing. No one is here to snatch them away." Bali gasped, attempting to catch his breath. The journey had been arduous, with Yi Chun's armor propelling them at an astonishing speed, leaving Bali utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing Bali's words, Yi Chen flashed a grin and replied, "I know you want to shortchange me. I'm merely pressed for time. Once I select and pack everything, I must return to equip my shelter, which will take considerable time." In their carefree exchange, the duo boldly strode into the base, recognized by the remaining soldiers of the Indian army, who made no effort to impede their passage. Upon entering the base, Yi Chen felt entirely at home. Pointing to a nearby weapon, he declared, "I need 10 of those heavy plasma cannons, all with large calibers. Please refrain from giving me the usual ones. The newer, the better." "What? You want 10 heavy plasma cannons all at once?" Despite Bali's thorough mental preparation, he was nearly rendered speechless by Yi Chen's unexpected demand. Such weaponry had been under research since before the catastrophe, with only 50 units existing in the entirety of the Indus Valley. Moreover, most of these were principal offensive weapons from a single base. "Director Yi, I must consult with my superiors. Your request is quite excessive, and I cannot make such a decision alone." Bali wiped the sweat from his brow and swiftly dialed the high-ranking officials, fearing that if he hesitated, Yi Chen might seize the opportunity to commandeer the equipment. As the call connected, Bali hurriedly recounted the circumstances and Yi Chen's request for the heavy plasma cannon. To his astonishment, the leaders on the other end exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, granting Yi Chen's demand for military armaments without reservation. In fact, they permitted him to select any weaponry he desired, clearly acknowledging Yi Chen's formidable prowess and seeking to foster an alliance. Should the Indus Valley require assistance in the future, it would be challenging for Yi Chen to refuse. "What did your superiors say, Brother Bali? Did they agree?" Yi Chen, leaning casually against a nearby tank, inquired with a mischievous grin. "Is there any possibility of a refusal?" Observing Yi Chen's confident demeanor, Bali momentarily wondered if the higher-ups were perhaps familiar with him. The speed of their acquiescence was astonishing. "Director Yi, the higher-ups have stated that you may take whatever you wish." As Bali spoke these words, his heart ached. For this base was indeed his territory. Who would not feel a pang of sorrow? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly slapped his thigh and declared, "That's splendid. I want 100 of those anti-tank vehicles, along with those alloy weapons. Everything available in this base, except for the disposable explosives, should be supplied in batches of 100. If I am to ask for something, I shall ask for it grandly. I intend to leave no stone unturned in my quest to empty this coveted military base." He continued, "Furthermore, during this battle, you obtained the corpses of 4-tier Lord-level beasts. I will be taking half of them. You may keep the beast cores. I shall not be so ruthless." Half of the corpses of 4-tier Lord-level beasts? Bali felt as though he might faint. Previously, the 12 5-tier beast cores were conceded only after Yi Chen had slain half of them. Now, turning around and demanding half of the corpses was a heavy blow. Although they were allowed to retain the beast cores, the corpses of these Lord-level beasts held immense value for them, as they were preparing to experiment with the production of artificial battle armor. Sighing deeply, Bali responded with a heavy heart, "Director Yi, since the higher-ups have already spoken, even if it pains me greatly, please take them." Immediately, he summoned a dozen super patterners returning to the base, along with over 1,000 soldiers, to begin inventorying the munitions and equipment required by Yi Chen. These items could undoubtedly be accommodated within the storage capacity of Yi Chen's 11 battle armors. However, he refrained from making any mention of this, as it would allow for the further exploitation of numerous fighter jets and cargo planes. Observing the orderly transport of arms, Yi Chen assumed the role of commander, standing upon the lift platform and calling out, "Everyone, please take your time with the loading. There is no need to rush at this moment. Ensure that each item is meticulously accounted for, and not a single one is overlooked." Chapter 45. The Abnormality of the Nine-Colored Heavenly Yuan Treasure. Lotus, meanwhile, IF and Levski, activating their battle armors, descended beside the heartbroken Bali. "Brother Bali, the other 2 reinforcements had matters to attend to and have departed. We, too, have come to bid farewell. The situation has concluded, and the aftermath is now in your hands." Levski spoke first. He was a straightforward man, known for his forthright demeanor. Noticing Yi Chen's cheerful expression as he busily directed the transportation of munitions, the two refrained from further pleasantries. After all, it was because of Yi Chen, the harbinger of misfortune, that they had chosen to keep their distance. "Well then, I am grateful for your assistance in this operation. Safe travels. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off," Bali said, slightly bowing in gratitude. Although the support was mandated by the International Alliance, he sincerely appreciated the efforts of the two men. Otherwise, this crisis would not have been resolved so swiftly. Subsequently, the two individuals exhaled in relief as they cast a glance at Chen, then activated their battle armor and departed from the base at a pace even swifter than their arrival. This experience of assistance not only left a profound impact upon them, but also necessitated a report to their nation's higher echelons regarding the existence of a figure like Chen, who demanded attention and vigilance. Approximately 2.5 hours later, over 30 supercargo planes were laden with the military weaponry Chen required, sufficient to equip more than 10,000 soldiers. Observing this, Chen nodded in satisfaction, channeling the energy of his Qiongqi tattoo, which rapidly adorned him with battle armor. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air. Thank you, brothers Bali. Should your esteemed nation encounter any similar tasks of the Beast Emperor caliber in the future, do not forget to inform me. By the way, it seems you have nearly emptied your base of supplies. I noticed you have also requisitioned quite a bit from other locations. You must expedite your resupply. Otherwise, when I return next time, you might possess no equipment at all. And that would simply not do. His seemingly innocuous expression sent shivers down Bali's spine, making him eager to expedite the departure of this formidable figure. Mr. Yi, please refrain from jesting with me. Everything has been loaded. You should hurry back, Bali replied, his face a portrait of grievance. The entire military base was effectively stripped bare by Chen, who even requisitioned a significant amount of weaponry from other locations on short notice. Aware that he had taken more than enough, Chen grinned, his mouth agape, as he maneuvered his battle armor, slowly soaring ahead to pave the way for dozens of cargo aircraft. After a considerable interval, above the refuge in the Magic City, a thunderous rumble echoed as, under Chen's leadership, one colossal cargo plane after another gradually descended at the entrance of the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Wang Chao and others had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Brother, you're back. You've brought back so many local specialties from this mission of support. Did you perhaps indulge in a bit of pillaging? Wang Chao stepped forward, a mischievous grin on his face as he jested. As Chen's closest bodyguard, he could tell at a glance that those planes were laden with spoils from Chen's exploits. He was more attuned to Chen than even the parasites within their bellies. Ha! Wang Chao, you truly understand me. Quickly, instruct the brothers to activate their battle armor and transport everything from the aircraft to the refuge. I had intended to keep these cargo planes for myself, but seeing as their pilots cannot return, let them make their way back along the same route they came. Chen said, patting Wang Chao's shoulder with a sense of camaraderie. In the next moment, Wang Chao was the first to don his battle armor, coordinating with 108 Deadpools to swiftly unload the munitions from within the planes using their extraordinary powers. The heavy plasma cannons, anti-armor tanks, alloy artillery, and titanium alloy machine guns. These formidable weapons, often numbering in the hundreds and overwhelmingly massive, appeared as inconsequential as a 2.5-year-old chick before the titanic power of the super-patterned force. In no time, they were completely disassembled. Dynasty also recalled Chen's words, instructing the personnel from the Infan Nation to return the supersized cargo aircraft from whence they came. Upon returning to the pinnacle of the lighthouse, Chen reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs and humming a leisurely tune. At that moment, Yiling Tian slowly pushed open the door and entered, inquiring, Chener, was the support from Infan Nation successful? Upon seeing his father, Chen sprang up. Father, it went quite smoothly. With a grin, Chen continued, by the way, have the 200 sets of artificial battle armor exhibited any anomalies when worn by our kin? How is their power? Anomalies? None whatsoever. Their strength matches that of ordinary super patterns, though they do consume beast cores, and their efficacy correlates with the tier and quantity of the cores. Yiling Tian then took a seat and elaborated on the implications of the artificial battle armor. Understood. Chen nodded, already aware of these shortcomings, which mirrored those from his previous life, indirectly indicating the advanced manufacturing technology mastered by headquarters. However, it must be noted that as long as there is an ample supply of beast cores, these artificial battle armors, when donned by our kin, can indeed exhibit extraordinary prowess. Shortly thereafter, Chen seemed to recall something and inquired, Father, has there been any issue with the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus during my absence? This treasure is of utmost importance. It cannot afford the slightest flaw. Fortunately, there have been no problems. However, While I was meditating, I sensed a certain restlessness in the black dragon tattoo, and it appears that the absorption of energy factors has diminished. Yi Ling Tian reflected, his brow furrowing in thought. What? A decrease in the absorption of energy factors? That clearly indicates a reduced release from the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus. I must investigate, Chen exclaimed. It seemed that the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus was indeed experiencing an issue. It should be releasing more energy factors, not less. With urgency, Chen quickened his pace and opened the specially designed alloy door, arriving at the soil bed where the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus was cultivated. At that moment, he noticed that the resplendent petals of the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus appeared to have slightly retracted, and it was distinctly observable that the energy factors were diminishing with each breath. Indeed, as Chen confirmed this observation, a wave of perplexity washed over him. This phenomenon was unprecedented in his experience. In his previous life, the fortunate individual who had acquired the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus, despite a misstep that reduced it to a 7th rank, encountered no subsequent abnormalities. Why, then, was he faced with such a predicament? Amidst the uncertainty, the resplendent nine-colored celestial lotus suddenly stirred before me, each petal shimmering and swaying. The five-clawed dragon coiled at its center twisted and turned incessantly. In the next instant, I felt the tattoo of the candle dragon radiate heat, followed by the automatic opening of the armor space, from which 3 beast cores emerged, floating gracefully, 1 azure, 1 crimson, and 1 obsidian. All were the 5th-level monarch-class beast cores I had collected in the Imprint Kingdom. Subsequently, these 3 beast cores, connected to dragons and serpents, were absorbed into the heart of the nine-colored celestial lotus, swallowed whole by the 5-clawed dragon. Instantly, a dazzling array of 9 different hues erupted, illuminating the room. These cores belonged to the azure-scaled dragonfish king, the crimson-headed sea serpent king, and the obsidian-horned jiaoshark king. I realized then that the nine-colored celestial lotus was on the brink of full maturation and detachment. My initial trepidation transformed into elation as excitement surged within me. What I had presumed would take an eternity to cultivate was instead reaching its zenith of energy saturation immediately after absorbing the 3 beast cores, initiating its final shedding. With a resonant hum, the nine-colored celestial lotus emitted a dragon's roar, releasing an astonishing force that shot skyward from the pinnacle of the lighthouse. Suddenly, thunder rumbled as the heavens flashed with lightning, and a vibrant cloud of 9 colors materialized above the lighthouse, seemingly heralding the auspicious birth of this treasured entity. Chapter 46. Ascension to the 5th level of super patterns. What is happening? Why does this sanctuary exude such formidable power, altering the very color of the sky? Could a calamity be unfolding? Within a towering edifice, Li Sheng stood by the window, gazing at the soaring beams of light, lost in profound contemplation. His heart tightened with an inexplicable tension. Although he remained unaware of the occurrences within the refuge, his thoughts gravitated towards dire possibilities, believing that such a mindset might afford him an opportunity for resurgence. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, summoning 2 family guards, and commanded, "Ensure that the watchers maintain vigilant surveillance, observing for any shifts in rotation. Should any unusual individuals emerge from the refuge, report immediately and discreetly follow them." Once they departed, Li Xiang entered leisurely. "Brother, do you think they might have discovered some treasure? Could that be the cause of this bizarre phenomenon?" He speculated. The 9-colored radiance piercing the heavens was indeed bewildering, prompting thoughts of riches. Li Sheng shook his head, sighing. Even if treasures exist, considering Yi Chen's prowess, do we stand a chance of contending? Unless an unexpected event occurs, such as a massive invasion of aberrant beasts, we might seize the opportunity to pilfer. Yet, in this current situation, that chance seems unlikely. We can only hope for internal discord to undermine them from within. Nodding in agreement, Li Xiang too fell into a contemplative silence. Their prior clandestine attempts to incite chaos with the Tianyan gang had not only proved futile, but had resulted in a counter-absorption, severely dampening their confidence. Thus, without absolute certainty, they would be reluctant to act again. Meanwhile, in a primordial forest situated over 1,000 kilometers away from the magical metropolis, all the trees had transformed into towering giants, reaching heights of 100 meters due to the cataclysmic events. Deep within the thicket, a pair of gleaming obsidian vertical pupils opened in the darkness, fixated intently upon the iridescent clouds above. A resounding roar echoed through the forest, shaking the very ground beneath. In an instant, A jet-black creature, covered in formidable scales and adorned with twin horns, emerged from the woods with its cavernous maw agape spiraling into the sky. This formidable beast, the ruler of the forest, was the sixth-tier royal beast, the heavenly horned black dragon. Clearly, it had been lured by the aura of the nine-colored celestial lotus and the astonishing energy it emanated, prompting it to summon all the creatures of the forest to initiate a beast tide and seize the treasure. In a vast canyon that stretched for thousands of miles, a colossal serpent, measuring a kilometer in length and exuding a blue luminescence from its eyes, cautiously emerged, flicking its tongue. This creature was the sixth-tier royal beast, the blue-scaled serpent king. Drawn by the allure of the ripening nine-colored celestial lotus, this terrestrial ruler awakened with a furious roar, rallying the surrounding beasts of all sizes to orchestrate their own beast tide in an attempt to claim the prize. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the magical metropolis remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, their minds singularly fixated on the imminent maturation of the nine-colored celestial lotus, an unparalleled treasure that commanded their utmost attention. At long last, the moment of maturity arrived. Mesmerized by the resplendent nine-colored Tianyuan lotus, Chen found himself lost in admiration, murmuring softly to himself. Yiling Tian was equally entranced. In the next instant, the radiant glow of the nine-colored Tianyuan lotus retracted, having completely absorbed 3 fifth-tier beast cores. And then the celestial light dissipated. The once mighty vines withered and decayed in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pristine and untainted lotus. Can we touch it, Chen? Yiling Tian inquired softly from the side, cautious not to disturb Yi Chen's contemplation. Indeed, we can, and with great eagerness, Yi Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This entity had unequivocally transformed into a rare treasure, ranking third among the celestial materials. He rushed forward to cradle the nine-colored Tianyuan lotus in his palms. The moment he made contact, a tremor coursed through his entire being as torrents of potent energy surged into him. This moment of maturity marked the lotus's release of the energy it had absorbed, and undoubtedly, Yi Chen emerged as the greatest beneficiary. He utilized 11 forbidden tattoos to fervently absorb all the energy into his body. Father, please step outside. I sense a breakthrough approaching. Guard me from without, Yi Chen declared, cradling the lotus and settling into a cross-legged meditation for his imminent advancement. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yiling Tian promptly exited the earthen chamber, securely sealing the alloy door behind him, and, donning his battle armor, vigilantly stood guard outside. In the room, Yi Chen's aura was restrained as he gathered all energy particles within his body, relentlessly impacting the tattoos on his skin. The originally yellow super tattoos transformed into a hint of emerald green through these repeated strikes, signifying the attainment of the 5th level of super tattoos. Breakthrough. Yi Chen opened his eyes, the explosive energy shredding his garments into tatters, leaving him seated there in the nude. Remarkably, the 11 forbidden tattoos on his skin had all undeniably turned emerald green. He had achieved the 5th level of super tattoos. Gazing at the verdant tattoos, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy and wonder as he retrieved a new set of clothes from the armor space to don. As he rose, a sense of refreshment and ease enveloped him. Upon opening the door, Yiling Tian, witnessing Yi Chen's unscathed condition, shed his armor and exhaled a sigh of relief. Chenner, you startled me. Was breaking through to the 5th level of super tattoos particularly challenging? I have never seen you this tense before. He could not help but inquire. In response, Yi Chen candidly shared the occurrence of the 9-colored heavenly yuan treasure lotus, which had matured and released a wave of pure energy. This unexpected opportunity fortuitously fell into Yi Chen's hands at the first moment. Otherwise, others might not have been able to absorb such an abundance of energy, resulting in a wasted opportunity. At that moment, Wang Chao activated his battle armor and hurriedly descended to the balcony window, rushing inside. Elder brother, are you unharmed? He inquired. I noticed something unusual earlier, but I initially overlooked it. Later, an astonishing force surged, prompting my swift arrival, Wang Chao explained. He had been commanding 108 death warriors, each overseeing the orderly arrangement of the weapons and equipment. He had not anticipated this occurrence. I'm fine. Yi Chen waved his hand, holding the precious balian, and smiled. It was all due to this item. This balian has ripened, allowing me to break through to the 5th level of the super pattern. From now on, your cultivation will be enhanced. The energy particles released upon the maturation of this nine-colored heavenly origin balian are several times greater than before. Several times? Wang Chao and Yi Ling Tian gasped in astonishment. They knew that previously, the energy particles they absorbed over a few days were equivalent to consuming over a dozen fourth or fifth-tier beast cores. A direct multiplication? Wouldn't that imply their cultivation speed would also double? No one in all of Huaxia could rival them. What a treasure! I believe this item deserves to be ranked first among the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rather than third, Yi Ling Tian remarked, surveying the balian without exaggeration. In truth, considering its significance in cultivation and its collective benefits, the nine-colored heavenly origin balian indeed warranted the top rank. However, the classification of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is based on their extraordinary nature, which relegated it to the third position. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chen retrieved the remaining 9 fifth-tier royal beast cores from the storage space of his battle armor and handed them to Wang Chao. Distribute these cores as you see fit, but reserve a few for Jianting. She has been preoccupied with family matters and has scarcely had time to cultivate during this period. Additionally, ensure that the personnel assigned to the weapons and equipment are well acquainted, fortifying every corner of the shelter to create an impenetrable stronghold. Chapter 47. 2 sixth-tier royal beasts safeguard the beast cores. Wang Chao nodded and swiftly exited the room. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens, disrupting everyone's thoughts. The immense shockwave rattled the very structures of the shelter. What is happening? That sound. It is the roar of a beast emperor's domain. How could a beast emperor possibly appear? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. He was all too familiar with that sound, yet he could not fathom why a beast emperor would emerge, especially one from the terrestrial realms. In a state of perplexity, he immediately donned his battle armor and leaped from the balcony, soaring toward the direction of the roar. Before long, Yi Chen traversed the towering walls constructed beyond the demon city and arrived at a location nearly 1,000 kilometers away, where the source of the roar became evident. To his astonishment, he beheld an extraordinary sight. What in the world? How could there be 2 sixth-tier royal beasts? He marveled, noting that both were heading toward the demon city. As he surveyed the surroundings, he observed the swarms of beasts led by the 2 royal creatures in the east and west. Yi Chen's expression grew grave. Each of these royal beasts could rival the octopus emperor of the Yinfan kingdom, and considering we are on land, their destructive capacity is likely to be even greater. With a roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the void, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the mouth of the eastern skies, Mo Jiao Emperor. Its target unmistakably clear, Yi Chen, who was under observation. Good heavens! Such a formidable perception ability to detect me from such a distance. Without hesitation, Yi Chen expanded his domain, employing the absolute domain, to immobilize the approaching wave of energy in place. In the next moment, he leaped, activating his battle armor to retreat to a secure location. Buzz in the following instant, the energy wave within the domain broke free from its constraints. Yet Yi Chen had already vacated his position, allowing the wave to surge forward, crashing against a small mountain peak with a resounding explosion that reduced it to dust. This cannot stand. I must not allow these 2 beast emperors to approach the city of demons, or they will surely annihilate everything. Resolute in this thought, Yi Chen hastened the pace of his battle armor, seizing the opportunity to return and set up an interception. Upon his return to the city of demons, numerous armored super-patterners emerged in the skies above each region. Among them were those who had voluntarily formed the Super-Patterners Alliance. Members from the northern city led by Zhang Wei and the Heavenly Eye Gang, scattered individual super-patterners, and even members of the Li family, all gazing into the distance with furrowed brows, for no other reason than the fact that, as awakened super-patterners, they all sensed the profound fear emanating from the beastly roars that resonated deep within their souls. Those are creatures beyond their match, destined to bring cataclysmic disaster. Attention, everyone. We must now initiate the highest level of defense, for a tide of beasts is approaching, led by 2 sixth-tier sovereign beasts from the east and west. Prepare for battle. As Yi Chen soared through the air, alerting everyone while hastening towards the refuge, his words sparked a commotion among the crowd. Whispers erupted, and many began to deliberate whether to abandon the city, with the brothers Li Sheng and Li Xiang being the most vocal representatives of this sentiment. Brother, we must flee at once. I suspect these 2 beast kings are the very ones that Yi Chen has provoked. There is no need for us to engage in a futile struggle here. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Moreover, is this not the perfect opportunity to rid ourselves of Chen? We need not lift a finger. Let those two aberrant beasts take him down with them. Li Xiang incessantly urged his brother to escape, showing little regard for the ordinary citizens within the city. His own survival was paramount. In the face of impending doom, life was the ultimate priority. While he continued to ramble on with his analysis, Li Xiang fell into a deep contemplation, completely oblivious to Li Xiang's words. In a moment of clarity, akin to a dazed Newton struck by revelation, he suddenly grasped the situation. Xiang, do you think these two beast emperors might have been attracted by the towering energy column from the previous refuge? That nine-colored cloud could very well signify the emergence of a treasure, Li Xiang analyzed with methodical precision. The mere thought sent a thrill through his heart. What sort of extraordinary treasure could draw the attention of sixth-tier beast emperors? Brother, you wouldn't be contemplating staying behind to seize it, would you? That seems rather perilous. As Li Xiang's younger brother, Li Xiang discerned his intentions from both his words and expressions. Perilous? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. How can one expect high returns without taking risks? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, resolutely declaring, Xiang, do you wish to join me in a gamble? When the beast emperors launch their assault, Chen and the others will undoubtedly emerge to obstruct them, leaving the refuge vulnerable for us to infiltrate. If we manage to steal that extraordinary treasure, our rise to prominence would merely be a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang was momentarily speechless, biting his finger in contemplation. Should they fail, their demise would be inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he resolved with fierce determination, high risks beget high rewards. Let us do it. Brother, we shall wait for the beast emperors to attack and seize the opportunity to slip inside. Upon finalizing their plan, the two individuals swiftly arranged for those within their family who had yet to awaken to evacuate from the demonic city, while the remaining super-pattern warriors would ensure their safe passage. Meanwhile, they would proceed independently to infiltrate the sanctuary. Outside the refuge, Yi Lingtian and Wang Chao stood with 108 death warriors, along with 200 members of the Yi family clad in artificial battle armor, all lined up in perfect formation in an open area. As Yi Chen descended, Yi Lingtian hastily approached him and inquired, Chener, what you conveyed through the sound transmission earlier, is it all true? 2 beast emperors and 2 waves of beast tides exceeding 100,000. This may prove insurmountable. His concern was undeniably genuine. Nodding in affirmation, Yi Chen responded, I am now preparing to notify headquarters to summon the city leaders for assistance. We shall establish 3 defensive lines. For the first line, I will lead my comrades to withstand the assault of the beast emperor. With my current strength at the 5th level of super pattern, I might be able to slay one. The remaining 108 death warriors will form a grand formation to counter the other beast emperor. As for the second line of defense, Wang Chao, you shall command all super pattern warriors to hold the fort at the high walls. It is time to utilize the weaponry that has just been set up. Lastly, for the final line of defense, Father, you must safeguard the sanctuary with these 200 family members donned in artificial battle armor. This is our last bastion of purity. It is imperative that the family members remain inside and do not venture out, for they have yet to awaken their super patterns. Chapter 48. The Heavenly Skills of the Trapped Beasts. No problem, brother. I shall take charge of the second line of defense. The dynasty patted his chest and assured, Chener, you can rest assured. Your father will hold the fort. Just be sure to prioritize your safety. Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, he sighed and approached Yi Chen, imparting earnest advice. The assault of 2 6th-tier royal beasts posed a grave danger. As a father, how could he not be concerned? Don't worry, Dad. I have a good sense of the situation. Moreover, I believe that with my strength, defeating one of the beast monarchs will be no trouble at all, Yi Chen reassured, waving his hand. With that, he led 108 of his loyal brothers, activating their battle armor, and with a swift leap, they soared into the air, charging towards the outskirts of the demon city. Their target was the 2 6th-tier royal beasts, while the other tiers of beasts would be dealt with by the second and third lines of defense. At this moment, the heavenly horn-black flood dragon monarch and the blue-scaled serpent monarch arrived at the periphery simultaneously. The 1st to 5th-tier beasts surged forward rapidly. Yet, Yi Chen and his 108 loyal brothers paid no heed to these lesser beasts. Their focus and objective were solely on the 2 beast monarchs. Brothers, the heavenly horn-black flood dragon monarch is the stronger of the 2, so I will take it on. You all handle the blue-scaled serpent monarch. Chen declared without hesitation, just as they had previously discussed. He would tackle the more formidable foe. Yes, everyone responded in unison. To these loyal warriors, Chen's words held the weight of a decree. Having grown up in the demon city, how could they not exert every effort to protect their homeland when faced with the threat of a beast monarch siege? With a thunderous roar, the celestial horned ink flood dragon unleashed a blazing fireball from its maw, aimed directly at the swiftly advancing Chen. Indeed, the might of the terrestrial beast sovereign was overwhelmingly formidable. Chen marveled at the acute sensitivity of its aura detection. Without hesitation, he expanded his domain and invoked his unique skill, Absolute Domain, to once again immobilize the fireball. Following this, he employed Evil Spirits Entwined, a technique he was utilizing for the very first time. The effect conjured the monks and deities of the abyssal hell into malevolent specters, dragging the minds of enemies within his domain into the depths of despair. It remained uncertain whether this would have any effect on the extraordinary beast. In an instant, a radiant golden light intersected with the sinister domain, radiating from his feet and enveloping the celestial horned ink flood dragon in mere moments. Cackling wildly, the spectral forms of deities morphed into evil spirits, lunging towards the celestial horned ink flood dragon, relentlessly seeking to penetrate its head. In response to this onslaught, the dragon opened its gaping maw and ferociously snapped at the assailants in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Yet, after a few attempts, it realized that these phantoms were devoid of substance, passing straight through its dragon head. Effective. A surge of joy coursed through Chen as he recognized that he had successfully breached the mental defenses of the beast sovereign. However, it appeared he could not entirely dismantle them. His elation was tempered by the realization of the challenge he faced. After all, this was a beast sovereign, and under the opposition of sovereign-level domains, his spiritual assault could only claim a fraction of its essence. Yet, the celestial horned ink dragon emperor succumbed to a frenzied state. Its bewildered gaze evidently engaged in a fierce struggle against the malevolent spirits invading its mind. Its colossal form, exceeding 1,000 meters, swayed erratically, launching chaotic attacks that inadvertently claimed the lives of several low-tier beasts accompanying the assault. An opportunity. I must not let this slip away. Let me test if the power of the hyper pattern has reached its 5th tier and whether this extraordinary skill's efficacy has been enhanced. Chen resolved to conduct an experiment. As the heat radiated from the Qiongqi tattoo on his neck, he focused his thoughts, channeling the hyper pattern's energy to unleash the skill, Beast Restraint. This unique ability had allowed him to unconditionally trap a 5th-tier king-level beast upon the awakening of his hyper pattern at the 4th tier. Would it be capable of ensnaring the Beast Emperor before him now? He concentrated. With a commanding shout, dozens of crimson chains materialized around the celestial horned ink dragon emperor, swiftly intertwining to bind its immense form. Clang! In the next moment, a formidable, ominous four-sided cage emerged from the air, crashing down to confine it within. Boom, 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 roar. Roar. The celestial horned ink dragon emperor, momentarily disoriented, lashed out with its massive claws, unleashing fireballs in every direction. Yet, without exception, all were thwarted and sealed within the confines of the beast restraint cage. Ha! Success. Indeed, after upgrading, he was able to ensnare the beast emperor. Alas, if only he could capture a few more. Chen shook his head in dissatisfaction, feeling rather shameless. To wish for more captures? With his formidable strength at the 5th level of Super Tattoo, managing to ensnare a terrestrial beast emperor with a singular unique skill was nothing short of miraculous. It is likely that no one else on the entire planet could achieve such a feat should anyone overhear his rather ostentatious remarks. They would surely be tempted to deliver a swift reprimand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the blue-scaled serpent emperor found itself besieged by 108 death servants. Even with the presence of its domain, a solitary serpent could hardly withstand the onslaught of so many. Each adversary possessed more than 2 top-tier tattoos, their super tattoo power all at the 3rd level. Coupled with their coordinated formation, the blue-scaled serpent emperor could only retreat, gaining not a single advantage. Hiss, hiss, hiss in a fit of rage, the blue-scaled serpent emperor, leveraging its own domain, decisively unleashed its bloodline, momentarily acquiring terrifying power. With a resounding crash, it broke through their formation. Subsequently, it coiled around a mountain peak, raising its serpent head high and summoning all attacking beasts to gather around it. Roar, one must admit, Serpents are indeed cunning creatures, especially this sixth-tier royal beast. Aware of its disadvantage, it has cleverly commanded the tide of beasts to regroup and counterattack. In the next moment, the fifth-tier beast, originally leading the lower-tier creatures toward the demon city, roared back upon hearing the summons of the blue-scaled Serpent King, moving with astonishing speed indicative of a bloodline frenzy. Excluding the first to third-tier beasts, the tide of creatures boasted a formidable presence of 10 fifth-tier king-level beasts and over 50 fourth-tier lord-level beasts. This count did not even include the beast tide of the celestial horned ink Flood Dragon King. At that moment, it was ensnared within a mental assault and trapped in a four-sided cage, while its subordinates rushed toward the city. Consequently, this alleviated half the pressure on the second line of defense. Chapter 49. The second line of defense, a relaxed response as expected. At the outer high walls of the demon city, the fifth-tier beasts under the command of the celestial horned ink Flood Dragon King had already arrived. Precisely, there were 13 of them, 3 more than those of the blue-scaled Serpent King. The fourth-tier lord-level beasts numbered nearly 70, showcasing formidable strength. Everyone listened intently as the super-patterned warriors launched an all-out assault to fend off these fourth- and fifth-tier beasts. The remaining first- to third-tier creatures were to be managed by personnel at various weapon stations. Do not hold back on your plasma cannons and alloy shells. Fire them all. We must not allow these beasts to breach the city. The dynasty floated in midair, clad in battle armor, commanding with a resonant voice. This orderly arrangement revealed increasingly the characteristics of a capable and mature commander, up to the task at hand. In the next instant, the dynasty took the lead, engaging a blazing firebird king engulfed in flames, effortlessly sending it flying with a single punch. Boom. With the power of the third level of the super pattern and the strength provided by 4 top-tier super patterns, he was poised to confront a formidable fifth-tier king-level beast. Simultaneously, his eyes erupted with a golden radiance as he fixed his gaze upon 3 other flying king-level beasts. Seizing the opportunity while the fierce flying Sparrow King was momentarily incapacitated. Without uttering a word, he charged forth, engaging in battle. Kill. Annihilate these fiends. On the ground, Zhang Wei led the members of the Heavenly Eye Gang in a fierce struggle against 8 fifth-tier king-level beasts. Except for Zhang Wei, who, due to his inferior strength, remained on the sidelines directing. The remaining over 100 members naturally divided into 8 squads, each comprised of several individuals, to intercept the remaining fifth-tier beasts. Their tattoos were all related to the Heavenly Eye, and when combined, they formed a formation that continuously drained the beast's stamina, holding the promise of eventual victory. Moreover, the members of the Super Tattoo Alliance swiftly joined the fray, with more than 5,000 ordinary super tattooists, whose abilities varied widely. Some had reached the 3rd level of super tattoo mastery, making them adept at exterminating the beasts, especially since these were low-tier beasts ranging from the 1st to 3rd levels. Bang! Come on, you beast! Weren't you supposed to be formidable? How can you not withstand my beastification tattoos? The dynasty reveled in the blood of the beasts. Laughing heartily in midair, facing 4 opponents alone, he showed no signs of faltering, summoning all 4 of his tattoos in their beastified forms, overwhelming the 4 beasts while also compensating for the damage in between. With just a few swift strikes, 2 fifth-tier king-level exotic beasts erupted with torrents of blood, unable to withstand the onslaught, teetering precariously in the air. The previously downed flame-winged Sparrow King, with its burning wings flailing, cast a gaze full of hatred upon the dynasty. Blood continuously dripped from its body, contrasting starkly against its crimson feathers, rendering it a pitiful and haunting sight. In the next moment, enraged and humiliated, it raised its head and let out a deafening cry before launching into a reckless, suicidal assault. It not only unleashed its bloodline in a frenzy but also consumed its limited essence, all in a desperate attempt to exact vengeance upon the dynasty that had wounded it. Observing this, the dynasty remained unperturbed, a confident grin spreading across its face as it muttered to itself, "It seems you still underestimate my power. Very well. Perish." Fixing its gaze, the Taotai tattoo erupted with brilliance, manifesting a towering shadow behind it. Unlike the beastly transformation, this Taotai apparition represented the true essence of a fearsome beast. With a thunderous roar, the Taotai unleashed its fury. In the next instant, the Taotai shadow melded with the dynasty's form, both preparing to unleash a devastating punch. With a resounding impact, the full force of the strike collided with the talons of the flame-winged Sparrow King, shattering them into oblivion within mere seconds under the overwhelming and terrifying might. The very body was struck by the residual force of the dynasty's fist. Subsequently, the once formidable king of the fiery sparrow, now bereft of its claws, plummeted to the ground, grievously injured. Although this blow did not extinguish its life, it unequivocally rendered it incapable of further combat. Humph! Do not be hasty. You three wretched beasts, prepare to meet your demise, one by one. The dynasty snorted coldly, not lingering further, and directed his gaze toward the remaining 3 fifth-tier aberrations. The trio of flying fifth-tier beasts, having witnessed the earlier spectacle, cleverly dispersed, forming a triangular formation, attempting to launch a simultaneous assault. Yet, the dynasty remained unfazed. Summoning his 4 beastly companions to encircle him, charging once more, poised to eliminate another adversary. You wish to engage me? You are woefully inexperienced. In the face of absolute power, your attempts at a war of attrition are futile. Meanwhile, upon the city walls, various ordinary soldiers and skilled civilians operated an array of weaponry, relentlessly targeting the lower-tier aberrations besieging the fortress. Hey, Oldemo, do not skimp on the ammunition. This stuff is made of alloy and possesses great lethality. Just keep firing. No need to aim. These beasts are incredibly swift. We must maintain a continuous barrage. A trained soldier shared his insights with a recently acquainted comrade. As he spoke, the alloy machine gun in his hands remained firmly on the trigger, sweeping left and right to unleash a barrage of fire that struck down a dozen first-tier beasts. The rapid gunfire echoed, yet ordinary bullets proved ineffective against these creatures. However, they were armed with alloy rounds, and many among them utilized plasma shells, which could indeed eliminate these common beasts. At that moment, another civilian, after firing a plasma round, turned and remarked, "Fortunately, the higher-tier beasts are being held at bay. Otherwise, our defenses would have been breached in an instant. Now, with this ammunition support, even if we aren't super-patterned warriors, we can still slay the beasts. Moreover, the plasma shells possess significant damage. My last shot took down over 20 first-tier beasts and several second-tier ones. It's a pity that a third-tier beast was too swift and managed to evade. Otherwise, it would have met its demise as well." With the separation of different tiers of beasts from the battlefield, their second defensive line became notably more manageable. Not only had the beasts failed to penetrate the city, but not a single one had even attempted to scale the protective walls. Meanwhile, at the battlefield of the first defensive line, the blue-scaled Serpent King coiled atop a mountain peak, surrounded by 10 fifth-tier royal beasts, clearly filled with trepidation. Without hesitation, it sought refuge in the heart of the beast horde. Encircling it were a tide of first to fourth-tier beasts, poised to employ a beast-tide strategy to withstand the onslaught of the 108 Death Guards. "Captain, what should we do?" The individual began to resort to underhanded tactics, positioned squarely in the center, making it impossible for us to engage him. Should we attempt to breach from the outside, he would likely seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. A Deadpool named by Chen glanced at the squad leader, furrowing his brow as he inquired. They were divided into 27 squads, each consisting of 4 members fixed at designated points, thereby enabling a dispersed assault on the blue-scale Snake Emperor. Should they attack one by one, their inherent advantages would be rendered ineffective. "Let me ponder this. I currently have no strategy in mind," the leader, Lu Wenbing, mused. He was not alone. The other 26 leaders simultaneously contemplated tactics to overcome the foe. At that moment, Yi Chun, clad in battle armor, descended gracefully beside them, asserting, "You all head to the second line of defense for support. I shall handle this." "What? Boss, you intend to confront 2 beast emperors alone?" Lu Wenbing expressed his concern. Yet, the next moment, upon glancing back, he saw the distant heavenly horn-ink flood dragon ensnared in a chaotic confinement, prompting him to silence his worries. Who was his leader? A man adorned with 11 forbidden tattoos. How could one harbor doubts? "Yes, boss, we will return to provide support immediately." Without the slightest hesitation, the 108 Deadpools departed with resolute determination, so decisive that not a single head turned back. They placed unwavering trust in Yi Chun. Once the others had left, Yi Chun gazed upon the overwhelming tide of beasts before him, his heart unperturbed, a sly smirk playing upon his lips. A pack of brutes, he thought, perfect for honing his skills. He sought to discern whether his other unique abilities had transformed alongside the elevation of his super pattern. At that moment, as the heavenly horned ink flood dragon emperor was ensnared, He had ample time to confront the blue-scale Serpent Emperor, preventing himself from being besieged by two formidable beast monarchs. Upon witnessing the departure of the 108 death servants, the blue-scale Serpent Emperor at the heart of the beast tide suddenly roared with fury. After being besieged by the crowd, it yearned to reclaim its dignity and sought vengeance against Chen, eager to experience the taste of being overwhelmed. Boom! Chen decisively activated the Qiyu tattoo, channeling its super pattern power. Dominion over all beasts. A mere thought summoned forth the upgraded unique skill. Instantly, a towering illusion, 100 feet high, materialized behind him. Its distinct visage and commanding presence unmistakably that of Qiyu. Roar! The echo of the roar reverberated from the illusion of Qiyu. In the next instant, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts with crimson eyes erupted forth from behind Qiyu's apparition, exuding a terrifying aura that could rival even the most extraordinary of creatures. Moreover, in sheer numbers, they surpassed the beast tide led by the blue-scale Serpent Emperor by a factor of 2. Kill! Chen and the illusion of Qiyu cried out in unison. The once directionless beasts, now obeying the command to slaughter, surged forward like a torrent unleashed from a dam, charging headlong into the fray. In a flash, the two factions collided, igniting a tumultuous battle. Although the otherworldly beasts possessed superior strength compared to the phantasmal ferocious beasts, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Moreover, being mere illusions, they were impervious to pain and indifferent to the specter of death. In contrast, the otherworldly beasts were not only outnumbered but also faced significant exhaustion. Even utilizing the phantasmal ferocious beasts as a relentless tide could wear down many of the otherworldly creatures, and eliminating several high-tier beasts was certainly within reach. Seizing the moment, Chen unleashed the 3 heads and 6 arms skill, transforming into the colossal Neza form. Towering at 100 meters, he strode boldly across the battlefield, declaring, "Beasts, do you dare evade? Now, where will you flee? Meet your demise." Grasping a magnified red spear, he resembled a formidable demon descending upon the earth, thrusting the weapon toward the coiled blue-scale Serpent King resting atop the mountain peak. After enduring the onslaught from 108 death warriors, the blue-scale Serpent King's combat prowess had significantly diminished. Now was the opportune moment to strike while it was vulnerable. With a resounding thrust, the spear pierced directly into the serpent's vital spot. A deafening roar erupted as the blue-scale Serpent King writhed in agony. Even as the Beast King, being struck at your weakest point must be this provoked the exhausted and injured blue-scale Serpent Emperor into a furious rage. As it desperately coiled around Chen's towering figure, striving to constrict him to death with its pulling force. Each muscle of the serpent's body strained with effort, undeterred even as the flames engulfing Chen scorched its scales. Moreover, it opened its massive maw, poised to sink its fangs into Chen's head. However, at that very moment, a glimmer of cold light ignited in Chen's eyes, followed by an eruption of formidable power surging from within him. Battle blood intensification, Chen unleashed the unique skill of the headless Tiankong tattoo. With a resonant hum, the constricting serpent's body was forcefully pried apart from the inside. As he propped himself against the fissure with his 2 arms, while 4 additional arms swiftly extended forth. Seizing the upper and lower jaws of the blue-scale Serpent Emperor, he exclaimed, "What audacity! You dare to court death! Today, I shall make you experience the agony of cramping." He had not anticipated that this typically timid and cautious serpent, in its wounded state, would dare to retaliate. Yet the outcome was evident. Chen seized control of the blue-scale Serpent Emperor, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of Neza's turmoil in the sea, treating the serpent as a dragon to be subdued. With a mighty roar, he commanded, "Open up." Channeling all his strength into his arms, augmented by the effects of battle blood intensification, Chen's 4 arms struck with a thunderous force, rending the serpent's gaping maw asunder. Yet, it did not succumb to death immediately. It was clear that the struggle was far from over. The vitality of snakes is remarkably resilient, and it is inconceivable that a 6th-tier imperial beast could perish so easily. With a resounding clang, the flame-wreathed crimson spear descended, piercing the body of the azure-scaled Serpent Emperor and pinning it to the ground. Immediately after, Chen descended, his 6 arms joining forces to violently tear open the serpent's back, extracting a blood-soaked sinew. Chapter 51. The battle concludes. 2 beast emperors fall the moment the sinew was extracted from its body. The azure-scaled Serpent Emperor, devoid of its upper and lower jaws, unleashed a pained roar, its mangled head spewing forth blood and staining the ground of vivid crimson. What a sinew it was, perfectly suited for use as a belt. Chen, grasping the sinew, chuckled as he wrapped it around his waist, then shifted his expression to one of seriousness. Now, it is time to send you on your way. Relinquish your beast core. As his words fell, a resonant hum filled the air, and a blood flame-wreathed longsword materialized in Yi Chen's hand, the Azura Bloodblade. A calm yet authoritative voice resonated, infused with an air of solemnity and menace. In that moment, Yi Chen, with flames enveloping his three-headed, six-armed form and wielding the Azura Bloodblade, truly embodied the presence of a demonic deity from the depths of hell. Accompanied by the utterance of two sacred words, an astonishing power surged through the blade, transforming it into a whirling azure flame. Within a 3-meter radius, a single strike was guaranteed to be fatal. With a resounding buzz, the blood blade cleaved through, completely severing the head of the azure-scaled Serpent Emperor. Although the serpent's head was lost, due to its inherent nature, its 100-meter-long body continued to writhe. Subsequently, a cerulean beast core emerged from its cranium, exuding an astonishing aura. This core, belonging to a 6th-tier royal beast, was evidently extraordinary, discernible even to the naked eye. Without lingering, Yi Chen swiftly stowed away the beast core and turned his gaze towards the tumultuous battle among the beast horde. At this moment, the majority of 1st to 3rd-tier beasts had been vanquished by the phantasmal beasts summoned by the Dominion of Beasts. Only the 4th-tier and 5th-tier royal beasts remained, with the former largely incapacitated by severe injuries, while the latter still retained formidable combat prowess, albeit with some minor wounds. Observing this, he did not hesitate to stride forward, employing the skill of the Godslayer by Chi Tattoo, Godslayer Carnage. The battlefield was saturated with blood and corpses, and activating this unique skill provided additional enhancements. In the blink of an eye, the domain enveloped all beasts, regardless of whether they were 1st to 3rd tier, 4th tier lord-level beasts, or 5th tier royal beasts, each one meticulously locked onto. In the next instant, from the blood and carcasses strewn across the ground, grotesque, desiccated hands began to rise, accompanied by various phantasmal figures of deceased beasts. They resembled malevolent specters from the depths of hell, their eyes filled solely with the thirst for slaughter. With a swift motion, they charged toward the remaining beasts, engaging them in a psychological clash. A cacophony erupted as nearly 100,000 beasts still present on the battlefield were thrown into disarray by the phantasms within the domain of slaughter, howling and spiraling into madness. Thus, the chaos ensued. As Yi Chen commanded the ferocious beasts summoned by Dominion of Beasts, they seized the opportunity, charging forth to rend flesh with their teeth. This dual assault of spirit and body swiftly annihilated the 4th-tier, lord-level aberrations, leaving behind only the resilient 5th-tier king-level beast, which, despite its bloodied state, managed to withstand the onslaught. The 1st to 3rd-tier beasts met their demise, littering the ground with a multitude of beast cores that seemed to glisten like a bountiful harvest, far too numerous to count. Indeed, it was almost too close a call. It became evident that I must take matters into my own hands, Yi Chen mused, letting out a cold snort as he surveyed the aftermath. With a flash of cold light emanating from his Shura Bloodblade, the weapon transformed, expanding in size. He swung it with a sweeping motion, embodying a towering figure of 100 feet. Paired with the enlarged dual Shura blades, he cleaved through the battlefield with the precision of autumn winds stripping leaves from trees, systematically bisecting the 5th-tier aberrations. One by one, the corpses of these king-level beasts fell to the ground, leaving behind only the remnants of their beast cores. Thus, on this battlefield, the blue-scale Serpent King and the tens of thousands of beasts it commanded were all vanquished without exception. As Yi Chen gazed upon the scattered beast cores, he did not linger to collect them, but swiftly turned, racing toward the more formidable Heavenly Horn Inc. Flood Dragon King. Now, only this trapped beast king remained. Time was of the essence. After all this duration, its spirit must be on the brink of collapse. Yi Chen gazed at the dim-eyed celestial horn-black dragon emperor within the four-cornered cage, murmuring to himself. This celestial horn-black dragon emperor, in the hierarchy of exotic beasts, not only surpassed the blue-scaled serpent emperor in strength, but also possessed a terrifying defensive capability bolstered by its dragon scales. Thus, disturbing its mental realm would be advantageous for Yi Chen to unleash his skills for a decisive kill. Domain, activate. With a resonating hum, the Shura Heavenly Eye domain enveloped the celestial horned black dragon emperor within the confines of the cage. In the next moment, as the beast's bondage domain dissipated and the cage shattered, Chen seized the opportunity to charge forward, simultaneously activating the candle dragon domain. The absolute domain ensnared the very fabric of its space and time, immobilizing the celestial horned black dragon emperor midair. Judgment. As Chen approached within 3 meters, he uttered those 2 words that signified death once more. The Shura Bloodblade was once again imbued with the power of a guaranteed kill. Boom. With a slicing sound, the blade descended, striking the head of the celestial horned black dragon emperor, yet it did not immediately breach its formidable scales. This realization struck Chen. The celestial horned black dragon emperor's inferior reverse scale, an emblem of its ascension to dragonhood, was situated on its head. The reverse scale? Fortunately, it was under controlled circumstances that he executed the judgment skill. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Chen took a deep breath, relieved that he had not discovered the reverse scale amidst a combat scenario. Nevertheless, the guaranteed kill within the domain of judgment was no trivial matter. With a crisp, resonant crack, the most resilient scales of the celestial horned black flood dragon shattered. Subsequently, the remaining power of the Azura Bloodblade descended unimpeded, vertically cleaving the celestial horned black flood dragon, which was suspended in midair and on the brink of mental collapse. A gentle breeze swept through as Chen sheathed his bloodied blade, slowly descending to the ground. Following this, the corpse of the celestial horned black flood dragon, split in 2, plummeted thunderously to the earth. Accompanying this spectacle, a dark beast core emerged, attracting 2 6th-tier royal beasts drawn by the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus, both of which met their demise at Chen's hands. Furthermore, a multitude of over 100,000 beasts, lured by a beast emperor, perished in this very place. Chapter 52. The Dynasty's Might. Overcoming the 5th-tier royal beasts. Meanwhile, at the second defensive line, the dynasty led a multitude of super-patterned warriors, alongside soldiers wielding weaponry and the citizenry, in repelling the tide of beasts beyond the city's towering walls. At this moment, the dynasty, drenched in beast blood, grappled with 2 5th-tier royal beasts in midair. Below him, 2 immense, gaping pits lay open, revealing the carcasses of the 2 5th-tier royal beasts, with their cores floating ominously above their severed heads. These were the beasts felled during the recent skirmish, their cores yet to be collected before he re-engaged in combat. Phew. My stamina is still somewhat lacking. Barely managing to take down 2 5th-tier beasts has left me quite fatigued. It seems I must indulge in more chicken kidneys to replenish my vitality henceforth. Wang Chao inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the 2 injured 5th-tier beasts before him. Through the armor that clung to him, he could not compare to Chen. During the tattooing process, Chen had artfully blended the blood of 11 different animals into his markings. At the moment the catastrophe struck, his physical form had undergone a remarkable enhancement, his endurance, stamina, and strength far surpassing that of ordinary awakeners by several multiples. Indeed, his prowess at night was such that he could engage in battle relentlessly, 100 times without fatigue, rivaling even the formidable Tenfei. As these thoughts coursed through Wang Chao's mind, a twinge of envy arose within him. Suddenly, a familiar voice wafted through the air from behind him, bringing a flicker of joy to the breathless Wang Chao. Turning around, he beheld a squad of 4, clad in battle armor, approaching him in an orderly fashion. "What brings you back?" he inquired urgently. "How fares the situation with my elder brother? Have you managed to subdue the 2 beast emperors?" In response, the squad leader from the foremost team raised his voice, declaring, "Wang Laoda, you need not worry. The young master specifically sent us back to support you. He has ensnared 1 beast emperor and is currently focused on dealing with the other." As we departed, we witnessed the simultaneous manifestation of several domains by the young master, forcing the beast emperor into a retreat. Although the current situation remains uncertain, it is evident that the young master holds a distinct advantage. Upon uttering these words, the dynasty's heart found solace. With the situation on the beast emperor's side now under control, coupled with the return of 108 death servants, confronting the tide of beasts would become considerably more manageable. Assist the Super Pattern Alliance. First, eliminate the 5th-tier royal beasts, and then deal with the 4th-tier lord beasts. Once we rid ourselves of these 2 categories, we shall declare complete victory. The dynasty, while issuing commands, suspended in midair, regulated his breathing, preparing to engage in battle once more against the two fifth-tier royal beasts before him. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Following this, the death servants, upon nearing 100 meters from the dynasty, instinctively turned and dispersed, focusing their efforts on the fifth-tier beasts, with the dynasty neutralizing 2 and restraining another 2. The remaining 8 fifth-tier royal beasts, besieged by 108 death servants, would surely succumb with ease. Moreover, by this stage in the battle, the members of the Super Pattern Alliance had already inflicted significant damage upon the fifth-tier royal beasts. Beasts, prepare for another confrontation. Witness how I shall vanquish you. Once the group had departed, the dynasty's breathing grew steady and smooth. A resounding roar echoed as the dynasty, clad in the formidable armor of the gluttonous beast, surged forth like a cannonball recently unleashed. It charged directly at the injured 2 fifth-tier king-grade beasts. With a thunderous impact, a fist descended, harnessing the momentum of the sprint. Seizing the moment when one of the fifth-tier king-grade beasts failed to react, Dynasty delivered a crushing blow to its skull, inevitably shattering it. The scalding blood from the severed head splattered across his face. Indeed, with a full-force strike, he had vanquished one. Now this is my true power. It is exhilarating to slay a beast with a single punch. Dynasty beamed with a long-lost joy as he gazed upon the fallen carcass. For it was only by unleashing his utmost strength that he found happiness. With a resounding thud, the beast's corpse struck the ground, causing the other injured fifth-tier king-grade beast to tremble in trepidation. Witnessing this scene, it was paralyzed by fear. Even a beast knows the instinct to evade death. Without hesitation, the ghastly-faced Bat King, another fifth-tier king-grade beast, shrieked in panic and swiftly emitted a circular sound wave from its mouth. Then, it took flight in a desperate escape. Its wings, dripping with blood, flapping faster than an electric motor. In the face of terror and mortality, it seemed to forget its pain. Want to flee? You dare to assault the city, yet lack the courage to confront me in battle? This is not a place one can simply depart from at will. Leave your beast core behind. He will not let this level 5 exotic beast escape. After all, it is a walking fifth-tier royal beast core. How could one allow such a tempting prize to slip away? Roar, growl, snarl. The sounds of 4 distinct beasts reverberated through the air. Garuda, Tao Tai, Tao, and Zhu Yin materialized from thin air, forming a quadrilateral formation that sealed off the escape route of the fleeing ghost-faced Bat King. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Yin, resembling a monkey with a white head and red feet, used the void as a vine to grasp the swaying ghost-faced Bat King from behind. Tao Tai and Tao Wu advanced together, each opening their enormous jaws to seize the wings of the ghost-faced Bat King. A chilling scream echoed. In the next instant, Garuda flapped its wings, its massive claws piercing through the grotesque head of the beast. In a state of bloody ruin, the 4 beast-transformed tattoos triumphed over the ghost-faced Bat King. What a splendid prize! Let us secure it for now. Seizing the moment, the dynasty swiftly stored the slain 4 level 5 royal beast cores into the armor's storage space. Following this, he immediately rushed to support the other battles. Meanwhile, within the city, at the entrance of the refuge, Yi Lingtian listened to the distant, desperate roars of various beasts, as well as the aerial clashes between super and exotic beasts. He could not help but furrow his brow, uncertain of the situation's outcome. I hope Chen can truly repel those 2 beast emperors. Otherwise, the entire city may not withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. Chapter 53. Yi Lingtian takes action. Power overwhelming at this moment. He remained oblivious to the fact that the first and second lines of defense had essentially declared victory and were in the process of wrapping things up. With the demise of the 2 beast emperors, particularly the blue-scaled serpent emperor, over 100,000 ferocious beasts had perished at Yi Chen's hands. Among the remaining creatures, the 4th and 5th tier beasts had also suffered significant losses. Complete resolution was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, within a derelict building not far away, Li Sheng, accompanied by Li Xiang and several super patterners from their family, were taking refuge inside, observing the gathering of Yi Lingtian and his companions at the entrance of the shelter. Brother, it has been quite some time. Why haven't the beasts breached the perimeter? Did not 2 6th-tier royal beasts appear, along with 2 waves of beast tides? Could it be that they have truly been dealt with? Li Xiang pondered, stroking his chin. Dealt with? Upon hearing Li Xiang's remarks, Li Sheng, who had been waiting, began to contemplate. So much time had passed. Perhaps an unforeseen situation had indeed arisen. Enough waiting. I have a premonition that something may go awry. Li Xiong. Shortly, I will divert the attention of Yi Lingtian and his group. Seize this opportunity to slip in with your super pattern and retrieve that treasured artifact. Li Xiong decisively resolved to draw Yi Lingtian's attention away. Me? Li Xiong furrowed his brow, pointing at himself in disbelief. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Xiong continued. Your Haolang Divine Officer tattoo possesses an inherent cloaking effect, does it not? It would be most advantageous for you to utilize it for stealth. Do not hesitate. Further delay may deprive us of the opportunity to seize what we desire. Very well, Li Xiong sighed, acquiescing to the suggestion. In truth, he hoped Li Xiong would infiltrate the area, for Yi Lingtian bore 4 superior tattoos of exceptional prowess. And Li Xiong feared that Li Xiong might not withstand the impending peril. Though he feared for his life, his concern for the family's honor compelled him to wish for the safety of Li Xiong, the heir. In the next moment, Li Xiong patted his shoulder, and the fiery energy of his ghost warrior tattoo surged, swiftly enveloping him in black armor. With the dual blades adorned with flame patterns firmly in hand, Li Xiong charged forth from the derelict building, rushing towards Yi Lingtian without hesitation. Behind him, over 1,000 members of the Li clan, adorned with their superior tattoos, bore expressions of unwavering resolve, their futures resting entirely upon the success of this venture. Consider the allure of a treasure that could attract 2 level 6 royal beasts, worth the risk, undoubtedly. Moreover, their kin had already orchestrated their escape from the demon city, awaiting Li Xiong's triumphant return with the spoils. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian sensed the impending threat as Li Xiong approached. The presence of the 1,000 tattooed followers behind him ignited a sense of treachery within him. Everyone, prepare for battle, he commanded. These individuals harbor ulterior motives, exuding an aura of menace. Do not permit them entry into the refuge, he cautioned loudly. Standing alongside him were 200 members of noble families, clad in synthetic battle armor, facing off against the over 1,000 awakened super pattern practitioners. The disparity was immense. With a low hum, Yi Lingtian summoned the power of the super pattern, overlapping the black and white impermanence battle armor with the duality battle armor. A brand new 4-colored armor enveloped him. Clang, he remained steadfast, with the newly combined armor absorbing the full force of Li Xiong's twin blades, not even a spark igniting upon impact. The recoil from the clash instead sent Li Xiong hurtling backwards several dozen meters, coming to a halt only after taking several steps back. What? Li Xiong's face drained of color, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can you, with your strength at the 3rd level of super pattern, manage to overlap armors and withstand my full-powered strike? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. You have quite a few inquiries, don't you? Yi Lingtian snorted coldly, discerning Li Xiong's identity through both his voice and armor. You are from the Li family, aren't you? Your clan was once one of the 4 great families of Magic City. Now, with the monstrous siege upon the city, instead of safeguarding your homeland and joining the fight, you contemplate launching a surprise attack to wreak havoc. Is the Yi family so intolerable to you that you would conspire against us at this juncture? He was mistaken, believing that Li Xiong merely sought to vandalize the home, unaware of their true intent to purloin a treasured artifact. In the next moment, the black and white stripes on the 4-colored battle armor flickered, and 2 weapons manifested in his hands, the white Wuchang's morning staff and the black Wuchang's soul snare. Li family's young scion, to trespass here comes at a price. Otherwise, you would indeed underestimate the Yi family. Behold the disparity of our strengths. As the words fell, Yi Lingtian swung the ominous soul snare in his left hand a few times before hurling it forth. This is bad, I must escape, was the most genuine thought racing through Li Xiong's mind. With a crack, the space shattered, and the eerie soul snare darted forth from the void beside him, rapidly ensnaring his arms. Immediately, a chilling glint sparked in Yi Lingtian's eyes as he aimed the ghastly morning staff in his right hand at the bound Li Xiong and unleashed a devastating blow. The trapped Li Xiong, unable to evade, bore the brunt of the attack, akin to how Yi Lingtian had previously withstood his dual blades without moving an inch. However, the outcome was drastically different. Under this strike, Li Xiong's body was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, hurtling hundreds of meters before crashing heavily into an uninhabited 4-story building. The structure collapsed, instantaneously transforming into a wasteland. Ahem. As the dust and debris settled, Li Xiong lay within the ruins of a collapsed building, struggling to prop himself up with a nearby slab of stone. His battle armor was riddled with cracks, from which crimson blood oozed continuously, painting a grim picture of his plight. Damn it, I underestimated the situation. This is the end. I may truly meet my demise here. In his mind, he had anticipated the formidable Yi Ling Tian. Even with the power of a triple super pattern and 4 supreme super patterns at his disposal, he believed he could at least hold his own long enough for Li Xiang to seize the treasure. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer disparity in their strengths during their clash. It was an outright crushing defeat. There was no contest whatsoever. Chapter 54. Li Xiang's Treasure Theft. Jing Ting discovers meanwhile, Li Xiang, clad in the radiant armor of the Divine Officer, had activated the armor's special cloaking ability. Upon witnessing Li Xiang gravely injured by a single strike, his heart sank, and he contemplated a hasty retreat. However, a moment's reflection revealed that their identities were already compromised. Without acquiring the treasure to enhance their powers, they might never rise again, and could even find themselves fugitives, hunted down mercilessly. Brother, I apologize. I know you wouldn't want me to expose us. I must endure until I can secure the treasure. With gritted teeth, Li Xiang transformed into a swift gust, dashing into the sanctuary. His speed was akin to that of a fired Barrett bullet. Upon entering the sanctuary, he was utterly astounded by the scene before him. The vast expanse within is adorned with countless towering edifices, accompanied by an array of alloy defense mechanisms and substantial storage warehouses. My goodness, the provisions that Yi Chun has prepared are indeed comprehensive. This is how the shelter appears. Li Xiang swallowed hard, consumed by jealousy. The entire well-furnished refuge, when juxtaposed with the dilapidated urban landscape outside, seemed to exist in a realm entirely distinct from one another. With no time to ponder, he shook his head, swiftly awakening from his astonishment, and began to survey his surroundings. The enormity of the shelter left him wondering where the treasure could possibly be hidden. As he glanced around at the towering structures, a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, while remaining invisible in midair, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the lighthouse at the center of the refuge. It was the tallest building, and notably a soft, iridescent glow emanated from the pinnacle of the lighthouse, reminiscent of the vibrant clouds he had previously observed in the sky. Eureka! It was right beneath my nose all along. How delightful! Li Xiang grinned widely, propelling himself forward with the Haoling Divine Officer's armor, maintaining his invisible state. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the topmost level of the lighthouse. The radiant hues cascading from within compelled him to leap onto the balcony, confirming that this must be Yi Chen's dwelling place. Li Xiang surveyed his surroundings and chuckled to himself. Haha, Yi Chen, no matter how well you hide your treasures, they are destined to belong to the Li family. He then approached the chamber where the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus was housed, and, with a sharp click, opened the alloy door. A gust of wind surged forth, laden with a multitude of energy particles emanating from the precious lotus, brushing against his face and instantly filling him with a sense of exhilaration. The tattoos on his skin began to writhe, eagerly absorbing the energy from the air. In the next moment, Li Xiang lifted his gaze and caught sight of the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus resting in the center of the earthen basin. Its radiant colors complemented by a coiled 5-clawed dragon, captivating his attention entirely. So this is the treasure, he mused. No wonder Yi Chen's advancement is so rapid. It seems he possesses a source of immense energy. Now, it is time for the Li family to rise. Having already begun to comprehend the power of the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus, he realized its greatest benefit lay in its ability to enhance the collective strength of his family. If they could acquire this artifact, the super tattooists of the Li family would experience a swift elevation in their capabilities. Just then, in his concealed state, Li Xiang approached without hesitation and lifted the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus. As he prepared to place it into the storage space of his battle armor, the door creaked open, and Jian Ting, who was guarding the lighthouse, entered quietly, glancing around with a discerning gaze. Just as I chanced upon the 9-colored heavenly yuan treasure lotus suspended in midair, 2 distinct footprints emerged on the surface of the soil where the lotus had been planted. Who is it? Jian Ting shouted into the soil pit room, exclaiming, "Which little thief dares to come here to steal? Are you seeking death?" As soon as her words fell, she swiftly donned the Phantom Princess armor and rushed towards the floating 9-colored heavenly yuan treasure lotus. Although Li Xiang was cloaked in invisibility, Jian Ting's target was unmistakable. Wielding her armored blade, she struck downwards towards the lotus. Clang! In a moment of urgency, Li Xiang relinquished the 9-colored heavenly yuan treasure lotus and crossed his arms in a defensive stance, blocking Jian Ting's attack. The clash ignited sparks as their forces collided, and the invisibility of Li Xiang's armor faded in the heat of battle. You are Li Xiang? I never expected it to be you. How did you learn about our 9-colored heavenly yuan treasure lotus? Jian Ting questioned sharply. After the Blood Moon's descent and Yi Chen's rescue, their two families had parted ways, and the presence of the Li family had become increasingly scarce. Now, within the confines of the lighthouse in the sanctuary, Li Xiang had infiltrated with a clear objective, the very 9-colored heavenly yuan treasure lotus, a matter they had kept tightly under wraps. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang scoffed, stepping back with a hint of disdain, and retorted, Jian Ting, you ungrateful wretch, you are clearly betrothed to my brother. Abandoning decorum, she castigated him. Not only did you pursue Yi Chen, but you also impede my endeavors. It would behoove you to depart forthwith. A viper in the bosom? Li Xiang, what drivel do you utter? There was never a betrothal between your brother and myself. I was entirely ignorant of it and would never have consented. As for obstructing you, it is you who trespass upon our abode to pilfer. Swiftly retorting, Jian Ting eschewed further parley with Li Xiang, instead invoking the spectral effigy emblazoned upon her flesh. With a cataclysmic roar, a ghastly specter materialized behind Jian Ting, gradually solidifying into corporeal form. The ghostly consort tattoo. Indeed, it was the tattoo, the ghostly consort incarnate. Wielding twin ebony blades, adorned with a cerulean, tusked mask, and arrayed in an ensemble of garments that sent shivers down the spine of any beholder. Perish. The pronouncement emanated from the spectral figure's maw. Subsequently, an awe-inspiring force emanated from the ghostly consort, chilling the ambient temperature to sub-zero levels. In the ensuing moment, the twin blades, gleaming with an eerie luminescence, descended upon Li Xiang with implacable force. Damnation! Sensing an imminent peril, Li Xiang exclaimed, how can this entity autonomously attack? He immediately summoned the power of his super tattoo, preparing to evade. However, the velocity of the twin blades was too great. Even with the full activation of his radiant spirit officer armor, a portion of his being remained in situ, directly struck by the twin blades. With a resounding crash. The impact differed markedly from Jian Ting's previous dual blade strike. The potency of this assault amplified manifold. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the room as Li Xiang was struck by the dual blades, crashing into the alloy wall and leaving behind an irregular dent. The blade sliced through the armor on his back, revealing visible wounds that oozed blood, which trickled slowly down the serpentine gashes in his battle attire. In that moment, Li Xiang realized the formidable prowess of Jian Ting, prompting a torrent of envious disdain within him. Triple super pattern? You accursed individuals. Were it not for this treasure, how could you advance so swiftly? Chapter 55. The predicament of the two brothers. He felt rage. Rage towards Jian Ting for intervening unexpectedly. Frustration at his own inability to contend with her, and even more ire towards Yi Chen and his companions for their assistance in cultivation through this divine artifact. Without hesitation, Li Xiang clutched his chest and coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and swiftly began to invoke the blood escape technique. This was a technique accessible to all who awakened the super pattern. However, it was a method rarely employed unless absolutely necessary, for its use would result in severe backlash. Not only would the tattoos etched upon his body fade, but his strength would also diminish significantly. If invoked repeatedly, the tattoos would vanish entirely, leaving him a mere mortal. With dire consequences. Blood escape. Li Xiang cast aside all reservations, yearning for a fleeting surge of power to seize the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus. At that moment, it seemed that death held little significance for him. It is of paramount importance to seize the item and subsequently utilize invisibility to escape the sanctuary, ultimately delivering it to Li Xiang for safekeeping. You wish to claim the treasure? Have you sought my consent? With remarkable swiftness, Jian Ting's thoughts ignited, awakening the Nirvana Phoenix tattoo etched upon her back. A resonant hum echoed as the Phoenix design emerged. In an instant, her ghostly warrior armor transformed into the resplendent Nirvana Phoenix armor. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto the position of the prismatic celestial lotus, which she summoned in its beastly form. In that fleeting moment, the Nirvana Phoenix on her back blazed with fervent light, emitting a powerful cry. The Nirvana Phoenix tattoo. As the tattoo materialized, a magnificent phoenix engulfed in flames manifested before the celestial lotus, safeguarding it in the nick of time. With a resounding call, the Nirvana Phoenix flapped its fiery wings, targeting the approaching Li Xiang, launching a fierce clawed assault. The Phoenix seal, for razor-sharp talons, entwined with inextinguishable flames, collided with Li Xiang, who was fortified by blood escape. A tremendous gust surged forth, as the two forces clashed with unparalleled intensity, resulting in a stalemate. Seizing the moment, Jianting propelled herself forward, activating the phoenix wings from her armor, swiftly maneuvering to Li Xiang's rear. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, she would not show any mercy. With precision, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at his waist. A resounding crash reverberated as an overwhelming force struck him, sending him flying. Although this attack was somewhat less potent than the previous one, it nonetheless inflicted considerable harm upon the already injured Li Xiang. Particularly after he had employed the blood escape technique, this punch from Jianting left him utterly dejected. Damn, how dare they launch a sneak attack? 2 against 1. Lying on the alloy floor, Li Xiang glared fiercely at Jianting, his words laced with venomous hatred. The blood escape he had just executed was his final resort. With the 9-colored celestial lotus firmly guarded by the beatified Nirvana Phoenix and Jianting, the possibility of reclaiming it in his diminished state was utterly non-existent. The only course of action left was to flee. This was the sole thought occupying his mind. He had to preserve his life, even if he could not secure the treasure. Immediately, Li Xiang mustered his strength once more to cast the blood shield. Though his supreme tattoo flickered dimly, having sustained irreversible damage, the repeated use of blood escape had nearly caused his tattoos to fade away. Blood escape? He shouted fiercely, his eyes glowing crimson as he coughed up blood. A tremendous force erupted from within, augmenting his battle armor and propelling his speed to its zenith. He activated his invisibility once again and darted toward the refuge. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of disorientation overcame him. The consecutive uses of blood escape had inflicted severe strain on both his mind and body, perfectly relying on sheer willpower to flee. Want to run? Stand still. Upon witnessing Li Xiang vanish from sight, Jingting instinctively yearned to pursue him, yet she turned her gaze towards the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus and was compelled to halt. Should Li Xiang utilize invisibility and execute a surprise attack, her departure would inevitably lead to the theft of the precious lotus. No, I must remain here. Li Xiang has already employed blood escape twice, severely depleting his vitality. I shall let him be, for now. She thought indignantly. Were it not for the need to guard the 9-colored celestial treasure lotus, she would have undoubtedly chased after Li Xiang to eliminate him. Though unable to pursue, she could still utilize the communication device linked to her battle armor to inform Yiling Tian, Chen, and others of Li Xiang's infiltration to steal the lotus. Meanwhile, outside the refuge, Li Sheng furrowed his brows, contemplating an escape strategy. Injured and targeted by Yiling Tian, he was essentially resigned to his fate. Yet he was still prepared to take a gamble. Boom! Roar in an instant, a brilliant emerald-hued dragon, resplendent with 5 claws, coiled around him. Immediately, his ghost warrior battle armor swiftly transformed into the beast's supreme pattern dragon armor. Dragon tattoo. This was his second supreme pattern, which he had yet to unveil, reserved as a trump card. Faced with the formidable Yiling Tian, he had no choice but to activate it, hoping for a chance to escape. At this moment, upon receiving the notification of a home invasion, Yiling Tian was instantly engulfed in fury. Li family scoundrel, how dare you steal the Balian? I told you that your family has the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard to mobilize all the super tattooists for an ambush. Yet it turns out you were merely stalling here. However, your younger brother failed miserably and is gravely injured. Today, neither of you shall escape. Prepare to meet your demise. As his words echoed, the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering above. Accompanied by the accumulation of the clouds, streaks of lightning crackled and flickered with urgency. The ground was swept by a fierce tempest. As the saying goes, the dragon rides the clouds, the tiger commands the wind. Without hesitation, Yiling Tian summoned 2 beastly tattoos, the black dragon and the black tiger. With a resounding roar, the black dragon soared amidst the clouds, while the black tiger stood firmly on the ground, gazing forward. In the next instant, both beasts shifted their forms and charged towards Li Sheng's beatified Li Rong, aiming to annihilate it on the spot. 2 against 1. Regardless of the circumstances, Yiling Tian held the upper hand. Moreover, his super tattoo prowess surpassed that of Li Sheng, making it only natural that the 2 summoned beasts could easily overpower any singular adversary. Their combined assault resembled a father overpowering his child. Chapter 56, Yi Chen's powerful return. Li Sheng's despair. Shall we not engage in battle together as well? Allow me to test whether your armored transformation can withstand my onslaught once more, Yiling Tian scoffed. With a mighty dragon's roar resonating through the air, the terrifying power of the black dragon's super tattoo converged upon his fists, an invisible force coiling around them. Upon his armored arms, a dragon-shaped emblem materialized. With a thunderous roar, The dragon fist was unleashed. An ethereal black dragon, its maw agape, generated a terrifying shockwave that surged toward him, intent on obliterating him. This is not good. I must brace myself, aware that escape was futile. Li Sheng hastily spread his arms, preparing to endure the onslaught. Bang! The dragon fist collided with Li Sheng's arms, the immense force propelling him several dozen meters away, crashing onto the ground. Fortunately, the Li dragon armor, renowned as one of the supreme tattoos, boasted an astonishing defensive capability. Despite merely possessing the realm of Super Tattoo Level 2, it withstood the ferocious black dragon fist unleashed by Yi Lingtian at Super Tattoo Level 3. I have withstood it. I have endured cough before he could revel in his moment of triumph. A torrent surged within Li Sheng's body, an invisible force battering him from within, inflicting excruciating pain. Blood erupted from his mouth in several violent spurts. How infuriating the injuries from the previous strike had exacerbated. He pounded the ground in frustration, though the earlier attack had severely wounded him, and he had successfully blocked this one. The inertia of the force still aggravated the hidden injuries within him, causing him to bleed anew. Not bad. Your tattoo's defensive prowess is impressive. He could withstand the assault of my black dragon tattoo alone. However, I wonder if you can endure my strike beneath the layers of tattoos. Yi Lingtian chuckled mockingly, treating him as a mere test subject for his attacks. This made Li Sheng feel a growing sense of foreboding. Again, he was truly determined to end my life. Having already withstood 2 consecutive attacks, he had achieved what could only be described as a miracle. If he were to take another blow from the overlapping armor, would he still have a chance of survival? Having finally glimpsed hope through the Li dragon tattoo, he could not allow it to be extinguished so easily. In the next moment, Li Sheng activated the Li dragon tattoo without looking back, manifesting wings that accelerated his escape. A few seconds later, having distanced himself by over 100 meters, Li Sheng turned to glance back at the motionless Yi Lingtian, and could not help but murmur in confusion, "What is happening? Why isn't he attacking? Could it be he is letting me go?" He found it hard to believe. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Li Sheng, why are you in such a hurry to leave? This is not like you." Instantly, Li Sheng spun around in shock. Upon seeing the figure before him, his pupils dilated, and the feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster plummeted to the depths of despair. It was Chen, clad in the Qiongqi battle armor, hovering above him at a considerable height, looking down as if upon a dying man. Yi Chen, you returned so quickly?" Li Sheng was taken aback, his words faltering as the hopes within him crumbled entirely. Upon hearing this, Chen let out a cold snort and remarked, "If I hadn't returned so soon, would your brother have already pilfered the treasures? You possess remarkable audacity, daring to conspire and steal while I was away confronting the beast sovereign. Nevertheless, I admire your courage. You have wagered your entire clan on this, which conveniently ensures that you will have company on your journey to the underworld." His expression was dark and foreboding. Having previously spared them, he was astonished that they would again attempt to seize the 9-colored celestial lotus in the midst of chaos. Buzz without a sound. The crimson domain of the candle dragon unfolded in an instant. In the next moment, Li Sheng, suspended in midair, found himself enveloped by the domain, his wings coming to an abrupt halt behind him. Yet, he did not descend. Instead, he remained frozen in place. Time and space had come to a standstill. Within the realm, everything was under Yi Chen's control, as he suspended both time and space. With a mere thought, Li Sheng realized that his body was beyond his command, his mouth slightly agape and unable to close. Words escaped him, and even the saliva in his mouth hung suspended in the air. Panic surged within him. Not only was his life in peril, but the whereabouts of his brother Li Xiang, who was stealing the precious treasure, had also been revealed. A miscalculation now signified the doom of the Li clan. "Li Sheng, watch closely. In your presence, I shall first extinguish the lives of your kin, and then send you on your way." Yi Chen grinned. He had no intention of killing Li Sheng immediately. Such an act would be far too mundane. It was far more entertaining to shatter all his hopes before his very eyes, allowing Li Sheng to perish in a state of desolation and despair. His peripheral vision caught sight of over 1,000 ordinary super pattern practitioners from the Li family, who were relentlessly pushing back the 200 members of the Yi family clad in artificial battle armor. Had they not infused numerous level 4 Lord-class beast cores into their armor beforehand, they would have been utterly incapable of matching 5-to-1. A chorus of ancient Buddhist chants resonated as golden-hued Buddhas emerged from the realm. Following that, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed from these Buddhas, whose once benevolent visages morphed into monstrous, ghastly forms. Buddhas with demonic faces swiftly drifted towards the thousands of ordinary super-pattern practitioners from the Leaf family engaged in battle. Ah, what is this? Get away from me. There are ghosts. Help, someone. Save me. The members of the Leaf family found themselves ensnared by the phantasmal visions of the malevolent Buddhas. Their minds thrown into chaos as they spiraled into a state of utter confusion. Their eyes glazed over as they clutched their heads and writhed upon the ground. It is evident that the torment has been severe. Psychological assaults are often devastating, instantly stripping away one's combat capabilities. Chapter 57. The Slaying of the Lee Brothers, a Band of Miscreants. On that day, I granted you a chance at life. Today, you come seeking death. Humph. I shall not spare you. Chen regarded them with a cold gaze, his face etched with scorn. In the next moment, the Shura blood blade, a harbinger of slaughter, materialized in his grasp. At this moment, the Shura blood blade had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. The hilt was engraved with the visage of the Azura, and the pommel bore a human skull, evoking the wails of countless vengeful souls with each swing. Through numerous battles, the resentment, unwillingness, and overwhelming killing intent of the fallen had coalesced upon it. This imbued the Shura blood blade with enhanced lethality. Henceforth, the more lives it claimed, the greater its power would become. Buzz, the blood blade quivered. A phantom, enveloped in crimson lotus flames, emerged. It thrived on carnage, akin to a malevolent spirit within a sea of blood. The Shura malevolence. Roar, a ferocious howl erupted from the phantom, and Chen tightened his grip on the Shura blood blade, unleashing a terrifying strike. No, my body, it is severed. Accompanied by anguished wails, over 1,000 members of the Lee family's transcendent clan were cleaved in twain beneath Chen's Shura blood blade. They perished in an instant, leaving not a single survivor. As they were struck by the blade, their tormented spirits, plagued by dire consequences, began to revive. Yet, it was all in vain. In their final moments, they could merely cast a fleeting glance at their surroundings. Death was of little consequence. Chen surveyed the sea of corpses, his countenance betraying no emotion. Instead, he let out a few cold snorts. In this apocalyptic world beset by catastrophe, being granted a single opportunity was an immense blessing. This time, he would not spare these intruders, especially since their objective was to pilfer the 9-colored celestial lotus. They were not to be left as potential threats. Meanwhile, within the realm of absolute stillness, Li Sheng, having witnessed the demise of his kin, was instantly engulfed by a surge of sorrow and rage. Yet, he was rendered powerless, unable even to shed a single tear, completely immobilized. At that moment, Li Xiong, having escaped from the refuge, found his blood escape technique reaching its conclusion. And upon witnessing the scene before him, he faltered. In an instant, his gravely injured form collapsed to the ground with a tremendous thud. Bang, a crater formed. And the effect of Li Xiong's invisibility vanished upon his descent, revealing his true form. Chen, how ruthless you are. Slaying over 1,000 members of the Li family, may you meet a wretched end. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Xiong's mouth as his face contorted in a snarl, hurling curses at Chen. Having initially been consumed by guilt and regret for failing to seize the 9-colored celestial lotus, the sight of his kin perishing before him only deepened his anguish. He was suddenly plunged into a frenzy. How ruthless! Ha ha! Chen laughed, a peculiar mirth in his voice. Li Xiong, do you possess the audacity to steal and yet lack the courage to face death? Is this the true nature of your Li family? Spare yourself the self-deception. You have crossed my threshold, and today, all must perish. This includes your clan's other members, those frail and vulnerable souls. I shall ensure they are all eradicated, leaving your Li family to vanish from this world. His gaze reflected unwavering resolve, determined to obliterate the Li family completely. You intend to annihilate us. Chen, you devil. Li Xiong seethed, his teeth clenched, continuing to curse. He never anticipated Chen's decisiveness, that even those he believed were the last remnants of their lineage would not escape their fate. Have you finished speaking? If so, I shall send you on your way, allowing your elder brother to witness your downfall before I dispatch him to accompany you. Rest assured, I have already dispatched others to locate your remaining kin. It won't be long before you are reunited. Chen grinned, surveying him from above, clad in battle armor and wielding the Shura blood blade. He resembled an indomitable demon. Then, without allowing Li Xiong another word, Chen's expression darkened, and the blade in his hand descended with thunderous force, executing a clean and decisive strike. The razor-sharp edge released a surge of murderous intent, cleaving Li Xiong's head from his shoulders. With a resounding thud, Li Xiang's head rolled onto the ground, his eyes filled with wrath, unblinking in death. In an instant, his body, bereft of its head, lost its center of gravity and toppled backward. A cloud of dust rose as he met his demise right there. This entire scene was witnessed by Li Xiang, who was frozen in place. The next moment, Yi Chen, suspended in midair, did not turn his body nor cast another glance at Li Xiang, but instead, elegantly slashed behind him. With a hum, the blade descended. In a state of helplessness, Li Xiang could only witness the impending strike. Ultimately, his head was severed, and he perished midair. Domain, retract. A soft command, and the Crimson Candle Dragon domain was withdrawn, restoring the once constrained space to its primordial state. Subsequently, Li Xiang's head and body fell straight down, meeting the same fate as his kinsman. With the threat neutralized, Yi Chen slowly descended. The corpses on the ground would soon be dealt with by others in the city, a matter he need not concern himself with. Observing this, Yiling Tian removed his battle armor and approached, inquiring, "Chenner, how did it go? Did the two beast emperors outside the city retreat?" "Retreat? That would be an underestimation of my capabilities, wouldn't it? Father, I have dispatched both beast emperors. Furthermore, the 2 waves of beast tides they brought, comprising over 100,000, have all perished outside the city, with not a single one escaping. You may step outside and behold the remnants of the monstrous beasts scattered about. Just moments ago, we concluded the aftermath and received a message from Jian Ting. Currently, the dynasty is pursuing the remaining members of the Li family, and it is likely they will return shortly." Yi Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance, succinctly recounting the entire sequence of events. To be candid, the elimination of 2 beast emperors did take Yiling Tian by surprise. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his own son bore 11 forbidden tattoos, which significantly amplified his strength. Such an achievement is indeed to be expected. Haha, truly, he is my son. Yiling Tian, exhibiting the demeanor of a formidable warrior. Chapter 58. Hidden Agendas. Yi Chen prepares to withdraw from headquarters amidst the joy. Yiling Tian patted Yi Chen's shoulder, showering him with praises, embodying the pride of a father. In his youth, he had indeed struck true to the mark. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from behind Yi Chen. "Leader Yi, we have come to offer our support. Are you all unharmed? Where is the invading beast emperor? I shall be the first to engage and make him aware that trespassing upon the territory of Leader Yi incurs dire consequences." Ho Fei, with a somewhat lecherous smile adorning his face, approached with a sense of righteous determination. Previously, when the 2 beast emperors led their monstrous horde to attack the city, Yi Chen had signaled for aid from the headquarters. The headquarters promptly made a decision, notifying the other 11 leaders to hasten to the aid of Magic City, with Ho Fei being among the first to arrive at the city outskirts. Just in time, he witnessed the beast emperor leading the horde of beasts advancing forward. Being of a timid disposition, he decisively abandoned the thought of providing support and opted instead to observe from a distance. It was then that he beheld the entire process of Yi Chen slaying the beast emperor. After the battle concluded, he hurriedly approached, feigning an air of righteous support. "Oh," Yi Chen sighed, turning his head to inquire, "Are you the only one who has arrived? I have already dealt with all the aberrant creatures here." It was evident that he was quite dissatisfied with the speed at which the 11 city leaders had come to assist. Perhaps he harbored some suspicion that these individuals, upon hearing of the presence of the 2 great beast emperors, were intentionally delaying their arrival out of fear. Noticing the slight squint in Yi Chen's eyes, Ho Fei seemed to sense the doubt cast upon him and immediately thumped his chest, declaring, "Leader Yi, I assure you I was the fastest to arrive. The moment I heard you were in trouble, I neglected even the issues plaguing my own city and rushed straight over. However, I did not anticipate that upon my arrival, you would have already resolved the beast invasion. Truly impressive." While speaking, he did not forget to give Yi Chen a thumbs up. At that moment, a figure, arriving fashionably late, soared through the air and reached Yi Chen's side in just a few breaths, panting heavily. "Leader Yi, I apologize for my tardiness. Deluo City is simply too far from here, and my super-patterned battle armor is not designed for swift flight, which caused considerable delay. Just moments ago, I beheld a scene outside, littered with the corpses of otherworldly beasts. Have they all been dealt with?" The individual before me was none other than Qin Tianyi, the grandson of Elder Qin from headquarters, who had succeeded Qin Feng as the head of Daluo City. His final query was laced with skepticism. Despite the staggering number of beast carcasses, he found it hard to believe that Yi Chen had annihilated all the creatures, especially considering the city remained largely unscathed. "Rest assured, all has been resolved. Kindly report back to headquarters, instructing others not to come. Their presence is no longer required here. If there are no pressing matters, you may return. I have some affairs to attend to, Chen stated, his demeanor far from amiable, issuing a clear dismissal. At this moment, he deemed these individuals utterly useless. Their arrival merely a hindrance to his collection of beast cores. With so many beast carcasses outside, particularly those of fourth-tier lords and above, he needed to personally retrieve them, as they were prime materials for crafting artificial battle armor. He could not allow them to muddy the waters, collecting spoils while offering no assistance. Upon hearing his words, the two exchanged glances. Yet, having witnessed Chen's formidable prowess, they refrained from further protest, merely acknowledging him before activating their battle armor and departing. They did not linger, nor did they dare to seize the opportunity to collect the beast cores scattered across the battlefield. They are nothing but schemers, quick to shirk responsibility when faced with challenges, yet swift to seize advantages. After this passage of time, Chen's perception of these individuals underwent a complete transformation. In his previous life, despite the underlying scheming, a semblance of unity could still be maintained in the protection of such a grand city. Having been reborn, he found himself in a position of power. Chen, what shall we do about the headquarters directives moving forward? Should we pretend not to hear? Or what? Yiling Tian inquired. Having discerned Chen's discontent and sensing his desire for change, or perhaps a readiness to break free from the headquarters control. As expected, upon hearing this, Chen resolutely replied, "Directives? Previously, I had no intention of opposing the headquarters. I sought to develop my strength and avert their collective targeting of us. However, now, my power has ascended to the 5th level of super patterns. You all have stabilized your realms, and with the maturation of the 9-colored celestial lotus, as well as the successful establishment of defenses in the Demon City, it is time for us to extricate ourselves from the headquarters' grasp. The Demon City remains under my dominion." This sentiment echoed the most authentic reflections of his innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, the dynasty returned with 108 death warriors from the outskirts of the city. "Brother, we are back," he exclaimed with a grin. The members of the Li family did not flee far. It took only a few seconds to catch up with our armored assault. They were all ordinary individuals without awakened tattoos, and we dispatched them with ease, leaving not a single survivor. Having accomplished his task, he felt a surge of pride. The nemesis of the Yi family, once a formidable foe, met its demise in such an obliterating manner. Nodding slightly, Chen signaled to him, instructing, "Gather all the beast cores outside with the brothers, as well as the corpses of any beast above the 4th-tier lord level. As for the rest, let the populace and soldiers bury them or incinerate them on the spot." After relaying these directives, he activated his super-patterned battle armor and swiftly soared towards the lighthouse. Without a doubt, he was preparing for a showdown. Upon reaching the balcony on the top floor of the lighthouse, Chen shed his battle armor, entered the room, and promptly activated the projection screen to establish contact with the head of headquarters, Elder Chen. "Chen, have you resolved the Beast Emperor crisis? How is the battle faring? Are there any casualties?" "Casualties? Huh?" Chen scoffed, replying, "These individuals are valuable beings. They are not so easily injured. Rest assured, they are all safe at home. By the way, Elder Chen, I wish to discuss a matter with you. I intend to resign from my position at headquarters and will no longer serve as the head. My magic city will not be relinquished either. I shall continue to oversee it myself." Chapter 59. The Concerns of the Three Elders. Inventorying beast cores and corpses. Resigning from your position? Withdrawing from headquarters? Upon hearing this, Elder Chen was utterly taken aback, staring at Chen through the projection screen in disbelief, unable to fathom the veracity of the statement. "Chen, you cannot be jesting. Is there something troubling you? Or have you encountered an issue? Please, do not hesitate to share. Headquarters will assist you in resolving it." Elder Chen inquired earnestly. Chen's formidable prowess is widely acknowledged, and his presence at headquarters signifies a formidable weapon. Should he escape from control, the consequences would be unfathomable. Upon hearing Old Chen's attempt to retain him, Chen waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Old Chen, there is no need for speculation. I am not facing any difficulties. I simply refuse to be at the beck and call of the headquarters. I aspire to reign over this city of magic, unbound by anyone's command." His gaze was resolute, a stark contrast to the earlier arrogance displayed by Chen Feng. It was the eruption that follows patient forbearance. Observing this, Old Chen narrowed his eyes and calmly responded, "In that case, Chen, from this moment forth, The headquarters officially removes you from the roster of 12 responsible individuals. However, you must heed one thing. There are always greater forces beyond, and excessive ferocity can lead to one's downfall. Take care of yourself. Is there a hidden meaning in your words? Are you threatening me now? Yi Chun let out a cold chuckle, retorting, "You need not concern yourself with me, old Chen. I suggest you manage your headquarters and the other 11 leaders. Should any one of them be foolish enough to provoke me, they shall find no mercy." These words carried significant weight, undoubtedly serving as mutual threats. The headquarters wished to maintain control over him, but that was not feasible. Now that the stakes were laid bare, Yi Chun had already amassed formidable power. What was there to fear? Upon the utterance of these words, the expression on the face of Elder Chen grew increasingly grim, leading him to abruptly terminate the projection conversation. "Elder Chen, what transpired? Why does your countenance appear so distressed? Have you encountered some troubling situation?" An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and a scar etched across his face, entered the room and noticed Qin Ming's sullen demeanor. He was one of the 7 elders of the headquarters, known as Yang Yi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Elder Qin's already darkened expression deepened further. "That Yi Chun has declared his departure from our headquarters," he articulated, each word laced with indignation. "Moreover, he has proclaimed himself king of this territory, designating the Demon City as his domain. In his view, the rise of Yi Chun was a consequence of the substantial investments made by the headquarters in his cultivation, particularly the 200 sets of artificial battle armor." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and furrowed his brow, stating, "This matter bears significant implications. We must immediately convene a meeting with the others." Yi Chun represents an unpredictable variable. When we provided support to Yin Fan, he single-handedly vanquished 6 fifth-tier beast kings and ensnared the beast emperor. Just moments ago, Tian Yi conveyed information indicating that upon his arrival in the Demon City, he had slaughtered all 2 beast emperors and their entire host of aberrant creatures without leaving a single one alive. This illustrates the terrifying extent of Yi Chen's power. A figure of such might cannot be contained by us, but rather poses a perilous threat, akin to a ticking time bomb. A time bomb? He underestimated Yi Chun. It is, in fact, a nuclear bomb. What shall we do now? Should we gather all our forces to encircle Yi Chun? A sense of dread began to creep into old Chen's heart. Encirclement? Such words caused Yang Yu to furrow his brow. While he too believed that Yi Chun posed a significant danger after leaving the headquarters, he did not consider Yi Chun as easily vanquished as Chen Feng. With the strength of the 5th level of super patterns, it would be impossible for even their secret forces to forcibly eliminate 2 beast emperors. As he pondered, old Zhang, with his gleaming bald head, slowly walked in from outside, having overheard their entire conversation. "I believe," he spoke in a cautionary tone, "that we should not provoke Yi Chun. We can only monitor him for the time being. If he does not engage in any outrageous actions, we should refrain from discussing this matter further." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of both men changed instantly. Old Zhang possessed prophetic abilities, and for him to utter such sentiments indicated that Yi Chen's terror was far greater than they realized. "Old Zhang, could it be that your prophecies cannot discern Yi Chen?" Old Chen inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. But the next moment, Old Zing shook his head and sighed. "I attempted to see, but the results were contrary to my expectations. I cannot fathom Yi Chen's future. Moreover, I am unable to predict anything related to him, so we must not seek our own misfortune." Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals finally understood and nodded in agreement with Zhang Lao's advice. Meanwhile, within the refuge of the Demon City, a multitude of brightly colored beast cores lay before Yi Chun. "Boss, all the beast cores are here," reported Wang Chao, his face aglow with a smile. "We have several tens of thousands of cores ranging from 1st to 4th rank, and 22 cores from 5th rank royal beasts." In response, Yi Chun grinned widely and retrieved 2 crystalline cores from the storage space of his battle armor, stating, "We must also account for these 2, which are cores from 6th rank imperial beasts." Once the beast cores were counted, the group proceeded to arrange the corpses of 4th rank lord-level beasts and above within the refuge, following Yi Chen's directives to gather useful materials. These would prove to be of significant utility. "Boss, what are these materials intended for?" Wang Chao inquired with curiosity. "What purpose do they serve? Their significance is immense. Once we have collected everything, I shall demonstrate to you how to manufacture artificial battle armor," Yi Chen replied candidly. As his words settled in the air, Not only Wang Chao, but even Yiling Tian beside him was taken aback. The prospect of creating artificial battle armor meant that once ordinary members of their clan donned such armor, supplemented with sufficient beast cores, they could wield formidable power. In fact, they could withstand several super pattern users without difficulty, and all this armor would be produced by the headquarters. Yet at this moment, Chen proclaimed that he too could fabricate artificial battle armor, which implied that once materials and manpower were sufficiently abundant, an entire legion of armored warriors could be assembled. Imagine tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, clad in artificial armor, obeying Yi Chen's command. Even the nation of Sakura could be effortlessly subdued. Chapter 60. Artificial Battle Armor. Yi Chen demonstrates the crafting process as the collection of various beast carcasses neared completion. The clock struck 11:59 p.m., just 1 minute shy of midnight. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed through the air. Yi Chen, who had been observing from the balcony, felt the 11 intricate tattoos on his body stir with an unsettling intensity. A familiar, searing pain surged through his mind. What is happening? The pain is unbearable. My tattoos are agonizing, struggling against the discomfort. Yi Chen dropped the wine glass he held, kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. As he raised his gaze, he beheld the once pristine moon in the sky transform into a blood-red orb, reminiscent of the day calamity befell the world. Boom! An explosive sound shattered the tranquility of the night sky as thunder and lightning erupted, illuminating the darkness. With a crackle, the moment Yi Chen witnessed the lightnings, the tattoos upon his body underwent a profound transformation, an inexplicable power surging within him. This phenomenon was not exclusive to him. Across the globe, all those marked with tattoos experienced a similar metamorphosis. The pain is excruciating. What has happened to my tattoos? Why this overwhelming agony? Could this be a second awakening? In the minds of countless individuals, a singular thought prevails. The re-emergence of catastrophe signifies a second awakening. Yet, the reality is far from this. After the brief eclipse of the blood moon, tranquility has once again enveloped everything. With a sigh, Yi Chen stood upon the balcony of the refuge lighthouse, sensing the changes within himself. So this is it. This is not a second awakening. Through investigating the power surging from his tattoos, Yi Chen discerned the cause and effect of the recent upheaval. Although there was no second awakening and no enhancement of strength, his tattoos had undergone a subtle transformation, enabling him to absorb the tattoos of others for upgrades. This implies that as long as his opponent possesses a sufficient number of superior tattoos, he could eliminate them and assimilate their tattoos, thereby achieving a rapid ascent in the realm of super tattoos. Boss, my tattoos have changed. Wang Chao exclaimed loudly as he burst through the door. Following closely behind were Yiling Tian and a group of deathly loyal brothers, who had only just begun to recover from their pain. Have you all noticed the changes? Yi Chen inquired. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the restored bright, full moon. This sudden second blood moon is likely to unleash a tempest of bloodshed. In his previous life, the second blood moon had appeared after nearly 2.5 years, inciting super tattooists to turn against one another. It was only through the collaborative efforts of various nations that the turmoil was quelled. Now, with the blood moon arriving prematurely, it is bound to precipitate a rapid decline among the super tattooists of all nations. Forget about it, declared Wang Chao with unwavering determination. With our formidable strength, should those super tattoo practitioners dare to hunt in the demon city, I wouldn't hesitate to absorb them as nourishment. To be frank, after the blood moon's emergence, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill and seize their tattoos, yet he managed to restrain himself. Perhaps this is the cruel rule of the apocalypse, causing individuals to lose themselves in the relentless pursuit of power, ultimately leading to self-destruction and annihilation by monstrous beasts. But those are tales for another time. Now, come with me, and I shall teach you how to forge artificial battle armor. Yi Chen beckoned to the group. Subsequently, he activated his battle armor and leaped from the balcony into an undeniably spacious area. After his descent, the others followed suit, jumping down in unison. Boss, could it be that we all possess the ability to forge artificial battle armor? That seems rather far-fetched, Wang Chao speculated. It was evident that Yi Chen had referred to the entire group without singling anyone out, implying that they all had the potential to create artificial battle armor. Indeed, Wang Chao, Yi Chen affirmed with a nod and a smile. You all possess the capability to forge artificial battle armor. But that is due to the fact that your tattoos are of the highest caliber. Only top-tier tattoos can unleash the flame of super tattoos, allowing high-level tattoos to inscribe lower-level ones, thus creating battle armor. At this moment, The battle armor in question was of the most rudimentary kind, capable of manifesting subsequent powers only upon the infusion of the corresponding beast core. After a brief elucidation, the crowd quickly grasped the concept. During the initial stages of the cataclysm, Chen had already secured this component, thereby enabling everyone to engrave the pinnacle of super patterns. Observe closely, for I shall demonstrate once, he declared. Afterward, you shall practice independently, striving to create additional sets of battle armor. As his words lingered, Chen's thoughts stirred, and he summoned forth the Beast Emperor-grade materials from the storage space of the battle armor. The celestial horn of the heavenly horned ink dragon, the dragon's reverse scales, dragon tendons, and a copious amount of dragon blood were laid bare before them. Naturally, an essential beast core was also present. However, Chen opted not to employ a 6th-tier Emperor-level beast core, deeming it excessive. Instead, he utilized a 4th-tier Lord-level core. In an instant, 11 forbidden tattoos on Chen's body erupted with resplendent radiance, accompanied by an intense and searing heat. The next moment, 11 azure flames emerged from the intricate designs of his tattoos. This fire was specifically crafted for the purpose of item refinement. Henceforth, not only could artificial battle armor be produced, but also weaponry and even wings for aerial battle armor could be meticulously fashioned. Concentrate, he softly commanded, as dozens of materials, severed from the bodies of exotic beasts, were cast into the azure flames. Due to Chen's previous experience with the power of the ultra-patterned fire, combined with his own 11 forbidden tattoos, he was able to forge 11 artificial armors simultaneously without displaying any signs of fatigue. In contrast, an ordinary individual would be drenched in sweat after crafting just one piece, and would likely be completely exhausted after two. However, Chen possessed a physique enhanced by the blood of 11 distinct animals, rendering him impervious to the strain of such intense labor. With a whoosh, 11 flames of azure ignited, swiftly melting all materials into a pool of liquid. Pay close attention, he instructed. The next step is crucial. Channel your ultra-patterned power to solidify the liquid into the shape of a vessel, and then carve the desired patterns upon it. These patterns can be likened to tattoo designs, as they will dictate the form of the armor. Should you be uncertain about what to engrave, feel free to consult a tattoo reference book and replicate the designs within. As he spoke, Chen summoned his ultra-patterned energy, infusing a portion of the liquid from the azure smoke with his soul force, molding it into a rectangular shape, roughly the size of a palm. He then focused intently, beginning to carve intricate patterns into its surface. As images of tattoos he had encountered in his past life surfaced in his mind, the Fat E, the Heavy Ming bird, the Baifeng, the golden-haired roar, the god of war, Wutubing, and the martial sage, Zhuge. With meticulous precision, the ultra-patterned energy transformed into a carving tool, producing a series of crisp sounds as it etched into the vessel. Before long, the 11 artificial armors were completely formed. Chen picked up one of the items and cradled it in his palm. The palm-sized container was intricately engraved with a tattoo pattern of a vengeful spirit. The tattoo of a vengeful spirit. Chen exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. It is completed, observe. For both the tattoo I carved and the materials used are of the utmost quality. Consequently, once a sufficient number of beast cores are infused, this artificial battle armor can exhibit the prowess of a super pattern level 5. The sole drawback is quite apparent. It cannot utilize the special abilities of the second level of battle armor, nor can it be layered. Yet its power can rival that of super pattern level 5. In just a few sentences, he elucidated the intricacies of the matter. He then entrusted the 11 sets of super pattern level 5 artificial battle armor to Yi Lingtian, who stood nearby. Their kin still harbored many who were utterly defenseless. These artificial armors were ideally suited for them, not only ensuring their safety but also significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Yi family. Truly a double benefit. Boss, you are astonishing. To forge 11 sets of artificial battle armor at once, all at the super pattern level 5 standard, my admiration for you grows ever deeper. Wang Chao exclaimed with a grin, instantly transforming into an adoring disciple, his admiration soaring even higher. All right, enough of the banter. There are still ample materials from the 6th-tier royal-grade exotic beasts. You should all give it a try. In due time, each person must equip themselves with an artificial battle armor. In the event of an extraordinary circumstance, should the power of the super patterns be depleted, one could still rely on the artificial battle armor for escape, as it merely consumes beast cores and stamina. Chen, while overseeing the trials for the others, advised them to carry the artificial battle armor. This was because only the armor crafted by themselves would bear the original tattoo imprints, making it most suitable for them. This is why he encouraged them to forge their own, rather than distributing the armor he had just created. Yes, boss. We will begin crafting immediately. Once we have mastered it, I can simultaneously forge 4 pieces of artificial battle armor. At that point, we will arm the entire demon city. And I wonder if those aberrant beasts in the so-called headquarters will dare to invade, Wang Chao declared confidently, patting his chest. Nodding, Chen returned to the lighthouse. Placing the 9-colored celestial lotus, which was being guarded by Jian Ting, back into the earthen chamber. It was positioned there to sustain the energy factors that would permeate throughout the lighthouse. In the ensuing days, he remained in the room to recuperate, while Wang Chao and the others diligently forged their battle armor. Over the course of several days, each of them crafted hundreds of sets, including super-patterned 5-fold artificial battle armor for themselves, and their mental prowess surged considerably. Simultaneously, in the depths of the ocean between China and America, a colossal black structure spanning tens of thousands of hectares emerged, adorned with numerous incomprehensible symbols. It is evidently an extraterrestrial artifact, alien to Earth. Its age is ancient and desolate, undoubtedly a relic from a bygone era. The moment this structure emerged, the surrounding waters surged back, creating a colossal vortex that instilled fear in passing warships and passenger vessels, causing them to turn back in haste. Various strange creatures traversing the sea were inevitably drawn into its depths, their fates uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this suddenly revealed ancient site? Should we not take the initiative and explore it before the other nations of the Alliance realize what has transpired, thereby securing its treasures for ourselves? Moreover, within this ancient ruin, there may lie crucial information regarding impending disasters. In the United States, an elderly man with a brown beard surveyed the gathering of a dozen summoned super-patterners and spoke slowly. He was the overseer of super-patterners in his country, named Blake. Like Elder Chen, he was a key figure at the headquarters of the United States. The dozen super-patterners present were the nation's elite, their strength comparable to the leaders of the 11 cities in Huaxia. Among them was James, who had previously aided the Indus Valley. Upon hearing these words, James pondered for a moment and replied thoughtfully, "Commander Blake, in my opinion, it would be prudent to refrain from exploring this ancient site for now. Should there be traps left from ancient times or methods employed by extraterrestrial civilizations, we risk total annihilation within. We cannot take this risk, and even if we must proceed, we cannot all go together. We must retain some personnel to remain behind." Each statement made is both reasonable and substantiated, resonating deeply with the other super tattooists, who nodded in agreement. After all, those of their caliber lead lives of privilege, devoid of the threat of beastly invasions, and they harbor a profound fear of death. No one dares to take such a gamble. Upon hearing this, Blake inhaled sharply, striking his forehead with his palm. Alas, I have indeed fallen into my old habits, nearly overlooking this crucial aspect. How vexing. He felt a twinge of regret, almost having mobilized everyone. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, he, Blake, would be deemed a criminal in the eyes of America. This old habit has always been a tendency in the United States. They covet everything, particularly seizing any unclaimed possessions at the earliest opportunity. Truly, the same folly has resurfaced. Regaining his composure, he turned to James and inquired, "James, do you think we should inform other nations to convene for discussion?" Without a moment's hesitation, James nodded, responding, "We must inform them. The more, the merrier. It will facilitate our endeavors, and they can lead the charge while we remain in the shadows, taking advantage of the situation." As he spoke, James's mind conjured the image of Chen. After careful consideration, he proposed, "Commander Blake, do you recall the first super tattooist from Huaxia I mentioned during my last visit? It seems he has recently departed from their national headquarters. I believe we can extend an invitation to him this time, gathering with the super tattooists from several countries to deliberate together. It would be a perfect opportunity to extend an olive branch, if we can win him over. Unifying the entire Earth under our great nation of America may not be an unattainable goal." Chapter 62. Nations declare their stance. Blake invites Chen. As soon as these words were uttered, a man named Bob, with dark skin, immediately displayed a disdainful expression. "James, what do you mean by that? Is this Chen from the Huaxian nation truly that formidable? He merely repelled a 6th-tier royal beast, and look how terrified you are. He has simply advanced to the 4th level of super tattoos and acquired a special skill. We have all reached the 4th level of super tattoos. What is there to fear? With his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded an air of arrogance. In his eyes, his own black bloodline was the strongest, and his tattoos were of the highest caliber, leaving no room for admiration of others. Upon hearing this, James shot him a look of disdain and retorted coldly, "Bob, do not be so arrogant. If you doubt my words, feel free to test him when he arrives. If you can withstand 3 rounds against him, I shall bow to you." He would not allow Bob to question his integrity, for in his view, even if Bob had recently ascended to the 4th level of super tattoos through killing and acquiring tattoos, he was still no match for Chen. The spectacle was too astonishing, etched into the very fabric of his soul. All right. Let us cease our quarrel. Inviting him poses no risk. Bob, you may test his strength, for we do not indiscriminately accept individuals among us. Blake interrupted their heated exchange, opting for a compromise. Upon hearing his words, neither party expressed dissent. In the next moment, James squinted slightly, murmuring, "Bob, you shall pay with your life for your arrogance. Even Commander Blake will be unable to save you when the time comes. That man acts without hesitation or mercy." With that, James departed the conference room, casting a glance at Bob that resembled that of one gazing upon a doomed soul. Subsequently, Blake, on behalf of the United States, initiated communication with all nations within the alliance, announcing a summit to be held on a small island near the ancient ruins. He also dispatched an esteemed sigillist to extend a formal invitation to Chen in the restroom of the Sakura country. Taro Chuanchi examined the email from the United States with a furrowed brow and remarked to a nearby hefty individual, "Kumitakuin, do you think we should involve ourselves in this ancient ruin matter?" The plump figure beside him was none other than the foremost sigillist of the Sakura country, Shin Komita, who bore 4 supreme sigils that adorned his body, embodying the cultural ethos of full-body tattoos prevalent in Sakura. "What are your thoughts, Chuanchi-kun?" Komita replied nonchalantly, deflecting the question back. "I believe we should participate," Chuanchi asserted. "These are ancient relics. If we do not take action, we may miss out on any potential benefits. Moreover, it is said that the individual from the Huaxia nation has distanced himself from their headquarters and now governs a city independently. It seems that no one can hinder our endeavors." Chuanchi Taro fervently analyzed the situation, especially feeling a surge of confidence upon mentioning Chen's departure from the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Kamita Shin initially remained unfazed by the first 2 statements. However, the final remark ignited the flames of fury within him. The incident where Chuanchi Taro knelt in supplication while supporting the Indian and Tibetan nation spread rapidly, causing a considerable uproar among the super-patterned individuals. "Chuanchi-kun, how can you even speak of this? Is that individual named Chen truly so formidable that you regard him with such trepidation? Even if you were unable to defeat him, you could have chosen to fight to the bitter end, yet you chose to kneel, thereby tarnishing the reputation of our Sakura nation." Kamita Shin's face flushed with indignation, his frustration palpable. The notion of a mutual destruction resonated deeply within Chuanchi Taro, leading him to self-deprecation. He realized he was never in a position to fight back. Acknowledging the loss of face for the Sakura nation, he refrained from retorting and instead continued, "Kamita-kun, shall we still involve ourselves with these ancient relics?" "Involve ourselves? Why would we not? Since you have articulated the stakes, let us proceed and dispatch additional personnel. Furthermore, during this discussion, I intend to create difficulties for the Huaxia nation to reclaim our lost dignity." Kita had already made his plans in his heart. A typical individual who enjoys a comfortable life. He places immense importance on the so-called honor and is determined to regain face, even if it means stirring up trouble. At the same moment, the other 3 nations within the 5 Nations Alliance, Indo-Brahma, Soviet Russia, and Huaxia, along with several smaller countries, received communications from the United States. After deliberating, they all dispatched their respective representatives to the vacation island adjacent to the ancient ruins for discussions. Meanwhile, in the City of Magic, within the sanctuary, the dynasty, accompanied by the American envoy Tompkins, ascended to the pinnacle of the lighthouse. At this moment, Chen was out on an inspection and was not present within the lighthouse. Tompkins began to survey his surroundings, pondering to himself, "This place is rather peculiar. I can sense an inexplicable energy surging through my tattoo. Such purity rivals that of absorbing tattoos from killing. Moreover, the aura emanating from this individual is extraordinarily intimidating, akin to a humanoid beast. The sanctuary boasts numerous structures and a full array of defensive weapons. It appears that Chen is not to be underestimated. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, while hearing is deceiving." After thorough analysis, He gradually came to believe James's words. Chen was indeed a perilous individual. At that moment, having received a message from the dynasty, Chen, clad in the fiery wheels of Neza's armor, hurried back with a swiftness that was almost blinding. Although he did not encounter anyone, the aura he exuded as he approached alerted Tompkins, who sensed a faint, predatory danger akin to that of a wild beast. Upon entering, Chen regarded the envoy before him and stated directly, "Speak plainly. What business does your nation, America, have with me? What prompts such elaborate efforts to seek me out?" Upon seeing the visitor, Tompkins felt a jolt of apprehension. The essence emanating from Chen resonated deeply with someone of his stature as a transcendent weaver. "Mr. Chen, an ancient relic has surfaced beneath the waters between our two nations. A conference has been convened by various countries on a resort island near the relic to discuss this matter. Our commander Brian wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us. May I inquire as to your thoughts on this?" Tompkins lowered his demeanor, bowing politely while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. An ancient relic? This piqued Chen's interest immediately. Such a relic presents a splendid opportunity. However, in his previous life, this particular site did not unveil its relic at this juncture. Could it be that circumstances have shifted and its emergence has been hastened? Without further deliberation, Chen nodded in agreement to the invitation for the meeting. He then summoned the dynasty to accompany him, instructing Yiling Tian to remain at the refuge, before promptly activating his armor to hasten towards the conference island. Meanwhile, representatives and formidable ultra-pattern masters from various nations gathered at the designated meeting point, each harboring their own intentions. However, one thing was unmistakably clear: the desire to seize as many treasures from the ancient relics as possible. Along the way, Tom was rendered speechless. The terrifying aura emanating from Chen had utterly dispelled his previous sense of superiority in the United States, leaving him cautious at every turn. Moreover, he silently offered 3 prayers for the obstinate Bob. "Tom, you seem preoccupied. Have you encountered some trouble?" Chen inquired politely, a smile gracing his face. "Trouble? The only trouble I face is you," Tom thought, feeling a chill run down his spine at Chen's seemingly innocuous smile, suspecting that the question was deliberately posed. No, Mr. Yi, you are overthinking it. I have no concerns. I simply tend to be less talkative, and my expressions are rather limited," he awkwardly chuckled, making every effort to explain. In this manner, the two soon arrived at the small island near the ancient relics. This desolate isle, devoid of any flora or fauna, had previously been transformed by the Americans, who invested substantial resources into its development, turning it into a site of interest. "Commander Blake, this is Mr. Yi." Tom introduced Chen to Blake, who was there to receive them upon their arrival. Subsequently, he turned towards Chen and continued, "Mr. Yi, this is my superior, named Blake. It was he who requested my invitation for you. My task is complete, and from this point onward, Commander Blake will escort you to the conference room. I shall take my leave." As he finished speaking, Tom hurriedly departed, feeling a profound sense of relief at finally distancing himself from this formidable figure. In the next moment, oblivious to the circumstances, Blake smiled broadly and remarked, "Mr. Yi, let us proceed. You must join me in discussing the conference, as representatives from various nations and super pattern practitioners have been waiting for quite some time." With a slight nod, Chen followed Blake to a towering edifice at the heart of the island, ascending to the top floor via the elevator. Upon exiting, they were greeted by American super pattern practitioners stationed at every exit, demonstrating a high level of vigilance. Although such precautions were largely insignificant to top-tier super pattern practitioners like Chen, they nonetheless served to convey a semblance of seriousness. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the conference room was thick with tension. How outrageous! You Chinese super pattern practitioners have displayed an utter lack of decorum. After committing a blunder, you feign ignorance and cannot even utter an apology? Are you seeking to test the might of my 8-headed serpent tattoo? Curry Tan, with a disheveled beard, shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at an elderly man seated across from him. This elder was none other than Elder Chen, who was leading the delegation for this conference, flanked by 4 others who were among the heads of the 12 cities: Fang Kuan, Qin Tianyi, Wu Jun, and Zhou Yu. "Mr. Kidada, one must adhere to evidence in all matters. Your subordinates have faced humiliation. What concern is that of ours? Chen has already severed ties with our headquarters. What rationale do you have to cling to this matter? Did I not just elucidate this to you?" The tension between the two was palpable, igniting the assembly before discussions even commenced. The representatives from various nations observed with eager anticipation, seemingly relishing the chaos, as it bore no consequence for them. The more tumultuous, the better. However, one individual stood apart, James. Furrowing his brow, he mused inwardly. Although Chen has distanced himself from the headquarters, will the representatives from Sakura Nation not seek to trouble him? A sharp intake of breath. Controlling the situation could prove arduous. His concerns were not unfounded. Observing Katata's relentless demeanor, it was likely that conflict would erupt shortly. Lost in thought, the doors creaked open, pushed from the outside. Blake entered slowly, accompanied by Chen, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Besides James, many in the room displayed marked changes in expression. Chen, how could he possibly be here? Was this not a diplomatic negotiation between nations? Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, while the four familiar figures behind him murmured, struggling to articulate their thoughts. As for the land of cherry blossoms, the moment Kawanishi Taro caught sight of Chen, the fear that had once dominated him surged back to life. Chen. Came Tadakuen. This person is Chen. He spoke haltingly, his expression a mixture of confusion and dread as he addressed Kame Tada. Upon hearing these words, Kame Tada abruptly rose from his seat with a loud clap, declaring, Chen, halt. At last, I have the chance to apprehend you. How dare you insult the warriors of our cherry blossom nation? Today, you must apologize in front of everyone. An apology? It was the first time he had encountered such a ludicrous demand. Commander Blake, did you summon me here merely to set a trap for me? Chen turned his head, squinting as he spoke, his words laced with indignation. Yet Blake seemed oblivious to the anger, his mind teeming with thoughts of watching the unfolding drama from a distance. Mr. Yi, this matter does not concern me. I had no idea you bore any animosity towards each other, and this gathering was intended for diplomatic discussions among nations, which I could not have anticipated. Blake replied smoothly. Observing the situation, the elder Chen interjected, contemplating, you have distanced yourself from the headquarters, brimming with arrogance. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. I shall not speak in your favor. He was not alone. The other super pattern users from countries such as India and Russia chose to remain silent, merely observing the spectacle. At that moment, witnessing the clash between the two parties, Bob, a member of the American Super, boldly stepped forward and addressed Chen. So you are called Chen? They all boast about your prowess, yet I find it hard to believe. Do you possess the courage to compete with me? Compete? Chen sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Should we engage in a competition, it would be a matter of life and death. Are you daring enough? Life and death. You dare to speak grandly here. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Very well, if it is a life and death match you seek, then so be it. Am I to fear you? I, Bob, cannot abide such arrogance. Bob continued, casting a derisive glance at James, who had exalted Chen to almost divine status. We are both at the 4th level of super, yet I refuse to believe you possess any extraordinary abilities. With disdain, Bob scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Chen's slight frame, completely failing to sense any formidable aura, and hastily concluding that his strength was lacking. How amusing. Chen was provoked into laughter. In the next instant, his murderous intent surfaced, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, unleashing the power of his 5th level super, manifesting the Crimson Candle Dragon domain. In a flash, Bob reacted swiftly, activating his own domain, as a beastly Medusa appeared behind him, tongue flicking menacingly. Medusa, special skill, gaze of petrification. Consequently, the petrification domain was unleashed, violently colliding with Chen's time-space stasis domain. Bob possesses considerable strength. Having attained the 4th tier of the super pattern, adorned with the elite Medusa tattoo that bestows a petrifying effect, rivaling even that of Chen. One can freeze time, while the other petrifies the void. Quite impressive indeed. However, you remain insufficient. Amidst this taunting, Chen summoned the domain of Qiongqi. And with the enhancement of these two supreme realms, Bob's petrification domain could not withstand the onslaught. What? Bob was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. In the next moment, the unique skill of the Qiongqi tattoo, Beast Trap, manifested, ensnaring Bob unconditionally and suppressing him entirely. Damn it. Watch me break free. Bob struggled desperately, attempting to activate another tattoo to shatter the confines of Beast Trap. Yet, before he could harness the super pattern, the Crimson Candle Dragon domain swept over him, enveloping him and unleashing the absolute field, rendering the space within a 1-meter radius entirely motionless. Now, Bob resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, his life hanging by a thread at Chen's whim. What in the world? Instant annihilation. Bob was actually eliminated in the blink of an eye. The super pattern practitioners of the United States, aside from James, were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They could hardly believe their eyes as Bob, stronger than any of them, was dispatched in mere seconds, leading them to accept James's words as truth. He stepped forward immediately, speaking in a calm tone. Mr. Yi, shall we call this contest off? We shall concede. There is no need to escalate matters to the point of taking lives, which would only mar our harmony. Speak of maintaining harmony. Why did you not voice such sentiments when you were seeking trouble? I beg your pardon. Just now, your subordinate wagered a life-and-death bet with me, and I heard it quite clearly. Since he has lost, he must accept the consequences of his wager. He will show no leniency to Blake. Especially after the earlier scene of willful ignorance remains vividly etched in memory. As his words faded, Chen took a few steps forward. A hum resonated as the Shura blood blade materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he unleashed judgment. Within a 3-meter radius, it was a guaranteed kill. In your next life, may you possess a pair of keen eyes. Do not provoke those you ought not to, or your only fate shall be reincarnation. Chapter 64. The Eight-Headed Serpent Tattoo. Assault on Sakura Nation. As his words concluded, Chen's Shura dual blades descended vertically, effortlessly slicing through the imprisoned Bob, severing him in twain. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. It was only when his body split apart that the two powerful domains enveloping him erupted in a cacophony of destruction. In his final moments, Bob emitted a last gasp of disbelief. Is Bob dead? And instantaneously at that, this Chen is utterly terrifying. Fear surged within the hearts of many American super tattooists. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such formidable power. As Blake, the head of the American headquarters, stood there, he dared not utter a single breath, let alone confront Chen with accusations. For Chen possessed the formidable power to annihilate them all. Kamita-kun, while he remains oblivious, let us hasten our escape. This man is capable of murder without a flicker of an eye. Do you recall the humiliation I endured that day? Had I not prostrated myself and called him father, I would likely be resting beneath a mound 3 feet high by now. Kawani Shitaro, his face etched with terror, stealthily approached Kamita-shin and tugged at his clothing, urging him to flee swiftly. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Kamita-shin swallowed hard and immediately activated the Amaterasu tattoo emblazoned upon his body. The sun shines brightly, he summoned a unique skill, and in an instant, a radiant, scorching miniature sun appeared behind him, illuminating the entire room with a dazzling brilliance. The intense heat radiated outward, melting nearby metal and wood within the blink of an eye. The group of super-tattooed individuals retreated together, forming a collective defense against the sun's searing blaze. Damn it, Kamita, what are you doing? Why are you acting so irrationally? Are you intent on burning us alive? Elder Chen was the first to speak, suspecting that this was a personal vendetta against him. Yet, in the next moment, the ceiling cracked with a resounding noise. A gaping hole burned through by the sunlight. Kawanishi-kun, we must flee. Kamita Nobu shouted, abruptly seizing the fleeing Taro Kawanishi, and they vanished in an instant. After all this time, it became clear that this individual intended to escape. Among the crowd of Russians, Levski suddenly grasped the purpose behind Kamita Nobu's actions. Escape? Witnessing this scene, Chen remained expressionless, muttering disdainfully, "You have the audacity to provoke, yet lack the courage to face the consequences, and now you wish to flee? What a travesty of the samurai spirit! You are nothing but 2 cherry blossom pigs." His words dripped with contempt as he revealed his Guangdong tattoo, transforming into his battle armor while wielding the green dragon crescent blade. With a sweeping strike, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, aimed at the fleeing duo. This strike was undeniably magnificent, so striking that it could extinguish their very lives. Curse you, Chen. I will not rest until we are at odds. Until that moment. Kamita Nobu stubbornly held his ground, yet surprisingly, he ceased his flight, choosing instead to withstand the blow with his body. Had he lost his mind? Or had he resigned himself to the inevitability of capture? Within the conference room, James gazed upward through the gaping hole, observing Kamita Nobu's actions, pondering. Not just him. Everyone present shared the same sentiment. However, as the wave of the blade was about to strike Kamita Nobu, a resounding boom echoed. His body bore the emblem of the 8-headed serpent, which radiated an eerie, mesmerizing glow. In an instant, a shadowy serpent-like battle armor enveloped him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Immediately thereafter, before him appeared a colossal serpent, adorned with 8 heads, each exhaling vibrant crimson tongues. Substitute 8 lives, murmured Kurita Shin. In the next moment, a blade cleaved the beastly Yamata no Orochi in twain, continuing its trajectory to sever the head of Kurita Shin behind it. Truly dead? My heavens, Chen is utterly terrifying. I had anticipated some resistance from the people of Sakura country, yet they resigned themselves so readily. Indeed. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. What good would resistance do? It is utterly futile. Alas, yet another top-tier tattooed warrior has perished. The losses in today's council are staggering. The onlookers exchanged words, each voicing their thoughts incessantly. However, upon witnessing the demise of Kurita Shin, Chen slowly furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly. As suspected, the seemingly lifeless Kurita Shin, his severed head, returned to its original state as if time had reversed. Kawani Shikuen, now's our chance. Run. At this urgent command, the two activated their tattooed battle armor and fled the small island at the swiftest pace toward the direction of Sakura country. What? Am I seeing things? Was he not just slain by a single stroke? How could he possibly return? This is utterly preposterous. Iev's mouth gaped wide, capable of accommodating an egg. The others shared identical expressions of bewilderment. At this moment, Chen, perceiving the clues, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "How intriguing. The awakened special ability manifests as the generation of 8 lives from thin air. However, since I have set my sights on you, let us see how long your remaining 7 lives can endure." With that declaration, Chen swiftly donned the Neza battle armor, propelling himself with 2 fire wheels, and pursued with unparalleled speed. Given that the small island lay nestled between the realms of Huaxia and the United States, and that the minuscule territory of Sakura country was sandwiched between the 2 nations, the chosen location for their deliberation was not far from Sakura country. Activating the battle armor, he could reach there in no time. "Mr. Kamita, must we truly return? Perhaps we should seek refuge elsewhere. It would be disastrous if Chen were to catch up," said Chuanchi Taro earnestly during their flight. As he spoke, he activated his super pattern power, deploying the 8 Shaka mirror to observe the situation in the distance behind them. "Catch up?" Kamita confidently chuckled. "Had it not been for the insufficient number of people earlier, I would not have sacrificed a life to retreat. After expending so much effort, I would actually welcome his pursuit. Once we return successfully with our multitude of super pattern practitioners, we could exhaust him even in a wheel battle. Following the second descent of the Blood Moon, we have significantly bolstered our ranks with numerous super pattern level 4s. Their awakened special skills are formidable. Do not be so disheartened. I concede that he is powerful, yet in a one-on-one or even a few against one scenario, it is utterly impossible for him to contend with our Sakura country alone." As they spoke, they arrived at the outskirts of the land of cherry blossoms. "Look, the leader has returned," exclaimed a cherry blossom super pattern 1, who stood at a height of only 1 meter and 60 centimeters. As he observed the silhouettes of the two, it was only upon closer inspection that he could discern their features. The reason for this was simple. The inhabitants of the land of cherry blossoms were all diminutive, with an average height of less than 1 meter and 60 centimeters, which rendered their vision rather poor. "Quickly, summon everyone and prepare for battle," he commanded, instructing the military leaders in various locations to mobilize personnel and armaments. This endeavor would likely take some time. Upon landing, Goei Tianqin immediately issued orders. Just before they reached the land of cherry blossoms, Chuanchi Ter had seen Chen, who was pursuing them on a wind-fire wheel through the 8-span mirror. Although he could not fathom why Chen was not accelerating, merely trailing behind at a leisurely pace, an unsettling feeling arose in both of their hearts. Indeed, in the not-so-distant sky, Chen, flying slowly, activated the communication device within his armor. "Wang Chao, how long until you and your brothers arrive?" No wonder he hurried to catch up. It seemed he was rallying reinforcements and intended to obliterate the land of cherry blossoms in the process. "Boss, at most 10 minutes. My brothers and I are already at the outer sea," Wang Chao replied sternly. "Very well, I shall reduce my speed and wait for you." With that, Chen shed his Neza armor and donned the somewhat slower Guangong armor. Meanwhile, on the eastern shores of the land of cherry blossoms, a multitude of tattooed individuals, bare-chested, displayed an array of intricate floral tattoos adorning their arms and backs, with fierce and intimidating gazes fixed upon the expanse of the sea. Although the number of those who had attained the 4th level of tattoo mastery was scarce, their overall count surpassed 100,000, a reflection of the cultural heritage of the cherry blossom nation. Elsewhere, Heavy weaponry such as anti-armor tanks and long-range artillery had been positioned by military personnel, fully prepared for combat. Kamita-kun, why hasn't Chen arrived yet? What could he possibly be doing? Does he suspect our ambush and chosen to retreat? Kawanishi Taro inquired, his eyes scanning the horizon while a sense of secret delight brewed within him. A retreat would indeed be preferable, alleviating his fears. I cannot say for certain. Kamita Nobu furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. If Chen failed to appear, not only would his life be lost in vain, but the meticulously laid ambush would also come to naught. As he pondered, a multitude of phantoms materialized in the distant sky, a dark mass exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, accompanied by the roars of various beasts. The people of the Cherry Blossom Nation looked up to witness Chen and his companions, clad in battle armor, approaching. Many among them transformed their tattoos into bestial forms. Ah, splendid. You've gathered your forces. This will certainly save me time. I can annihilate you all in one fell swoop. Chen sneered, for in his eyes, these individuals from the land of cherry blossoms had become mere sustenance for his forbidden tattoos. Eliminate these scoundrels and absorb their tattoos. Not only will I feel no remorse, but I shall also find solace in my vengeance. Chapter 65, The Dynasty Breakthrough, the 10,000-man opponent, Chen. Annihilation? Chen, you may be speaking with excessive bravado. In the conference room, I was indeed no match for you, but now all the super tattooists of Sakura Nation have gathered here. I refuse to believe you possess such formidable prowess. Kitata Nobu gazed at Chen in the sky, his disdain palpable. Not so powerful. Are the people of Sakura Nation truly this formidable? They seek death with such eagerness. A bunch of worthless fools, daring to speak insolently. Allow me to experience firsthand the extent of your abilities. The dynasty surged forward, plunging down from the heavens. In the next moment, the four supreme beast tattoos upon him manifested in their entirety. Garuda, Tao Tai, Tao, and Zhu Yan. The four tattooed beasts roared purposefully, charging into the throng of low-level super tattooists from Sakura Nation. In an instant, they devoured over 100 low-level super tattooists. As these low-level super tattooists fell, their carved tattoos violently detached and were consumed by the four tattooed beasts in one swift motion. Boom. At a certain distance, the dynasty felt an overwhelming heat radiating from his tattoos, followed by an influx of pure energy. This was the effect of the devouring tattoos. How exhilarating. My realm has reached saturation. The fourth level of super tattoos. Grant me a breakthrough. The dynasty summoned all his strength, consolidating it into a singular force. With a resounding boom, the transformation commenced. He originally possessed the realm of the super pattern level 3, but suddenly broke through the critical point, causing the yellow tattoo patterns to transform into green in the next instant. He ascended to the super pattern level 4. The breakthrough was indeed a success. It was evident that the speed of absorption was unprecedented, far surpassing that of the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus. Inside, Wang Chao felt a surge of joy. In a confined environment, the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus undoubtedly had its advantages, as it required no combat, merely the absorption of abilities to achieve breakthroughs. However, in the context of slaying foes, absorption proved to be swifter. The more he killed, the more invigorated he became, and the higher his cultivation level soared. With this breakthrough, a torrent of information flooded Wang Chao's mind. He awakened the special skills of his tattoos and gained the ability to overlap 4 sets of super pattern battle armor. You insolent fool, do not be so arrogant. Let me test your abilities. Witnessing this scene, a super pattern practitioner from the Sakura Nation named Yamashita Tamahisa activated his battle armor and charged at Wang Chao. He too was a super pattern level 4 practitioner. Is that all you've got? You're merely courting death. Faced with the newly empowered Wang Chao, it was evident that he was no match. As Wang Chao let out a cold snort, the overlapped battle armor unleashed a terrifying force. Boom. With a single punch, he sent the charging Yamashita Tamahisa crashing down, even piercing a large hole through his battle armor. Though he was not dead yet, his life was swiftly ebbing away. Do not challenge them one by one. Let us all attack together. Identify the gaps and strike. Remember to never act alone and give them an opportunity, roared Shin Kamita. He then led 10 formidable individuals at the 4th level of super pattern into a fierce assault against Chen. Meanwhile, Taro Chuanchi directed the remaining super pattern practitioners of the same level towards the opposing dynasty. As for the nearly 100,000 super pattern practitioners left, without further ado, they directly confronted 108 death warriors. Although these super pattern practitioners had yet to attain the 4th level, their overwhelming numbers still granted them a slender advantage. You possess quite the audacity. However, do you truly believe that summoning 10 allies will suffice to vanquish me? Such naivety is unfounded, Chen scoffed. Seizing the moment with the aid of the God-Slayer battle armor, he activated his domain and immediately unleashed the divine slaughter. With this expansive domain unleashed, the sky surrounding Chen transformed into a deep crimson, and countless unconscious blood souls erupted forth, surging towards Kamita and his companions. The cacophony of anguished wails instilled a profound terror within them, prompting an instinctive response to mobilize their super pattern powers for retaliation. Bang, boom. After several assaults, however, they found their efforts utterly futile. What is happening? This is a mental domain. Everyone, quickly expand your own domains to defend. A top-tier super pattern practitioner discerned the truth and bellowed a warning to the group. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated not for a moment, immediately unleashing their unique skills to manifest the realm of tattoos. A low hum resonated as the two realms clashed, resulting in an unexpected stalemate. Could this individual truly be a monster? How many tattoos could he possibly possess? How could a solitary domain withstand the combined might of so many? Kamita Chen was taken aback, surprised by this turn of events. Yet, weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and activated his battle armor to join the fray. Chen, meet your demise. Indeed, he was the leader of the supreme tattooists from the land of cherry blossoms. With the addition of his extraordinary skill, Radiant Sunlight, the realm of the cherry blossom nation expanded significantly, pressing down upon Chen's domain. Brothers, now is the time. Let us unleash our weapons and vanquish him. A voice from the crowd, perhaps from a self-proclaimed genius, called out, eager to capitalize on the moment of confrontation by launching a sneak attack with their armored weapons. Following this command, 11 individuals led by Kamita Chen summoned their armored weapons, swords, blades, staffs, axes, and spears, each variety at their disposal. Haha, have you all lost your wits? Thinking you can slay me with mere weapons? Chen laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in amusement. However, Kamita Chen and his companions believed he was merely stalling for time. And without hesitation, they unleashed their weapons with unwavering resolve. Chen burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head and remarking, "Indeed, the people of Sakura country possess intellect that even swine surpass." He then proceeded to unleash a powerful command, exclaiming, "Ijua, activate." The ethereal visage of the legendary Guan Yu gradually materialized behind him, as the domain belonging to the martial saint unfurled effortlessly. In an instant, the domain shattered, manifesting radiant crimson halos that surged forward, enveloping the 11 weapons that were hurled toward him. In the blink of an eye, they became uncontrollable, stripped of their wielder's command, and were expelled from the battlefield by the luminescence of Ijue. This was the source of Chen's earlier amusement. His unique skill tied to the tattoo of the vigilant Guan Yu had the extraordinary ability to disarm all weapons within its domain. Their attempts to outsmart him had backfired, leaving them at a disadvantage. And a tattoo? Moreover, this peculiar skill was to confiscate weapons? The onlookers were utterly flabbergasted. Yet, the revelations did not cease there. Calmly, Chen invoked the cage beast, binding Kamita Chen in midair before the astonished crowd. "Damn it, someone save me," Kamita Chen exclaimed in desperation. This extraordinary skill was indeed formidable, capable of unconditionally suppressing a super tattooist. Kamita Chen was momentarily thrown into disarray, for he had witnessed Chen wield this very technique during a previous assembly and was well aware of its characteristics. Upon hearing his plea, the onlookers hastily freed one hand to activate their own tattoos, launching an assault against the caged beast domain in a bid to rescue Kamita Chen. After a series of tribulations, their efforts bore no fruit. Instead, their distraction led to the resurgence of Chen's god-slaying massacre within their ranks. "This is futile, Chief," someone bluntly stated, clearly expressing a desire to abandon Kamita Chen and confront Chen with full force. If they could not prevail, they would retreat. After prolonged combat, they had come to the realization that they were no match for Chen. However, Kamita Chen held a differing opinion. "Everyone who can fight, gather around. We must capture the leader first. Eliminate this Chen," he commanded, turning to the chaotic battlefield filled with the army of super patternists, issuing his latest directive. Before long, over 10,000 super patternists, ranging from ranks 1 to 3, surged forth like a tidal wave, forming a dense mass. It was evident that these individuals were deeply imbued with the spirit of Bushido. Under intense indoctrination, they charged fearlessly into battle. Observing this, Yi Chen remained unperturbed, with an air of confidence as he declared, Kamita, do you understand? In the face of absolute power, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Open your eyes wide and witness what it means to face 10,000 foes alone. As his words fell, the tattoos of Chi Yu on his body stirred, manifesting a myriad of crimson-eyed beastly phantoms. Dominion of 10,000 beasts materialized, summoning an overwhelming force of 100,000 to counter these low-tier super-patternists, thus establishing an unassailable advantage. With each fallen tattooed warrior from the land of Sakura, he absorbs their discarded tattoos, thereby augmenting his own power. Combat and ascension proceed hand in hand. Leader, I can no longer endure this. This individual is beyond our capacity to contend with. The sheer multitude of tattoos he possesses renders us defenseless against even a single one. I must take my leave. Witnessing Yi Chen's display of prowess shattered the fragile resolve of those present. In a frantic bid for survival, they fled the battlefield. With this one person's retreat, a wave of uncertainty washed over the others, each hesitating due to their own reservations, preventing a more decisive escape. After all, that tattooed warrior had acted alone, unencumbered by ties, free from the need to engage in a desperate struggle against Yi Chen. Though escape seemed impossible, some still devised a strategy to address the current predicament. Surrender. Leader, shall we not concede? Continuing this fight holds no purpose. We are no match for him. It is still not too late to yield. Chapter 66. The Annihilation of the Land of Sakura, breaking through the 6th level of tattoo mastery. Surrender? There is no turning back now. Do you not realize? Yi Chen is a merciless killer. We have provoked him, and do you truly believe he will spare us? Such thoughts are sheer folly. Aside from fighting to the death, we have no alternative. As Kitata Shin relentlessly assailed the caged beast barrier, he shouted to the others with a voice drained of hope. His senses for impending death were extraordinarily acute. The only way to break the deadlock now is to charge forward together, seizing a fleeting chance for survival. With his words, the crowd turned to glance at Yi Chen in the domain, instantly recognizing the wisdom in his statement. Coatian Xian, you certainly possess a remarkable awareness. However, no matter how fiercely you struggle, today you shall all meet the King of Hell. Yi Chen observed the desperate words of the few, unable to suppress his mocking laughter. In the next moment, his aura surged, a torrent of spiritual energy flooding in, causing the god-slaying killing domain to expand several-fold. Without hesitation, he unleashed, cursed by evil spirits, a unique skill from the Yin-Yang malignant monk's tattoo. The convergence of these two formidable spiritual realms resulted in an immediate amplification of power, obliterating the domains of the 9 super pattern masters from Sakura country in an instant. Get away, everyone, what is this? A ghost. There are ghosts. Help me. Someone, please save me. Spare me. I beg you. I was wrong. I implore you, let me go. The domain enveloped, as countless malevolent spirits and blood demons invaded their mental realm, initiating the most primal destruction. Witnessing his subordinates being annihilated around him, Coatian Xian, trapped in confinement, stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, he had spoken. Now, he was rendered speechless by the overwhelming astonishment. Coatian Xian, rest assured, I shall not kill you for the time being. I possess a peculiar habit of ensuring that the leader is the last to fall, allowing them to witness the complete annihilation of their subordinates and nation. Yi Chen traversed the air, approaching step by step. The 9 individuals who had been mentally tormented within the domain disintegrated like cherry blossoms, their bodies erupting in a violent burst. With a series of resounding explosions, the blood mist dissipated, and these 9 super pattern practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Nation vanished entirely from existence, their tattoos shedding away. With a swift sound, these tattoos were drawn into Yi Chen's being, transforming into pure energy. At that very moment, the 100,000 ferocious beasts summoned by the Dominion of Beasts also dispatched several thousand super pattern practitioners. Naturally, their tattoos were absorbed by Yi Chen one by one. A tremendous surge of energy erupted forth, coursing through his body as if it were on the verge of breaking free. Thank you, Kitata Shin, for sending such a multitude to aid my ascension. Allow me to share with you the spectacle of my breakthrough to the 6th level of super pattern. Yi Chen laughed heartily. He then concentrated, channeling the energy throughout his being to strike that critical point. No, you cannot succeed. I curse you to explode from within. Kitata Shin, driven to madness, could only pray for the faintest glimmer of hope to manifest. Yet, how could Yi Chen possibly falter? After a surge of energy, his super-patterned power seemed to flow effortlessly, successfully breaking through to the 6th level of super-pattern. This corresponds to the realm of a 6th-tier royal beast, coupled with Yi Chen's body adorned with forbidden tattoos. His combat prowess allows him to transcend levels, having reached a transformative state. Humph! A horde of ants from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, be subdued. Yi Chen activated his battle armor, ascending into the clouds, surveying the chaotic melee below as he spoke. Following his breakthrough to the 6th level of super tattoos, the extent of his domain expanded exponentially, capable of enveloping an area of over 10,000 meters. In the next moment, his battle armor shifted seamlessly, revealing the forms of Guan Yu, the Candle Dragon, and the Yin-Yang Evil Monk. The transition among the 3 forbidden super tattoos indicated the release of 3 unique abilities. What is happening? Why have my weapons slipped from my control? What on earth has transpired? Mine too. My longsword cannot even be retracted. Could it be a malfunction with my battle armor? Damn it, at this very moment. Below, numerous super tattoo practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom found their weapons ruthlessly stripped away by Yi Ju, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. And this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the absolute domain of the Candle Dragon erupted, freezing everyone on the battlefield, save for the dynasty and the 108 death servants in place. This included soldiers summoned from various corners of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, alongside a plethora of weaponry and equipment. Boom, finally, evil spirits entwined, enveloped the area, unleashing countless malevolent monks and demons, invading their mental realms and harvesting the aftermath. Master, have you transcended your limits? Wang Chao, riding the beastly Garuda, soared into the clouds and approached Yi Chen, nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Chen clapped him on the shoulder and commanded, I have spared the lives of these individuals, for in the end, whoever delivers the fatal blow shall absorb their tattoos. Take your brothers and eliminate each of these individuals from the Sakura Nation, one by one, to enhance your own realms. They're all wicked souls. Leave behind 1 or 2,000 to escort back to my father and Jian Ting to elevate their levels. These people, having been tormented by the haunting demons, have been rendered foolish and pose no threat. You can escort them without concern. As for the Sakura Nation, without the super tattooists, we can easily annex it as our own territory. The plan is set in motion. He had already devised a strategy to eradicate the super tattooist of the Sakura Nation while expanding the territory into the embrace of Huaxia. Although he had distanced himself from the headquarters, he remained a son of Huaxia, and claiming the Sakura Nation as his own domain seemed entirely reasonable. However, he had pressing matters to attend to, including returning to the negotiating island to discuss the ancient relics. As for the aftermath concerning the Sakura Nation, he would temporarily entrust it to Wang Chao to manage broadly, intending to arrange the finer details upon his return. Furthermore, he refrained from taking the life of Kamayama Nobu. And even the frenzied Kawani Shitaro was kept in an additional confinement. He instructed the dynasty to escort 2 individuals back to the refuge, allowing Yi Lingtian to eliminate them and absorb their tattoos. Both individuals bore exquisite tattoos of the highest caliber. Once absorbed, a breakthrough would be inevitable. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Yamada no Orochi tattoo, Kuei-Tian Xin still possessed 7 lives, conveniently providing Yi Lingtian with a target for practice. After conveying his orders, he did not linger, mounting his beastly Qiongqi and swiftly returning to the designated island for discussion. Meanwhile, at the island of deliberation, within the conference room, an extraordinary tattoo artist, capable of observing scenes from miles away, projected a live feed of the unfolding events before the assembly. The super tattoo artists from various nations remained present, hesitant to depart, as they were struck by the ruthless resolve of Yi Chen, who had demonstrated a willingness to kill decisively. Goodness, he must be a devil. With the strength of one, he obliterated an entire nation? The Sakura country is no feeble state, yet it was annihilated so effortlessly? Among the crowd of super tattoo artists from the European Union, one individual swallowed hard, recounting the terror that Yi Chen instilled. At that moment, Blake wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the elderly Representative Chen, saying, Representative Chen, it seems your nation has expanded its territory. This could indeed be seen as a congratulation. Congratulations? Director Blake, do not jest with an old man. You are well aware that Yi Chen has distanced himself from our headquarters, and now he instills fear in me. Elder Chen was left speechless. Previously, he had been in discussions with the other 6 elders of the headquarters, deliberating whether to eliminate Yi Chen in the future. Now, however, he has been thoroughly proven wrong. Witnessing Yi Chen's astonishing growth and remarkable prowess, capable of obliterating a small island nation, he should be thankful for refraining from action. Otherwise, he would have been left with no opportunity for regret. Suddenly, Chen has vanished. His speed is so formidable that even my remotely tattooed targeting system cannot capture him. The super tattooist I deployed exclaimed. His tattoo is indeed special. Although it lacks significant combat power, it excels at tracking and locking on, standing at the pinnacle of its class. It has never missed a target. Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their gaze, searching for Chen's figure on the projection. Abruptly, from the large hole in the ceiling above, a familiar voice resonated, sending shivers down their spines. What are you all looking at? Are you searching for me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen's figure materialized like a specter, descending gracefully to the center of the conference table. His sudden appearance transformed the previously boisterous meeting room into a frigid silence. Why Chen? Blake instinctively exclaimed, but fearing Chen's wrath, quickly covered his mouth. In the moment of his disappearance, Chen had switched to the Neza battle armor, testing the speed of the wind-fire wheels after reaching the 6th level of the super tattoo realm. After the trial, he felt immensely satisfied, under optimal acceleration. He could reach the speed of sound. In less than 30 seconds, he could traverse from the land of cherry blossoms to the designated island for discussion. Chen maintained a serene expression as he calmly took a seat on a pristine chair, gazing at the assembly before him. Why are you all in a daze? Please, take your seats. We are here to deliberate on the matter of the ancient relics, are we not? Continue. I wish to hear your perspectives. Perspectives? Do we even have any? Blake thought wryly, reflecting on his prior impulsiveness in inviting Chen and even agreeing with Bob to provoke him. Now, having summoned a deity, he found it challenging to dismiss him. Chen had become their greatest impediment. Well then, since Mr. Chen has spoken, let us commence our discussion on how to explore the ancient relics, Blake declared, forcing himself to maintain composure, though an air of discomfort lingered among the attendees. Yet, in deference to Chen's presence, they feigned calmness and began to express their opinions in turn. In my view, it would be prudent for the various nations to dispatch a contingent of super pattern practitioners to investigate collectively. The spoils can be divided upon our return. Ifu was the first to voice his thoughts, suggesting that someone must take the initial plunge. With his words, the courage of the others began to swell. After all, within the ancient relics, there might lie treasures capable of elevating one's status or remnants of ancient civilization, both of which held immense value. They all yearned for a share of the bounty. However, a question loomed. What if there were dangers within, leading to casualties? As for my opinion, it would be better for each of us to rely on our own abilities to seek out treasures once we enter. Should any unfortunate accidents occur, we must bear the consequences ourselves. Otherwise, if casualties occur, demanding more treasures is utterly unreasonable. The representative from the Soviet Union expressed this sentiment, and Levski and others nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his perspective. Indeed, merely citing casualties as a justification for acquiring a larger share of possessions would inevitably breed discontent among others, rendering the situation profoundly unjust. At this juncture, Blake, having listened attentively to their differing opinions, could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "If this is the case, I fear it may lead to discord within the ruins. Should two individuals misunderstand over the same item and emotions escalate, it could result in mutual destruction. It would be far wiser to emerge and share the spoils collectively. We cannot hoard within, for should danger arise, who among us would remain to explore together?" In the ensuing moment, the crowd found themselves embroiled in heated debate. As the commotion escalated, a subtle yet striking cough pierced through the noise. The source of this sound was Chen. He then forcefully struck the table, rising to his feet and declaring, "Enough of this bickering. Let us proceed according to merit when claiming treasures. If any super pattern practitioner from any nation meets their demise within, it is merely a consequence of their own misfortune." Upon hearing this, Blake contemplated softly inquiring further, but Chen's piercing gaze swiftly deterred him. Chen continued, "You need not worry about potential disputes. I shall accompany you into the fray. I believe that no one would dare to engage in self-destruction. And should there be any lurking dangers, it is prudent to prepare for them. Authority and respect coexist. Under the overwhelming power and imposing presence of Chen, every individual in the venue fell silent, refraining from challenging his authority. To provoke him would be a perilous endeavor. How ironic it is to claim that our opinions are valued, only to find ourselves coerced into following his directives. Among the crowd of super pattern practitioners from the Ink Nation, someone muttered a comment that sent a chill through their representative. "Do you wish for death? If that is your desire, I shall not hinder you. But do not drag us down with you." The representative of the Ink Nation glared fiercely at the individual, swiftly reprimanding him. It was fortunate he acted quickly. Had he not silenced the troublemaker, Chen would undoubtedly have dealt with him with an iron fist. Since there are no objections, let us proceed to select our participants. I shall enter alone, without any companions. Chen stood aside, instructing each nation to designate their respective candidates. Soon, several countries selected individuals from their groups to embark on the quest for treasures within the ancient ruins. From the Huaxia nation, Qin Tian led a team consisting of Zhou Yu and Fang Kuan. The Inked nation was led by a bearded man, accompanied by 7 members. The United States was represented by James, who brought along 5 companions. The Russian Federation was led by Levski, with a total of 4 super pattern practitioners. Meanwhile, the European Union had only IF as its sole representative. The number of representatives sent by the final nation was indeed unexpected. They all favored the first proposal for equitable distribution. Faced with Chen's suggestion, it was evident that acceptance was arduous. They preferred to forego the opportunity of the ancient relics to prioritize their own survival. Had it not been mandatory for each nation to dispatch a representative, Ifu would have preferred to withdraw from the competition altogether. Observing this, Chen wasted no time and addressed the group. Count your members and prepare to depart. James, you are familiar with the location of the ancient relics. You shall lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, James, understanding the gravity of the situation, stepped forward, donned his battle armor, and leaped through the gaping hole in the ceiling. Mr. Yi, follow me, he urged, his tone now markedly deferential. He no longer dared to seek Chen's favor, recognizing that this formidable figure was beyond their persuasion and that it was best to avoid provoking him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen swiftly switched to his battle armor and followed through the large opening in the ceiling. Close behind them were the teams of super pattern practitioners from various nations, their heads of headquarters offering final words of caution before departure. Notably, Elder Chen, whose grandson led the Huaxia contingent, the last to leave, felt compelled to impart additional wisdom. Grandson, when you encounter treasures within the relics, exercise prudence and act within your means. Chen has severed ties with our headquarters. It is highly unlikely he will harbor any lingering sentiments. What must be relinquished should be cast aside. There is nothing of great consequence in this, for life holds paramount importance. This is indeed his cherished grandson. We cannot afford any unforeseen mishaps within. Rest assured, grandfather, I am acutely aware of the situation and will ensure all remains well. Furthermore, there are still Zhou Yu and Fang Kuan with us. Qin Tian reassured with a pat on his chest. Subsequently, a series of dark, armored plates gradually emerged upon his form, coalescing into a formidable suit of battle armor. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, he activated the armor and, alongside Zhou Yu and Fang Kuan, soared out of the conference room to join Chen and the main contingent. The exploration of the ancient relics had officially commenced. Simultaneously, deep beneath the ocean, near the relic site, a multitude of aquatic aberrations began to gather and meander, seemingly drawn by some unseen force. Behind them, 3 6th-tier royal beasts lurked in the vicinity, employing their extraordinary physiques in attempts to breach the exceptionally resilient ancient relics. Even further afield, a 7th-tier royal beast fixated intently on the ancient site, its dimly luminous eyes alone surpassing the length of 10 large trucks lined up in a row. Clearly, these aberrations are its subordinates, summoned to this location for the sole purpose of unearthing the ancient relics and seizing the treasures that beckon to them. Yet, despite their efforts, they are utterly ineffectual in penetrating the relics. At that very moment, Chen and his companions, clad in battle armor, arrived not far from the ruins. So many exotic beasts. There are 3 6th-tier royal-level beasts, my heavens, Fang Kuan exclaimed. His astonishment was not unfounded. He had never encountered a 6th-tier royal-level beast before, let alone 3 at once. Nearby, James, as if he had spotted some terrifying entity, pointed into the distance and said, "Look over there. Those enormous eyes like trucks, those belong to a 7th-tier royal-level beast. It possesses the power to obliterate an entire city with a single strike. What treasures could possibly draw such a creature to the ancient ruins?" Indeed, after James's alert, they finally noticed the massive entity lurking behind the throng of exotic beasts. Just by the size of its eyes, one could infer that this 6th-tier royal-level beast exceeded 5,000 meters in length. Due to the low visibility and scarce light underwater, they could only discern its 2 eyes. This is dire. With that 7th-tier royal-level beast involved, we may not even get close to the ancient ruins. Moreover, fighting in the sea undoubtedly grants these aquatic beasts an advantage. We should retreat. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, assessing the situation. The most prudent course of action seemed to be withdrawal. However, at that moment, Chen waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "Run? We've come this far. Why should we fear these beasts? If you are afraid, you may remain here for the time being, while I make an attempt. Perhaps I can intimidate it without resorting to battle. To deter a 7th-tier royal beast without engaging in combat? Such a notion seems utterly fanciful. Were it spoken by another, they might provoke a physical response. Yet when Chen uttered these words, it left them momentarily speechless. The individual standing before them should not be regarded through a simplistic lens. It is entirely possible that he could indeed frighten the Beast Emperor. Among the crowd, Qin Tian's faith in him was unwavering. Having witnessed Chen slay 2 6th-tier royal beasts, he recognized that such a statement must imply other capabilities. Moments later, Chen shed his overlapping armor, revealing only the crimson cudgel dragon battle attire. A resonant hum filled the air as a terrifying domain unfurled. In the next instant, an ethereal image of a cudgel dragon, stretching several thousand meters, manifested behind the crowd. Gradually, this phantasm materialized into a semi-embodied cudgel dragon. Upon reaching the 6th level of the super pattern, Chen had mastered the complete embodiment of the beastly cudgel dragon. Although it was merely a semi-realized version of the true cudgel dragon, the palpable aura of a divine beast it exuded was undeniably genuine. Come forth, beasts. Behold the might of the cudgel dragon, divine beast. Chapter 68, The Descent of the Cudgel Dragon, unveiling the ancient relics in a fleeting moment. The 5,000-meter cudgel dragon opened its singular eye. A thunderous roar erupted, releasing an indomitable aura of the divine beast that sent chills down the spines of all surrounding the ancient relics. In an instant, these beasts could not help but retreat. Roar, roar. At this moment, the 3 6-tiered lord-level beasts began to bellow at the figure of the candle dragon. Despite the presence of a 7th-tier royal beast instilling a measure of trepidation within them, these 3 6-tier beasts struggled to express their hostility. How intriguing. Merely a solitary figure does not intimidate these formidable creatures. Thus, let us experiment with this. Chen smirked. In the next instant, he closed his eyes and merged himself with the silhouette of the candle dragon behind him. In that fleeting moment of unity, Chen felt the power to command the heavens and the earth. At this instant, he became the candle dragon. Although this beastly form of the candle dragon had not yet manifested as a true divine beast, with Chen's fusion, it could wield certain formidable abilities. For instance, the candle dragon's eye-opening signified day, while its closing heralded night. With a thunderous roar, the sound resonated as one, emanating from both the candle dragon and Chen. With a resounding crash, the single-eyed candle dragon, coiling in the ocean with its serpentine body extending 5,000 meters, spun gracefully before abruptly shutting its eyes. Buzz. Closing its eyes signified night. The previously dimly lit ocean became engulfed in total darkness as all surrounding light dissipated, instilling a profound sense of abyssal dread, akin to the loss of sight itself. The suffocating sensation washed over all. The candle dragon's closing of its eyes not only extinguished the light across the vast sea, but also deprived every person and beast of their senses, plunging them into an authentic night. Roar, hiss, howl. Devoid of sensory perception, these aberrant beasts failed to detect the oppressive aura emanating from the 7th-tier royal beasts, nor the commands woven within the fluctuations of their beastly language. In but a moment, the horde of aberrant creatures began to scatter chaotically through the nocturnal sea, some even unleashing energy waves to assault their own kind. Many of these creatures, brutishly instinctive, opened their gaping maws, tearing into anything that brushed against them. In an instant, the super pattern practitioners from various nations inhaled the thick, metallic scent of blood staining the waters, a stark reminder of the carnage unfolding. They, however, were not deprived of perception or light, for they stood in close proximity to the shadow of Chen, who had merged with the candle dragon, distinctly excluded from the turmoil. Could it be that he was not jesting? Was this truly another miracle? I, swallowing hard, was the first to speak. This remarkable display unexpectedly left the onlookers stunned, rendered immobile in their astonishment. Each of Chen's actions plunged them deeper into a state of introspection, evoking a profound sense of helplessness within. My suspicions were indeed confirmed. Although I had harbored doubts previously, witnessing his prowess firsthand rendered the reality difficult to grasp. The divine abilities demonstrated by Chen would likely remain beyond our reach until we ascended several realms. Yet he wielded them with effortless grace, akin to a seasoned veteran. Qin Tian shook his head, pondering aloud, his gaze brimming with admiration for Chen, though overshadowed by a yearning for power and mastery over his extraordinary abilities. One day I shall reach such heights as you, Chen. I will catch up to your footsteps. He gazed at the imposing figure of the candle dragon, silently vowing within his heart. As the grandson of the head of the Huaxia headquarters, he had access to all resources, yet he found himself overshadowed by a mere young master from the demon city. How lamentable it was. At that moment, after witnessing the fierce battle among the exotic beasts, Yi Chen's thoughts connected with the body of the candle dragon, and he opened that terrifying vertical pupil. The darkness of the night was instantly replaced by perception and illumination. In an instant, the scene caused the seventh-tier royal exotic beast to shudder, enabling him to continue exerting his pressure and summon the entire group of exotic beasts. However, before he could revel in his triumph, this seventh-tier royal exotic beast seemed to have uncovered something extraordinary, letting out a fearful roar. As he looked around, the previously dissipated darkness was replaced by an intense daylight, illuminating the entire sea. Under the blinding light, all the exotic beasts felt excruciating pain, particularly in their eyes, which could not open against the dazzling brilliance. What is happening? The brilliance was so intense that it affected even me. My eyes are in agony. James merely cast a glance at the radiant light, and his eyes felt as if they were being scorched, prompting him to cry out in distress. He was not alone. The other super patterners from various nations exhibited similar reactions. The daylight of open eyes was far from the darkness of closed ones. It was not merely the beasts that were affected, but both sides equally endured the onslaught. Listen to me, I proclaimed. I shall bestow upon you the ability to resist this blinding light, but it will last only half an hour. Once you return to your normal state, I will immediately withdraw from the body of the candle dragon. We have only this brief window to breach the ancient ruins. Otherwise, the luminous radiance of the candle dragon will dissipate, forcing us to retreat. With that declaration, several invisible energies shot forth from the vertical pupils of the candle dragon, striking each individual. In an instant, their eyes transformed to mirror those of the candle dragon, adopting a vertical gaze that rendered them impervious to the blinding light. Soon after, I emerged from the body of the candle dragon. Let us move. We have merely half an hour. The beasts, illuminated by the intense light, found it increasingly difficult to move. Act swiftly. With a single command, everyone activated their battle armor and soared alongside me toward the entrance of the ancient ruins. The entrance was unmistakably grand, composed of two towering doors that seemed meticulously welded together. Allow me to break it open. Levski emerged from the crowd, channeling the potent force of his skeletal bear tattoo into his fists, and struck with tremendous force. The impact echoed as his punch met the two colossal doors. Yet they remained utterly unyielding. Not even a tremor was felt. Only the surrounding seawater rippled under the force of his blow. Such formidable gates. It seemed that mere brute strength would not suffice to breach this ancient relic. Chen Tian mused with a furrowed brow, exhaling a sigh. Unable to open it? We only have half an hour? Would that not render our efforts futile? IF questioned from the sidelines. At that moment, Chen stepped forward, nonchalantly declaring, "There is nothing that cannot be opened. If it cannot be opened, it simply means your strength is insufficient. Step aside, allow me to attempt." He dismissed the onlookers, preparing to unleash his most potent strike to force the ancient relic's doors open. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, he would concede defeat. In the next instant, Chen closed his eyes tightly, silently invoking the power of all his tattoos, layering his entire battle armor upon himself. One by one, ethereal figures materialized behind him. Zhulong, Xiongqi, Qiyu, Neza, the vigilant Guangong, the headless Xingtian, the heavenly eye, the god of war by Qi, and the Yinyang evil monk. Except for the 9 dragons coffin tattoo, which remained dormant, all 10 forbidden tattoos were now in full effect. Judgment. Chen bellowed. The overlapping realms unfurled instantaneously, enveloping the ancient relic's doors within their formidable grasp. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable strike, within a 3-meter radius. It was a guaranteed kill. Even the gates of the ancient relics were no exception. A resounding clang echoed as the blood blade of Azura struck the ancient relic's gate, unleashing a blinding flash of light. With a tremendous explosion, the surrounding seawater surged inward, and the powerful waves repelled the super pattern practitioners from various nations. Despite their considerable distance from the ancient relic's gate, they were still caught in the backlash. This moment gave rise to a dense cloud of dust, born from the shattering of the gate, while the surrounding seawater washed away the remnants of the debris. The gate swung open. "Look, the gate is opened!" Chen Tian exclaimed with unrestrained joy, being the first to notice the shattering of the gate and alerting the others. At that moment, they observed something peculiar. After the ancient relic's gate was opened, the seawater did not surge uncontrollably inside but instead settled into a calm state. Undoubtedly, the ancient relic possessed some means of repelling the encroaching seawater. Do not waste any more time. Hurry inside. I must lift the beast transformation of the candle dragon, Chen said curtly. With his words, the group fell silent, each leading their team swiftly into the relic. Boom. Once everyone had entered, he lifted the beast transformation of the candle dragon. Simultaneously, the daylight effect of the candle dragon dissipated, returning everything within the sea to its normal state. The extraordinary beasts have once again stirred to life. A resonant roar escapes the throat of a 7th-tier royal beast, as it seemingly senses an anomaly, directing its bellowing towards the ancient ruins. In the next moment, 3 6th-tier royal beasts, driven by an almost frenzied state, assail the ruins, while a multitude of aquatic beasts relentlessly hurl themselves against the entrance. Remarkably, although Chen had shattered the gate moments ago, it has now reconstituted itself after their entry, restoring the ancient ruins to their original fortitude. Chapter 69. The commencement of exploration inside the ancient ruins. The super pattern practitioners from various nations, expecting an abyss of darkness, are instead met with an illumination akin to daylight on solid ground. The surroundings are constructed from an unknown material, its hardness rivaling that of tinfoiled alloy, exuding a faint punk aesthetic. Is this truly the ancient ruins? Why does the architecture seem reminiscent of extraterrestrial craftsmanship? James, upon touching a section of the inner wall, can't help but swallow hard, marveling at the potential of such technology. Were it available to the United States, he muses, they would have likely unified the Earth long ago. Fortunately, Chen remains oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, he might well receive a couple of slaps. Though he has distanced himself from headquarters, he is still a member of Huaxia and would never allow the United States to act with impunity. Even in the realm of fantasy, now that we have entered the interior, let us explore as nations, scattering to uncover treasures which you may claim as your own. However, should anyone resort to infighting, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, Chen cautions as he addresses the crowd. As he spoke, the representatives from other nations could only nod in agreement. However, one individual stepped forward. Mr. Yi, what about me? What shall I do? The speaker was IF, chosen as a representative due to the EU's abandonment of the ancient relics. Now, as they scattered to seek treasures, he felt a profound sense of anxiety. If he were to encounter danger or traps, he could only await his demise. You? Chen pondered, stroking his chin. He was certain he would not take IF along, as he would merely be a burden. Yet, if he were assigned to another team, disputes over any discovered treasures would likely ensue. Casting a glance around, Chen turned to Qin Tianyi and remarked casually, let IF join your team. Comparatively, you are fewer in number. Take him along to explore this relic. Having already entered the ancient site, he wished to avoid further bloodshed, leaving him with no choice but to enlist the amiable Qin Tianyi. All right. Qin Tianyi sighed in resignation. Bringing along a foreign super patterner was somewhat unsettling for him, but in Chen's presence, he refrained from expressing his discomfort. Soon, the group organized themselves, scattering throughout the ancient relic to seek treasures. Chen took the lead, utilizing his swift Neza battle armor to gain the upper hand, rapidly exploring the vast expanse of the ancient site. A moment later, he staggered into an enigmatic place where a door stood resolutely against the inner mechanical wall. Peering inside, he found it shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Flanking the entrance were 2 towering mechanical armors, each reaching heights of over 10 meters, remarkably pristine despite the passage of time. The materials of their construction remained a mystery. Notably, the central cores of these mechanical sentinels were absent, for had they been intact, they might have sprung into action. What a treasure! Although he remained unaware of the nature of the core energy, he resolved to secure them for further study. Adhering to his philosophy of leaving no valuable asset unclaimed, Chen stored the 2 mechanical armors within his storage space. If he were to locate the activating core energy, his sanctuary would gain 2 formidable guardians. Even in the absence of such energy, the materials could be dismantled for alternative uses, an opportunity that promised profit without peril. He then turned his gaze toward the door, donning the Yama armor, and stepped inside. With the Yama armor protecting him, he felt assured that even in the face of a lethal strike, he could employ death reversal to extricate himself from the clutches of demise. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, no assault ensued. Instead, an eerie tranquility enveloped him. The interior scene starkly contrasted with the outside world. The space was enclosed, housing hundreds of mechanical armors of varying hues, resembling a training ground. Upon closer inspection, the central cores of these mechanical sentinels, with a core of radiant energy. This place possesses something that the two outside do not. Is this the training ground for the ancient super patterners? Chen furrowed his brow and stepped cautiously inside. Suddenly, a mechanized voice reverberated, "Detection of trialist entering combat range. Please select the tier of battle mech." Trialist. Instinctively, Chen glanced down and noticed the red line beneath his feet, realizing he had entered the training zone. Intrigued, he decided to give it a try, stating, "I choose the lowest tier battle mech. Let me first test the capabilities of the most basic mech." As soon as Chen's words echoed, among the hundreds of battle mechs nearby, a crimson mechanical figure seemed to receive a command. Its dim, lifeless eyes ignited with a gleam. With a clang, it leaped to a distance of 20 meters from Chen. The combat chamber spanned over 1,000 meters in both length and width, with a soaring height, perfectly suited for his confrontation with the mechanical warrior. "All right, let me see what makes you unique in combat," Chen declared, bracing himself. Relying solely on the Yin Wan armor, he surged forward, engaging with a powerful strike of his fists. Bang! The battle mech did not evade. It allowed Chen's fists to collide with it. Strangely, his attack seemed to vanish into thin air upon impact, producing no sound, as if striking a bottomless pit. Moreover, Chen contemplated the possibility of repelling it with a single strike. Something was amiss. This machinery was unlike any he had encountered outside. He swiftly retreated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It was likely due to the materials crafted by the armored beings, capable of absorbing the force of his punches. After a probing strike, he discerned the unique properties of the armored being's materials, thereby identifying a potential weakness. Subsequently, Chen summoned the Azura Bloodblade, eager to ascertain whether it could withstand a weapon strike. With a resounding shout, he donned the Neza battle armor, enhancing his speed, and charged forward once more. As the Azura Bloodblade descended, a remarkable scene unfolded. Upon making contact with the shoulder of the armored being, its mechanical material melted, forming a narrow fissure that perfectly embraced the blade's edge. It then abruptly solidified, firmly pinning the blade in place, rendering it immovable despite Chen's vigorous attempts. What an extraordinary maneuver! What material is this? It can effortlessly transition between solid and liquid states? Chapter 70. The Token and Core Energy. Chen was taken aback. This extraordinary battle armor material was a sight he had never witnessed before, and its properties left him in awe. The desire gleaming in his eyes intensified. "I must acquire the core energy of this entity. If possible, I would take away all these armored beings with me," he resolved with determination. "Even if I cannot transport these armored beings, I will exert every effort to obtain 2 core energy sources, enabling the 2 armored beings in my storage space to awaken once more." In the next moment, Chen ceased to hold back, his heart consumed by a singular conviction: to annihilate the crimson mechanical armored figure before him. A low hum resonated as the armor rumbled to life. The once formidable Yama armor he donned began to transform, coalescing into a visage that resembled 10 layers of armor overlapping one another. The Shura Bloodblade howled in anticipation. "Judgment," Chen silently intoned. As the overlapping armor took shape, he unleashed his domain, executing the unique skill of the Shura Bloodblade. With a resounding crash, the blade descended with such velocity that the crimson mechanical warrior could not even react, cleaving it in 2 at the waist. As long as he surpassed the speed of its liquid-to-solid transformation, even the most formidable materials could not withstand Chen's lethal strike. With a thunderous roar, as the armored figure was severed, 2 segments of its 10-meter-tall mechanical body clanged to the ground. The core energy detached, rolling like a sphere for a few rotations before coming to rest at Chen's feet. "Ha ha ha! This is precisely what I sought," Chen exclaimed joyfully, hastily retrieving the core energy, turning it over in his hands to scrutinize it. Though the core energy was merely the size of a palm, the immense power contained within was palpable to the naked eye. "Wait a moment, this core energy, it is unlike the others." In an instant, Chen discerned the anomaly. He cast a fleeting glance to the side, and upon closer examination, he discovered that the core energy in his hand was considerably dimmer than that possessed by the other armored warriors. It resembled a state of energy deficiency. Clearly, the capabilities of the core energy varied among the armored warriors of different ranks. Moreover, after such an extensive passage of time, the abundance of energy was no longer comparable to that of ancient times. Chen came to this realization. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to stow away the energy orb in his possession and then fixated his gaze upon the other armored warriors. He intended to claim them all. For the next half hour, Chen challenged 9 armored warriors of varying colors and power levels. Without exception, he defeated them all, except for the last, which required 2 uses of special skills. He dispatched the others with a single strike. Furthermore, he gathered all the core energy orbs. Challenger, congratulations on successfully defeating all armored warriors. Please collect your deserved reward. The mechanical voice signified that Chen had completed the challenge in this trial room. With a hum, a dazzling array of colors flashed, and a resplendent mechanical box appeared before him. It was evident that this was the reward for his accomplishment in the trial. Let me see what treasures lie within. Instinctively, Chen opened the mechanical box. Clang. Inside, he found 2 items. One was a core energy orb, which, based on its luster, could be deemed top tier, exuding an abundance of energy as if it had just rolled off the production line. On the other hand, there lay a black insignia inscribed with an ink character. Filled with curiosity, Chen carefully collected this insignia. Suddenly, a radiant light emerged, and Chen was directly transported to the entrance of the trial. The door to this trial had taken on a tangible form, rendering further entry impossible. It seemed that an individual could only enter once. Or perhaps once they had completed the trial, re-entry was no longer an option. In the next moment, Chen switched his battle armor and resumed his exploration. He understood that places akin to this trial room were undoubtedly abundant within the ancient ruins. The adage, fortune favors the bold, proved true. Meanwhile, the transcendent practitioners from various nations were each discovering their own fortunes. Among them, Captain Chen Tianyi and his companions found themselves in a mysterious space, which also contained trials, albeit different from Chen's. Captain Chen, there are 4 separate transparent rooms, seemingly just enough for the 4 of us, Ifu remarked, pointing ahead. These 4 rooms corresponded perfectly to the quartet: Zhou Yu, Fang Kuan, Chen Tianyi, and Ifu. Moreover, battle-armored figures could be seen standing at the end of each room, with a green crystal suspended above each one. It was evident that this was yet another trial chamber. The green crystals appeared to be imbued with boundless energy, and the 4 could sense that these crystals would significantly enhance their battle armor. Then let us engage in our respective battles, they declared. This fortuitous opportunity is perfectly divisible among the 4 of us, thus sparing us from any discord, Chen Tian remarked with a smile. The other 2 remained indifferent, as they were all compatriots from Huaxia and affiliated with the headquarters. However, IF was a temporary outsider, and he had been vexed by the dilemma of treasure allocation, daunted by the prospect of offending Chen. This prevailing situation was precisely what he had hoped for. As soon as the words left his lips, the 4 activated their battle armors and entered their respective chambers to engage in combat. Initially, they shared Chen's bewilderment regarding the peculiar materials of the armored figures, but they soon devised suitable countermeasures. Before long, after expending considerable effort, they successfully passed the trial and obtained the green crystals. Simultaneously, as they were transported out of the mysterious space, each found themselves holding a plaque inscribed with ink characters. Unlike Chen's, which was black, their plaques were white. In the next moment, IF seated himself cross-legged, placing the green crystal before him and continuously absorbing its energy. Chen, this fellow is quite cunning, Zhou Yu remarked with a scowl. He emerges without uttering a word and immediately begins to absorb energy, having guessed that we wouldn't dare to act against him. Were it not for Chen's prior warning against mutual slaughter, he would have certainly disregarded IF. Any unforeseen incident could lead to complications when they next encountered Chen, leaving them with no justification. Thus, they remained vigilant in place, a calculation that IF had intuitively sensed, prompting him to remain silent while he absorbed the energy. Let us refrain from excessive chatter. We shall wait until he has fully absorbed the energy before departing. Should you wish to partake in the absorption of this verdant crystal, you are welcome to join me now. I shall act as your protector. Chapter 71. The Emerald Crystal. Chen faces challenges. Chen Tian has already resigned himself to the situation. Ever since he consented to allow Ifu to join their ranks, they have forfeited a significant portion of their opportunities to seek treasures, as their primary objective has now shifted to safeguarding Ifu. This has become a prudent strategy to avoid criticism from the super tattooists of other nations. Captain, I would appreciate your protection. I too wish to test this green crystal core and see how much it can elevate my super tattoo realm, Fang Kuan remarked, scratching his head with a smile. In contrast, he maintained a rather open-minded perspective. Entering the ancient ruins and discovering treasures exceeded his wildest expectations. If he could further enhance his cultivation, it would be even more splendid. Very well, You may sit near him to absorb it. I shall guard you, Chen Tian replied, nodding as he pointed to a vacant spot near Ifu. Observing one is good, but observing two is better. It would be wise to seize this opportunity for his team members to enhance their own powers as well. Upon hearing this, Fang Kuan did not hesitate to settle down on the ground, confidently absorbing the energy from the crystal core. Meanwhile, Chen was meticulously exploring, eventually discovering a peculiar mechanical chamber. The surroundings were desolate, yet the interior was clearly visible. Within the vast chamber, measuring several hundred meters in width, floated a dozen green crystals, radiating a dazzling array of colors. The emerald crystal. Unbeknownst to him, a name naturally surfaced in his mind, as if transmitted by the verdant crystal itself, radiating with immense vitality. This must surely be a treasure from ancient times, imbued with exceptionally pure energy. Even at a distance of several hundred meters, he could perceive the extraordinary fluctuations emanating from within. Remarkably, there were more than a dozen of these crystals. This time, he was destined for a tremendous windfall, perfectly positioned to enhance the strength of the dynasty. Such treasures, I certainly would not bestow upon others. A smile crept upon Yi Chen's lips as he activated his battle armor and plunged directly into the mechanical chamber. However, upon entry, the emerald crystals, as if under some unseen control, or perhaps having evolved sentience, suddenly scattered with a swift whoosh. Their speed rivaled that of ordinary battle armor. They dare to flee? That only suggests they are of even greater value. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement rather than concern, promptly switching to the Neza battle armor and activating the wind-fire wheels for unparalleled speed, initiating a chase within the mechanical chamber. Yet, despite his velocity, he found it challenging to catch up to the emerald crystals, which instead led him on a merry chase. What is happening? Logically, the Neza battle armor should be able to overtake these crystals. Why do I feel as though I am being toyed with? Amidst his bewilderment, he observed that the gravitational conditions within the mechanical chamber seemed peculiar. For these crystals, it undoubtedly provided them with a significant advantage. Yet it inadvertently hindered the capabilities of Yi Chen's battle armor. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate the construction of the mechanical chamber, as there must be some device within that was obstructing his progress. Subsequently, he switched between various sets of armor, continuing to pursue the azure crystal within the confines of the room, while simultaneously attuning himself to the fluctuations of the airflow and the variations in gravity. As anticipated, after several attempts, he discerned the root of the issue. So that was it. No wonder I couldn't catch up. It was your doing all along. Just wait until I shatter you. Chapter 72. Acquiring the azure crystal and reuniting with Chen Tian. It turned out that the reason Yi Chen was unable to catch the azure crystal was due to a peculiar device installed within the mechanical chamber. This device enabled the crystal to move swiftly while simultaneously counteracting Yi Chen's agility and the performance of his armor, allowing it to evade his pursuit. However, upon discovering this mischievous contraption, Yi Chen summoned the Qiongqi armor and, with lightning speed, positioned himself before the device. He then swung his Azura blood blade horizontally, utterly shattering the ancient apparatus into fragments. With the device dismantled, Yi Chen could distinctly feel his mental prowess intensifying in its ability to lock onto the dozen or so azure crystals, making them considerably easier to obtain. Indeed, it was this device that had been the source of the trouble. The relics left behind by those ancients were not so easily claimed. Alas, having encountered me, Yi Chen, everything shall belong to me, and none shall escape. His ambitions soared as high as the heavens. The dozen or so azure crystals must not fall into the hands of others. They are all treasures destined for Yi Chen. He swiftly activated the armor of Qiongqi once more and soared towards the floating azure crystals in the mechanical chamber. With the interference of that device now absent, Yi Chen moved with remarkable agility, efficiently collecting each of the azure crystals into the storage space of his armor in mere moments. Although these crystals were of no immediate use to him, they would serve perfectly to enhance the cultivation of the dynasty and others. Once he had gathered all the azure crystals from the mechanical chamber, Yi Chen promptly exited. Time waits for no one. Within this ancient secret realm, only swiftness allows one to acquire more treasures. Meanwhile, on another front, Fang Kuan and IF had successfully absorbed the energy from their respective azure crystals, each experiencing a significant boost in their cultivation. It was evident that the notion of azure crystals enhancing one's strength was entirely valid, and there were no adverse effects. Now that you have both finished absorbing, let us hasten our departure. Having delayed for so long, other teams may have already claimed the treasures. Chen Tian subtly expressed his dissatisfaction without directly stating it. However, IF pretended not to hear, allowing Chen Tian's words to pass through one ear and out the other, disregarding them entirely. After all, they could not abandon him. Doing so would create an awkward situation with Chen. Not long after, they arrived at a crossroads. As I stood at a crossroads, uncertain of which mechanical path to take, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, gliding towards me from the distance. The vibrating wings of the armored battle suit and the fierce visage of the tiger-headed helm unmistakably belonged to Chen, clad in the armor of Qiongqi. What a coincidence it is to encounter your team here. I wonder, how many places have you explored along the way? Have you acquired any treasures? Chen sheathed his sure bloodblade and approached Chen Tianyi, inquiring with interest. Having roamed and scavenged numerous treasures, he was surprised to find Chen Tianyi and his companions at this intersection. The spoils were not plentiful, having only secured a few greenstones. Yet they were treasures capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Fang Kuan and Ifu had both absorbed one, elevating their realms. Chen Tianyi candidly replied, laying the greenstones he mentioned before Chen for inspection. With a mere glance, Chen recognized the greenstones in Chen Tianyi's possession as the Beijing stones he had obtained from a mechanical chamber earlier. It appeared that such opportunities were not confined to a singular location within the secret realm, but were instead scattered in various places, awaiting the exploration and discovery of all. Chapter 73. The Final Trial of the Ruins. First challenge. At that moment, a sudden tremor coursed through the space of Chen's battle armor. As an astonishing surge of heat and power began to awaken slowly within, a crisp sound resonated through the air. The token, originally nestled within the confines of the battle armor space, unexpectedly floated outward. What could be the reason for this? How could it emerge autonomously? Could it be that something was drawn to it? Or perhaps a fortuitous opportunity had been unveiled? Chen furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the token while murmuring to himself. In the next moment, the token swayed gracefully and sped off in a particular direction at the intersection, seemingly advancing towards its destined opportunity. Observing this occurrence, Chen felt no hesitation. He activated the Qiongqi battle armor, unfurling its armored wings, and swiftly pursued the token. Chen Tian and others, too, did not dare to linger, for this was an unknown opportunity that might yield great fortune. Thus, they promptly followed in Chen's wake. As long as they remained behind him, even a mere sip from the broth would bestow upon them immeasurable benefits. Soon, all those within the ruins who had obtained this token were guided to the same location, a vast mechanical arena. Standing in neat rows were mechanical battle armors, and at the very center lay a vial of liquid, radiant as a ruby. It was unmistakably a treasure. The essence emanating from this vial exuded an overwhelming vitality, suggesting yet another precious item capable of enhancing one's super-pattern realm. Chen stroked his chin, fixating on the vial of liquid, and silently pondered within himself. Before he could urge the battle armor to advance, a sentient mechanical being suddenly materialized before everyone. A sentient being? At the moment of its appearance, astonishment flickered in the eyes of all present. Indeed, the ancient relic harbored secrets beyond imagination, even possessing a form of intelligence. This wise entity resembled a small old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an aura of benevolence. Esteemed trial participants, I am the presiding host of this ultimate trial. Anyone in possession of a token may partake in the challenge. The task is quite straightforward. You must engage in combat with the mechanical warriors and emerge victorious. Each victory will earn you treasures, which can accumulate and ascend in value, culminating in the acquisition of the ultimate prize. However, should you falter along the way, all accumulated treasures will be forfeited. Yet, upon victory, you may opt to withdraw, so exercise prudence in your decisions. As his words concluded, Chen promptly handed the token in his possession to the old man. Each token is singularly usable, and many among the others do not possess one. Only a select few have obtained this privilege, including Chen Tianyi and a handful of fortunate individuals from various small teams. Regrettably, their numbers do not exceed 5. It is indeed a pity. Previously, when we encountered these tokens, we were so preoccupied with collecting treasures that we overlooked their significance. A fist clenched tightly, filled with indignation. They had inadvertently missed out on an opportunity to acquire a treasure of unparalleled significance. This loss was more painful than death itself. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Chen and his companions laid claim to the coveted prize. Nevertheless, they secretly cursed these individuals, although they could not voice their resentment. Their hearts silently wished for their failure, particularly towards Chen. His formidable strength was indisputable, and should he gain further enhancement, the entire realm of Super on Earth would have to bow to his will. Very well, you four have acquired the tokens. It is time to commence your challenge. Shortly, I shall transport you to a special arena where your opponents await. The wise old sage nodded, and with a subtle wave of his hand, the four, including Chen, were enveloped in darkness. They found themselves separated and entering distinct combat chambers. As Chen opened his eyes, he felt as though he had stepped into a familiar domain. The mechanical room before him mirrored the one where he had previously battled the mechanized warriors, so much so that it could be described as identical. In the next instant, a towering figure, over 10 meters in height, materialized before him with a resounding crash. A crimson mech? Chen scrutinized the towering machine, its entirety exhibiting a vibrant red hue, reminiscent of the one he had previously encountered. However, this one was clearly polished to perfection, brimming with energy, as if it had never been used before. With a resonating hum, the crimson mech descended, propelled by the piercing sound of its descent. In a swift motion, it appeared before Chen, its fist clenched, ready to strike. Having previously engaged in combat, Chen possessed an intimate understanding of the mech's characteristics, particularly its ability to seamlessly transition between solid and liquid states. Even the most rudimentary crimson mech wielded an overwhelming force. It was not to be underestimated. The most basic forms are often the ones most easily disregarded. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, donning the Qiongqi battle armor, his wings vibrating with power, deftly evading the mech's assault. In the following moment, the tattoo on his forehead ignited, summoning the Azura blood blade to his hand. Without hesitation, Chen unleashed his ultimate move the instant the Azura blood blade manifested. With a decisive slice, the blade descended cleanly. Under the influence of the forbidden tattoo's power, the crimson mech attempted to morph into a liquid state to mitigate the damage, but was ensnared and shattered instead. The blade sliced through with precision, obliterating the energy core at its center. This energy core was the linchpin of the mech's mobility. Even if Wang Teng could disregard the liquid transformation and cleave it in two, the mech would simply reconstitute itself unless the energy core was neutralized. As Chen landed on the ground, the crimson mech erupted in a thunderous explosion. Having successfully navigated the initial challenge, Chen exhaled in relief. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was confronted by a multitude of crimson mechs, their numbers incessantly multiplying. It seemed that this first trial was far from straightforward. Chapter 74, the second trial of examination. He had intended to dismantle the crimson mechs while extracting the central energy core, but to his dismay, the mechs appeared to have been given a lethal command. Their sole purpose was to obliterate him, rendering any alternative strategy utterly futile. With their increasing numbers, it became evident that the final test of this ancient ruin would be formidable, especially considering the difficulty posed by the initial wave of crimson mechs. Chen mused to himself that when the color of the mechs escalated in rank, the challenges would become even more daunting. Observing the array of crimson mechs before him, he murmured, "The hardness of these adversaries has evidently intensified. This trial will require considerable effort." These mechs were clearly superior to those encountered previously, both in strength and material composition. Though they all bore the same crimson hue, they belonged to a higher echelon in this realm. At that moment, the spectral image of the white-bearded elder re-emerged above the wreckage of the crimson mechs. "Congratulations, challenger," he proclaimed. "You have successfully completed the first trial, achieving the fastest time among all participants. The reward for passing the first challenge is 30 azure crystals. Should you wish to withdraw, you may depart safely at once. However, if you choose to proceed, the rewards will continue to accumulate. Yet, should you falter in your endeavors, all accumulated rewards will be forfeited, leaving you with nothing. Challenger, will you continue or withdraw? The allure of these 30 azure crystals may indeed represent a considerable fortune for the other participants in this trial, and they will likely opt to exit immediately, as they are acutely aware of their own limitations. To persist would yield nothing in return. However, for Chen, this poses no dilemma whatsoever. I choose to continue. Please arrange for the next trial without delay. I shall not cease until I have conquered them all. Once I pass each stage, you need not remind me. Simply set the next challenge," Chen stated, his expression calm and his gaze coldly fixed upon the intelligent hologram. This declaration exemplifies his confidence in his own abilities. As a challenger, You exhibit remarkable courage. Therefore, I wish you the best of luck in the forthcoming trials. May you surmount them all, replied the elderly hologram, seemingly recognizing Yi Chen's formidable prowess and expressing anticipation rather than mockery. After all, as the intelligent guardian of the entire relic, he has endured the passage of countless years without encountering a single individual capable of overcoming all trials. Yet, Yi Chen undoubtedly stands as the most promising candidate at present. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of orange mech warriors materialized, obstructing Yi Chen's line of sight. These orange mech warriors, superior to their red counterparts, boasted a more abundant core energy and exhibited combat capabilities several times more formidable. Is the second trial indeed comprised of these orange mech warriors? Their imposing presence certainly surpasses that of the red ones. Let me test their strength. Yi Chen squinted, scrutinizing the orange mech warriors, while the Shura blood knife in his hand emitted a low hum. In the next moment, Yi Chen leveled the Shura knife, targeting the foremost orange mech warrior, and executed a subtle slash. The sound resonated as the blade fell. This knife, imbued with a murderous aura, struck the orange mech warrior, penetrating its sturdy exterior without inflicting internal damage. Even the inflicted scar was scarcely deep. Moments later, due to the unique properties of the material, the wound on the orange mech warrior began to heal rapidly, appearing nearly as pristine as before. Indeed, they are formidable adversaries. Had that strike landed on a red mech warrior, it would likely have been utterly destroyed. However, the orange mech warrior remains unscathed. It appears that as the trials progress, the mech warriors of varying colors exhibit a significant escalation in strength. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the orange mech warriors, and resolved to alter his strategy. Opting to conserve some of his stamina, directly harnessing the forbidden power etched into his skin, he felt a surge of energy. In the next moment, numerous tattoos on his body began to shimmer, with the ink of Qi Yu illuminating first, followed closely by the activation of Beast Dominion. Roars echoed throughout the trial arena as a plethora of beasts materialized, their crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity, charging towards the orange mech warriors. These creatures were summoned by Yi Chen, their target unmistakably clear, the orange mech warriors. While the attacks posed no real threat to the mech warriors, who could effortlessly heal from their wounds, Yi Chen was merely biding his time, seeking the opportune moment. The onslaught of these ferocious phantoms would undoubtedly inflict greater injuries upon the orange mech warriors, creating an opening for Yi Chen to strike. With the Shura bloodblade in hand, he aimed to shatter the core of these mech warriors in a single, decisive blow, achieving monumental victory with minimal exertion. Amidst the clanging of metal in combat, several orange mech warriors bore deep gashes and bite marks, particularly around the vulnerable core energy locations, which had been laid bare. An excellent opportunity had arisen. Indeed, with the power of a super tattoo, he was able to subdue these orange mech warriors, despite the time it consumed. The ease it afforded him was utterly incomparable. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he murmured to himself. In this manner of advancing through challenges, he was able to traverse each level in the shortest span of time and with the utmost efficiency, maintaining a sync between speed and rhythm. Indeed, as Yi Chen wielded the Shura bloodblade, unleashing forbidden techniques with relentless fervor, the cores of the dozen or so orange mech warriors before him were obliterated by a single strike. A gentle breeze swept through the area. The spots that had once been occupied by the orange mech warriors were soon filled by a new batch, their hues unmistakably yellow. The elevation in the level of these mech warriors signified that Yi Chen's rewards would multiply accordingly. It was abundantly clear that in order to forge ahead, Yi Chen must systematically vanquish these mech warriors, all while conserving his stamina to avoid being overwhelmed in the later stages. The hierarchy was straightforward. The mech warriors were categorized by the spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Swiftly, leveraging the power of the super pattern, Yi Chen dispatched the yellow mech warriors entirely, methodically eradicating the subsequent series of adversaries one by one. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the remains of the final violet mech warrior, and a wave of relaxation washed over him. At long last, he had exterminated these 7 distinct varieties of mech warriors. Although it hadn't demanded excessive mental or physical exertion, the utilization of the super pattern had indeed been considerable. It was at this moment that, after successfully passing the first level, The enigmatic elder of the secret realm appeared before Chen, a mischievous grin adorning his face, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, regarding Chen as an extraordinary gem. Congratulations, challenger. Not only have you triumphed over these 7 trials, but you are also the swiftest to do so since the inception of the secret realm. You are entitled to receive the rewards from all levels, and the legacy of this secret realm will be bestowed upon you. However, in return, you must fulfill a specific task in the future. Rewards, legacy, and an obligatory task? These 3 pieces of information swiftly penetrated Chen's mind. The first 2 were rightfully his, so why was there an additional task? Could it be that the purpose of this secret realm is to select individuals of exceptional strength through various rewards to undertake corresponding tasks? Am I to become a mere laborer? Moreover, judging by his tone and demeanor, it appeared that no one else had succeeded in the trials. Only I have made it through. This raises concerns about the potential peril of the task ahead. Chen's mind raced as he deliberated, primarily due to the fact that these mechanized beings were exceedingly formidable, and they lacked the multitude of forbidden super patterns that he possessed, which undoubtedly contributed to their inability to conquer the 7 trials. Ancient relics. The tasks left by the ancient era's super patterners undoubtedly entail a high level of danger. Otherwise, among so many individuals, only he has met the criteria. In reality, as he had imagined, all the super patterners from various nations who received the tokens had not successfully navigated through all 7 trials, having been eliminated during the 2nd or 3rd challenges. Those who managed to pass the first trial were exceedingly rare. While Chen pondered this, the intelligent life form, seemingly aware of his concerns, hastened to approach him and began to elucidate the reasons behind it. Do not overthink, challenger. The existence of this ancient relic is indeed purposeful. My master was the creator of this secret realm, initially intending to leave it for his kin. However, under the relentless pursuit of enemies, not only did my master fail to survive, but even the clan that controlled this ancient relic was annihilated. I, too, was cast into the depths of the ocean, gravely injured. It is only recently that I have awakened. This so-called task is a decision I made unilaterally. I seek to find a gifted individual to acquire the legacies within the entire secret realm and avenge my master. Naturally, should you choose not to accept this task, I will still grant you your rewards and legacies. The choice lies with you. At this point, the entirety of the situation had become quite clear. The intelligent life form, an elderly figure, exhibited remarkable discernment as it gracefully drifted into the distance, leaving the choice in the hands of Chen. To avenge the master of the secret realm? Chen mused, furrowing his brow. If I were to follow my instincts, this task belongs solely to this intelligent being. It is unnecessary to provoke a terrifying existence. However, he pondered, if I refuse, who knows if this entity will honor its promise and bestow upon me the entirety of its legacy. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply, resolutely making his choice. After all, this intelligent being could not escape, and given the passage of time, that formidable presence may have already perished. Agreeing to the task posed no real risk. Even if he were to confront it, his strength, albeit insufficient, could still buy him some time. I am willing to accept this task. Should my strength allow in the future, if I encounter the enemies of the master of the secret realm, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance, provided that these adversaries still exist, and that I am sufficiently powerful. With his eyes narrowed, Chen spoke slowly, ensuring that his words were measured, undertaking only what he could feasibly accomplish. The intelligent life form, fully aware of the implications of Chen's statement, refrained from compelling him towards vengeance, instead nodding in satisfaction, demonstrating a keen understanding of prudence. Such individuals are the ones who amplify the hope for vengeance. Chen possesses a remarkable honesty, unlike others who, for the sake of legacy, would willingly betray their conscience to deceive others. Very well. The intelligent life form nodded and remarked, since you have accepted this task, all legacies within this secret realm, along with all cultivation resources, shall belong to you. Furthermore, this ancient relic is, in fact, a self-navigating spaceship capable of traversing the cosmos. When you attain sufficient strength to depart from the blue-white planet, it will prove invaluable. Lastly, I shall also provide you with the information regarding the enemies of your master. As long as you are within a certain proximity, you will automatically sense their presence. I hope you will possess the strength to accomplish this in the future. As he spoke, he implanted a piece of information into Chen's mind. This was a covert method, activating only when one approached the enemy, remaining utterly dormant at all other times. Regarding the legacies and all cultivation resources within the secret realm, they were also entrusted to Yi Chun by the intelligent life form. According to him, the enemy's power has surpassed the levels found on Blue-White Star, and there lies hope of encountering them only in the vastness of the universe. Fortunately, this ancient relic is a mobile spaceship, and when he eventually possesses the requisite strength to explore the cosmos, he can utilize this vessel to witness the boundless expanse of the outside world. Very well. Yi Chun nodded softly, accepting everything wholeheartedly. After completing this exchange, the wise life form gradually began to dissipate. He was originally a remnant of an intelligent life form, and upon finding a successor like Yi Chun, his mission was deemed accomplished. Thus, at the very moment of this handover, the old intelligent life form vanished completely. Chapter 77, Breakthrough. Beyond the 7th level of super patterns after the departure of the old intelligent life form, Yi Chun could not help but explore the entire ancient ruins for its legacy. He discovered that various treasures capable of enhancing one's cultivation were hidden throughout, no less valuable than the previously acquired emerald crystal. Moreover, he had gained control over the entire ancient secret realm, allowing him to navigate this vessel-like structure at will. However, a significant issue loomed outside the ancient ruins. A multitude of aquatic beasts roamed, including 3 6th-tier Lord-level beasts, and even a beast emperor. With such formidable creatures present, it would not be a trivial matter for Yi Chun to safely pilot this relic vessel away. For now, it would be prudent to utilize these resources to break through to the 7th level of super patterns. Otherwise, confronting that 7th-tier royal-level beast outside the ancient ruins would prove to be quite challenging. After pondering for a moment, this thought arose in Yi Chun's mind. It was indeed his only viable option. Only by advancing to the 7th level of super patterns could he harness the 3rd-level power of super patterns, allowing his forbidden super pattern divine beast to manifest in its entirety. With the strength of a divine beast, annihilating that 7th-tier royal-level beast would be a mere formality. In the next moment, Yi Chun immersed himself in cultivation, ready to refine the abundant treasures within the secret realm, even though they originated from ancient times. The preservation is remarkably exquisite, particularly the medicinal properties contained within, which have not diminished in the slightest. It seems to be the work of that intelligent, ancient being. Alas, he has now vanished into thin air, leaving me to savor the remnants of his legacy. Meanwhile, during his breakthrough, a cacophony erupted outside the trial chamber, primarily led by numerous foreign super pattern practitioners. I remarked, in my estimation, Yi Chun appears to be ensnared within the trial. Perhaps we should hasten our departure from this ancient relic. We are all under his control. This presents a fine opportunity for escape. What do you say? Is there anyone willing to leave with me? A super pattern practitioner from America, with a glint in his eye, persistently urged those around him. They had been teleported out for quite some time, and now, having seen not a trace of Yi Chun, the desire to flee had taken root. Moreover, being within an ancient relic, if Yi Chun, the world's foremost expert, were truly trapped, the balance of power among their nations would revert to a precarious equilibrium. However, James furrowed his brow and cautioned his teammate, "You must think this through. Should you incite Yi Chun's ire and he emerges from the trial, you alone will bear the consequences. Do not involve us in your recklessness. Let us not forget Bob's fate. Moreover, should you possess the capability to return to the surface, I bear no objections. However, the myriad of otherworldly beasts beyond this ancient secret realm is such that you could slay for 3 days and nights without respite and still not vanquish them all." Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous team member fell silent, for the sheer number of beasts outside, including a terrifying 7th-tier beast sovereign, rendered his individual strength woefully inadequate. Not only would he be unable to breach their ranks, but he could scarcely contend with even a 5th-tier beast. Should he emerge from this ancient relic, only a dead end awaited him. Noticing the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming stepped forward. "Everyone, I implore you to remain calm. We find ourselves within this ancient secret realm, besieged by countless otherworldly beasts outside. The sole means of escape lies in awaiting Yi Chun's return. He brought us here. Thus, he shall assuredly guide us out. I advise you to abandon any treacherous thoughts. Should Yi Chun choose to hold you accountable later on, do not say I did not forewarn you." Qin Tian elucidated the stakes to the others, casting a deliberate glance at the earlier brash individual, clearly hinting at the folly of entertaining distractions while Yi Chun faced challenges. Once Yi Chun re-emerged, there would be no refuge for those who acted unwisely. Furthermore, returning to solid ground rested solely on Yi Chen's shoulders. As Qin Tian spoke, the crowd gradually regained their composure, opting for silence and remaining in place, not for any other reason, but because even if they wished to flee, retreat was impossible. No one among them possessed the strength to slay a seventh-tier royal beast, let alone escape its grasp. Just then, at that moment, suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from the realm of trials, where they had just been teleported. In the next moment, several terrifying phantoms emerged, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Among them were figures such as the Candle Dragon, the King of Hell, Qi Yu, Guan Yu, Neza, Bai Qi, the Azura Eye, Xiongqi, Xing Tian, and the malevolent monk of Yin and Yang. Even a scene depicting the 9 dragons pulling a coffin was visible. Each phantom seemed as if it had descended in corporeal form, leaving them gaping in awe. The crowd, however, was not naive. They understood that these super-pattern phantoms were manifestations of the 10 forbidden super-patterns that resided within Yi Chen, many of which they had witnessed before. Simultaneously, within the trial realm, Yi Chen's garments burst apart, revealing the 10 forbidden tattoos that adorned his body. Behind him, the true forms of these super patterns materialized. Break through to the 7th level of the super pattern realm, he declared, his eyes wide open, and with a powerful shout, his energy surged to a critical point. Instantly, the 10 forbidden super patterns unleashed their phantoms, roaring behind Yi Chen as if they had been infused with new life. The ancient waters outside the secret realm began to boil, each phantom representing a forbidden being, with several being divine beasts. A unified roar echoed through the air. Yi Chen had thoroughly ascended to the 7th tier of the super pattern realm, placing him at the pinnacle of the world. Within the 5 great nations, apart from Yi Chen himself, there was not a second individual whose strength had attained the 7th tier of a super pattern practitioner. Subsequently, Yi Chen emerged from the trial chamber and stood before the crowd. He had heard every word spoken moments ago. His gaze swept across the assembly, landing particularly on the super pattern practitioner from the United States. At least you are somewhat perceptive. You did not flee immediately. Otherwise, you would now be a lifeless corpse. I am no saint. Should you make the wrong choice, I will act without hesitation, he warned with a cold snort. In truth, he was ringing a bell of caution for the others. Chapter 78, The Descent of the Divine Beasts. Xiongqi and Zhu Long, noticing that this individual had the sense to remain silent, Yi Chen let out another cold snort and addressed the crowd. You have all, to varying degrees, acquired some resources. Now, I shall lead you out. Shortly, I will confront the 7th-tier beast emperor, along with 3 6th-tier lord-level beasts. You need only hide behind me. Once I have dealt with these beasts, we will return to the land. However, during this interval, if anyone foolishly attempts to leave or engages in any underhanded schemes, I will be the first to eliminate them. As his words settled, the crowd nodded in unison, aware that defying Yi in the next moment. Under Yi Chen's guidance, they emerged from the passage that led into the ancient secret realm. A rustling sound echoed. As if sensing their presence, the 7th-tier royal beast outside the ruins let out a thunderous roar, its sonic waves recklessly sweeping across the sea. This was a command issued by him. As expected, shortly thereafter, under the leadership of 3 6th-tier king-level beasts, a myriad of marine creatures surrounded the entire ancient ruins. Many among them were 5-tier beasts, all responding to the orders of the 7th-tier beast king, intent on launching an assault against Yi Chen and his companions. Such a multitude of beasts, IF remarked, swallowing hard, a sense of dread washing over him. It seems they have all been summoned by that 7th-tier beast king. A fierce battle is undoubtedly imminent. Although Yi Chen had just asserted that he would handle these creatures, the overwhelming presence of the densely packed beasts before him was enough to stifle his fear, especially within the vast expanse of the ocean, where the feeling of confinement intensified. Wasn't there someone bragging earlier? I am eager to see how he intends to deal with this swarm, not to mention the 3 king-level marine beasts that follow. The American super-patternist could not help but murmur to James, who remained optimistic about Yi Chen. However, the latter paid no heed to his words. He silently gazed ahead, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Chen, a force more terrifying than before. At that moment, an arrogant and menacing voice slowly emanated from the rear of the beast horde. Humans, I offer you a chance. Surrender your possessions, and I shall grant you safe passage back to the land, allowing us to coexist peacefully from henceforth. Otherwise, with a mere command, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. The voice rang clear and crisp, imbued with an air of terrifying authority. It was evident that it originated from the seventh-tier beast emperor, the sovereign among the beasts, possessing the ability to articulate human speech, and whose intellect rivaled that of humankind. The beast emperor spoke out of fear that Chen and his companions might act desperately, destroying the treasures acquired from the ancient ruins in their final moments, leaving them with nothing to claim. Surrender treasures? Chen scoffed in response. Beast emperor, that is a proposition I ought to present to you. If you are wise enough to relinquish your imperial form, I might consider sparing your life, allowing your body to serve a purpose on land. Upon hearing this, the seventh-tier beast emperor was instantly enraged. To him, Chen was merely a human, audacious enough to speak such defiance to a ruler of the aquatic beasts. Utterly oblivious to their impending doom, they provoked the wrath of the emperor. The emperor, perceiving their folly, resolves to grant them their wish for demise. The annihilation of their treasures would suffice for his gain. The seventh-order beast emperor's voice, cold and ominous, reverberated through the air. At the very moment his words faded, several fifth-order royal beasts surged forward with unrestrained aggression, their sights set resolutely on Chen, the one who had spoken. It was evident that the beast emperor's intention was to eliminate Chen first, for his resolve was the strongest. Once he fell, the others would inevitably capitulate. One cannot deny the beast emperor's remarkable intellect. With a fierce howl, the fifth-order royal beasts swiftly closed the distance, their gaping maws ready to strike at Chen in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the ocean, they were poised to maximize their advantage. Beast emperor, it seems you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I now hold the reins of power, Chen declared confidently. As fortune would have it, I have just ascended to the 7th level of the super pattern. Allow me to test my skills against you. With a flick of his wrist, Chen activated his Qiongqi battle armor, which shimmered with brilliance as the forbidden super pattern of Qiongqi materialized in radiant splendor. He unleashed the 3rd level of the super pattern, his true form manifesting before them. In that moment, a colossal beast, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, emerged with an imposing presence. This beast, its size was akin to that of a bull, its form reminiscent of a tiger, cloaked in the quills of a hedgehog and adorned with wings. Its roar echoed like that of a dog, the embodiment of the ferocious beast, Qiongqi. This was indeed the genuine and formidable Qiongqi, incomparable to the ephemeral phantoms encountered in the ordinary realm. With a thunderous roar, Qiongqi charged forth, its claws piercing through the skulls of 2 fifth-tier king-level beasts with ease. Following this, it unfurled its massive maw and in the blink of an eye, ruthlessly severed the necks of the remaining 5th-tier king-level beasts. What? Another 7th-tier emperor-level beast, summoned by Chen himself through the use of a super pattern? Among the crowd, Levski gaped in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. The aura emanating from Qiongqi indeed bore the essence of an emperor-level beast, and notably a 7th-tier one, perfectly complementing Chen's own 7th level of the super pattern. The ability to summon an emperor-level beast from thin air demonstrated a power beyond their comprehension. While distinctions existed among the beasts, there was no denying that Chen's formidable Qiongqi possessed combat prowess surpassing that of the 7th-tier emperor-level beast. One ought to tread carefully. With his abilities, it was certain that he could summon more than just this one emperor-level beast. Previously, when entering the ancient ruins, he had also summoned a phantom. Merely the act of opening and closing his eyes had instilled considerable fear in this 7th-tier emperor-level beast. If that phantom were to be summoned, I fear that even with the prowess of the 7th tier, one could contend with the 8th-tier beast king. IF instinctively covered his mouth and retreated a few steps. Among the representatives of their nation, he stood alone. Should he provoke Chen, he would likely be utterly oblivious to the meaning of death. Not only him, but the numerous super tattooists standing behind him harbored thoughts identical to IF's. At that moment, Chen cast a sudden glance backward at the super tattooist from America and remarked, I heard your whispered words just now. I have warned you. Should you continue to remain blind to the situation, I will show no mercy. Therefore, you shall meet your demise first. As soon as the words left his lips, the beast Qiongqi turned its head and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames upon the individual. This was the true fire of Qiongqi, clinging to its victim with an inescapable grip, rendering self-extinguishment impossible. Accompanied by a chilling scream. The American super tattooist was reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace within the ocean. Meanwhile, the leader, James, observed the scene with an expression of indifference, as if he had anticipated it all along. This was the consequence of that individual's folly, repeatedly provoking Chen, leaving him powerless to intervene. Moreover, Chen was no benevolent savior. The extraordinary tattoo bearer from the United States repeatedly provoked him, coupled with Chen's deep-seated disdain for this troublemaking nation. Thus, when he struck, he showed no mercy. This serves as a warning. Should anyone continue to gossip behind my back as he did, I shall not hesitate to eliminate more individuals. Chen cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, snorting coldly. In truth, there was only this one troublemaker among them. The rest appeared quite docile. Chen's method of instilling fear was indeed effective, silencing those who were on the verge of rebellion, lest they meet a gruesome fate. Once the matter was resolved, Chen shifted his gaze forward, where a dense throng of aberrant beasts loomed, including 3 6th-tier creatures and a 7th-tier royal beast. While relying solely on the power of Qiongqi could vanquish these beasts, it would require considerable time. After much contemplation, he made his decision. Zhulong, it is time for you to emerge and stretch your wings. Chen closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to connect with the forbidden tattoo on his body. In the next moment, the Zhulong tattoo ignited with fervor, emanating a terrifying power as it gradually materialized behind Chen. The Zhulong manifested. An imposing creature with the body of a serpent and the face of a human, trailing thousands of meters in length, descending behind Chen in its true form. Yet still unawakened. The oppressive aura that has descended is far more formidable than that of Qiongqi, perhaps even greater. This is no jest. This is a true divine beast. A sovereign of both day and night. One of the most formidable entities among the divine creatures. Humans, wait a moment. I shall allow you to return to the land unharmed, and I shall not demand the treasures upon you. Shall we cease our hostilities? At this moment, the 7th-tier beast sovereign became increasingly anxious, repeatedly addressing Chen. It was evident from his words that he was genuinely frightened. If the emergence of Qiongqi merely posed a challenge he could not manage, the arrival of the Candle Dragon had effectively sealed his fate. As a 7th-tier royal beast, his intelligence was remarkably high, and he sensed the looming specter of death, prompting him to immediately show signs of weakness. He sought to rid himself of Chen, whom he perceived as a harbinger of doom. However, despite his pleas for as Chen's words resonated in the air, the once closed eyes of the Candle Dragon suddenly received a command, and the terrifying vertical pupil on its face abruptly opened. A resonating hum filled the atmosphere as seawater surged back, and in that fleeting moment of awakening, the surrounding waters boiled incessantly, casting a blinding white light that illuminated the seabed as if it were daylight. The opening of the Candle Dragon's eyes heralded the arrival of day, and its gaze was accompanied by a wave of energy that swept through the vicinity, resulting in the immediate demise of all extraordinary beasts within its line of sight. This included 3 6th-tier beasts in close proximity, as well as a 7th-tier royal beast at the far end. They had no chance to evade. Upon merely encountering the Candle Dragon's gaze, they perished instantly. Such a terrifying divine beast. This was merely a 7th-tier entity, and in a state of equal rank. It had effortlessly annihilated this beast emperor simply by opening its eyes. Who could possibly contend with it henceforth? I had previously thought to keep pace with it. What a ridiculous notion that was. Behind it, Qin Tian gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his shock beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. In stark contrast, Chen appeared utterly unperturbed as he activated the Qiongqi battle armor, hastily clearing the battlefield. The numerous corpses of extraordinary beasts represented treasures beyond measure. Not to mention, there were 3 6th-tier beasts and 1 7th-tier royal beast among them. Bringing these carcasses back would undoubtedly yield a plethora of weapons. Wealth awaited, wealth awaited. Having been away for quite some time, it is now time to bring back some spoils for my brethren. Chen murmured to himself as he placed the corpses within the ancient ruins. He now held dominion over these ancient remnants. With the demise of the obstructing beasts, he could navigate the ruins unreservedly and return to the land of Huaxia. Chapter 79. The attitudes of the people as Chen returns to the demon city. The onlookers behind him could only gaze longingly, for all the beasts had fallen at Chen's hand. The rights to the corpses and the precious crystal cores belonged solely to him, and they dared not lay a finger on them. Regrettably, the previous choices of our elders had led to Chen's departure from our headquarters. Otherwise, Huaxia would have stood as the mightiest among the 5 great nations. Indeed, one could even argue it to be the strongest in the world. Yet, Despite his independence, he remained one of us. And the super-patterned individuals from other nations dared not encroach upon our territory. The only opportunity left to amend the past errors was to foster goodwill with him, in hopes of rectifying the oversights of our elders. Chen Tian observed the scene before him, murmuring softly. Under his watchful gaze, Chen methodically gathered all the remains, including the valuable remnants of the high-ranking beasts. All right, everyone. The beasts of this sea have been thoroughly eradicated, and the lingering aura here will deter any creatures from other seas. We shall part ways here. You are free to return to the land without fear of further danger. Chen turned to the crowd, smiling as he spoke. A 7th-tier beast emperor has perished here. The lingering aura instills a profound fear in the beast emperors of other seas, deterring them from daring to raid the remains. Seizing this opportunity, he plans to navigate the ancient secret realm vessel back to the land of Huaxia. As soon as he finished speaking, the super tattoo practitioners from various nations, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders, hastily expressed their gratitude to Chen before departing at the swiftest pace. They had no desire to linger any longer. For them, Chen's presence was akin to that of a harbinger of plague. If given another chance, they would certainly avoid entering the ancient ruins with Chen, regardless of the treasures it might hold. The thought was simply too terrifying. Chen was not to be trifled with, otherwise they would meet the same fate as the Sakura nation, facing annihilation and becoming a territory of Huaxia. IF activated his battle armor and could not resist casting a glance back at Chen. Memories of the earlier conference among the nations flooded back. In contrast, the power Chen wielded alone was formidable enough to rival that of an entire nation, if not the world. It was no surprise, considering that any forbidden tattoo he summoned could effortlessly vanquish a 7th-tier beast emperor, while they struggled even against 6th-tier aberrations, let alone a beast emperor. Thus, it became evident that their greatest adversary was not the aberrations, but rather Chen, a fellow super tattoo practitioner. James of the United States swiftly returned to the mainland, as the location of the ancient secret realm was situated near the waters of their country. Thus, their landing time was notably expedited. He successfully reunited with Blake. So, James, what treasures lie within the ancient ruins? Did you uncover any gains? Blake inquired, hastening forward. However, James merely shook his head. I only obtained a couple of rare resources for cultivation, much like everyone else, except for that Chen, who acquired the entirety of the ancient ruins. Moreover, among our companions, someone crossed paths with his misfortune and was directly killed. James spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, the other super pattern practitioners accompanying them felt a shiver of dread, recalling the ruthless scene involving Chen. One individual swallowed hard and interjected, "You didn't see it, did you? That fellow's strength has reached the 7th level of super pattern. He summoned 2 divine beasts, effortlessly slaying a 7th-tier beast emperor, along with 3 6th-tier aberrant beasts, and an entire expanse of monstrous creatures. Such a person is beyond our capacity to challenge in the United States. We can only seek to befriend him, lest we suffer the same fate as the Sakura nation." Each of them was plagued by unease, their hearts gripped by fear from Chen's thunderous brutality. Indeed, it was as they feared. Blake nodded and remarked, "During the conference of the 5 great nations, I witnessed the situation firsthand. It is indeed fortunate that you have returned alive from this expedition to the ruins. We must exercise restraint over the super pattern users within our borders. They must not provoke Chen and his formidable entourage. He possesses significant knowledge. Chen has established a sanctuary, housing 108 elite death servants, each of whom surpasses our super pattern users in strength. Moreover, each of their patterns has been meticulously selected by Chen, rendering them incomparable to our own. Meanwhile, after thoroughly scavenging all the spoils, Chen returned to Huaxia, ultimately arriving at the sanctuary within the City of Magic. With a thunderous roar, as Chen maneuvered the ancient relic, a colossal warship, into the skies above the city, the super pattern users within the sanctuary braced themselves as if facing a formidable adversary. Tension gripped them as they donned their battle armor, readying themselves for an unexpected confrontation. What was happening? How did a spacecraft of such immense proportions suddenly materialize? They had never heard of any nation possessing such technology. Dynasty furrowed his brow, standing atop rows of defensive structures, his expression stern as he gazed into the heavens. Despite their array of plasma weaponry and the super pattern armor they wore, the presence of such a colossal entity filled them with a sense of insignificance. Beside him, Yi Lingtian had consolidated all his battle armor, preparing for a desperate struggle against the individuals aboard the spaceship. His intuition suggested that this vessel was beyond the capabilities of Earth's manufacturing. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from within the spacecraft, accompanied by an unforgettable figure. "Father Wang Chao, it is I have returned." Yi Chen activated his Qiongqi battle armor and swiftly soared before them. Upon recognizing the visitor, they exhaled in relief and promptly rescinded their prepared attacks. "You rascal! You finally returned. I thought we were under alien assault. By the way, where did you procure such an enormous spaceship? Its size nearly rivals a third of Magic City, obscuring half the sky, and it appears to be of non-terrestrial origin." Chapter 80. Yi Chen's intention to depart from the blue and white star. Yi Lingtian approached, patting Yi Chen's shoulder while extolling his son's remarkable achievements. The adage rings true: dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow. Witnessing his son's formidable prowess filled him with profound pride. "Ha! Indeed, your son is the foremost figure of Huaxia. Without a doubt, no one on this earth can match my prowess," Yi Chen declared unabashedly, thumping his chest and boasting. Although not universally acknowledged, within the bounds of Huaxia and across the globe, no one could rival Yi Chen. However, it is the existence of the headquarters that has temporarily obscured Yi Chen's reputation within the borders of Huaxia, while beyond its confines, his name resonates with thunderous acclaim. The mere fact that he annihilated the Sakura nation and integrated it into his territory is sufficient to instill fear in all. Moreover, during this expedition into the secret realm, he vanquished a 7th-tier beast sovereign, solidifying his unassailable status. Yi Chen, resolute in his actions, entrusted Wang Chao with numerous enhancements acquired from the relics of the spacecraft, directing him to allocate them accordingly. He has now ascended to the 7th tier of the super pattern realm, capable of summoning various divine beasts or totems in their true forms. No one can threaten his existence any longer. "Father, you should focus on your cultivation during this period. I have an unsettling feeling that matters are more complex than they appear. Perhaps the formidable beings we must contend with extend beyond the cosmos," Yi Chen stated earnestly. Since obtaining the legacy within the relics, Wang Tung has come to understand that super pattern practitioners emerged in ancient times, enjoying prolonged lifespans while traversing the vastness of space. It is conceivable that they may return to Earth one day. At that juncture, whether we can withstand their might remains an open question. With the beast cores you have provided, along with the exceptional resources found within the sanctuary, our rate of advancement is indeed remarkable. Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement, subtly conveying his thoughts. Currently, Wang Chao, he, and the 108 bodyguards have all elevated their realms to the 5th tier of the super pattern realm. Envision this. The mere presence of Yi Chen's subordinates possesses the power to sweep across an entire nation, or even the entirety of the blue and white star's super pattern beings. How terrifying a prospect that is. Although Yi Chen remains within a single city in Huaxia, his strength has reached unfathomable heights. Given this situation, "Father, you and the others should remain in the blue and white star. I intend to embark on an adventure with Wang Chao aboard this ancient spacecraft. I have now attained the 7th level of super patterning, and opportunities for further advancement on the blue and white star are scarce. Only by venturing out can I seek new chances." After contemplating for a moment, Yi Chen arrived at a decision. Currently, the celestial and earthly treasures, as well as other resources for cultivation, are virtually non-existent on the blue and white star. The only viable option is to explore beyond its confines. At that moment, Jian Ting approached and addressed Wang Tong, saying, "The 9-colored heavenly Yuan lotus has now matured, and the energy it emanates is quite substantial. I believe we should consolidate all the beast cores and various celestial treasures we have acquired to facilitate your breakthrough to the 8th level of super patterning. Only then will I feel a greater sense of assurance as you leave the blue and white star. For none can truly fathom the vastness of the universe and whether there exist even more formidable super pattern beings." Her concerns were well-founded. Striving to enhance one's strength is indeed the wisest course of action. However, the resources required for Yi Chen to ascend to the 8th level of super patterning are exceedingly vast. Should he insist on breaking through, he would need to resort to coercing various nations for support. They must surrender their most precious treasures, allowing Yi Chen to expedite his cultivation breakthroughs. "You are correct." Yi Chen nodded, turning to Wang Chao beside him. "Shortly, you shall accompany me to the headquarters. I intend to demand these resources directly. As for those from the United States, we shall issue our requests under the name of our refuge. If they refuse, I shall personally retrieve what is needed. Alternatively, I could eliminate their strongest super pattern practitioners and absorb their powers to enhance my own. That option is also viable. His stance was resolute. With regard to the people of these nations, particularly the United States, he could not afford to show any mercy. It is important to extort a greater share of these treasures. Soon after, Yi Chen's thoughts coalesced, and the Qiongqi battle armor adorned him. He then set forth with Wang Chao towards the headquarters of Huaxia. At that moment, within the headquarters, 7 elder members convened in a meeting room, their expressions growing increasingly grave as they listened to Qin Tiany's report. Tiany, are you certain of what you say? Has Yi Chen truly ascended to the 7th tier of the super pattern realm? Moreover, has he acquired the entire relic spaceship, along with the ancient super pattern practitioner's legacy contained within? Qin Ming's countenance darkened, his incredulity palpable. As his grandfather, he was expected to unconditionally trust his grandson's words. Yet at this moment, even though he had unwavering faith in Qin Tian, upon hearing the news regarding Yi Chen, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. He even wished fervently that he had misheard. Grandfather, it is as follows. Qin Tian nodded, continuing, moreover, Yi Chen's super pattern has undergone a transformation, enabling him to summon the true embodiment of the super pattern, merely by summoning the true form of the Candle Dragon Divine Beast. He shattered a 7th-tier beast monarch into fragments, along with 3 6th-tier aberrant beasts. This revelation was, without doubt, a dire blow. Initially at a loss regarding how to deal with Yi Chen, they were now left even more bewildered. Qin Ming, we cannot allow this young man to continue his ascent unchallenged. His speed has surpassed our control. It is not only we in the Huaxia nation who cannot contain him, but I fear that other nations will also find themselves powerless against him. I propose that we convene a conference of the 5 great nations, mobilizing all super pattern masters to eradicate him. Otherwise, should he dominate, our headquarters will be rendered utterly ineffective. Elder Zhong, bald-headed and furrowed brow, spoke without hesitation. The headquarters must coordinate all super pattern practitioners across Huaxia, yet Yi Chen has already eluded their grasp, growing increasingly formidable. If this continues, there will be no one within the blue and white star capable of sanctioning Yi Chen, a scenario our headquarters cannot permit. Chapter 81, a forceful tone, demanding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A conference of the 5 great nations? Elder Zhong, I fear it may already be too late. This young man has already become a force to be reckoned with, irrespective of his full capabilities. The mere summoning of a Candle Dragon true form has obliterated a 7th-tier beast monarch. Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? Even if we were to gather the leaders from all our cities in Huaxia, it is likely we wouldn't be able to breach the defenses of the Beast Emperor. Qin Ming rose from his chair, supporting himself on the table, and immediately dismissed the suggestion. He vehemently opposed this proposal. If mishandled, it could provoke Yi Chen, leading to their ruthless eradication. Furthermore, given Yi Chen's current prowess, even the strongest from the various nations of the Blue and White Star would be powerless against him and might even be turned against them. Indeed, it would have been feasible had this young man not advanced so swiftly, allowing our city leaders to gradually elevate their own realms. However, that is certainly not the case now. If we misstep, we risk provoking him to target us for annihilation, and none would be capable of stopping him. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, furrowed his brow, his expression grave. As one of the 7 decision-makers at headquarters, he held significant influence and was compelled to voice his thoughts during such a critical moment. His assessment was astute. The current Yi Chen was beyond their capacity to contend with, and the most prudent course was to seek appeasement. Even if we cannot win him over, we must refrain from such actions. As long as his character remains intact, his independence within Huaxia poses no significant threat, especially since he possesses such formidable strength and is one of our own. In this manner, other nations would hesitate to take action against us. Even if they were compelled to act under pressure, I firmly believe intervention would ensue, which is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. At this juncture, a voice emerged, that of an elderly woman with silver hair, half of her face adorned with the emblem of the Yellow Emperor. Her name was Xinyuan Shan, a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. Naturally, her possession of the extraordinary tattoo, one of the forbidden ones, known as the Yellow Emperor's tattoo, placed an immense strain on her body. She barely managed to sustain herself thus far, and had it not been for her lineage as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, she would have likely perished long ago. Upon hearing her words, The others nodded in agreement, including the previously dissenting Elder Zeng, who reluctantly assented after considering her statement. After all, they lacked the power to destroy Yi Chun and could only rely on his might to solidify their standing. At that moment, a buzzing sound echoed as the window adjacent to the conference room swung open, and two armored figures leaped inside. It was none other than Yi Chun and his attendant. Wang Tong. Yi Chun. Qin Tian exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. What brings you to headquarters? Is there something amiss? You could have simply contacted me directly. There was no need for such elaborate measures. A brief notification would have sufficed for my arrival. He assumed Wang Tong's matter was trivial, yet the next moment, Wang Tong waved his hand and stated plainly, I have come with a request. Let me be direct. I seek the various rare treasures and resources your headquarters has in its possession, particularly those capable of enhancing one's cultivation or brimming with life energy. As the conversation progressed, he extended his hand, clearly exhibiting a posture of demand. Yi Chen, what do you mean by this? Elder Zeng suddenly rose, slamming his hand on the table, questioning, how could I possibly offer you the treasures of my headquarters? Are you implying that you wish to seize them directly? Let me make this clear. Do not overstep your bounds. Do not presume that your formidable strength renders you invincible. Remember, even an ant can bring down an elephant. His words were unmistakably clear. As long as there were enough ants, even an elephant could be overwhelmed, and he intended to leverage his numerical superiority to confront Wang Tong. This had been his initial plan. However, this hinged upon convening a summit of the 5 great nations, rallying super from around the globe to unite against Yi Chun. Ants can bring down elephants? In my view, no number of ants holds any significance. I am no ordinary elephant, Yi Chun scoffed, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. His gaze fell upon the furious Elder Zeng, yet he did not spare him a glance, as if he were merely listening to a jest. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, adorned in his Garuda battle armor, emitted a subtle, low hum. He had already reached the 5th level of super, and with his 4 supreme super, he could effortlessly deal with 6th-tier beasts. In fact, he was confident that he could handle half of the 7 elder headquarters present, as their realms were also at the 5th level of super. Still, under the condition of mastering the resources of the Huaxia nation, it is evident that Yi Chen's cultivation is overwhelmingly superior. You, old man, are quite oblivious to the times, aren't you? Could it be that you wish to practice alone? I shall not bully you. I will allow you 2 chances. If you cannot defeat me, you shall obediently surrender your possessions. Otherwise, without the need for my elder brother's intervention, I alone can annihilate you. How do you intend to safeguard those precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Wang Chao stepped forward, speaking with a dominating tone. The Garuda battle armor he wore emitted crimson steam, ready for action at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Xian Yuanshan promptly rose, urging, Dear young friend, hold your hand. What he spoke earlier were mere words of anger. Do not take them to heart. As she spoke, Qin Ming approached old Zeng, coaxing him to take a seat and calm his emotions. Fortunately, Yi Chen had not lost his temper earlier. Otherwise, there might have been casualties by now. At times, Qin Ming struggled to comprehend why they resorted to such rigidity when it was clear they could not win against their opponent. Moreover, what use are heavenly materials and earthly treasures when life is lost? Such an elementary truth eludes him. He truly is a stubborn old fool. Subsequently, Xian Yuanshan turned her gaze towards Yi Chun and said, Yi Chun, since you seek heavenly materials and earthly treasures, our headquarters can indeed provide them for you. But there are 2 conditions. As she raised 2 fingers, Yi Chun contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement, clearly in consent. Regarding the initial stipulation, in terms of identical natural treasures, our allocation is limited to a single specimen for you, and you must concede a portion to the central authority. Refrain from depleting our entire stock. As for the secondary condition, should other nations encroach upon Chinese territory in the future, your intervention to thwart their advances, preferably through complete repulsion, is obligatory. Xian Yuanshan's 2 conditions were quite reasonable. It could not only leave some natural resources for the headquarters, but also buy a guarantee for the safety of China, which was a worthwhile deal. That's undemanding. I shall not exhaust your repository. However, unique natural treasures are to be ceded to me. As for safeguarding China, as a Chinese national, it is a matter of course. Yi Chen affirmed, patting his chest in assurance. Witnessing his decisiveness, the 7 elders of the headquarters could only nod in agreement, choosing to place their trust in him. Subsequently, Xian Yuanshan gestured towards Qin Tianyi, instructing, Escort him to the treasury, where all the natural treasures amassed by the headquarters are stored. Allow him to collect them in accordance with our prior discussion. With Chen Tianyi as an intermediary, communication was facilitated. Were Elder Zeng to undertake the task, another outburst might ensue. Soon, under Chen Tianyi's guidance, Yi Chen, still clad in his super-patterned battle armor, arrived at a treasury constructed entirely of titanium alloy. It's quite luxuriously built. Perhaps we could construct a similar vault for our shelter in the future, Yi Chen remarked, surveying the surroundings. This magnificent treasury, a testament to the wealth of the entire Huaxia nation, has been constructed with opulence beyond compare. Upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the array of extraordinary treasures laid before them. Even the most seasoned among them could not help but express their admiration. My dear brother, the headquarters truly harbors great secrets, one remarked. How is it possible to amass such a plethora of rare materials in such a short span since the blood moon has descended? Wang Chao, astonished, posed the question. It was indeed perplexing. How could the headquarters possess such an abundance of treasures when their own status as transcendent sigil practitioners was not even on par with Yi Chen's? Hearing this, Qin Tian chuckled heartily and responded, My dear brother, you are unaware that the majority of these treasures were acquired through fortunate opportunities. In simpler terms, these unrefined treasures were secured prior to the onset of the blood moon and brought to the treasury ahead of time. The reasons behind this are classified secrets of our headquarters, which I cannot disclose. Secured in advance? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with revelation. He recalled that during the blood moon's arrival prior to his own transmigration, the headquarters had been the first to take decisive action. A crucial factor in this was the presence of a precognitive transcendent sigil practitioner among the 7 elders he had just encountered. It was precisely his foresight that enabled the headquarters to seize the initiative before the blood moon, swiftly suppressing the invasion of extraordinary beasts from the Huaxia nation. Given this, we shall refrain from further inquiries. Yi Chen nodded, steering the conversation back, stating, Let us commence the selection of rare materials without further delay. He had no desire to pry into matters beyond his concern. With Yi Chen's current prowess, the foreseeing super-pattern master held no sway over him. Chapter 82, A Forceful Breakthrough. 8th level of the super-pattern realm. Nodding affirmatively, Qin Tian gestured towards the treasure vault, declaring, There are 10 distinct rare materials here, while over 200 varieties of similar ones exist. Yi Chen, you may take them now. Following his words, the array of rare materials within the vault indeed matched his description, with the 10 distinct items being the most precious. Then I shall take them, Yi Chen replied, nodding. He forcefully struck his Qiongqi battle armor, and in an instant, a space materialized at the chest of the armor, allowing him to collect all the rare materials from the vault, leaving only the surplus behind. Thank you. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. Subsequently, he departed the headquarters alongside the dynasty, eager to return and assimilate such an abundance of rare materials. Meanwhile, a series of videos personally recorded by Yi Chen were disseminated across the network, reaching the hands of every national leader on the blue and white star. I am Yi Chen. I now command you to surrender all top-tier rare materials, to be delivered to the magic city of Huaxia Nation within 10 days. Otherwise, should any nation fail to comply, they must not blame Yi for personally coming to collect all the extraordinary resources from their super. This video serves as a harbinger of doom, casting a shadow over each nation as it reaches them. In the United States, Blake gazed thoughtfully at the video sent by Yi Chen. As the leader of the nation as super, he found himself at a crossroads, faced with the decision to either surrender various invaluable treasures or to fight with utmost desperation. It was evident that he had only one viable option. James, send someone to the vault. Deliver all the extraordinary resources to Yi Chen. After all, life takes precedence over all else, Blake sighed, conceding. Nodding in agreement, James promptly made his way to the treasury. The remaining super of the United States, despite their grievances, dared not voice their dissent. For Yi Chen's displayed strength was overwhelmingly formidable. The memory of him single-handedly vanquishing Bob during the meeting in the ruins still lingered vividly in their minds. Nations beyond the United States made similar decisions, opting to relinquish all their extraordinary resources to Yi Chen. Those who hesitated faced the fate of Sakura Nation, which not only suffered destruction at Yi Chen's hands but also became a mere territory of Huaxia, utterly stripped of its voice. Just days after these nations reached their decisions, in the refuge of Modu, a voice inquired, What is the status, Dynasty? Have the treasures from various nations arrived? Is there any stubborn resistance? With his eyes closed, Yi Chen absorbed a precious treasure while inquiring with Wang Chao beside him. By now, the time he had given had come to fruition, considering the distances between countries. The wait had extended to this day. Brother, they have all been delivered. No nation dared to withhold their gifts. They were likely intimidated by your esteemed name. And most expedited their offerings, Wang Chao replied with a nod. Even the nations closest to the North and South Poles dispatched their swiftest super-patterned messengers to ensure prompt delivery. After all, Yi Chen's reputation was not to be trifled with. Angering him could lead to the obliteration of nations, as exemplified by the previous fate of Sakura country. Soon after, an array of top-tier treasures was presented before Yi Chen by Wang Chao. At this moment, seated beside the nine-colored heavenly lotus, Yi Chen's energy particles were continuously absorbing the treasures, evidently entering a state of equilibrium. Consuming the numerous treasures before him would undoubtedly facilitate a breakthrough. Very well. I shall consume them all at once. Given my current physical condition, it should pose no significant challenge. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, making a resolute decision. With such an abundance of treasures at hand, he intended to ingest them in one go. His body, having undergone transformation through the blood of 11 different beasts prior to the blood moon, combined with his formidable forbidden super pattern enhancements, had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, his own transcendent tattoo realm had reached the 7th level, rendering him virtually immune to unforeseen mishaps. In an instant, as his thoughts stirred, the Qiuqi tattoo began to shimmer. An 100-meter-long, ethereal figure materialized behind him, revealing the true form of Qiuqi. But that was not all. Following closely, the true forms of Yin Wang, Neza, Bai Qi, and Zhu Long emerged. 11 true forms of forbidden transcendent tattoos sequentially manifested as ethereal shadows behind Yi Chen. While he continuously ingested various heavenly materials and earthly treasures positioned before him, harnessing the power of the forbidden transcendent tattoos, he persistently digested the energy. Break! Yi Chen bellowed. And the 11 ethereal shadows of the forbidden transcendent tattoos roared in unison like thunder. With these true forms of transcendent tattoos descending, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were transformed into strands of pure energy in the blink of an eye, surging towards Yi Chen's realm. Accompanied by the beast cores of exotic creatures, the colossal surge of energy propelled Yi Chen's transcendent tattoo realm directly from the 7th level to the 8th level. He succeeded. Congratulations, elder brother, you have successfully broken through to the 8th level of the transcendent tattoo realm, just one step away from the final level. With such strength, I believe you would have the power to contend in the cosmic exploration. Dynasty congratulated. Yet Yi Chen waved his hand, responding, let us not speak so soon. We remain uncertain of the strength of those transcendent tattoo practitioners beyond the cosmos. At present, on the blue-white star, I find myself at the 8th level of the super pattern realm, indeed just one step away from reaching the pinnacle. Shortly thereafter, he retracted the various ethereal shadows of the super patterns behind him and rose from the secluded chamber where the 9-colored celestial lotus was placed. Joining Wang Chao in the hall. Wang Chao, have all the arrangements been made? I have now broken through to the 8th level of the super pattern realm, allowing me to venture into the universe with confidence. You should remain here for the time being. Your realm is only at the 5th level of the super pattern realm. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the cosmos, it would be challenging for me to look after you. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before speaking candidly. Initially, he had intended to bring Wang Chao along into the universe, but upon reflection, the unknowns of the cosmos warranted caution. Thus, he decided to explore alone for safety's sake. If any unusual situations were to occur, he would be better equipped to devise an escape on his own. After all, he possessed 11 forbidden super patterns, and his realm stood at the 8th level of the super pattern realm. In contrast, Wang Chao's realm differed vastly from his. Rest assured, brother, with me and the house master here, the refuge will undoubtedly remain secure. Even if they attempt to launch an offensive while you are away, we will ensure they are left in disarray. Moreover, as long as you remain alive, they will surely weigh the consequences of your retaliation, Wang Chao stated forthrightly. Not to mention his own and Yiling Tian's 5th level super pattern prowess alongside various top-tier super patterns. The 108 death servants alone would suffice to sweep across the entirety of Blue-White Star. Moreover, they possessed numerous artificial battle armors, which were donned by ordinary members of the Yi family, rivaling the prowess of practitioners of the same caliber. Additionally, there were various grades of automatons left behind by Yi Chen. With such an array of resources, none dared to assault their sanctuary. This was reassuring. Yi Chen nodded. For now, he could venture beyond Blue and White Star with complete peace of mind, embarking on an exploration through the cosmos. After finalizing all matters, Chen exited the central tower and summoned the Chongqi battle armor, soaring into the remnants of an ancient spaceship suspended in the sky. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he piloted the vessel away from Blue and White Star. Throughout the journey, Chen utilized the state-of-the-art artificial intelligence system embedded in the ship to navigate the ancient relic. Please input destination. After a brief interval, the AI projected a spectral figure and inquired of Chen, destination. This left him somewhat uncertain, as he had yet to traverse the realms beyond the universe and was unaware of which locations harbored practitioners. To the nearest planet with life, Chen contemplated before responding. Since he was unsure of the first stop, he decided to opt for the simplest approach, thereby circumventing numerous potential complications. Understood. This intelligence system is currently scanning for the nearest life-bearing planet. Upon completion of its search, it reported the discovery of a life-bearing planet located 30,000 light-years from Blue and White Star and began its course towards it. Please take your seats. The spacecraft will soon initiate its spatial jump, with an estimated arrival time of half an hour. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed continuously. 30,000 light-years? To reach it in merely half an hour? This so-called spatial jump capability is indeed remarkable. I never anticipated that ancient spacecraft possessed such extraordinary technology. Given the current technological level on Blue-White Star, we are even incapable of constructing a spacecraft, let alone developing the technology for spatial jumps. If possible, during this expedition, I must procure some advanced technologies from the universe, preferably weapons and spacecraft to bring back. Otherwise, Blue-White Star's technological advancement will truly stagnate. Chen stroked his chin. Deep in thought, he understood profoundly that to fall behind is to invite defeat. If Blue-White Star does not swiftly advance its technology, the formidable power of the super patterns may not suffice to protect it from potential assaults by extraterrestrial civilizations. Only by advancing both technology and super patterns can Blue-White Star secure a favorable position. This became Chen's temporary objective for venturing into the cosmos. Chapter 83. The Mechanical Trading Star. Half an hour later, we have entered the vicinity of the destination planet and are preparing to pass through the atmosphere. The landing site has been selected. Please make your preparations. The relic spacecraft began its announcement. As Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, heard this voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Through the front view of the relic spacecraft, he beheld a planet adorned with numerous towering skyscrapers. Albeit these so-called skyscrapers were constructed from advanced mechanical technology, it appeared to be a glimpse into a future world. Faintly, one could observe various spacecraft and small flying vehicles scuttling like ants amidst the towering structures. This scene left Chen utterly astounded. How could the technology on this planet be so extravagant? If this was the case, our Blue and White Star had indeed become akin to indigenous beings, free from the troubles posed by exotic beasts. It was only natural on such a technologically advanced planet. The exotic creatures would likely be obliterated long before even breaching the atmosphere. Upon entering the atmosphere, the relic spacecraft that Chen occupied was drawn by a peculiar beam of light and descended onto a mechanical plaza. Welcome, esteemed guest, to Mechanical Star, a humanoid robot, approximately 2 meters tall, announced respectfully at the entrance of Chen's relic spacecraft. The language spoken was that of the Blue and White Star. This was one of the unique features of Mechanical Star. It could instantly scan the languages of all visitors, swiftly assimilating and facilitating communication. Such a high level of technological advancement surpassed the development of the Blue and White Star by several tens of millions of years. Mechanical Star? Upon hearing the introduction, Chen nodded and inquired, what kind of planet is Mechanical Star? What makes it special? He was unfamiliar with this planet and seized the opportunity to ask the robot about the specific details of Mechanical Star. The robot in charge immediately stated, Mechanical Star is a planet for trade within the galaxy, belonging to the mechanical race of the universe. All beings from life planets across the galaxy come to Mechanical Star to exchange items. Here, one can acquire anything desired. Understanding the concept of a trading planet, Chen realized he had arrived at this galactic marketplace shortly after leaving Blue-White Star. With the items he possessed, he might be able to exchange for something valuable. He began to leisurely stroll through the trading star. The gravity on this planet differed from that of Blue-White Star, and with the enhancement of his super-patterned battle armor, he achieved a speed of several dozen kilometers per second, allowing him to explore vast areas quickly. Before long, Chen discovered a mechanical building marked with the promise of exchanging for strength enhancement. He activated his battle armor and swiftly descended towards it. Boss, do you have anything that can rapidly enhance my strength? Chen inquired directly upon reaching the entrance. The proprietor, who possessed a rather peculiar appearance and belonged to a race from an intelligent planet, cast a curious glance at Chen and remarked, "Super pattern level 8. It seems you are a fledgling. However, considering your age, you must not have practiced for more than a century. Achieving this level of strength is commendable. Are you seeking to break through the super pattern realm and enter the star pattern realm? I happen to have an item that can assist you in overcoming this hurdle." Upon hearing this, Chen had gained a preliminary understanding. The next realm following the super pattern realm was indeed the star pattern realm, as the individual before him had mentioned. Given this, the item referred to by this person might possess considerable value, yet at present, Chen found himself devoid of any assets worthy of exchange. Regrettably, it appeared he possessed nothing of worth. Shaking his head, he immediately recognized his financial constraints. Just as he intended to turn and leave, the individual called out to him, continuing, "Wait a moment, I can offer you this item for free. But once you ascend to the star pattern realm, you must assist me with a task." A task? It was evident that fortune did not simply fall from the heavens. Before Chen could inquire further, the person continued, "Rest assured, it does not involve taking a life, nor does it require any great sacrifice. Instead, it entails joining me in seizing an opportunity. If we navigate it wisely, you may acquire even more treasures, and I shall benefit from your success as well." Although the specifics remained unclear, Chen could discern that the individual had spoken truthfully, without any intent to deceive. Given this, the proposition seemed quite favorable. After all, as he had just embarked on his journey through the universe, the chance to directly transcend the 9th level of the super pattern realm and enter the star pattern realm was not to be missed. With an elevation in strength, the perils of his ensuing adventures would significantly diminish. Nodding in agreement, Chen replied, "I accept your offer. But you must provide me with a place to cultivate and break through. Once I attain the star pattern realm, I will accompany you." Chapter 84. The Battle of Geniuses. This matter is quite manageable. The individual before him smiled faintly and led Chen into the mechanical building behind him, explaining as they walked, "My name is Chen, but you may call me Old Sure. I am a consummate merchant with a penchant for investments. And you are the object of my keen interest this time. I hope you will not disappoint me." This statement evidently left Chen somewhat perplexed. Invest in himself? Could it be that his talent had caught Chertion's attention? Yet he did not perceive his abilities as particularly formidable. After a brief walk, he found himself entering a clandestine realm. This place was a world unto itself, suffused with potent cosmic energy. In the next moment, Chertion produced a gemstone from his bosom, engraved with celestial markings. This treasure, known as the Star Shatter Stone, can assist you in directly ascending to the star pattern realm. You may rest assured and focus on your breakthrough here. Upon finishing his words, Chertion exited this small world, leaving Chen to pursue his advancement in peace. The Star Shatter Stone? Holding the artifact given by Chertion, Chen pondered, "I sense no anomalies within it. Perhaps he genuinely intends for me to accomplish something. Regardless, since I have emerged from the blue and white star, to navigate the cosmos, formidable strength is imperative." With this thought, Chen settled into a meditative posture, and the Star Shatter Stone immediately levitated above his head. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Chen's garments rent asunder, revealing the meticulously etched, lifelike forbidden super, adorning his body, each a testament to his formidable power. With a guttural utterance, Chen unleashed the energy of his 11 forbidden super dash, voraciously absorbing the essence within the star-shattering stone. As he assimilated this power, his forbidden super underwent a series of breakthroughs, their effects manifesting palpably upon Chen, his aura radiating with unparalleled intensity. Simultaneously, Chertion emerged from the microcosm, entering a small chamber where a man with tentacled features awaited. This individual, a member of the mechanical octopus clan, shared kinship with Chertion as a fellow member of the mechanical race, albeit from a different lineage. "Judging by your demeanor, have you identified a suitable candidate?" The tentacled man inquired. "Are you certain your judgment is sound?" While this individual's super power is undeniably remarkable, his current strength is rather feeble. Even if he were to ascend to the star realm, his prospects for success would be limited. Perhaps we should consider an alternative? Time remains on our side, but remember, we can only bring one participant. Choose wisely, for this is a rare opportunity. Zhang Qiu gestured emphatically, elucidating his concerns. It appears that Chertion's interest in Chen stems from a forthcoming competition among the myriad races of the galactic system, a battle of prodigious talents. Those who secure a place among the top 100 will garner the attention of esteemed figures from higher realms, potentially leading to their adoption as disciples. Upon successfully being selected, not only does the individual gain unparalleled opportunities and a plethora of treasures, but the one who recommended them also reaps substantial rewards. As a member of the mechanical clan, Chen possesses a coveted spot for the competition, and he has set his sights on Chen. He has chosen to allow Chen to break through his cultivation and participate in this contest of geniuses. It is no surprise that he suddenly bestowed upon Chen the star-breaking stone, as it serves as an investment for the significant upcoming competition in the galaxy. In the following months, Chen immersed himself in the small world, absorbing the essence of the star-breaking stone with unwavering focus, rapidly elevating his strength to the 9th level of the super pattern realm. He was but a step away from a breakthrough. The star pattern realm? Chen slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "The disparity between these distinct realms is indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. The more energy I absorb, the more I sense the unique qualities that lie within." The star pattern realm is indeed remarkably different from the super pattern realm. In the super pattern realm, the 11 forbidden super patterns he carved were solely for the purpose of absorbing energy to enhance his own power. As he advanced, he could even summon extraordinary beasts to aid him in battle through these super patterns, primarily forming various types of battle armor, bestowing him with unparalleled strength. However, this power has its limitations. It can only dominate within the confines of the blue-white star. In the vast expanse of the universe, the star pattern realm merely represents the initial threshold. Upon reaching the star pattern realm, the 11 super patterns on his body can harness the cosmic energies, transforming into even more formidable battle armor. Not only can they be switched at will, but their restorative capabilities have also become significantly more potent than before. With a thunderous roar, Chen's resolve solidified. His gaze, fierce and unwavering, fixed upon the shattered star stone suspended before him. After a mighty shout, he absorbed all its energy through the 11 super patterns etched upon his body. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the super pattern realm. At the threshold of this crucial step, an overwhelming surge of energy assailed him, enabling him to break through the confines of the star pattern realm in an instant. He stepped forth into this new domain, successfully entering the star pattern realm. As Chen felt the continuous flow of energy within him, he marveled at the transformation taking place. At this moment, the 11 forbidden super patterns underwent a profound metamorphosis, gradually manifesting behind him. The tattoos twisted and conformed more closely to his skin, while the mottled power of the star scars began to materialize. Most importantly, the battle armor he summoned was the result of the fusion of the 11 forbidden super pattern armors. Without hesitation, he invoked the battle armor of the star pattern realm. The crimson heavenly eye armor adorned his forehead, while the fierce candle dragon, exhaling the duality of yin and yang, coiled around his left neck. The right neck bore the roaring armor of Qiongqi. His chest was fortified by the headless executioner armor, and his back sprouted 9 wings from the 9-dragon coffin armor. The left hand emanated the ghostly flames of the king of hell armor, while the right hand bore the clawing menace of Qiyu. The left arm showcased the vividly lifelike armor of the awakening Guangong, and the right arm displayed the ominous gaze of the yin-yang evil monk. As though it hungered for flesh, the left leg, encased in the Neza armor, propelled him at incredible speed upon the windfire wheels, while the right leg, clad in the armor of the Slayer by Qi, seemed to manifest a million vengeful spirits beneath his feet. The armors fused into a new and formidable ensemble. Indeed, Chen was quite pleased and remarked, "Moreover, this fused battle armor can also generate 11 avatars of the forbidden battle armor to engage in combat. This characteristic indeed provides me with an additional trump card." This was also a gain he acquired after stepping into the star pattern realm. Once everything was adjusted, Chen exited this small world. Upon his emergence, he immediately spotted Chen, who had been waiting for him. Chen promptly assessed Chen's strength and discovered that he had successfully ascended to the star pattern level. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen expressed, "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough to the star pattern realm. You are now qualified to participate in the genius battle." The term genius battle was unfamiliar to Chen. Sensing his confusion, Chen swiftly elucidated what the genius battle entailed, after which Chen began to comprehend its significance. If he could achieve remarkable results, it might attract the attention of higher-tier universes, thereby granting him access to abundant resources. Chen mused to himself, feeling no aversion towards this so-called genius battle. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the opportunity to transcend his current predicament through this contest. Noticing the joy on his face, Tian seemed to douse him with cold water, cautioning, however, "Do not celebrate too soon. This is merely a preliminary selection within our galaxy." Yet, even so, the number of participants exceeds tens of millions. These prodigies hail from various life planets, possessing resources and backgrounds that are simply unimaginable. You have just embarked on the first layer of the star pattern realm, and during the trials, you may encounter formidable adversaries at the 9th layer, who could potentially eliminate you with a single strike. Therefore, it is essential to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. My expectations of you are not excessively high. Surviving among the top 5 million would suffice for my investment to yield substantial returns. 5 million. That equates to nearly a 50% success rate. It may appear deceptively simple. However, the prowess of these prodigies often surpasses that of Chen, rendering the challenge exceedingly arduous. We shall take it one step at a time. Chen no longer held the same arrogance as before, yet he retained faith in his own strength. After all, the battle armor forged from the fusion of 11 forbidden super patterns allowed him to experience, for the first time, what it meant to possess strength that transcended tears. Thus, he was eager to showcase his abilities in this contest of geniuses. Soon, the day of the contest arrived without incident. On this day, Tian arrived at the entrance of the small world and roused the meditating Chen. "Chen, the genius battle has commenced. Wear this wristband. It will transmit your consciousness into the virtual universe, which simulates various environments and structures. All participants are present within, and should one be defeated, they will awaken, escaping death. While I shall vigilantly safeguard your body, ensuring you do not incur any loss of sustenance." Tian solemnly handed Chen a bracelet, understanding the gravity of the genius battle and its implications for his investment. Naturally, he could not afford to be negligent. In contrast, those prodigies with formidable backgrounds are accompanied by countless formidable guardians during such events. Given Chen's current status and strength, having only recently entered the star pattern realm, he appeared rather insignificant. Once they entered this vast expanse of the universe, the feeling of singular supremacy experienced on Blue-White Star dissipated in an instant. As Chen's consciousness gradually transitioned into the virtual realm, Tian grew increasingly anxious. To be frank, he harbored doubts about Chen's ability to rank within the top 500,000. The individuals eligible for the genius battle are exceedingly rare talents. Initially, he had another candidate in mind, yet upon meeting Chen, he was inexplicably filled with a belief that compelled him to make a decisive change in his choice of participant for the genius battle. Moreover, even in the event of failure, the stakes remain minimal, as he has invested merely a single shattered starstone in Chen, rendering the risk remarkably low. While he was immersed in his contemplations, Chen's spiritual projection had already entered the virtual microcosm, a battlefield constructed of myriad stars, indistinguishable from the vast universe outside. The scale of such a virtual cosmic structure is truly astonishing. As Chen began to ponder, a tremendous explosion echoed nearby, followed by the sudden shattering of a nebula. As if it had collided with some unseen force. "Bang, Honfrost, cease your struggles. Encountering me is merely your misfortune. Surrender and exit gracefully, for our clans are sworn enemies." Following the source of these words, he beheld a man engulfed in flames, stepping forth amidst the starry expanse, devouring the surrounding cosmic clouds with the fierce inferno emanating from him. This individual possessed a sharp gaze, fixated intently on the fragments of the shattered nebula. Within these ruins lay an injured man, the stark contrast to his fiery adversary, enveloped in layers of frost and clad in chilling battle armor. Honfrost, indeed, that was his name. "Luong, no wonder you pursued me the moment I arrived. It appears you have employed some artifact to pinpoint my location in this virtual realm instantly. If you wish to eliminate me swiftly, you must possess the capability to do so. Your earlier ambush rendered me defenseless. Otherwise, could you have gained the upper hand?" Unfazed, Honfrost rose from the wreckage of the nebula, slowly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon his entrance, he had encountered several others who had also been teleported simultaneously, engaging in fierce combat. Just as he was about to eliminate them, Luong had appeared from behind, launching a stealthy attack that left him unable to retaliate, resulting in unavoidable injury. With a thunderous roar, the blazing sun activated his fiery armor without uttering a word. In an instant, several fire dragons erupted from the armor, infused with a terrifying force of destruction, launching an assault upon the Frost. "Damn it. You truly wish to eliminate me?" Frost gritted his teeth as the blood-stained ice armor manifested a frosty formation, constructing multiple layers of circular ice shields before him. Though these ice shields served as a defense, the frigid aura they emanated was profoundly fearsome. Any object that came into contact with it for even a fleeting moment would be encased in ice, transformed into a frozen sculpture. Frost and the Blazing Sun hailed from the Frost Giant clan and the Fire clan, respectively. Their contrasting attributes rendered them natural adversaries, which is why they clashed fiercely upon entering the virtual realm. One launched an attack while the other defended, creating a stalemate of sorts. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Blazing Sun's offensive was decidedly more dominant, having breached 2/3 of Frost's defenses. This was hardly surprising, as Frost had sustained considerable damage and could merely muster the strength to activate his armor, a feat that allowed him to withstand the Blazing Sun's full-on assault. Frost, resign yourself to being eliminated. Your struggle here is in vain. It won't be long before your stamina gives out, and I will cast you aside. The radiant sun beamed with a confident smile, perceiving the impending defeat of Frost as merely a matter of time, for it was an established fact. At that moment, as Frost neared his downfall, his gaze subtly shifted and caught sight of Chen, who was covertly observing the battle from a distance. A mere first level of the star pattern realm? Such feeble prowess, he thought. Both I and the sun possess strengths at the 4th level of the star pattern realm. Should I divert the calamity towards him, he would scarcely endure a single exchange. Upon recognizing the presence of a third party, this notion swiftly materialized in his mind. However, upon noting Chen's inferior cultivation, his resolve wavered. What of his first level of the star pattern realm? Even if he were to be eliminated in a single strike, he might still afford me a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds to escape. With newfound determination, Frost instantly dismantled the frost shield before him and swiftly fled towards Chen. His speed nearly incomprehensible. Oh, is he coming my way? Chen sighed, realizing that even as a spectator, he was being drawn into the fray, much to his chagrin. He had intended to relish a grand spectacle, but found himself targeted by Frost, who sought to have him bear the brunt of the sun's subsequent assault. In the blink of an eye, Frost had surrounded him, and with a mere breath, he vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared at a short distance away, leaving Chen's figure exposed before the sun. Without a moment's hesitation, the sun directed his attack towards Chen. Since you have appeared before me, your elimination is inevitable. The tone of Lai Yang was exceedingly arrogant, as if he were regarding an insignificant insect. From his perspective, his strength far surpassed that of Chen. And being one of the dominant races of the galaxy, his lineage and power utterly crushed this unknown being. It seemed as though he could effortlessly erase him with a mere gesture. In an instant, the fiery battle armor enveloping Lai Yang surged forth, propelling him to Chen's front, where he struck down upon Chen's crown with a fierce palm. You wish to eliminate me? Let us see if you possess the capability. Chen, undaunted, summoned his forbidden battle armor in an instant. The 11 forbidden tattoos that merged to form this armor radiated an overwhelming aura, repelling Lai Yang's palm attack by 1,000 meters. What manner of armor does this boy possess? Lai Yang was astounded. He could not fathom that even his own lineage's armor could be repelled, especially considering Chen's mere first level of star pattern realm. The arrogance that had once filled him dissipated, replaced by a cautious gaze towards Chen. Not far off, Han Shuang, who was preparing to flee, also revealed an expression of disbelief. He had not anticipated that such an obscure individual could force Lai Yang back merely by summoning his armor. Perhaps, if they allied, they could indeed eliminate Lai Yang. Han Shuang contemplated briefly before shifting his form to stand beside Chen, offering an apology. My friend, I was left with no choice but to use you as a shield. I am Han Shuang of the Frost Giant clan. Together, we can eliminate this blazing sun. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige. This gesture of goodwill took Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated Han Shuang's immediate apology, nor the acknowledgement of a favor owed, which stirred a flicker of uncertainty within him. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in such matters. However, with the blazing sun now focused on him, Chen found himself compelled to reflect on the situation. At that moment, the blazing sun, having been forced back 1,000 meters, activated his battle armor once again, his gaze radiating arrogance. It is merely a battle armor. With the enhancement of my bloodline, what does it matter if you join forces? Han Shuang, have you truly hit rock bottom? Seeking to ally with a mere novice at the first level of the star pattern realm? You truly believe the two of you can eliminate me? How laughable. Without further ado, the blazing sun amplified the power of his armor once more. Originating from the Flame clan, his armor drew strength from his bloodline. And with Han Shuang already gravely wounded, he could hardly be considered a formidable opponent. Even in a 1 versus 2 scenario, victory would appear effortless. Especially since Chen's prowess was but that of a novice in the star pattern realm. How dare he underestimate me? Chen emitted a soft grunt, his voice resonating from within his battle armor, stating, "What if your strength surpasses mine by threefold? Ever since my breakthrough to the star pattern realm, I have yet to find a worthy opponent to test my skills. Today, you shall serve as my sparring partner." Upon hearing this, the smile on Lai Yang's face became increasingly difficult to conceal. A mere newcomer to the star pattern realm, what an easy target he would be. It would be intriguing to see if he possessed the capability to back up his words. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 pillars of flame erupted behind Lai Yang's fiery armor with a resounding boom. Without hesitation, he charged towards Chen. His assault deceptively simple, just the fists of his armor. However, flames of concentrated energy surged around his fists, enabling him to unleash a potent attack. Observing this, Chen's forbidden battle armor sprang into action. Without uttering a word, the image of the Neza tattoo emerged on his left leg, similarly enveloped in layers of flames, which were none other than the cosmic energy manifested as true fire. These flames matched Lai Yang's in potency. In a contest of flames against flames, Chen's strategy was clear. Since both were utilizing fiery assaults, it would come down to whose flames were more formidable. A dazzling clash of electric light and fire ensued, as their fiery attacks detonated in an explosion reminiscent of a miniature sun reaching its zenith and then erupting, causing the onlooker, Han Shuang, to squint against the brilliance. Such overwhelming energy. Han Shuang shielded his eyes slightly, as the searing flames began to overwhelm even his battle armor. Alas, it seems that only when one is unscathed can they participate fully. Now, having sustained severe injuries, I am relegated to the sidelines, merely a spectator. The notion of joining forces to eliminate the blazing sun has seemingly dissipated into thin air. Chapter 85, The First Battle of the Virtual Realm Simultaneously. Following a violent explosion of flames, 2 figures gradually emerged from the inferno. The fiery armor of the blazing sun appeared diminished, with flames flickering weakly, and his form hunched, clearly having been adversely affected by the shockwave of the earlier explosion. In stark contrast, Chen exhibited not a trace of trepidation. He remained unscathed, his condition still at its peak. Who exactly is this individual? The flames adorning his armor are astonishingly more potent than the innate flames of my fire lineage. How can this be? Such a figure has yet to appear in the galaxy. And if one has, why am I utterly oblivious to any information regarding them? The blazing sun pondered quietly. Chen's emergence was profoundly shocking to him, and the sheer power exhibited by his armor left him in awe, as he found himself at a disadvantage after a mere exchange. The abrupt fall in his strength struck a blow to his confidence. Is this truly all you are capable of? Were you not quite formidable when you spoke so boldly moments ago? Allow me to demonstrate the extent of my prowess, Chen declared, his confidence surging. Initially uncertain of his own combat capabilities, he now recognized that his armor overwhelmingly surpassed that of the blazing sun in all aspects. Merely the enhancement from the Neza tattoo on his left leg. In an instant, he seized the advantage, even surpassing the flames in their intensity. The flames merely granted him an initial edge. Yet, when it came to the clash of armored might, I would not be bested by you. With a cold snort, Li Yong once again channeled energy into his battle armor, charging fiercely toward Chen. The fiery battle armor, reawakened by Li Yong's bloodline, unleashed an unparalleled power. At this moment, Li Yong possessed the strength to obliterate half a planet with a single punch, such as the might of the star pattern realm. Upon entering this echelon, one's capabilities undergo a cataclysmic transformation, with power delineated by the stars. It is commonplace to shatter a celestial body with a mere blow. For Li Yong, at the 4th level of the star pattern realm, demolishing half a star was a trivial feat, and a full-force strike could rival the force needed to fracture an entire planet. With a thunderous roar, the fist of Li Yong's fiery battle armor coalesced into a fire dragon, roaring forth to assail Chen's armor, intent on reducing it to mere dust. However, Chen remained unperturbed. By solely harnessing the power endowed by the Neza tattoo on his left leg, he effortlessly neutralized Li Yong's assault, unafraid of his full-throttle strike. After all, he possessed a total of 11 tattoo powers. Even if one was expended, he still had 10 superior powers at his disposal to match any challenge, bestowing him with unwavering confidence. It was indeed fortuitous to practice against you first. Now, let me demonstrate the might of my heavenly eye. As Chen's words fell, the Shura eye on the forehead of his armor instantly opened wide. With a resounding shout, he opened his third eye, on the forehead of his battle armor. The eye of Shura unexpectedly manifested, and strands of temporal power emerged, instantly freezing the figure of the blazing sun. Time was suspended. This was one of the powers conferred by the Eye of Shura upon entering the star pattern realm. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to alter the course of battle. Subsequently, the tattoo of the 9 dragons' coffin on Yi Chen's battle armor shimmered, and 9 pairs of wings materialized, imbuing him with extraordinary speed. A piercing sound of air being torn apart resonated as Yi Chen swiftly repositioned himself behind the blazing sun. Under the time confinement of the Eye of Shura, his opponent had no capacity to retaliate. From the perspective of the blazing sun, Yi Chen vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, an excruciating pain surged from his back as a powerful fist struck him, causing him to fall from the grasp of time. With a spurt of blood, the blazing sun plummeted like a cannonball onto a celestial body, creating a massive crater nearly 100 meters wide. The ferocity of this attack was terrifying, instantly rendering the blazing sun gravely injured. Damn it, how could this be so sinister? Why does his armor possess the ability to manipulate time? The blazing sun was utterly astonished. It is essential to understand that the battle armor they don is a manifestation of their own lineage, with its inherent abilities reflecting the strengths of their clan. The time confinement ability exhibited by Yi Chen's armor is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Could he possibly be a prodigy nurtured by a prominent family concealed within the galaxy, specifically for this extraordinary battle of talents? Otherwise, given his prowess, how could I have never heard of him before? Furthermore, the time confinement capability of this armor is astonishingly beyond the norm. Beside him, Han Shuang silently expressed her thoughts. Beyond the norm? This is an exclusive power of Yi Chen's armor. How can it be deemed excessive? Subsequently, Yi Chen harnessed the full might of his armor, conjuring a terrifying blade in his hand, the Shura Heavenly Blade. This divine weapon, which he had been able to summon even during his time in the super pattern realm, continued to demonstrate its formidable prowess after his ascension to the star pattern realm. Its power amplified manyfold. The force of the blade surged forth, striking like a cataclysmic blow directly upon the fiery battle armor of Lai Yang, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. In a single encounter, Lai Yang was cleaved in two by Yi Chen. Although this demise occurred within a virtual realm and bore no consequence in reality, the renowned Lai Yang was eliminated shortly after entering this digital arena, leaving spectators across various planets utterly astounded. In their eyes, numerous seed candidates were anticipated to ascend to the forefront of the World-S battle. Yet the sudden emergence of such an upset is indeed perplexing. Has the fiery clan's Lai Yang been eliminated? It has only been a short while since he entered the virtual realm. Who could have possibly accomplished such a feat? Such formidable power is astonishing. Many formidable beings observing the battle through the virtual world are engaged in hushed discussions, among them, naturally, members of the fiery clan. On the planet of the fiery clan, as soon as Lai Yang was ousted, an elder, transcending the star pattern realm, approached with an air of solemnity and inquired earnestly, "Lai Yang, what transpired? Why was that lad from the Frost Giant clan not eliminated, while you were the first to be ousted? Did I not provide you with the locating treasure? Coupled with the strength of your bloodline-enhanced battle armor, it should have sufficed to eliminate him." The elder found it difficult to comprehend. It was ostensibly a splendid start. Yet the outcome was starkly contrary. Chapter 87. The 7th and 8th Elder's Elder. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen. I had indeed located the position of the Frost Giant, and I successfully executed a surprise attack. Yet unexpectedly, a young one from the first layer of the star pattern realm emerged, and, after merely a few exchanges, dispatched me with ease. His battle armor is exceedingly peculiar, imbued with the power to imprison time, leaving me utterly defenseless. Moreover, he is capable of unleashing fire attacks that surpass even my primordial flame. The blazing sun shook his head, recounting the scene he encountered in the virtual realm with utmost sincerity. Oh! Upon hearing this, the elder immediately displayed a look of astonishment. He was well acquainted with the formidable races inhabiting all the intelligent planets throughout the galaxy. Fundamentally, the combat prowess of battle armor was intrinsically linked to the user's lineage and bloodline. If that were the case, according to the sun's assertion, there were no such races within the elder's recollection of the galaxy. Could it possibly be from another star system? Yet, this notion was utterly implausible. The upcoming genius battle was specifically delineated within the third universe. Only the races from our galaxy were eligible to participate in the genius battle of the Milky Way. The elder shook his head, dismissing his own conjecture. Within the third universe, countless star systems akin to the Milky Way existed, and our galaxy was merely one among them. Elder, I have already been eliminated. That cold frost, when alongside this individual, could undoubtedly be estimated to rank within the top 100, and moreover, he did not unleash his full strength during our battle. His battle armor certainly possesses additional capabilities. It is likely that he may even secure a place within the top 10, and he is merely at the first level of the star pattern realm. Those influential figures will undoubtedly take note of him. The sun brimmed with a profound sense of reluctance. Originally, this genius battle was an opportunity for him to shine. If he could attract the attention of the prominent figures selecting participants from the Galactic Genius Battle, it would be a chance for soaring success, potentially elevating the Flame Clan to unprecedented heights. Unfortunately, all of this was disrupted by the emergence of Chen. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse of the galaxy, two imposing figures were observing the scene projected by a wristband, which depicted the virtual world where Chen and his companions resided. Old 7. Do you think there are any promising talents in this genius battle? Inquired a robust man with a few horns sprouting from his dark face, who appeared nonchalant about the event, yet posed the question to the pale-faced man beside him. The pale-faced man, who bore an otherworldly appearance with stars shimmering in his eyes and a pair of expansive angelic wings on his back, responded, Old 8. Are you implying something with your words? After our prolonged watch over the galaxy, you should be well aware of the formidable clans among their kin. Are there truly any noteworthy talents? With a yawn, the man known as Old 7 replied languidly. He genuinely regarded the genius battle with indifference. Given their prowess and means, they could easily scrutinize any battle within the virtual realm, yet he chose not to engage in such endeavors. It seems to be an utterly commonplace affair. Thus it has garnered little attention. Conversely, the man known as the Eighth Elder, with his dark visage, remained fixated on the battles occurring within the virtual realm throughout the entirety of the event. The two of them were emissaries dispatched from the third universe to the Milky Way, possessing formidable strength. Chapter 88. Treasures of the Virtual World. These skirmishes, to their discerning eyes, were devoid of fatigue. A mere fleeting encounter was sufficient to reveal much. Although they were emissaries of the third universe, should a prodigious talent emerge with sufficient potential, they could be recommended for a return, entrusted with significant responsibilities. This served as a form of motivation, urging them to meticulously select exceptional individuals. However, after an extensive duration in the Milky Way, they had yet to identify a talent powerful enough to warrant their return to the third universe. Consequently, the seventh elder appeared indifferent, believing that no such individual would emerge in this round of the talent contest. Yet, the eighth elder held a divergent perspective. He diligently observed each battle and ultimately recognized the presence of Chen. Through careful scrutiny over several encounters, he discerned that Chen's prowess was unfathomable, particularly noting that his battle armor was not merely a product of bloodline enhancement. This lad might very well be my turning point. The seventh elder remained apathetic, thinking that if he were to gain the upper hand, he would be the first to vacate this wretched place. The dark-faced eighth elder, deep in thought, cast a contemplative glance at the fair-faced seventh elder, having already resolved to seize the opportunity. There was only one Chen. Only one of the two must leave this place. Thus Old 8 must feign the absence of any prodigy as before, clandestinely seizing this significant opportunity. Meanwhile, in the virtual realm, Han Shuang and Chen, a seemingly inexplicable duo, have already eliminated several thousand participants, most of whom fell to Han Shuang's prowess. Despite sustaining grave injuries, he gradually recuperates, a gesture of goodwill aimed at aligning himself with Chen, whose prowess in swiftly dispatching formidable foes like Li Yang remains vivid in memory. Conversely, Chen is in no rush to eliminate opponents. After all, the competition is about survival, and conserving his strength serves him well. He leaves the arduous tasks to Han Shuang, ready to intervene only if confronted with an insurmountable adversary. Moreover, Chen has developed a rough estimate of his own capabilities, even without fully unleashing the potential of his battle armor's intricate designs. He can already overpower some exceptionally gifted individuals. Thus, survival until the very end is merely a matter of time. Brother Yi, this virtual world harbors some treasures, Han Shuang remarks, having traversed a considerable distance through the cosmos alongside Chen. Treasures? The mere mention of the word piques Chen's interest. Yet, confusion soon clouds his expression as he queries, we dwell in a virtual world. Shouldn't everything here be illusory? Even if treasures exist, they are likely only usable within this virtual realm, right? Could it be that one can take them outside? After all, he entered this virtual world through a wristband. If treasures were to emerge, how could they possibly be transported out? Upon hearing this, Han Shuang remained unperturbed, instead responding with a gentle demeanor. Brother Yi, you are unaware of a significant hidden advantage of this genius battle. Any treasures that appear in this virtual world will, provided you manage to survive until the end without having them stolen, or if you obtain the treasure and automatically exit, be delivered to your corporeal form adorned with the wristband through a miraculous method. Chapter 89. The Emergence of Treasures. At this revelation, Chen felt a tremor within his heart. The notion that treasures acquired in the virtual world could manifest in reality suggested that the orchestrators of this genius battle possessed unfathomable powers. Such methods were beyond his current understanding. However, if treasures did indeed exist in this virtual domain, they might assist in advancing his cultivation. Even if that were not the case, they could enhance his combat prowess. As the saying goes, this is a genius battle. And thus the treasures within must be those that are rarely found throughout the galaxy, intended to inspire these exceptional talents to compete for them. At that moment, from the distant starry expanse, a cacophony of noise and the sounds of combat arose, indicating a fierce and chaotic struggle. Following the source of this commotion, after exchanging a glance with Han Shuang, Chen wasted no time in rushing forward, for in this virtual realm, the principle of elimination prevailed. They were merely spectators to the unfolding drama. If worst came to worst, they could always seize the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Upon their arrival, they soon realized that this was no ordinary skirmish. Rather, it was a fierce contest over a treasure that had materialized within the virtual world, a formidable weapon. By Qi Feng, I discovered this great halberd first. While the genius battle allows for mutual elimination, do not overstep your bounds. Should you hinder my acquisition of this treasure, rest assured, my clan will not let this matter rest once the genius battle concludes, declared a diminutive man with antennae sprouting from his face, glaring fiercely at an individual several meters away. His name was Feng Sha, a member of the seahorse race among the advanced intelligent beings of the Milky Way. His appearance resembled that of a blue and white seahorse, yet he maintained the humanoid form typical of human races. The individual he faced belonged to the White Bear clan, a lineage of lower status compared to the fiery lineage of the Li Yong clan. Although they possessed a respectable ice attribute bloodline, it paled in comparison to the pure ice lineage of Han Shuang. Now let it rest. Bai Qingfeng shook his head, regarding Feng Sha with the disdainful expression one might reserve for a fool. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous joke you speak. In this virtual world, treasures are for all to claim. Should I obtain it, my combat prowess will undoubtedly see significant enhancement. Moreover, should I ascend to a prominent rank, I am confident that your clan would hesitate to act against mine, regardless of your superior strength, as the elders would not permit such occurrences. This belief is my source of pride, even if the overall prowess of the Seahorse clan surpasses that of the White Bear clan. The possession of this treasure would undoubtedly elevate my standing. In such a case, I would enjoy protection. For a talent as rare as I must not be eliminated or subjected to calamity after the selection process. Such an eventuality would be intolerable to the higher authorities, who would surely intervene. Conversely, if I fail to secure a leading position, this treasure within the virtual realm remains a coveted asset worthy of protection by my clan, even at the cost of war. This is a treasure of the virtual world, bestowed by significant figures above, each possessing unique abilities that, when paired with one's own battle armor, could yield remarkable combat efficacy. It is a matter of strength and capability. Feng Sha gritted his teeth, preparing to take a bold leap. Initially, he had anticipated the protection of individuals from other races and affiliated clans, yet upon entering, he encountered not a lies but an extraordinary divine weapon, sustaining injuries in the process of acquiring it. This fortunate happenstance allowed Bai Qi Feng to seize a significant advantage. Surrounding Bai Qi Feng were also numerous prodigies from affiliated clans, fiercely loyal and numbering over 100. Should a war of attrition ensue, he would find himself with no means to retaliate. Chapter 90. The Troublemaker. Upon witnessing Feng Sha's refusal to relinquish the divine weapon, Bai Qingfeng ceased his verbal sparring and resolved to employ force in his attempt to seize it. He discreetly signaled the talented individuals from the surrounding subordinate races. The others understood his intent without the need for further explanation, each donning their battle armor and charging ferociously towards Feng Sha. In the face of this onslaught from dozens of adversaries, Feng Sha remained unperturbed as he secured the divine weapon. Subsequently, his battle armor surged to its full potential. The helmet adorned with the emblem of the Seahorse clan, reflecting their unique evolution. Water wave. Feng Sha's gaze turned fierce as he surveyed his assailants, channeling cosmic energy through his armor to conjure forth numerous formidable, surging waves. These tumultuous waves, brimming with destructive power, surged directly towards the elite of Bai Qingfen's subordinate races. With a resounding crash, several waves rolled forth, sending numerous talents hurtling through the air, while the remaining ones found themselves unsteadily affected by the backlash. Fortunately, they sustained no significant injuries, merely caught in the wake of the assault. Ultimately, Feng Sha's strength was somewhat lacking, and having suffered some injuries himself, it was evident that these subordinate race talents were not formidable enough to pose a true threat to him. A few simple strikes could have easily eliminated them. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Bai Qingfeng was nearly overcome with mirth. He refrained from participating in the encirclement, relishing the opportunity to conserve his strength while allowing the talents from the subordinate races to engage in the fray. His intent was to savor the unfolding drama of battle. Moreover, it serves to avert unforeseen circumstances, preserving ample stamina to prevent the emergence of stronger adversaries. He has little strength remaining. Employing such an extensive maneuver will undoubtedly drain his energy, leaving him vulnerable to defeat should you all press the attack. Bai Qifeng spoke with unwavering confidence. His gaze lacked the gentility of a gentleman, replaced instead by an insatiable desire for victory. He was determined to seize this extraordinary weapon that had emerged into the world. By the way, Feng Sha, once you are eliminated and I acquire this divine artifact, I shall certainly advocate to the elders of my clan for a campaign against your race. I wonder, after your elimination, without the protection of a prodigious battle name, who will come to your aid? Haha. Such words were nothing short of a heartless assassination. Bai Qingfeng sought not only to claim this divine weapon, but also to cast Feng Sha aside, yearning to rally against his kin in the real world thereafter. Bai Qingfeng, how ruthless you are. Feng Sha gritted his teeth and roared, yet surrounded by the crowd, he found himself bereft of any means of escape. Defeat and elimination were merely a matter of time. At that moment, Yi Chun and Han Shuang arrived from a distance, having witnessed the entire ordeal, and boldly stepped into the midst of the assembly. My friend, why not hand over the divine weapon you have acquired? Perhaps we could strike a bargain. I shall assist you in eliminating them all. What do you think of such terms? Yi Chun said with a beaming smile. The abrupt appearance of the two individuals ignited a glimmer of hope within Feng Sha amidst his despair, particularly when he found himself unable to protect the divine weapon. Rather than face elimination without obtaining the treasured artifact, he considered it more prudent to relinquish this invaluable item to them, allowing them to eliminate Bai Qifeng and his companions. Since they dared to approach, it was evident that they possessed substantial strength. The one among them appeared to be a frost giant, evidently superior to Bai Qifeng. Such thoughts swirled within Feng Sha's mind. Instead of returning empty-handed, he resolved to exchange the divine weapon for a sliver of survival. Chapter 91, The Void Spear. With this resolution, he took decisive action, swiftly retrieving the divine weapon from the storage space of his armor. My friend, I hope you are true to your word. I cannot safeguard this weapon, so I would rather consent to this transaction in the hope that you will eliminate them all. I sincerely hope you speak honestly, otherwise, I shall be left with nothing. He feared that Yi Chun might be boasting, worrying that after handing over the divine weapon, he would be besieged by Bai Qifeng and his allies, leading to their collective demise. Rest assured, I guarantee my word. Once you hand over the item, they will vanish from this place immediately. Yi Chun exuded unwavering confidence, so much so that he did not even spare a glance at Bai Qifeng and his group. To him, they were merely a minor inconvenience. In the next moment, bolstered by Yi Chun's assurance, Feng Sha hurled the divine weapon towards him with great force. With a swift whoosh, a sound pierced the air as the divine weapon was cast forth, capturing the attention of all present. Bai Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the battle armor enveloping him and pursued the thrown divine weapon with fervent determination, intent on claiming it for himself. This divine weapon is mine, he declared, extending his arm to grasp it, his armor accelerating to its utmost speed. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to seize it. Observing this, Yi Chun swiftly donned his own battle armor, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the divine weapon amidst the starry expanse. He promptly seized it in his grasp. In that instant, a flood of information surged into Yi Chun's mind regarding the weapon. It was named the Void Spear. Its fundamental ability was to shatter the starry sky, and it could amplify the attack power of its host's armor by more than threefold. Additionally, other unique capabilities were also revealed to Yi Chun. What a splendid weapon! Yi Chun felt an exhilarating rush within him. Armed with the Void Spear, he swung it horizontally towards the approaching Bai Qifeng in a single, fluid motion. This seemingly simple strike resembled the autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Ah! A cry of anguish echoed as Bai Qifeng was sent flying, a deep gash appearing on the chest of his battle armor, marking the ferocity of the blow. The wound was unmistakable. The sight of flesh and blood within the battle armor was starkly evident. It was clear that the armor had failed to protect him. As if it were mere paper, torn asunder. It was not that the armor was fragile, but rather that the void spear wielded by Chen was extraordinarily formidable. This divine weapon was a treasure bestowed by the third universe, appearing only during the selection of prodigies from each star system, with an exceedingly low probability of manifestation. To acquire such an artifact would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Damn it, I failed to obtain it. Bai Qingfeng's gaze revealed a fierce intent as he turned to Chen and proclaimed, "Without that divine weapon, you are nothing. Had I possessed an artifact of equal caliber, I would have effortlessly eliminated you with a single strike." Clearly, he had yet to comprehend the disparity that lay between them. Instead, he perceived Chen's prowess as a mere consequence of his weaponry advantage. Chapter 92. The elimination of the masses. You still fail to grasp the chasm between us. Very well, I initially intended to test the might of that divine weapon, but since you insist, I shall forego my weapon in our duel. Watch as I eliminate you within 10 moves, and then we shall see how you maintain your bravado. With that, Chen indeed sheathed the void spear. A flicker of red light flashed across the forehead of his battle armor, and in his hand reappeared another weapon, the Ashura Heavenly Blade, the companion weapon of his armor. With the Ashura Heavenly Blade in hand, Chen's 9 pairs of dragon wings behind him trembled, stirring up a terrifying tempest as he surged straight towards Bai Qifeng. Chen's speed was astonishing, so swift that Bai Qifeng could hardly react before Chen closed the distance between them, bringing the Ashura Heavenly Blade down with a fierce strike. A resounding crash echoed as Bai Qingfeng's battle armor, which had already been marred by a crack from the void spear, shattered into pieces under the force of that blow. Impossible! How could this be? What manner of weapon is this that it can obliterate my armor? Bai Qifeng was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had felt fortunate that Chen had sheathed the void spear and had even mocked him in his mind. Now, however, he faced a complete reversal of fortune, particularly in light of the terrifying might of this blade, which was not in the slightest inferior to the weapons obtained within the secret realm. This was a blade that sought to take one's life. Chen's gaze was fierce, offering no respite to his opponent. Seizing the moment of Bai Qingfeng's disarray, he swung the Ashura Heavenly Blade once more. The ensuing strike was nothing short of catastrophic, a full-force assault that cleaved Bai Qifeng in two in an instant. The entire encounter transpired with remarkable swiftness, requiring merely 2 moves. In comparison to Chen's earlier assertion of defeating him within 10 moves, this display of prowess was undeniably modest. Had he truly been eliminated in such a manner? Did I not see correctly? That was indeed Bai Qifeng. Even the most exceptional genius of the Milky Way could not be so swiftly eliminated. Feng Sha, who was spectating, was utterly dumbfounded. The scene he had witnessed in those fleeting seconds felt as if he had been struck by lightning. As for Bai Qingfeng's followers, they were at a loss. At that moment, Chen turned to Han Shuang and smiled, saying, "Brother Han Shuang, let us join forces to deal with the remaining ones. I could use a bit of respite, after all. Over 100 of them will take some time." This statement was undeniably boastful, yet it flowed from his lips with an air of nonchalance. Han Shuang, however, bore no resentment, responding with a smile, "Perfect. I too wish to stretch my limbs. Let us confront these individuals together. We shall slay as many as we can, but none shall escape." As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Shuang donned his battle armor and unleashed a vast expanse of icy mist, conjuring numerous ice walls amidst the starry sky, effectively ensnaring everyone within. With the presence of these ice walls, the more than 100 genius representatives of subordinate races found themselves devoid of any means of escape, firmly trapped within. Seizing the opportunity, Chen and Han Shuang joined forces. Moments later, the duo had vanquished all their foes, transforming the once chaotic scene into one of eerie stillness. "Thank you both," came the acknowledgement. "Were it not for your assistance, I fear I would not only be unable to retain this extraordinary weapon, but would also be swiftly eliminated myself. Though such remarkable artifacts are rare, if I can continue to survive, I shall have the opportunity to secure a place in the upcoming genius battle. I am truly grateful to both of you. After the conclusion of the genius battle, should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to host you from my esteemed Haima clan." Feng Sha, seizing the moment, immediately approached with a jovial demeanor, showering them with compliments. Chapter 93. Feng Sha's subtle intentions grateful? Chen did not seem to appreciate the sentiment. After all, he was merely adhering to the established protocol. Having received this extraordinary weapon, it was only natural to fulfill the promises made. There was no need for expressions of thanks. "You have already bestowed the item upon me. Having agreed to eliminate them, I cannot go back on my word," Chen stated with an impassive expression. Observing the situation, Feng Sha's mind began to whirl with thoughts as he articulated his intentions. "My dear brother, I have a request that I hope you might consider. May I accompany you for a while?" There is no need for constant companionship. I simply wish to remain in your presence a little longer. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Chen and his companion, he contemplated the idea of forming a team but was acutely aware of his own limitations. Thus, he cautiously proposed this notion, fearing potential disdain. It was said that accompanying them for a while was a means to leverage their influence, thus ensuring a smoother ascent to a more favorable rank. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even secure a position among the leaders. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Upon hearing these words, Han Shuang immediately furrowed his brows, sensing that Feng Sha was excessively greedy, to the point of wanting to exploit them. However, he deemed it unwise to voice his concerns, for he too had relied on Chen's protection to survive thus far. Although his prowess was indeed formidable, advancing to a higher rank still necessitated Chen's guidance. At that moment, Chen, standing nearby, discerned the underlying implications of Han Shuang's words. He smiled slightly and remarked, "My friend, we have already concluded our transaction. I have acquired the formidable weapon from you, and I have taken the liberty of dealing with your adversary. As for what lies ahead, that is for you to navigate alone. Should we cross paths again and you find yourself in peril, I will certainly lend a hand. But as for traveling together, that is another matter." He was no fool, and there was no need to gather followers along the way. Moreover, his relationship with Feng Sha was merely transactional, and given that Feng Sha's strength was rather lacking, he had no intention of bringing him along. In response, Feng Sha could only offer an awkward smile, realizing his own avarice. Yet he sensed a glimmer of hope in Chen's words. As long as one maintains a certain degree of cunning, with a stroke of good fortune, survival until the later stages is not entirely out of reach, and the likelihood of encountering Chen and his companions will increase. Should one find themselves in a predicament, Chen would likely extend his hand in assistance. Thus, one's position as a genius would be secured. However, this hinges on the crucial condition that one's luck does not continue to falter. One must strive to endure until the very end. Subsequently, Feng Sha bid farewell to Chen. This virtual realm resembles an infinite expanse, yet it will contract over time and with the dwindling number of participants. Consequently, the probability of encounters will rise, leading to inevitable mutual elimination. Brother Yi, with this divine weapon in your possession, a place among the top 10 is assured. Han Shuang flattered, genuinely pleased as well, for should Chen's formidable strength prevail, he too would reap the benefits of protection. If Chen secures a position in the top 10, his own entry into the top 100 would be a foregone conclusion. While strength is indeed significant, aligning oneself with someone as formidable as Chen is the most pivotal step toward victory. Chapter 94. Breaking the army. The journey ahead necessitates utmost caution. Those who survive to the later stages possess formidable capabilities, and it is likely that many will form alliances. Whether one can secure a more advanced position ultimately rests on the whims of fortune. Chen spoke candidly, without hesitation. Although Han Shuang is of commendable caliber and belongs to a top-tier race within the galaxy, as one progresses further, the true talents cultivated by various factions will emerge. At that time, his strength would be somewhat inadequate. Although he has reached the 4th level of the star pattern realm, it is inevitable that geniuses at the 9th level will emerge, rendering his capabilities unable to compensate. Relying solely on the two of them would prove to be somewhat strenuous. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang realized that he and Chen needed to find a formidable partner to form a trio, which would enhance their chances of survival until the end. With this thought in mind, a brilliant candidate rapidly surfaced in his mind, someone he was relatively acquainted with and a battle fanatic hailing from the War God clan, named Pajun. Whenever he engaged in combat, he would awaken his own bloodline, significantly amplifying his combat prowess, and if he were to sustain injuries, his attacks would only become more potent, comparable to the fierce techniques of a bloody Xiangyu. Brother Yi, your words have sparked a thought of my good friend, Pajun. His strength has consistently remained at the pinnacle of the galaxy. If we could recruit him to join our team, our progress would undoubtedly be smooth. However, there is one challenge. This fellow is rather headstrong. To convince him to join forces, I would likely have to engage him in a battle to earn his acknowledgement. Otherwise, he would certainly refuse to team up. Han Shuang furrowed his brow and spoke candidly. Pajun has always been a lone wolf. If it weren't for the relationship between our two clans, we might not even be friends. Moreover, he is indeed a battle maniac. Essentially, each time he would forcibly engage him in combat, and not only would he be defeated, but he would also sustain some degree of injury. This time, during the genius battle, the unique figure of Pajun surely existed within the virtual realm. Oh? Chen felt a surge of interest and inquired, what is the level of strength possessed by this Pajun? How do you manage to connect with him in this virtual world? He is at the 8th level of the star pattern realm. As for the connection, it is not difficult. Prior to entering the virtual world, we had established methods to seek each other out, Han Shuang replied, taking a deep breath and speaking earnestly. The 8th level of the star pattern realm? The moment those words escaped Han Shuang's lips, Yi Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Such strength was infinitely close to the 9th level of the star pattern realm, towering 7 minor levels above him. With the enhancement of his bloodline, the outcome of a battle against him was uncertain. Winning should not pose great difficulty, however. It remained to be seen how many of the 12 forbidden super patterns of my battle armor would be compelled to manifest in the face of this individual. Yi Chen mused internally. Since entering the virtual world, he had only utilized 2 or 3 of the skills granted by the forbidden super patterns of his armor, effortlessly overpowering these opponents. Yet, he was still at the 1st level of the star pattern realm. Engaging in combat with the battle fanatic Pajun was still uncertain, fortunately. This time was merely an attempt at alliance, not a life-and-death confrontation. It was indeed worth a try. Chapter 95, A Brief Probe Before Long. Under the specialized means of communication orchestrated by Han Shuang, Yi Chen and his companion ventured to the northernmost expanse of the virtual realm, where they sought the formidable warrior, Pajun. Upon their arrival, the scene was nothing short of chaotic. The celestial tapestry above lay in tatters, a testament to the fierce battles that had transpired. They witnessed Pajun eliminating hundreds with remarkable ease, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance as he dispatched those who dared to encircle him. Pajun. Allow me to introduce someone. Han Shuang smiled as she spoke. This is my friend, Yi Chen. In this upcoming tournament of prodigies, we wish for you to join us in our pursuit of a shared position among the elites. What say you? Pajun, shaking the armor that adorned him, let out a hearty laugh before adopting a stern expression. You wish for me to ally with you? Han Shuang, you are well aware of my stance. Should you manage to best me in combat, or if your strength earns my respect, then perhaps we can discuss collaboration. Otherwise, why would I choose to travel with you? A strong individual does not permit the weak to interfere. His words were unequivocal. He, a potent force, would not deign to team up with the feeble. Only those of equal prowess would earn his acknowledgement. Since you seek to ally with a powerhouse, I too wish to gauge your abilities, Yi Chen interjected assertively, subtly undermining Pajun. Should your strength prove lacking, then I see no reason to permit you entry into my ranks. As anticipated, Pajun's countenance darkened upon hearing such a disparaging remark. His inner fury ignited. It had been an age since anyone had dared to address him in such a manner. To suggest that he was feeble? Was this not a blatant affront to his capabilities? Ha ha ha, you possess audacity, he exclaimed, his voice laced with scorn. Permit me to assess your true mettle. Should your prowess prove wanting, I shall summarily dismiss you. Without further ado, Pajun promptly donned his battle armor and charged towards Yi Chen, resembling a human projectile. His every movement compressed the surrounding air, accumulating the full force of his armored suit as he unleashed a formidable blow aimed at Yi Chen's chest. Observing this, Yi Chen dared not underestimate his adversary. Pajun's strength was undeniable, and Yi Chen remained uncertain of the true extent of Pajun's capabilities. With a resounding mechanical clang, 2 forbidden super, on Yi Chen's battle armor instantaneously illuminated, 9 dragons pulling the coffin and Azura's celestial eye. His 9 pairs of wings accelerated rapidly, whisking him away from the immediate vicinity, while Azura's celestial eye emitted a temporal beam, temporarily freezing Pajun in his tracks. Undeniably, Azura's celestial eye possessed formidable power, halting Pajun's offensive for a duration of 3 seconds. To possess such temporal manipulation was truly awe-inspiring. Pajun was astounded. Despite his 8th level star realm strength, he had been restrained. Such a display of power was terrifying. He let out a fierce roar, and instantly, his blood surged with fervor as he harnessed the power of his battle armor to forcibly break the temporal confinement imposed by Yi Chen's Shura Heavenly Eye. With this newfound caution, the likelihood of successfully executing Yi Chen's Shura Heavenly Eye in the future would no longer match the high probability of this encounter. What an extraordinary individual. In a fleeting moment of trial, even my Shura Heavenly Eye's temporal confinement skill was dismantled. He is indeed unlike any adversary I have faced before. Yi Chen regarded him with newfound respect, for this was the first time he had encountered a worthy opponent in this virtual realm, and Pajun was one of them. Chapter 96. The first collision yet. In an instant, Yi Chen rallied his resolve, and the tattoo on his left arm of the battle armor was activated, revealing the image of the vigilant Guangong. Subsequently, the figure of Guangong materialized behind him, imbuing his arm with immense power. Without hesitation, Yi Chen clenched his fist and hurled a punch toward Pajun. Since he wished to engage in a contest of strength, let us see how my Guangong fist measures up. With Guangong's eyes wide open, an inexhaustible magical force emanated from him. In the next moment, as Pejun sensed Chen's formidable fist approaching, a jubilant expression broke across his face. Ha ha ha, you indeed possess sufficient strength. Let us see whether your Guangong fist or my Pejun fist prevails. He was a top-tier powerhouse, even with the naked eye. He could perceive the terror of Chen's punch, prompting Pejun to spare no effort in countering with his own full-force strike. Boom, the moment their fists collided. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending both combatants flying apart. Yet neither emerged victorious. They remained evenly matched. This inevitably caused Han Shuang to furrow his brow. The formidable prowess of Pejun was indeed terrifying. Even with Brother Ye's strength, he could merely match him. It seemed that achieving victory would not be an easy feat. However, Han Shuang pondered whether Pejun could be persuaded to join their ranks, although he was merely a spectator. His prior interactions with Chen had led him to believe that Chen possessed the capability to triumph over Pejun. Yet, the current situation had become a stalemate, instilling a sense of concern regarding the prospect of winning Pejun over, for he was undeniably proud. If they could not defeat him outright, forming an alliance would be exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, Pejun wore a look of delight. Since entering this virtual realm, he had finally encountered a worthy opponent, one whose strength was comparable to his own. Chen, you are quite impressive, he remarked. However, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Your strength is merely at the first level of the star pattern realm. If you were at the 8th level, I would be no match for you. Unless you possess some hidden cards, your aspirations may be in vain, Pejun proclaimed with an air of dominance. In response, Chen remained unfazed, casually shaking his left arm. Suddenly, beneath the intricate tattoos of the war armor on his left arm, the ominous visage of the King of Hell's tattoo shimmered forth. In an instant, the originally crimson and powerful armored arm was enveloped by a surge of dark energy, emanating from the forbidden tattoo of the King of Hell. At this moment, two forces merged seamlessly, manifesting beautifully upon Chen's left arm. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Pejun was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. He could distinctly sense that the power on Chen's left arm, which was on par with his own, had suddenly doubled in strength. You are indeed formidable. Without utilizing the power of two forbidden tattoos simultaneously, I cannot prevail against you in a fist fight, Chen stated candidly. This was the amalgamation of two powers, and he struck out once more at Pejun with a punch. This blow was twice as powerful as before, clearly beyond Pejun's capacity to withstand. Chapter 97. Suppressing Pejun. How formidable! Pejun acknowledged, realizing that this doubled force completely surpassed his own. For the first time, a hint of concern crossed his face as he felt a surge of fear from the punch's might, sensing a threat to his very life. Yet, his pride compelled him to steel himself. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all the energy from his armor, twisting his arms to deliver a counterstrike against Chen. Compared to a single punch, 2 strikes would showcase his full strength. Pejun, intimidated by Chen's forbidden tattoos, nearly squeezed out every ounce of latent power within him. Boom! The explosion that ensued was far greater than before, yet the outcome was starkly different. Previously evenly matched, during this clash of fists, Pejun was sent flying, appearing utterly disheveled, his armor bearing signs of damage. This scene truly filled Han Shuang with unrestrained joy. Brother Yi had indeed concealed his true power. Even the formidable broken army could not withstand his assault. Now, even if the broken army refrained from joining, with Brother Yi's strength, I could easily secure a position among the front ranks. As he marveled at the impending success, he also felt a deep sense of elation at Chen's prowess. After all, possessing such capabilities was no small feat. Simply by clinging to Chen's coattails, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious and reap the rewards. Meanwhile, the injured broken army, after slowly rising, began to breathe heavily. The recent blow had dealt him a significant setback. How could this individual be so formidable? No, I cannot allow myself to be bested by this young man. I am destined to claim the title of champion in the genius battle. Broken Army silently vowed. With an air of haughty arrogance, he refused to permit anyone to surpass him, as such a defeat would strike a blow to his very spirit. In the next moment, Broken Army swiftly clasped his hands together, drawing forth from the storage compartment of his chest armor an ancient and weighty greatsword. This sword resembled a coffin lid, with both its blade and spine of equal thickness. Yet the aura it emanated revealed that this colossal sword had quenched its thirst with the blood of many, its murderous energy radiating with an exceptionally pure intensity. Such unadulterated bloodlust had condensed into a razor-sharp edge that clung to the formidable blade. Chen, in terms of raw strength, I am no match for you. What follows will be my most powerful strike. I hope you will unleash your strongest blow as well. and we shall determine the victor with a single clash. Breaking the silence, Pijuan inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power coursing through his war god bloodline, amplifying his combat prowess severalfold in an instant. Immediately, this immense strength flowed from his grip on the colossal sword into its very blade. A resonating hum echoed as the giant sword manifested itself within the vast cosmos, expanding to several feet in length. With determination, he raised it high and swung it down towards Chen. The might radiating from the sword cleaved through the surrounding debris and nebulae, as if it were a sword that could part the heavens, a truly formidable strike. It was evident that without resorting to a forbidden tattoo, he would not prevail against his opponent. Yet Chen remained unfazed. After all, he possessed 11 forbidden tattoos, and even employing just 2 would suffice to suppress Pijuan, making victory well within his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Chen closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the Shura eye on his battle armor glowed crimson. In that moment, a blood-red longsword appeared in his grasp. Chapter 98. Pijuan joins the fray with a swift motion. The Shura heavenly blade cleaved through the air, its immense force shattering the surrounding cosmos. The sword was already imbued with formidable power, and under the influence of the Guan Gong and Yama tattoos. Combined with the Shura eye tattoo, these 3 potent marks stacked upon one another, exponentially enhancing his combat strength. In the next moment, their attacks collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that warped the very fabric of space around them, even affecting the virtual realm. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry, Pijuan was hurled backward, sustaining injuries several times more severe than before. This time was unlike any before. Pijuan collapsed upon the nebula, gasping for air as he disengaged the helmet of his battle armor, revealing a face with blood streaming from every orifice. Chen's formidable power had evidently impacted his physical form, causing severe internal trauma. Simultaneously, Chen approached deliberately, hands clasped behind his back, and inquired, "Well, Pijuan, how did you find the potency of that maneuver? Do you concede now? Will you join our ranks and strive for the top spots in the genius battle?" He spoke with a profound smile, one that regarded Pijuan as a comrade. After all, Pijuan's strength was considerable, having compelled him to employ several superimposed forbidden super-s. Currently, at the first level of the star realm, his limit was a quintuple superposition, and Pijuan had earned the distinction of making him use a triple one. Upon hearing this, Pijuan threw back his head and roared with laughter, his expression one of sudden enlightenment. "Your move was indeed powerful. I am no match for you," he declared. "Now that you have vanquished me, I shall honor my pledge and join forces with you." With Pijuan's assurance, none were more elated than the nearby Han Shuang. "Pijuan, you have finally been convinced," she exclaimed. "After all these years, Chen's prowess has earned your sincere admiration. With your inclusion, securing a position within the top 10 is virtually assured. Within this galaxy, there are few who surpass you. They are practically negligible." Han Shuang spoke without reservation, as if the dawn of victory was already in sight. However, Pijuan furrowed his brow and shook his head, refuting, "You are mistaken. In this genius battle, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After all, millions are participating, and I have heard that some reclusive families have sent representatives as well. I recall someone mentioning a member of the Slaughter clan named Miao Wang, who possesses a stealthy assassination-type battle armor and boasts terrifying combat prowess. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the star pattern realm, marking him as a formidable expert. It is likely that he is accompanied by other geniuses. This group has formed a team to ruthlessly eliminate the various talents participating in this virtual world's genius battle. They aim to attract the attention of those high-ranking individuals above, which means we may inevitably encounter them, leading to an unavoidable clash." "Oh, such a team exists, dedicated to the slaughter of geniuses? I am intrigued and wish to witness this." The notion of a race that specializes in killing sounded rather fascinating to Chen, who etched the name Miao Wang in his memory, vowing not to let him escape should they cross paths later. Chapter 99. Star Ascension Flower. In the ensuing days, however, Chen and his 2 companions did not encounter this so-called slaughtering team. Instead, they came across numerous solitary participants. For these individuals, there was no need for Chen to intervene. Han Shuang and Pijuan were capable of swiftly eliminating them. Several days had already passed. In this virtual realm, it seems that a significant portion of the prodigies has already been eliminated, leaving behind a select few who are undoubtedly masters in their own right. It is likely that these individuals will not be easily discarded. Considerable effort will be required to do so. Along the journey, Han Shuang has been contemplating this matter. According to his rough calculations, the likelihood of encountering formidable foes is far more frequent than stumbling upon mere weeds by the roadside. However, after traveling for some time, Chen and his companions came across a team of 7 individuals, each appearing quite formidable and recently having engaged in a fierce skirmish with several other groups. Before them lay an extraordinary flower, its petals adorned with mottled star patterns, creating a unique design from which radiant beams of light emanated. "Star-ascending flower," Han Xuan exclaimed. Clearly recognizing the flower, his expression revealing a profound excitement. "What is this star-ascending flower?" Chen quickly inquired, sensing that its name was undoubtedly linked to the enhancement of one's cultivation, as he currently stood at the first level of the star pattern realm. The most novice of all, if this star-ascending flower could indeed bolster his cultivation, it would be perfectly tailored for him, not merely acquainted. But this is a well-known treasure among all. It can unconditionally elevate individuals at the star pattern realm by 3 levels. How could anyone be unaware of it? I find myself somewhat intrigued. With your formidable armor and prowess, why do you appear to be utterly oblivious to these treasures? It seems as though you have only just stepped into the cosmos, yet such a statement starkly contrasts with your evident capabilities. Breaking the silence, the figure known as Pajun remarked. Although he acknowledged Chen's strength, he could not help but harbor significant doubts about his unfamiliarity with these artifacts throughout their journey. After all, this was exceedingly peculiar. Upon hearing these words, Chen merely smiled, then turned his gaze towards the ascending star flower held by the group. "With this item, I could immediately ascend to the 4th level of the star pattern realm, exponentially augmenting my power," he mused internally. Undoubtedly, the ascending star flower in the possession of that group had already captured Chen's unwavering attention, or rather, it had been preordained as his prize. In the next moment, Chen confidently activated his armor and strode toward the group, declaring, "Hand over the ascending star flower you possess, and I shall spare you from elimination." The words escaped his lips, rendering him akin to a brazen bandit. However, the group was not to be trifled with, having survived to this point. They were certainly no pushovers, their strength undoubtedly formidable, and the ascending star flower was a hard-earned trophy from their battles. "Hand it over? Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend who you are addressing?" One of them stepped forward, grinning menacingly. Chapter 100. The surrender of Blue, battle-clad in a suit of pitch-black armor. His entire visage obscured, one could scarcely discern his true appearance. Chen merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before continuing. "I shall state this for the final time. Hand over the Star Ascension flower." At this juncture, one member of the team removed their helmet, slowly advancing towards Chen. His countenance bore no resemblance to that of a human. His entire face was an ethereal blue, and his head resembled that of a formidable beast. Yet he possessed a physique akin to that of a human. "Is he of the Blue Demon clan?" Han Xuan recognized him and communicated telepathically with Chen, "Brother Yi." This individual hails from the Blue Demon clan, one of the apex races of the Milky Way. Apex race. I, Chen, have taken from an apex race. In the next moment, without allowing his adversary to utter another word, Chen activated the armor enveloping him and shot forth like a cannonball. During his charge, the void spear materialized in his grasp, and with the power of the eye-opening tattoo on his left arm, he delivered a powerful slash. In that singular stroke, Blue Battle of the Blue Demon clan was sent reeling, a long gash etched into the front of his armor. "Damn, this weapon is peculiar. Been over." Blue Battle's gaze remained fixed on the void spear in Chen's hand, clearly having discerned something. "You acquired that weapon in the virtual realm. How fortunate you are to possess such a treasure. It is no wonder that you exude such arrogance. However, even with this formidable weapon in your possession, it remains futile to rely solely on yourself." As the words left his lips, a series of blue crescent moon halos surged behind Lan Zhan, each adorned with intricate patterns resembling twinkling stars. This was the unique feature of Lan Zhan's battle armor, capable of manifesting these crescent-shaped blue halos for offense. Subsequently, these halos unleashed beams of radiant light, resembling translucent spheres, directed towards Chen and the imposing duo of Han Xuan and Pajun. To my astonishment, both of us have become targets. Han Xuan inwardly cursed, initially intending to merely observe the battle while allowing Chen to handle this predicament alone. Yet, he had not anticipated that he too would be drawn into the fray. Meanwhile, Pajun remained undaunted. Such an attack posed no threat to him whatsoever, as he effortlessly dispelled it with a mere wave of his hand. In contrast, Chen similarly thwarted the assault with ease. Observing this, Lan Zhan widened his eyes, realizing that Chen and his companions were no ordinary adversaries. His earlier words were not mere bravado. They indeed possessed the requisite strength to contend for the ascending star flower. Without further ado, Chen activated his battle armor and charged forward. Along the way, two individuals soared into the air in an attempt to intercept him, but Chen wielded his void spear with unmatched might. With a few swift sweeps, he sent them crashing to the ground. He had already shown considerable mercy. Had it been earlier, he could have easily eliminated both of them with a single strike. Wait. Lanjan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly waved his hand, saying, "I will give you this star ascension flower. Just let us leave this place." Having survived thus far, Lanjan was no fool. After witnessing Chen's formidable strength, he unhesitatingly relinquished the star ascension flower to secure a better position. After all, if they were to be eliminated now, their ranks would be fixed. The longer they could survive, the higher their standings would become. Chapter 101. The kill intent of Miao Lu. Without delay, Lanjan exerted force with his arm and tossed the star ascension flower directly to Chen, who caught it effortlessly. "Thank you." Upon uttering these words, Chen allowed Lanjan and his companions to depart. Having obtained the desired star ascension flower, there was no need for him to waste effort in eliminating them. Their survival henceforth would depend on their own fortune. Once Lanjan and his group had left, the starry expanse was left with only Chen and his two companions. He wasted no time and signaled to Hans Wang and the others. "I need to absorb this star ascension flower. It may take some time, so please guard me." Chen addressed the two directly. After all, this was a virtual world, and he was not concerned about the possibility of betrayal or ambush. Even if such a scenario arose, he would merely lose a chance at a prodigious battle. Thus, he settled down into a meditative posture. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, with both myself and Breaking Void by your side, no one shall disturb your absorption of the star flower. Focus on your breakthrough. Once you achieve it, you will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In this virtual realm, few will be capable of rivaling you." Han Shuang praised as she patted her chest in assurance, vowing that Yi Chun would not suffer any loss. In the next moment, Yi Chun swallowed the star flower in one gulp, its immense power surging through his limbs and entire being. Every part of his body began to absorb the strength of the star flower. Though situated in a virtual world, Yi Chen's true self was rapidly undergoing enhancement. The formidable energies from the higher echelons of the cosmos were indeed extraordinary. At his current strength, even mere observation was beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, Lanjan had just managed to escape from Yi Chen's grasp, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. That fellow's strength was terrifying, seemingly a renowned genius. With just one move, he had nearly inflicted serious injury upon him. Fortunately, he had timely delivered the star flower. Shaking his head, he exhaled deeply, grateful for his own cleverness and ability to make wise choices. Otherwise, he would likely have been eliminated by now. "Boss, what shall we do now? We cannot allow them to benefit from this without consequence, and without the star flower, we will struggle to report back to Lord Miao Lu." One individual stepped forward, expressing his deep concern. Although they have been acting independently during this period, they are, in essence, subordinates of Miao Lu, tasked with the cleansing of a specific region. This arrangement enables their protection, allowing them to seamlessly enter the ranks of the top 100 geniuses without issue. Conversely, if they prove to be of no value, they will be discarded without hesitation. Thus, what awaits them is elimination. Given that their possessions have been seized, we shall candidly inform Lord Miao Lu. Considering his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against them. At that juncture, we can observe the conflict from a distance and ascertain who among them possesses greater strength. Furthermore, another individual interjected. "Those who enter the virtual realm are far from foolish, especially since they are all prodigies from various clans." The prowess of Yi Chen is well acknowledged. However, Miao Lu, as the foremost powerhouse in this genius battle, is accompanied by several other elite talents, making their collective force appear even more formidable. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall promptly inform Miao Lu of this development. Given their murderous nature, they will most assuredly seize this opportunity. After all, their objective is to eliminate the strong and capture the star ascension flowers, clearly indicating their capability. Lanjan nodded in agreement, expressing confidence. Soon, he conveyed this news to Miao Lu and his entourage. At this moment, Miao Lu and his group were situated in the eastern star domain of the virtual world, where they had successfully eliminated numerous geniuses, earning them the moniker of Elimination King. "A message has reached us, my brother. It appears that someone has seized our star ascension flowers, and the assailant possesses formidable strength, capable of annihilating those at the 5th level of the star pattern realm in a single strike." At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached Miao Lu, one of the prodigies of the Slaughter clan. The information revealed that Yi Chen is at the first level of the star pattern realm. Such a disparity in power leading to an instant kill piqued Miao Lu's interest. Oh, how intriguing, he mused, a flicker of fire igniting within his gaze. To dare to pilfer from me, all treasures within this virtual realm rightfully belong to our Slaughter clan. This time, we shall shine brilliantly, making the higher echelons of the cosmic hierarchy take notice. His elimination of powerful foes served a dual purpose, solidifying his rank before the upcoming genius battle and showcasing his prowess. For he was acutely aware that eyes were always watching. As the vanguard, Miao Lu understood the necessity of demonstrating overwhelming strength, ideally overpowering everyone within the virtual realm. In doing so, he would firmly secure the top position. Subsequently, Miao Lu and his companions prepared for action, activating their battle armors as they soared towards Yi Chen and his companions' coordinates. Along the way, numerous concealed powerhouses, upon sighting Miao Lu and his group, could not help but engage in speculation. What could have transpired? The Miao Lu is indeed a harbinger of death. Their group specializes in slaughter, sweeping through like a horde of locusts, astonishingly bypassing such a vast area this time. Some expressed their bewilderment, which afforded them a momentary reprieve. Had the Miao Lu chosen a different path, they would have faced a gradual and thorough extermination. It is highly probable that someone has provoked them, judging by their demeanor. The opposing force possesses considerable strength, otherwise, these harbingers of death would not act in such a manner. Others, perceiving the underlying hints, confidently remarked that, regardless of the circumstances, they had temporarily evaded a calamity. Meanwhile, outside the virtual realm, the brooding old eight, who observed Yi Chen every moment, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. What awaited was a splendid spectacle. You, my boy, should not disappoint me. Let me witness the extent of your limits. Can you emerge unscathed when faced with such a multitude of elite adversaries? He harbored great expectations for Yi Chen, particularly intrigued by his forbidden battle armor, which even he, a high-ranking envoy from the cosmic realm, had never encountered. Thus, he remained vigilant for the impending clash. In the virtual world, the Miao Lu and his companions, guided by the coordinates provided by Blue Jean, had arrived in proximity to Yi Chen and his two companions, commencing a thorough search in the vicinity. According to their calculations, they were nearby, hence the dispersal for a meticulous investigation. As soon as their traces are detected, signal immediately, and we shall encircle them, inevitably eliminating the three. Miao Lu spoke to those beside him, his demeanor exuding an intimidating confidence. Rest assured, brother. These three will certainly not escape, the others echoed in unison, before dispersing to search for Yi Chen and his companions. At that very moment, Yi Chen was absorbing the essence of the ascending starflower, integrating its power into his being, his strength remarkably reaching the fourth level of the star pattern realm. However, due to the rapid enhancement, he remained seated, eyes closed, acclimating to his newfound power. This was a time when he could not afford any disturbances, lest he fall into madness. It seems Brother Yi is nearing completion of his absorption. Once he breaks through, I shall be the first to spar with him. To ascertain the terrifying extent of his prowess, Pajun mused, gazing at the meditative Yi Chen, devoid of any sense of rivalry, only an insatiable thirst for battle. This combat enthusiast was indeed extraordinary. Even as a teammate, and despite having been defeated by Yi Chen in the past, he still yearned to test his strength post-breakthrough. Pajun, do take care not to overestimate yourself and risk injury, Han Shuang admonished, shaking his head in exasperation, feeling helpless against Pajun's martial fervor. Yet soon, his expression sharpened as a wave of foreboding surged within him. Especially the two flickering shadows surrounding them instilled a sense of foreboding in Han Shuang, as if he were facing a formidable adversary emanating an aura of lethal intent. It appeared that the visitors bore ill intentions. Pajun, prepare for battle. Do not allow them to disturb Brother Yi. These two likely intend to create chaos, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Pajun immediately entered a combat stance. His armor fitting snugly against his form, his gaze fixed upon the two elusive figures. He was acutely aware that these individuals were not to be underestimated. Indeed. In the next moment, the shadows revealed themselves. They wore striking black and red armor, intricately adorned with elegant engravings, yet exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, indicative of their extensive history of slaughter. Miao Hong, Miao He, what brings you two here? Pajun inquired. Your clan is known for its collective approach in battle. Your solitary presence here suggests a desire to hunt us down. If so, you have miscalculated. He recognized them both as prodigies of the Slaughter clan, who had forged a formidable team with Miao Lu, reaping the talents of the virtual realm. What is your purpose? Miao Hong flashed a sinister smile and replied. You have seized what rightfully belongs to the Slaughter clan. What do you think we are here for? Naturally, it is to eliminate a few of you, otherwise. In the future, even the most insignificant will dare to provoke the authority of our clan. In this virtual world, the Slaughter clan stood as the supreme authority. Any genius who dares to defy them will inevitably be hunted down and eliminated. To survive longer, one must choose submission. Eliminate us? Ha ha ha, Miao Hong, you overestimate yourself. With just the two of you, thinking you can vanquish me, Pajun, is nothing short of a delusion. You two reckless fools, let us see who truly gets eliminated. Pajun instantly erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. After all, he was a genius of the War God clan. A notable figure even within the virtual realm, not someone who could be easily dispatched by them. However, in the next moment, Miao He coldly snorted and crafted a signal using a mark from his palm, a method of communication employed by their clan of slaughter. Who said it was only the two of us? We are well aware of your prowess, Pajun, thus we have no intention of engaging in a one-on-one battle. Rather, we plan to overwhelm you collectively. Furthermore, our elder brother has personally instructed us that, upon discovering anyone who dares to seize our clan's possessions, we are to inform him immediately. Miao He smiled with confidence, knowing that with their elder brother, Miao Lu, present, even Pajun's formidable strength would be insufficient to withstand them. Moreover, others were steadily arriving. If their slaughtering team converged, no one would be able to successfully resist. This is bad. We have been set up, thought Han Shuang, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, Brother Yi is still consolidating his strength and cannot move an inch. We must hold our ground. Though unable to vanquish this ruthless team, Han Shuang's intrinsic pride and the protection she has received from Yi Chun during this time prevent her from retreating in the face of danger or abandoning her comrades. As for Pajun, words are unnecessary. This battle maniac would never easily bow his head. Soon, numerous figures rushed in from all directions, revealing themselves without reservation. It was none other than the fearsome slaughter team, led by Miao Lu. Pajun, so it is you, Miao Lu remarked with a mocking smile. I wondered who had the audacity to confront me, and it turns out you were involved. The one who dared to snatch my star-ascending flower is the person seated behind you, isn't it? He even goes so far as to absorb it on the spot. Does he truly believe Miao Lu is so easily bullied? Step aside. Today, in light of the friendship between our two clans, I shall spare you this time. Otherwise, with your strength, you cannot hope to withstand me. When your clan's elders come to inquire, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. As a premier race within the galaxy, both clans share a certain camaraderie, leading Miao Lu to exercise a modicum of restraint. However, this was merely a warning. Should Pajun insist on disregarding his counsel and challenge him, Miao Lu would no longer feel compelled to show any leniency. Upon hearing these words, Pajun merely cast a cold glance at him and replied with a calm smile, I have already formed a team with him. How could I abandon him? The breaker, would never stoop to such shameless acts. As for you, Miao Lu, I harbor no fear, should you wish to engage in battle. I stand ready at any moment. His stance is abundantly clear. Miao Lu, understanding Breaker's unwavering resolve, recognizes that he must take matters into his own hands. Thus, let there be no blame upon me. Everyone, heed my command. Together, we shall eliminate Breaker. As for the one beside him, Miao Hong and Miao He, you shall handle that matter. Chapter 103. Miao Lu versus Breaker. No sooner had the words left his lips than Miao He and Miao Hong surged forth. Their intentions unmistakably focused on the position of Han Shuang. Clad in their respective black and red armors, they raced through the starry expanse like two majestic dragons. Do you dare? Breaker thundered, his armor swirling as he positioned himself protectively before Han Shuang. He understood that, given Han Shuang's formidable strength, neither of them stood a chance. Especially when attacking in tandem. It was evident that Miao Lu intended to eliminate them all. With a mighty roar, Breaker activated his bloodline, augmenting the power of his armor by 20%, and unleashed two punches, sending shockwaves through the air. Faced with these long-range assaults, Miao He and Miao Hong abruptly halted their advance, deftly evading to the sides. While they possessed considerable strength, they were still a tier below Breaker, which explained his earlier disdain for their empty boasts. Damn it, this Breaker is truly a nuisance. The two retreated a considerable distance, unable to restrain their expletives. For with the formidable presence of the Break army, they found themselves unable to approach. Observing this predicament, Miao Lu stepped forth. His form adorned with scales of crimson armor that resembled dragon hide, each piece a manifestation of the aura of slaughter. This sanguine essence not only stemmed from his own ancestral bloodline, but also coalesced from the countless talents he had vanquished within this virtual realm. For the Slaughter clan, the more adversaries they defeated, the greater the power accumulated within their battle armor in this digital expanse. Thus, the more they killed, the stronger they became. Continue to deal with the other one, Miao Lu stated with a calm demeanor, yet his body was honest in its assault against the Break Army. He was at the pinnacle of the star pattern realm, the 9th level, while the Break Army was merely at the 8th. In terms of strength, he completely overshadowed his opponent, ensuring victory with a single strike. The outcome bore out this certainty. Miao Lu's swift and potent attack repelled the Break Army, releasing the aura of slaughter from his armor, which ravenously consumed the essence of his adversary. Such a rich aura of slaughter, he mused. Miao Lu, I am well aware of the terror embodied in your bloodline, but today, I shall not yield. The Break Army activated his own bloodline, unleashing a formidable fighting spirit. For behind him stood Chen, whose safety he was determined to protect. Unless he is eliminated, he will undoubtedly do everything in his power to protect him. At the same moment, Miao He and Miao Hong, having been freed from the obstruction of Pejun, recklessly advanced towards Han Shuang. In response, Han Shuang could only manage a feeble defense. A 2-on-1 scenario truly offers me no respite. The combat prowess of these two surpasses my own. It appears they intend to eliminate me directly. This cannot be allowed. I must endure a little longer. He is acutely aware that this is a critical moment. Chen, currently in the state of absorbing the Ascension Flower, must not be disturbed, so he is fighting with all his might. Boom! Han Shuang's power erupted in full force. An endless mist of ice began to relentlessly assault the surrounding life. Such an icy onslaught risks inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while costing him 800 in return. Yet, he has no choice but to act this way, for his own strength is insufficient, and thus he must resort to such measures.